Pirate in the front, you are surrounded. Surrender immediately. What on earth? A young boy, still groggy, emerged onto the deck of a pirate ship, rubbing his eyes. Goodness. What's happening? How did I wake up on a ship? Leyu gazed at the boundless ocean, momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he at home, laboriously typing away? How could he suddenly find himself here after merely dozing off? Is this the South Sea or the North Sea? It can't possibly be the Atlantic, can it? Leyu lamented, scratching his head in confusion. Pirate ahead, please lower your flag and surrender, or we will open fire. What? Pirates? Where are the pirates? Following the source of the voice, Leyu turned to see three enormous warships not far from him. Dozens of dark cannons on these ships were aimed directly at him. Why do these warships look so familiar? Leaning up to look at the ships, he spotted the Navy flags fluttering in the wind. Emblazoned upon them was a design he knew all too well, featuring a seagull and a scale. Isn't this the insignia of the Navy from the anime One Piece? Pirate? Leyu glanced down at the vessel beneath him, then lifted his gaze to the prominently displayed pirate flag atop the main mast. Did I really fall asleep while writing a novel and end up in another world? And as a pirate? At that moment, despair washed over Leyu like a tide. Even if he had crossed over, being a pirate was one thing. But to awaken surrounded by the Navy, with dozens of cannons aimed at him, was utterly absurd. Moreover, he was just a helpless novice, and facing this predicament was akin to waiting to be captured. Meanwhile, on one of the naval ships, a peculiar officer, adorned with a spotted dog hat, stood leisurely at the bow. Report, Vice Admiral Darmesia. Currently, we have identified only an 18-year-old boy on the opposite ship. Dado? Just one. Vice Admiral Darmesia squinted towards Leyu on the ship. TSK, he appears to be just a child, lacking any real strength. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, bring the ship closer for a better look. At this moment, Leyu saw the three warships steadily approaching, his heart racing with panic. This is what I'm done for. Am I going to be captured and sent to impel down? Surely they wouldn't imprison someone like me. Who would have thought I'd meet my end on the very first day of my journey in this new world? I might just be the first person in history to experience this. With a resigned sigh, Leyu looked up at the sky. Ding! The sign-in summoning system has arrived. Would the host like to bind it? Upon hearing this familiar yet strange voice, his sorrow transformed into elation, and he exclaimed, bind it. Please, bind the system for me. Ding! Binding the sign-in summoning system 10.30.100. Congratulations. Host binding successful. 1. The host can check in once daily to earn 100 points, which can be utilized to enhance or develop one's abilities. 2. The system will intermittently issue check-in tasks by visiting designated locations. One can acquire a specific ability weapon or gain a summoning opportunity. You may summon for free once. Now future summons will require check-ins. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Host. Simultaneously, a transparent data panel materialized before Leyu. Host. Leyu combat power. 5 average for a human is 10. For an ordinary mid-ranking general, it is 250. Abilities. Conqueror's Haki unlock at 300 points. Armament Haki unlock at 300 points. Observation Haki unlock at 300 points. Crew. None points. 0 summoning opportunities. 1 gazing at his meager combat power of 5, he felt a pang of despair. He was unable to even reach the average combat power of the pirate world, truly the weakest of the weak. Moreover, with no points to his name, there was no way to bolster his strength. At that moment, 3 warships were less than 100 meters away from Leyu, soon within attacking distance. It seemed he had no choice but to utilize his sole summoning opportunity. As Leyu observed the approaching warships, he coldly declared, System, activate my summoning opportunity. Ding! Summoning successful. Suddenly, a swirl of white mist enveloped Leyu, spreading across the surface of the sea. From the fog aboard his ship, a graceful figure emerged, as Leyu beheld the long hair and curvaceous form shrouded in mist. Along with the aura of intimidation it exuded, his heart surged with joy. It appears I've summoned a powerful woman on my first attempt. Splendid indeed. At that moment, the Navy noticed that the surrounding mist was thickening. Vice Admiral Dalmatia sensed something amiss and ordered the warships to proceed slowly, wary of potential peril. Could this brat be a devil fruit user? Vice Admiral Dalmatia pondered, eyeing the encroaching fog. A devil fruit user would be quite valuable. Capturing one should yield considerable military merit, Dalmatia thought to himself, secretly rejoicing. However, at that moment, Lei Yu could not muster any excitement upon seeing the slender figure with fair skin and delicate features. The flame of hope that had ignited within him was instantly extinguished. Clearly, this was not a woman. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have summoned in Shrang character, the scientific prodigy from the Naruto world Orochimaru. Who summoned me to this world? Orochimaru inquired with his distinctive voice, then fixed his gaze on Lei Yu, scrutinizing him intently. Hey, you must be my captain, as it has been conveyed to me. That must refer to the system. Lei Yu thought as a series of data appeared before his eyes. Character, Orochimaru combat power, 450 abilities, scientific expertise, various ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, etc. Loyalty, 80 at this moment. The naval vessel was less than 50 meters away from Lei Yu. Darmisia also spotted Orochimaru on Lei Yu's ship and, filled with curiosity, exclaimed, "When did this person appear?" Regardless, capturing one is better than none, and two would be even more profitable. With that thought, he approached the bow of the ship and shouted at Lei Yu, "How dare you two venture out to sea as pirates? You have 3 seconds to surrender, or I shall personally ensure your demise." Orochimaru, having noticed the navy as well, turned to Lei Yu with a sinister smile and remarked, "Humph, Captain, shall I dispatch this noisy rabble?" Lei Yu, gazing gravely at the navy so near, glanced at Orochimaru, uncertain of the power dynamics between the worlds of Naruto and One Piece. He inquired, "Can you handle this alone? If not, we can retreat after all. While the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood." "Ho ho, just watch and learn, Captain," Orochimaru replied with a cold chuckle, then turned and leaped over the side of the ship. Upon witnessing Orochimaru's actions, Darmisia mockingly jeered, "Ha, such cowardice, yet you dare to call yourselves pirates? Fire upon him, do not let him escape." Hearing the command, the sailors aimed their cannons at the very waters where Orochimaru had just plunged and commenced bombardment. Darmisia, pointing triumphantly at Lei Yu, shouted, "Boy, your companion has fled. Are you still not surrendering?" Lei Yu, expressionless, regarded his adversary without a word. Though he was unsure of Orochimaru's intentions, he chose to place his trust in him. Darmisia, infuriated by Lei Yu's silence, bellowed, "You insolent brat! I shall personally sever your head from your shoulders. Bring the ship closer." "Did you not hear my command? Bring the ship closer." Darmisia shouted angrily, yet still received no response. As he turned to berate his crew, he noticed that they were all gazing in the same direction, their faces etched with terror. "General Darmisia, you must see that." A trembling sailor pointed towards a nearby expanse of sea. Chapter 2. The majestic display of the serpent. As Dalmisia turned around, he beheld an enormous shadow, nearly 10,000 meters in length, gliding swiftly beneath the ocean's surface towards him. What on earth is this? Staring at the vast dark form obscuring a portion of the sea, Dalmisia was rendered speechless. Could this be the legendary Sea King? His subordinate, filled with dread, inquired, "By the gods, we are in the East Sea, not the Grand Line. How could such a creature possibly appear here? What is this?" As Dalmisia observed the massive shadow drawing ever closer, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Frantically, he shouted, "Quickly, aim the cannons at that shadow and fire." The sailors aboard the 3 warships scrambled to load the cannons with reckless abandon. With a thunderous roar, a barrage of cannonballs rained down upon the shadow like a deluge of rain. The sea erupted into towering waves hundreds of meters high, transforming the previously tranquil waters into a tumultuous maelstrom. Ryu fixated on the colossal shadow, exclaiming with excitement, "Could it be that Orochimaru has indeed summoned that creature?" After a relentless bombardment, the naval forces had expended most of their munitions. As the shadow vanished from sight, Dalmisia exhaled a sigh of relief. Surely that creature must be dead. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The sailors on deck slumped down, as if they had narrowly escaped a great calamity. At that moment, the sun above seemed to be obscured by an unseen force. Dalmisia, perplexed, remarked, "The weather changes so abruptly. It was just sunny, and now it has turned overcast." "General Dalmisia, look behind you. What is that?" a sailor exclaimed, wide-eyed with astonishment. Dalmisia turned to behold a sight that left him utterly dumbfounded, muttering, What is this?" Before him stood a towering figure, majestically rising above the ocean's surface. In the presence of this behemoth, the three warships appeared as mere ants, as though they could be extinguished with a mere flick of its hand. Rayleigh gazed at the towering silhouette with a grin, saying, "Indeed, Orochimaru, you have truly brought forth the serpent of 10,000. The creature was even more colossal and imposing than it appeared on screen, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Quick, turn around and flee at full speed," Dalmisia commanded, casting aside all pretense of bravado. At that moment, he still harbored a glimmer of hope that the creature would not attack them. It should not. "General, look. It seems there is a person atop that monster." "What nonsense! Who would dare to mount such a creature?" Dalmisia shouted in disbelief. But upon closer inspection through his telescope, he realized there did, in fact, appear to be something atop it. Before them loomed a slender figure, unmistakably the same individual who had previously leaped into the sea. Dalmisia's countenance turned ashen in an instant, for he realized that this day might very well be his last. The monstrous creature, stretching nearly 10,000 meters, was already a source of terror, but the fact that it obeyed the commands of that man only intensified Dalmisia's despair. What formidable power must he possess? "Ha ha ha, do you know who I am? I am a Vice Admiral of the Navy." Dalmisia's eyes now gleamed with madness. "How many shells do we have left?" "Report, General, we still have over 130 rounds." "Then unleash them all upon that monster. Even if we perish, we must make it pay dearly." With that command, the entire naval force set their sights on the colossal serpent, launching a final assault. Standing atop the creature's head, Orochimaru regarded the defiant Navy personnel with a cold smile. Let them meet their demise at the bottom of the sea. As his words fell, the immense tail of the serpent swept toward the three warships. The cannonballs fired from the vessels were effortlessly intercepted by the serpent's tail, causing no damage whatsoever, only stirring up a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, the massive tail was alarmingly close. The soldiers of the Navy were paralyzed with fear, unable to move an inch under the terror of the serpent. Witnessing this, Dalmisia's madness intensified. He activated the moonwalk technique, propelling himself into the air, and as the target drew nearer, he howled in a frenzy, "I am Vice Admiral Dalmisia. No matter your sea creature status, you shall die." With that proclamation, he concentrated his strength into his index finger, his hardened digit releasing a strike of blinding speed that struck the serpent's tail, which was now within arm's reach. With a resounding bang, the serpent felt no harm. Instead, Dalmisia was instantaneously sent crashing into the depths of the sea. The soldiers aboard the warships, witnessing their leader's swift demise, closed their eyes in despair. With a thunderous roar, the three warships crumbled under the overwhelming force, shattered in half, transforming into 6 pieces. Debris rained down from above, sending waves splashing and shaking the ocean floor. The 3 vessels were utterly reduced to ruins. Each casual strike from the serpent was akin to a natural disaster. After demolishing the warships, the serpent did not pursue the sailors who had plunged into the water, but instead leisurely approached Reiju. Orochimaru leaped down, looking at Reiju with a smile. "Hee. How do you find my performance, Captain? Am I doing well?" Reiju, observing Orochimaru's smug expression, initially prepared to express his admiration but abruptly held back. Taken aback by Orochimaru's demeanor, he glanced at Orochimaru, curling his lips in response. "Is that all? Not bad, I suppose." Orochimaru, fully aware of Reiju's subtle thoughts, chuckled. "It seems the captain possesses formidable strength as well. Such trivial skills of mine are hardly worthy of your attention. Ha ha ha." Reiju discerned the mocking tone in Orochimaru's words, given his keen insight. It was inconceivable that he could overlook his own status as a mere combatant with a strength rating of 5. It seemed imperative to seize an opportunity to enhance his prowess, lest the beings he summoned in the future overshadow him, jeopardizing his position as captain. Orochimaru, recognizing Reiju's current predicament, refrained from further teasing his captain and instead turned to affectionately stroke the great serpent, One Snake. "Thank you for your efforts, old friend. You may return now." "Humph, what about the offerings I desire?" One Snake buzzed in response. Orochimaru, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head and replied, "Uh-huh. With so many creatures in this sea, why don't you procure some for yourself?" "Humph, surely those humans are fit for consumption?" One Snake's gaze fixed upon the naval officers floating nearby, flicking its tongue in anticipation. "Not yet," Orochimaru stated. Upon hearing this, One Snake chose not to press the matter further, sinking into the depths of the sea and vanishing from sight. The naval officers, still reeling from the encounter, remained unaware that they had narrowly escaped becoming prey. Reiju regarded Orochimaru with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, while he did not perceive him as wholly malevolent. He certainly did not consider him a paragon of virtue. After all, he had once uttered a sentiment suggesting that if death held any significance, it was only in instances where he could derive benefit from it. Noticing the perplexity etched on Ryu's face, Orochimaru elucidated. I sense a multitude of formidable beings in this world. As we stand, we are ill-equipped to confront them. Should they perish, it would undoubtedly invite considerable trouble. Orochimaru was likely alluding to the 4 emperors and the 3 admirals. Ryu pondered, nodding in contemplative agreement. Given his current capabilities, encountering such individuals would likely result in a hasty retreat, if not worse. With a teasing tone, Orochimaru remarked, if we were to encounter those fellows, I could certainly escape and perhaps even contend with them. However, you, dear captain, would be in quite the predicament. Indeed, at present, I am not a match for them. Yet, soon, I shall instill fear across this world. No one shall impede my progress, not even the celestial dragons. Ryu declared with unwavering determination, his gaze fixed resolutely ahead. At that moment, the previously tranquil sea began to churn violently, seemingly influenced by Ryu's burgeoning aura. Orochimaru sensed this inexplicable surge of power, his pupils narrowing as he murmured. It appears my captain is no ordinary individual. Perhaps following him into this world is a wise choice. After all, it is far more intriguing and dark than my previous one. He cast a glance at the naval officers, who appeared as forlorn as lost dogs, before vanishing alongside Ryu from the deck. Chapter 3. The Headache of Carp. The naval officers, having witnessed one snake's disappearance and the departure of Ryu's pirate ship, collectively exhaled in relief, as though they had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Due to the fact that Dalmatia is a wielder of the devil fruit, he becomes exceedingly weak upon contact with seawater. He was rescued from the ocean by several soldiers and laid upon a wooden plank. There, Dalmatia lay in a state of despair, his eyes vacant as he stared blankly at the sky. This was the closest he had ever been to death, and the terror brought forth by the myriad of serpents would forever cast a shadow over his life. At that moment, not far from them, a peculiar warship approached, its prow adorned with a massive statue of a dog with a bone in its mouth. Upon this vessel sat a portly elder, donning a dog-headed hat, lazily reclining in a chair while clutching a package of snacks in his left hand. Surrounding him were a dozen or so naval officers standing guard. Report, General Carp. It seems there are a group of people who have fallen into the water. What? Carp responded, rousing from his slumber. General Carp, we have discovered a batch of individuals in distress, and they appear to be Navy personnel, shouted the soldier tasked with reporting. This revelation jolted Carp fully awake. Grabbing a donut, he pondered aloud. Could it be that we have encountered pirates? Report. It seems to be Vice Admiral Dalmatia and his crew, and the soldier hesitated, his brow furrowing as Carp urged, and what? Speak quickly. Their warships appear to have been shattered. From the debris, it looks like 3 warships, the observing soldier exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing this, Carp furrowed his brow, setting down the donut he had brought to his lips, and fixed his gaze ahead. Are you certain it is Dalmatia? Report. It is indeed Vice Admiral Dalmatia, the soldier affirmed, offering Carp a telescope. Peering through the lens, Carp immediately recognized Dalmatia's distinctive spotted doghead hat, along with the floating remnants of the Navy and their ships. Given his strength, he should not be so thoroughly defeated even by millions of pirates. What could have transpired? Carp mused to himself. Moments later, the surrounding soldiers were startled by a loud snore, exchanging bewildered glances until they collectively turned their attention to Carp, whose nostrils were bubbling. Report. General, what should we do next? A soldier gathered his courage to bellow near Carp's ear. With a sudden pop, a bubble burst, and Carp, realizing all eyes were on him, scratched his head and chuckled. Ha ha ha, my apologies, everyone. The Navy personnel conveyed through their expressions that they understood. And after this brief interlude, Carp resumed his typically jovial demeanor, replaced now by a serious countenance. Full speed ahead. We must rescue Vice Admiral Dalmatia and his crew. At that moment, Dalmatia, having been saved, sat before Carp, his eyes vacant and muttering incoherently to himself. Carp gazed at this disheveled man, struggling to fathom the magnitude of the adversary capable of rendering a vice admiral in such a state, as the very faith he held within had been shattered. Observing the curled-up figure of Dalmatia, Carp rubbed his temples and retreated to the cabin, summoning a soldier recently rescued to inquire about the situation. Report. What does the general want from me? Please relay the general's commands. The soldier, a scout from Dalmatia's ship, responded. Tell me, what manner of individuals brought you to this state? Carp inquired, his gaze fixed intently on the soldier. The latter's face revealed a look of terror, and he hesitantly spoke. It was not defeated by mere humans. Not humans? Clarify, Karp urged. It was a creature nearly 10,000 meters long. 10,000 meters long. Such a terrifying being must surely be the king of the Sea Kings. How could it appear in these waters? Moreover, given that Major Dalmesia possesses considerable strength, the Sea Kings should not attack you without provocation, Karp calmly analyzed. We initially encountered a pirate ship with only 2 members, the soldier stammered, recounting the entire ordeal to Karp. Stroking his beard, Karp's gaze deepened, reminiscent of a tranquil pool, as he murmured, only 2 individuals? And they can control the Sea Kings? Fascinating. Is that all? Do you know which pirate crew they belong to? Or their names? I do not know. Those 2 never mentioned it. The soldier scratched his head, pondering, could they be newcomers? Karp furrowed his brow. Very well, you should rest and tend to your injuries, he advised, casting a glance at the weary soldier. Though there appeared to be no serious wounds, the psychological trauma from the experience was undoubtedly significant. After the soldier departed to recuperate, Karp remained alone, his face etched with concern. Sir, none of Major Dalmesia's crew perished, most suffered only minor injuries, and the enemy did not use lethal force. A man wearing a gentleman's hat, dressed in a suit and wielding a fine blade, entered. Upon recognizing his aide, Bogart, Karp asked, "Oh, no fatalities?" Bogart nodded affirmatively. Upon confirming the absence of deaths, Karp seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, though he remained silent, deep in thought. By the way, do you know who they are? Bogart inquired. Bah, they are just 2 little brats, Karp replied, grabbing a donut from the table and taking a bite. Are they truly just 2 little brats? Bogart contemplated. But seeing the flickering light in Karp's eyes, he understood that it was likely more complex than that. However, he chose not to press further. Shall we address the matters concerning Major Dalmesia now, or? Sighing, Karp replied, let us return home first. That lad will soon reach the age to set sail, and I must keep an eye on him. The thought of his grandson weighed heavily on Karp's mind. Observing the furrowed brows of Karp as he spoke of his grandson, Bogart shook his head and smiled, saying, Mr. Karp, there is no need for haste. He is grown now. Perhaps a gentle persuasion upon his return may lead him to follow in your naval footsteps. With a deep sigh, Karp fell into silence, his sweet donut continuously finding its way to his mouth. Noticing this, Bogart chose to refrain from further commentary, quietly exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Once Bogart departed, Karp set down the rice cracker, propping his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed and fingers tapping incessantly on the table. What manner of individuals were those 2? Karp's mind was not occupied with thoughts of his grandson, but rather with the intelligence he had just received from the soldiers. Among the duo, one was a long-haired figure, indiscernible in gender, seemingly capable of commanding a sea king that stretched nearly 10,000 meters long. Such creatures were exceedingly rare in the New World. How could one appear in the East Blue, a region where even sea kings were seldom encountered? Could it be that someone from the New World had ventured into the East Blue? Karp pondered, but quickly dismissed the notion. Such formidable strength would surely be known to all, and it was implausible that there would be no bounty issued. Moreover, if a New World entity had indeed surfaced, casualties would be inevitable. What truly unsettled Karp was not the long-haired individual, but rather that 18-year-old lad. According to the intel, the boy was the captain of that ship. Who exactly are you? Karp rose and approached the window, murmuring toward a distant point. Could it be that they intend to wreak havoc upon the 4 seas? I will not permit my homeland to be engulfed in your darkness. He clenched his fist, but then cast a weary glance toward Windmill Village, a look of despair marking his features. Alas, why must every step outside lead to trouble? Chapter 4. The culprit is myself. Days later, on an unnamed pirate ship sailing through the East Sea, a remarkable young man was on deck, lifting a dumbbell taller than himself with fervor. Sweat glistened in the sunlight, and within his slender frame resided a formidable power. This was none other than Leyu. Following the events in Dalmesia, Leyu recognized the significance of strength. In this vast ocean of freedom, without absolute power, one could never truly be free. Thus, Leyu embarked on an intense training regimen, relentlessly enhancing his physical prowess. Orochimaru had requested a chamber in the ship's hold for his research. Over the course of 7 days, Leyu not only committed to 10 hours of training each day, but also received 2 vials of mysterious elixirs from Orochimaru, one for consumption and the other for his baths. Though each dose of the enigmatic concoction inflicted immense agony upon Leyu, with powerful forces clashing violently within him, threatening to tear his body asunder. Enduring the ordeal granted him an exhilarating sense of renewal. At present, Lei Yu feels an explosive surge of power coursing through his entire being, a strength vastly superior to what he once possessed. Should he encounter General Darmesian now, Lei Yu is confident that he could defeat him solely with his physical prowess. Ding! Today's sign-in was successful, earning him 100 points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lei Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he set down the immense dumbbells in his grasp. Has the point tally been credited today? Surely, it must be sufficient now. With that thought, he gazed at his attribute panel. Host, Lei Yu Combat Power, 260 Devil Fruit, Non-Observation Haki, 300, can be further enhanced. Armament Haki, 300, can be further enhanced. Conqueror's Haki, 0, unlockable for 300 points. Crew Member, Orochimaru Points, 300 Splendid. System, please unlock the Conqueror's Haki for me. Lei Yu exclaimed with elation, having awaited this moment for a long time. In this world, only those who possess Conqueror's Haki are deemed worthy of kingship. Moreover, mastering this ability is no trivial matter. Ding! Consuming 300 points, unlocking Conqueror's Haki. Unlock successful. Is this truly the Conqueror's Haki? Lei Yu felt this extraordinary force flowing through him like an electric current, much like the unlocking of Armament and Observation Haki. It seemed as if his body had assimilated something new, everything becoming intuitively clear. The method of utilizing Conqueror's Haki naturally materialized in Lei Yu's mind. At this moment, Lei Yu felt immeasurably powerful. This strength transcended mere physicality, it signified an elevation of his inner resolve. As he gazed at the tranquil sea, a subtle smile graced his lips. Conqueror's Haki, activate. In an instant, an invisible aura radiated from him, expanding outward in all directions. The air rippled like waves upon the sea, creating intangible undulations. Orochimaru, who was conducting experiments in the dimly lit chamber, felt a slight tremor in his body. Peering through the wooden planks in astonishment at Lei Yu on the deck, emanating Conqueror's Haki. This power can even affect me? Such an incredible force! He chuckled, realizing that the captain had once again mastered a formidable ability. Suddenly, Orochimaru seemed to sense something, and his expression darkened. He set aside his experiment and strode directly out of the dark chamber towards the deck. Meanwhile, Lei Yu remained enraptured by the potency of his newfound ability. Mere seconds into its release, countless small fish began to surface in the surrounding waters, all belly up, having been stunned by Lei Yu's Haki. Observing the fish, Lei Yu laughed joyfully. Now I need not worry about a lack of meat for my meals. With such an abundance of fish without the need for fishing, I shall employ my Conqueror's Haki for fishing from now on. I truly am a little genius. Engrossed in the joy of using his Conqueror's Haki to catch fish, Lei Yu was oblivious to the fact that the surface of the sea was not solely occupied by fish. Among them floated several elongated white creatures. Moreover, beneath the waves, countless more of these white entities were gradually ascending to the surface. It was at this moment that Lei Yu sensed something amiss, detecting a menacing aura behind him. Turning around, he was confronted by the ominous visage of Orochimaru, whose expression was dark as night. Observing Orochimaru's displeasure, Lei Yu mistakenly assumed that his demonstration of Haki had disrupted the latter's experiments, and thus hastily offered an explanation. Uncle Snake, I was merely testing my new skill. He gestured towards the sea, exclaiming, Look at what I've done, isn't it impressive? He proudly raised his small head. Orochimaru, gritting his teeth at Lei Yu's arrogance, retorted, Is this the power you possess to slay my snakes? What? Slay your snakes? Uncle Snake, who doesn't he know that the white snake is your pet? How could I possibly harm it? If someone has harmed your pet, I assure you, I won't let them escape unscathed. Seeing the earnestness on Lei Yu's face, Orochimaru sighed, stroking his forehead. Captain, perhaps you should take a look behind you. Isn't that the bounty of my Conqueror's Haki? Lei Yu responded quizzically as he turned around. To his astonishment, the area within 100 meters was blanketed in a sea of white. The previously floating fish were completely obscured by this white expanse. Wait, these white creatures resemble snakes, don't they? Lei Yu approached the bow of the ship, gazing down at the multitude of lifeless white snakes beneath his feet. Why do these white snakes seem somewhat akin to Uncle Snake's pet? Realizing he had inadvertently caused a catastrophe, he scratched his head sheepishly, glancing at Orochimaru, and stammered, I didn't mean to do this, Orochimaru. Observing Lei Yu's flustered demeanor, slyly remarked, Didn't you claim that whoever harmed my pet would not face my wrath? Lei Yu found himself momentarily speechless, uncertain how to respond. Was he to end his own life? Noticing Lei Yu's bewilderment, Orochimaru decided to relent, his malice merely a jest at his captain's expense. With his objectives met, he retreated to his dark chamber to continue his research. Once Orochimaru had departed, Lei Yu exhaled in relief. Although Uncle Snake could not truly harm him, he felt a twinge of guilt for having destroyed something belonging to another. However, it was Orochimaru's subsequent words that caused Lei Yu's expression to shift dramatically. These snakes were part of my new research, capable of surviving for extended periods underwater. Essential for sourcing valuable medicinal materials to concoct potions that enhance your physique. With these snakes perished, the materials are lost, and your elixirs may be delayed for some time. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's spirits plummeted. This was truly a consequence of his own folly. Orochimaru's potion has proven to be remarkably potent, and Ryu has experienced its effects profoundly over these past few days. In merely 10 days, it has elevated his physique to an extraordinarily terrifying level, all without any adverse effects. After the enhancement of the potion, Ryu, even devoid of any special abilities, can contend with a mid-ranking officer solely through his physical strength and formidable physique. One can only imagine the sheer power of this potion, yet he has squandered it himself. Alas, he can no longer utilize the Conqueror's Haki for fishing. With a heavy heart, Ryu grasped the dumbbells beside him and resumed his vigorous training. Chapter 5, The Tavern Turmoil. 3 days later, after drifting at sea for nearly 2 weeks, Ryu finally espied an island. Ding! Discovery of Cocoa West Village. Check-in will yield a random ability. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Ryu's excitement surged. Cocoa West Village? Isn't that Nami's hometown? Just when he needed a navigator. Perhaps he could entice Nami to join his crew. After all, the significance of a navigator in this world is indisputable. Had Ryu possessed even a modicum of nautical knowledge, he would not have wandered the seas for nearly 20 days without finding a single island. With renewed enthusiasm, he sped forward toward Cocoa West Village. Ding! Check-in successful. Acquired top-tier navigation skills. Just as Ryu set foot on shore, he heard the system's notification. Navigation skills? I came here specifically to seek Nami. And what good is navigation skills to me? Alas, I did not anticipate that my first check-in would yield such a lackluster ability, Ryu lamented. Having landed, Ryu entered the quaint town and was met with the cheerful laughter of the townsfolk. Yet something felt amiss. According to the original tale, Cocoa West Village, oppressed by the Arlong pirate crew, should not exhibit such a harmonious scene. Could it be? Suddenly, Ryu had a thought and pulled Orochimaru towards a group of villagers engaged in lively conversation. We truly owe our gratitude to the Straw Hat crew. Had they not defeated the Arlong pirate crew, I would have been preparing to set sail and leave this place. Indeed, without them, how could we possibly live here? We hope the Straw Hat crew sails smoothly. They are our great benefactors. Listening to the villagers' discussions, Ryu sighed. Indeed, Luffy had set sail and vanquished Arlong, thus recruiting Nami was evidently out of the question. Hey, system, did you grant me navigation skills because you knew Nami had already departed? Rewards are distributed randomly. All right, Ryu replied, at a loss for words. Since Luffy had already set out, it was evident that the timeline was now the year 1520 of the sea calendar. It seems that the battle is not far off, Ryu murmured softly. Battle? What battle? Orochimaru inquired, edging closer. Ryu's eyes flickered as he solemnly responded. A battle that will shake the world. Shake the world? Intriguingly, Orochimaru licked his lips, an unmistakable excitement glimmering in his eyes. Let us take a brief respite here for a few days, and thereafter we shall set forth directly to the Grand Line, suggested Lei Yu, who intended to venture to the Grand Line to see if he could acquire the immensely powerful nature-type devil fruit, the Rumble Rumble fruit. Should he succeed, it would grant him the privilege to partake in that great war. Perhaps he could even rescue Ace from Akainu's grasp, thus alleviating the sorrow he felt from witnessing Ace's demise in his previous life. Come, Uncle Snake, let us indulge in a hearty meal. I am utterly weary of fish, he remarked, making his way toward a tavern. Orochimaru followed closely, equally fatigued by the incessant fish dishes. Upon entering the tavern, Lei Yu casually selected an empty table and sat down with Orochimaru. With a resounding thud, he placed a large sack of berries upon the table and called out, Barkeep, 2 cups of wine, and bring every type of meat except for fish. Use the remainder of the berries to procure some water and daily necessities. The tavern owner, upon seeing such a hefty sack of berries, worth at least several 100,000, was utterly astonished. Certainly, certainly. Please wait a moment. Your food will be ready shortly. Before long. A plethora of dishes adorned the table before Lei Yu and Orochimaru. The owner was exceedingly hospitable, for it had been years since the tavern had encountered such a wealthy patron. The village had suffered greatly from the unending turmoil caused by Colonel Mouse and the dragon pirates, leaving few able to patronize the tavern. Even the owner was nearing a point of inability to pay the exorbitant protection fees and was contemplating closing down, although the Straw Hat crew had vanquished Arlong. The devastation wrought upon the village by Arlong and Colonel Mouse could not be remedied in mere days. Approaching Lei Yu with enthusiasm, the tavern owner politely said, "Young sir, I have dispatched someone to prepare your requested supplies. Please bear with me." Meanwhile, Lei Yu was preoccupied, devouring his meat with a mouthful, mumbling incoherently, "MMM. No rush, we shall take our time." The owner looked at Lei Yu, perplexed by his stuffed cheeks. Orochimaru, noticing this, elegantly wiped his mouth and clarified. "He means there is no hurry. We will be here for a while. Please take this sack of berries. The more supplies, the better. We can always provide more if needed." "Right away. I shall gather your provisions," the tavern owner replied, lifting the sack of berries and preparing to leave. At that moment, a jarring voice interrupted, "Oh, if it isn't the esteemed owner of the tavern. Where are you in such a hurry?" Lei Yu turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, spotting a lecherous-looking naval officer, adorned with 6 mustaches, entering the tavern. "Is that not Colonel Mouse? Why is he still here?" Lei Yu pondered, feeling a twinge of confusion. Was he not supposed to report the Straw Hat crew's defeat of Arlong? How unfortunate. Whatever the case, let us eat first and continue to indulge. At this moment, Colonel Mouse observed the bag of berries in the tavern owner's hand, his beady eyes sparkling like 1,000-watt bulbs. He approached, placing a hand on the tavern owner's shoulder, and with a sly grin remarked, "Ah, Mr. Podalib. How considerate of you to prepare this since you knew I was here to collect taxes. I truly appreciate it." Though his words were laced with courtesy, the menace and greed in his eyes were unmistakably evident. The tavern owner, nearly on the verge of tears, lamented, "This bag of berries isn't even mine. I thought today would bring me a modest profit, but then this plague arrived." He quickly gestured towards Lei Yu and Orochimaru, who were engrossed in their meal. "These 2 guests asked me to purchase items for them, and this is what I received." Colonel Mouse followed the tavern owner's direction, spotting Lei Yu and Orochimaru in a secluded corner, devouring their food, particularly the 18-year-old lad, who seemed as if he had never eaten before. "Are they new faces?" Colonel Mouse pondered, then strode over to Lei Yu, exuding arrogance as he inquired, "Newcomer? Do you know the rules here?" Noticing Lei Yu's lack of response, Colonel Mouse leaned closer, whispering menacingly, "Kid, there are ruthless pirates around here. If you don't show some gratitude, we won't protect you." He pointed at the money bag in the tavern owner's possession. Lei Yu paused momentarily, then nonchalantly uttered a single word, "Scram." "What?" Colonel Mouse's voice escalated dramatically. "You dare tell me to scram? You're overstepping, kid. I advise you to hand over the berries, or I'll make sure you don't leave this place." He brandished his short gun menacingly at Lei Yu. Lei Yu raised his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the arrogant officer before him. "You have 3 seconds to get out." "Huh. You are the first to speak to me in such a manner. If I kill you, your wealth will still belong to me. Prepare to die." Colonel Mouse's eyes blazed with fury as he aimed at Lei Yu, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot echoed, yet the scene Lei Yu envisioned, his head bursting open, did not materialize. Instead, a pale hand held a short blade, which bore a white scratch along its edge. This guy managed to block the bullet at such close range? Colonel Mouse stared in horror at the quietly composed Orochimaru, instinctively retreating a few steps. Lei Yu lifted his gaze, a mocking expression on his face, as if to convey 2 words. "Is that all?" Seeing his dignity shattered before Lei Yu and Orochimaru, Colonel Mouse, resembling a foolish clown, erupted in rage. "There is someone here openly challenging the authority of the Navy. Seize him at once." As soon as the words fell, an innumerable throng of Navy personnel surged into the tavern, swiftly rendering it utterly congested. The intruding sailors brandished their weapons menacingly at Lei Yu and Orochimaru, while Colonel Mouse, regaining his previous arrogance, sneered with a pointed grin, "Do you comprehend the fate that befalls those who oppose me? If you kneel and beg for mercy now, perhaps I might spare your life." In response, Lei Yu coldly chuckled, "I never anticipated that the Navy harbored such scum. Without this colonel's insignia, you would merely be among the lowest of the low." His words ignited Colonel Mouse's fury, and with a commanding shout, the surrounding Navy rushed toward Lei Yu and his companion. Orochimaru, witnessing the unfolding chaos, smirked, preparing to form seals, only to be halted by Lei Yu. "Dealing with such insignificant pests does not warrant your formidable skills. Are you complimenting me or belittling me?" Orochimaru retorted, though he ceased his actions. "Then I shall leave it to you." As Lei Yu observed the encroaching Navy, A subtle smile graced his lips. Suddenly, an imperceptible ripple emanated from him, swiftly expanding and erupting outward like an invisible hurricane, engulfing all in its path. Transparent patterns vibrated through the air, with a silent roar resonating within the hearts of each sailor. Conqueror's Haki. Activate. Lei Yu's Conqueror's Haki enveloped the entire tavern. Instantly, beads of sweat appeared on the sailors' brows, as an intangible weight bore down upon them like a colossal mountain, rendering them immobile. In the second that followed, one sailor collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself. In the third second, aside from Colonel Mouse, every Navy member present succumbed to unconsciousness. The beleaguered Colonel Mouse stared in horror at the scene, his eyes wide as saucers. What kind of power is this? He gasped, terror-stricken at the sight of this beast-like man. You dare lay a hand on the Navy? You will pay for this. With that, he turned to flee towards the door. Yet, Lei Yu's gaze sharpened, condensing his Conqueror's Haki into a singular force aimed at the fleeing Colonel Mouse. With a thud, Mouse collapsed just outside the door, unable to withstand the immense pressure, falling unconscious. Outside, the other Navy personnel, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly entered to carry their fallen comrade and Colonel Mouse away, retreating in disgrace. Having resolved the matter, Lei Yu approached the tavern owner and inquired, "Do you have any guest rooms? We intend to stay for a few days." "Yes, indeed. Upstairs, there are as many rooms as you require," the owner replied promptly. Having witnessed Lei Yu's formidable prowess, with such a powerful figure present, the Navy would surely not dare to return to settle scores. "Guests, please proceed to your rooms to rest. I shall procure supplies for you," the owner respectfully offered. Ryu slightly raised his head and took Orochimaru upstairs to rest. A few hours later, Colonel Mouse groggily awakened. With a swift backflip, he sprang from his bed, nervously scanning his surroundings. Upon realizing he had returned to his lair, he exhaled a sigh of relief. "That wretched brat. I shall make you pay dearly for this. Just wait for it." Clenching his fists, Colonel Mouse glared furiously out the window. However, thinking of Ryu's inexplicable ability that had caused him to faint, he couldn't help but shiver. He, with his limited vision, was unaware that it was the Conqueror's Haki and merely assumed it was a mere trick of Ryu's. A series of knocks resounded at the door. "Come in." "Colonel Mouse," he called, adjusting his attire and reclining against the edge of the bed. "Report." A Navy soldier entered. "According to our investigation, those two individuals just arrived on this island today. We also discovered a suspicious pirate ship on the shore, which may belong to them." "A pirate ship? Are they pirates?" Colonel Mouse exclaimed. "Are there any bounties on them?" "Report. No bounties have been found on either of them." "No bounties? That shouldn't be the case with such strength." Colonel Mouse's mind raced. Could they be rookie pirates? "Ha ha ha. A mere rookie pirate dares to provoke me, Colonel Mouse." His eyes gleamed with determination as he retrieved a transponder snail from a nearby cabinet. "In East Blue's windmill village. What? Luffy has set sail?" "He has been at sea for several days," Garp exclaimed, wide-eyed, staring at the burly figure before him, utterly stunned. He didn't even notice the sunbae. He dropped to the floor. "Why didn't you stop him? With that boy's personality, how could I possibly stop him?" "But enough with the buts. If you have the ability, go catch him yourself," Kalita retorted, glancing at Garp. Although she also wished to prevent Luffy from pursuing the path of a pirate, she would not hinder his choice. "That brat. I will catch him soon. How dare he truly set sail as a pirate?" Garp shouted, clenching his fists in fury. Kalita, observing Garp teetering on the edge of rage, wisely chose not to provoke him. She understood that even if Garp encountered Luffy, he would never apprehend him, for Luffy was his beloved grandson. Garp sulked in silence, while Kalita thoughtfully brought over a plate of snacks and a glass of wine, placing them before him. Upon witnessing the scene, Garp picked up his food and began to eat voraciously, transforming his sorrow into appetite. Caledadon took a seat beside Garp and inquired, "How long will you stay this time?" "Just a short while. I must depart soon," Garp replied while munching. "Such haste? You won't stay a few days?" Caledadon pressed. "My primary purpose for returning was to keep an eye on that young rascal, Luffy, but it seems I was a step too late," Garp remarked, his gaze penetrating the distant sea. "Two intriguing individuals have emerged from the East Sea. I must investigate. I don't quite understand your naval affairs, but if you can, please stay a few more days. The villagers are eager to welcome you," Caledadon said before retreating indoors to attend to his own matters, leaving Garp to drink alone. "Perhaps I am a failure," Garp mused, reflecting on his son's enlistment in the Revolutionary Army, Ace S. Rise under Whitebeard, and now his own grandson embarking on a journey as a pirate. Caledadon, observing Garp from inside, suddenly noticed the aging hero of the Navy, his demeanor melancholic and solitary. Shaking his head, he sighed. Karp sat outside, nursing his drink when a naval soldier approached, saluting him. "Report, Vice Admiral Karp. We have just received a call for assistance." Karp set down his cup, lifting his head slowly. Where? Report. It is at Cocoa West Village in the East Sea. The assailants are pirates. Pirates? Which pirate crew? Karp inquired, puzzled. He often returned to clear the East Sea of pirates, so why had their numbers increased recently? A few days prior, he had defeated a group led by Rear Admiral Dalmatia, and now Cocoa West Village was calling for help. What was happening in the East Sea? Report. It is said that there are only 2 individuals involved, and they are not listed on any bounty. One of them appears to be remarkably strong, seemingly around 18 years of age. 2. About 18. Karp suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Could it be them? With that, Karp donned his coat emblazoned with the word justice and commanded with authority, "Gather everyone. We are heading to Cocoa West Village." The surrounding naval soldiers promptly set aside their tasks and assembled before Karp. Moments later, Karp led the way with Bogart closely behind. As a formidable contingent of naval soldiers boarded the warship, setting sail towards Cocoa West Village, Caledadon gazed at the retreating figures of Kaboo and the others, letting out a deep sigh. Alas, they are all old folks. They do not allow me a moment's respite. Still clinging to the notion of being the young naval hero they once were. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and his companion, unaware of the impending storm, remained in Cocoa West Village, diligently training their martial arts under Orochimaru's tutelage. "Hey, Uncle Snake, how about a friendly spar?" Lei Yu declared with an air of self-satisfaction, casting a confident glance at Orochimaru, who had just emerged from his quarters. During their 3 days in Cocoa West Village, Lei Yu had become exceptionally adept in wielding the 3-color haki, and thanks to Orochimaru's meticulous guidance, his martial skills had reached a commendable level. "There's no rush for a spar," Orochimaru replied slowly, shaking his head in refusal. "Are you afraid of losing to me?" Lei Yu retorted, a smug expression on his face. "Haha, to defeat me, you still have a way to go, Lei," Orochimaru chuckled softly. Truth be told, Lei Yu's rate of progress had indeed astounded him. In just over 10 days, Lei Yu had transformed from an ordinary individual into a formidable contender. One could hardly call him anything less than a prodigy. "Have you recently concocted any extraordinary potions?" Lei Yu inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He was well aware of the eccentric nature of the potions Orochimaru developed. Orochimaru, observing Lei Yu's excitement, shook his head with a smile. "At this stage, potions will offer you little enhancement. To grow stronger, you must explore other avenues." After spending these days together and witnessing Lei Yu's earnest efforts, Orochimaru's resolve to support him solidified further. He tirelessly researched potions that would benefit Lei Yu and occasionally provided guidance on his combat skills. To Lei Yu, Orochimaru had become both a mentor and a friend. Seeing Lei Yu's crestfallen demeanor, Orochimaru gently shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Lei, allow me to show you a precious treasure." With that, he produced a peculiar purple fruit, waving it enticingly before Lei Yu. "Where on earth did you acquire this?" Lei Yu exclaimed, seizing the fruit and cradling it as if it were a priceless gem. This fruit was none other than a devil fruit. In the world of pirates, nothing could facilitate rapid strength enhancement quite like a devil fruit. "Haha, I stumbled upon it nearby," Orochimaru replied nonchalantly. "This fruit had a slight flaw, but I have rectified the issue," he stated calmly. "A flaw? Is it the notorious weakness to seawater that plagues devil fruit users?" Lei Yu asked incredulously, his expression one of astonishment as he looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru merely nodded slightly, as if it were a trivial matter. "Is this for me to consume?" Although Lei Yu had already found an answer in his heart, he still inquired of Orochimaru, who raised an eyebrow in response. "You won't eat? If you won't, then I shall feed the snake." Upon hearing this, Lei Yu wasted no time, disregarding the nature of the devil fruit, and took a hearty bite. "This is utterly revolting," he exclaimed, feeling a wave of existential doubt wash over him. The flavor was akin to a ghastly amalgamation of various biological excretions, marinated for a month in a refuse-laden sewer. Nevertheless, recalling the alluring power of the devil fruit, Lei Yu resolutely resisted the urge to spit it out. Orochimaru observed Lei Yu's grimace, stifling a laugh. He refrained from revealing that, while they had conquered the weakness of devil fruit users towards seawater, the cost was that this particular fruit tasted exponentially worse due to extensive experimental injections. Even a dog, fond of repulsive substances, would likely refuse to lick it. To his astonishment, Lei Yu's determination was unwavering. He managed to consume the entire fruit. Truly, he was worthy of being my captain, exhibiting such tenacity, a veritable wolf among sheep. Struggling immensely, Lei Yu swallowed the devil fruit, which bore an unsettling resemblance to excrement. Who claims that devil fruits resemble feces? I would rather choose to consume actual waste than this abomination. Yet, the moment the devil fruit settled in his stomach, an extraordinary surge of power began to transform and fortify his physique, bestowing upon him a remarkable enhancement. What kind of fruit is this? It's astonishingly powerful. Lei Yu marveled. Before long, vibrant crimson scales began to emerge across his arms, inscribed with incomprehensibly intricate patterns that seemed to draw the gaze of anyone who dared to stare too long. While he surmised that his physical strength might not reach Kaido's level, it was certainly not far behind. Within him lay a hidden reservoir of mysterious power. Could this be his own type fruit? As he contemplated the red scales on his arms, they began to spread across his entire body. Suddenly, Lei Yu felt an intensely fiery energy igniting within him, its intensity growing ever larger and more fervent. Gradually, searing flames erupted from his form, distorting the air around him. This is bad. Lei Yu's eyes turned crimson as he frantically propelled himself deeper into the island, acutely aware that if he did not release this power soon, he would burst apart. He had no doubt that unleashing this force within the confines of the small town would obliterate it entirely. Upon witnessing the scene, Orochimaru promptly followed suit, only to be astounded as he realized he could not keep pace with the speed of Lei Yu. In mere moments, Lei Yu's figure vanished from sight, leaving Orochimaru to rely on the sensation of Lei Yu's aura as he hurriedly raced deeper into the island. Meanwhile, Lei Yu, propelled by the tumultuous force within him, felt an increasingly fierce and searing energy coursing through his veins. Everywhere he passed, only charred remnants remained, reduced to ashes. His body, under the strain of this power, felt as though it were on the verge of being torn apart. This is disastrous. I can no longer contain it. At that moment, Lei Yu's eyes glowed a deep crimson, akin to pools of blood. Should he fail to release this energy, his body might not withstand the strain. With no time to spare, Lei Yu closed his eyes, seated himself cross-legged, and ceased his suppression of the force, allowing it to surge forth unrestrained. Boom. In that instant, every creature on Cocoa Island, as well as those in the surrounding waters, turned their gaze towards Lei Yu. Subsequently, as if confronted by a formidable foe, they curled up in place, trembling uncontrollably. Some were even rendered unconscious by the overwhelming aura. Orochimaru, racing towards Lei Yu, was abruptly thrown back, landing in a heap. Rising to his feet and wiping the blood from his lips, he narrowed his eyes in sheer terror as he gazed ahead. What manner of power is this? That merely through its aura, I have been injured? Moreover, Orochimaru sensed an intangible pressure emanating from this force, one that felt akin to a suppression of his very bloodline. After regaining some composure from the disarray caused by the aura, he anxiously looked forward, then continued to press on against the oppressive force. Please, do not falter, Lei. Chapter 9. The Birth of the Candle Dragon 2. At this moment, Lei Yu felt as if his very organs were ablaze, his entire being infused with an inexhaustible strength. Empowered by this formidable force, he believed he could obliterate an entire island with a single punch. Wait, what has happened to my hands? He looked down to see that his palms had transformed into two fiery red dragon claws, radiating waves of terrifying power. What is this? Why do the trees around me seem to be shrinking? Lei Yu was astonished to discover that his surroundings were indeed diminishing. The once towering mountains appeared to him as mere mounds of earth. Glancing down, he realized he was floating in midair, explaining the sensation of everything around him shrinking several-fold. Good heavens, where are my legs? Lei Yu suddenly felt the absence of his feet, only to look down and find that his lower half had morphed into a scaled dragon tail. Fiery flames danced around him, resembling a deity soaring above Cocoa Island. Could this truly be the fabled and rare fruit of the illusory beast? As Lei Yu gazed upon his transformed visage, he observed a striking resemblance to Kaido's dragon form. Albeit with a notable distinction, while Kaido embodied a complete dragon, Lei Yu manifested a hybrid of man and dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the dragon fruit. Zoan type, candle dragon form. Reward, 300 points. Indeed, it is a mythical beast, Lei Yu exclaimed with delight. It is said that the rarity of mythical beasts surpasses that of the natural type and possesses formidable power, as exemplified by the likes of Kaido and Marco the Phoenix, both unparalleled warriors. Moreover, Lei Yu was not merely a standard mythical beast. He had astonishingly become one of the dragon deities from mythology, the Candle Dragon. Ding. Would the host like to use 1,000 points to awaken their innate weapon? What? An innate weapon as well? Lei Yu responded, astonished. Presently, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. If previously he lacked the confidence to confront the top-tier admirals of the Navy, now he believed he could engage them in a fierce battle, perhaps even triumph over them. How formidable would he become should he awaken his innate weapon? Lei Yu could scarcely fathom it. Upon reviewing his points, including the recent reward of 300, he found it perfectly sufficient to reach 1,000 points. Damn it. I'm all in, Lei Yu resolved with determination. System, awaken me. Ding. Awakening in progress. As he observed the loading progress bar, Lei Yu felt deceived by the system. How fortuitous it was to require precisely 1,000 points, leaving his treasury utterly depleted. Cursed system. Ding. The system is entirely trustworthy. At this moment, Lei Yu, with a human body and dragon tail, had grown to a length of several thousand meters, majestically coiling above the forest like a sovereign. The creatures within the forest gazed in terror at the colossal entity looming overhead, huddling together in fear. Is this really Lei Yu? Orochimaru, standing beneath him, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Lei Yu's consumption of the fruit would lead to such a transformation. This resemblance was reminiscent of himself, he mused, inexplicably elongating his neck and beginning to move joyfully. Just then, Orochimaru noticed that the previously halted surge of power had resumed its rapid escalation. The surrounding atmosphere grew increasingly heated and tumultuous. Is it not yet over? Crack, crack. The earth beneath Lei Yu began to fracture with deep fissures. Even the ground could not withstand the intensity of Lei Yu's presence, crumbling and splitting apart. This is disastrous. If this continues, the island may very well sink to the ocean's depths. In a moment of urgency, Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals, striking the ground with remarkable speed, exclaiming, Earth Release. Ground Reinforcement Technique. With Orochimaru's enhancement, the land became incredibly resilient, and the areas that had previously collapsed began to mend slowly through the Earth Release Technique. 80. 100. Awakening successful. The journey of the host was pleasant. After a successful awakening, a red orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, slowly emerged from Lei Yu's dantian, quietly floating in midair. Is this my destined weapon, the red flame dragon pearl? Lei Yu mused, feeling that the orb appeared rather unimpressive, akin to a trinket purchased from a past life. As he gazed at the small orb, he gradually extended his right hand. To his astonishment, the orb seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, gracefully drifting into his palm. Ah, if only there were two of them, Lei Yu thought, his mind conjuring images of an elderly figure from a previous life deftly spinning a walnut. Suddenly, a fleeting glimmer of light flickered across the surface of the dragon pearl, followed by a radiant burst of crimson light that expanded outward, enveloping Lei Yu in its glow. What is this? He exclaimed in astonishment. In that moment, it seemed as though the heavens responded to Lei Yu's presence, as countless dark clouds gathered ominously above Coco West Island, obscuring the brilliant sun. Instantly, the island was shrouded in a tempest, illuminated by flashes of lightning and engulfed in darkness. The villagers of Coco West Island felt the air grow restless, the temperature rising as though they were in a sauna. Nearby, Orochimaru, closest to Lei Yu, felt as if he were dancing at the edge of a volcano. Is Lei Yu planning to roast me? He exclaimed, hastily digging a pit and filling it with water, submerging himself for relief. Soaking in the cool water, Orochimaru fixated on Lei Yu, murmuring, is this the power of this world? It is truly formidable. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and the others were unaware of a naval vessel with a dog-headed prow that had appeared 30 nautical miles from Coco West Island. Chapter 10. Carp's suspicion. At this moment, the villagers of Coco West Island were also becoming aware of the unusual weather. Yet they did not perceive the overwhelming aura emanating from Lei Yu, only feeling the oppressive heat that made breathing difficult. What bizarre weather is this? Thunder and lightning with no rain in sight. One shirtless man complained, wiping the sweat from his brow. In the village, a scarred security officer, adorned with a windmill atop his head, anxiously observed the thick layer of clouds above, as if sensing something amiss. Kenji, what are you staring at? A beautiful woman with blue hair and tattoos on her right arm approached. This weather seems rather abnormal, Kenji replied gravely. Ah, who cares if it's abnormal? I just hope a bolt of lightning strikes. I'd love to see that rat of a colonel get zapped, scowled Nokigao. Observing Nokigao's fierce expression, Kenji chuckled. The evil dragon pirate crew has fallen. I believe a benevolent Navy officer will soon take the place of that rat of a colonel. Noki raised his lip and sighed, expressing a hope as he prepared to return and collect his clothes, lamenting the cursed weather. At that moment, Colonel Mouse, stationed at the port, remained indifferent to the weather's fluctuations. He had spotted a warship approximately 30 nautical miles away. His reinforcements had arrived. How dare those two wretched pirates provoke him? Once they were eliminated, their bounties would rightfully belong to him. Colonel Mouse, gleefully stroking his mustache, erupted into a fit of laughter. Report to General Carp. A mass of thunderclouds has suddenly appeared over Coco Island. I see it, Carp replied gravely, standing at the bow of the ship, his expression serious as he gazed into the distance. The ominous clouds loomed heavily over Coco Island, and even from 30 nautical miles away, the rumbling thunder was audible. Lightning streaked across the sky like a dragon soaring, as if it aimed to cleave the heavens asunder. Since when has the weather in the East Sea become so unpredictable? One soldier remarked. Indeed, just moments ago, it was bright and sunny. How can it change so suddenly? The two soldiers exchanged astonished glances, observing the eerie clouds above Coco Island. No, those are not ordinary clouds, nor is it a mere shift in weather, Carp stated, shaking his head. I can sense an extraordinarily powerful force emanating from that location, one potent enough to influence the very weather itself. Carp's expression grew increasingly grave. This expedition to Coco Island was proving far more complex than he had anticipated. It seems the changes in weather are indeed a result of that formidable power, remarked Bogart, who stood beside Carp, having sensed the terrifying force resonating from Coco Island. What? How could there be someone capable of altering the weather? A Marine soldier exclaimed, eyes wide and mouth agape, having never heard of anyone possessing such power. If it were a devil fruit user, nothing would be impossible. With sufficient strength and mastery over their abilities, they could indeed transform the environment around them, Bogart explained, recalling their two formidable admirals, one of ice and the other of fire. Their might was, without a doubt, terrifying. As for the third admiral, he was merely there to fulfill his duties. At that moment, a soldier equipped with a telescope suddenly spotted something serpentine weaving through the clouds, as if soaring amidst the mist. In a panic, he shouted, General Carp, look! What is that thing? Carp, noticing the soldier's alarm, furrowed his brow slightly, snatching the telescope from the soldier's hands and peering into the swirling clouds. There, amidst the tumultuous darkness, a shadowy form emerged, stretching over 1,000 meters, resembling a serpent adorned with the features of a sea serpent, fish scales, tiger paws, and eagle talons. Is that a dragon? Carp exclaimed in disbelief, though the upper body remained concealed within the clouds. Carp's extensive experience allowed him to recognize the creature instantly. It was indeed a dragon. If it truly is a dragon, then it is possible that individual is the one. How could he appear in such a place as the East Sea? Carp exclaimed in disbelief. A dragon? Isn't that a mythical creature? How could it possibly exist? What? Could it be that our enemy this time is a being like a dragon? The naval soldiers on the ship, upon hearing Carp utter the word dragon, displayed expressions of sheer terror, as they were about to confront such a being for the first time. Bogart's pupils contracted upon hearing this. He quickly turned to Carp and whispered, how could this be possible? Could that individual have come to the East Sea? No, it cannot be that person. Why would he leave his position as one of the 4 emperors to come to the East Sea? Bogart muttered to himself. Carp gazed deeply at the figure in the sky. Initially, he believed it to be Kaido of the 100 beasts arriving in the East Sea. But now it seemed something was amiss. Moreover, if the opponent truly were Kaido, this journey would spell grave danger, even if he could withstand or even defeat Kaido. The calamities beneath him were not to be underestimated. His subordinates would not be able to endure the onslaught of the calamities, even with Bogart on his side. It was impossible for him to face the calamities alone. Carp, with his telescope in hand, scrutinized the massive red figure hovering above Coco Island. After a lengthy silence, he finally sighed with relief and murmured, it should not be Kaido. In Carp's memory, Kaido's dragon form was vast enough to blot out the sun. Although the figure above Coco Island was indeed colossal, it paled in comparison to Kaido, and Kaido's dragon form was not of this crimson hue. Carp recalled that Kaido should resemble a small blue dragon. If it isn't Kaido, could it possibly be those two individuals? Are they somehow connected to Kaido? Bogart exclaimed. Carp shook his head, his expression grave as he replied, I am uncertain at this moment. We shall only know upon arrival. I initially thought we were merely dealing with a couple of moderately powerful youngsters who defeated Dalmatia, but it appears the situation is far more complex than I had anticipated. With that, Carp commanded all personnel to set sail towards Coco Island at full speed. Chapter 11. Uncle Snake's Embrace. At that moment, Leiyu found that under the radiant red light emitted by the Dragon Ball, he felt as though his overall strength had multiplied twofold. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense every blade of grass and tree within 1,000 meters, akin to the effects of observation hockey. Simultaneously, Leiyu also noticed Orochimaru, who was soaking in a puddle below. Leaning down to take a closer look, he was astonished to see Orochimaru actually scrubbing himself. Leiyu thought he was hallucinating and incredulously rubbed his eyes, focusing again. In the puddle, steam rose from the water, while Orochimaru hummed a little tune. Using a white snake as a makeshift towel, scrubbing it back and forth across his back. While rubbing himself, he muttered, "The captain is not pulling his weight. The water temperature is insufficient to produce any mud." This was not the Orochimaru I knew. At this moment, Leiyu dared not continue watching. He feared that further observation might irrevocably alter his perception of Orochimaru. To avoid a paradigm shift in his worldview, Leiyu devoted his entire focus to the development of the Dragon Ball. Gazing at the orb floating before him, he felt an inexplicable sense that this small sphere harbored secrets yet to be uncovered. Must it be communicated through mental energy? He recalled the mystical novels from his past life, where formidable spiritual artifacts could be engaged through mental force. This Dragon Ball seemed akin to those artifacts. Just as Leiyu was prepared to employ his mental energy, he was confronted with a daunting realization. He had no idea how to utilize such power. Should he, like in the novels, close his eyes and feel? Thus, he followed the narrative's guidance, calming his mind and shutting his eyes to sense the world around him. However, with his eyes closed, his thoughts were consumed by vivid images of Orochimaru bathing. It was too surreal, too beautiful. Leiyu immediately opened his eyes, daring not to blink for fear that closing them would allow him to witness Orochimaru beckoning him to join in the bath. Damn it. The notion of mental energy was nothing but a ruse, he berated himself. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck. If he could wield his will to control his domineering aura, could he not also use it to connect with the Dragon Ball? Resolute in this thought, he immediately directed his will toward the orb. The moment his consciousness made contact, the previously tranquil Dragon Ball began to tremble violently, its surface radiating a blinding light, as if it sought to engulf the world. The ominous clouds surrounding Leiyu were tinged with crimson, resembling a fiery sunset. The thunder grew louder, and the bolts of lightning became increasingly formidable, as if they possessed apocalyptic power. "It's coming! It's coming!" Leiyu exclaimed with excitement, sensing that he was on the brink of unveiling the true essence of the Dragon Ball. Yet, just then, an unforeseen calamity struck. A cataclysmic flame surged from within the Dragon Ball, assaulting his consciousness as if intent on consuming him whole. A searing pain struck his mind, rendering him disoriented. It felt as though his very soul were being torn asunder. The Dragon Ball in his palm transformed into a streak of red light, merging with his being and vanishing from sight. As Leiyu, part human and part dragon, felt himself plummeting rapidly from the heavens, he found himself powerless to intervene, enduring the excruciating torment. Meanwhile, the storm clouds above Coco Yasi Island gradually began to disperse, slowly fading into the horizon. In an instant, brilliant sunlight flooded the entirety of Coco Yasi Island, and the previously stifling air returned to a state of normalcy, as if nothing had transpired. "Eh? Why has the water turned cold?" Orochimaru, who was enjoying a bath, noticed a dark spot descending from the sky, and upon closer inspection, he realized that the spot was none other than Leiyu. At this moment, Leiyu had transformed back into his human form, no longer resembling the half-dragon entity he once was. This is truly troublesome. Observing Leiyu plummeting towards the ground, Orochimaru immediately stood up and rushed in the direction of his descent. Although Leiyu felt himself descending at an alarming speed, the rushing air stinging his face, he found himself utterly powerless. Without the form of the Zhulong, he could not fly. The recent agony akin to his soul being torn apart had rendered him temporarily immobile. Would I truly perish in such a manner? Leiyu lamented internally, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice at the thought of losing his life just after acquiring such a formidable devil fruit. As he neared the ground, he despairingly closed his eyes, thinking, "At this rate, even if I survive, I shall be left crippled." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Bang. Huh. Why do I not feel anything? Could it be that I was crushed to pieces before my nerves even registered the impact? Contrary to his expectations, the moment of landing did not bring forth the anticipated pain. Instead, he felt enveloped in a warm embrace, reminiscent of being cradled in his mother's arms during childhood. Have I ascended to heaven? With this thought, Lei Yu cautiously opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Orochimaru's pale face. "Are you all right, Lei?" Orochimaru inquired with concern as he examined Lei Yu's body with chakra, quickly discovering that he was unharmed. A sigh of relief escaped him. Realizing he had not met his demise but had instead been caught by Orochimaru, Lei Yu then became acutely aware that he was being held in a princess carry. A rather embarrassing position. With a sudden motion, he sprang from Orochimaru's arms, awkwardly meeting his gaze, his face flushed. "No, I am not blushing like a teapot. This is a serious issue." Orochimaru, unfazed by Lei Yu's reaction, observed him bouncing back to life, relieved that the modified devil fruit had not produced any adverse effects. If something had gone awry. "Cough, cough, how do you feel?" Orochimaru asked, looking at Lei Yu intently. "Well, it's all right, though a bit hard and unsettling." Lei Yu reflected on the sensation of being in Orochimaru's embrace. Orochimaru's expression darkened, and he promptly delivered a light smack to the back of Lei Yu's head. Gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "I meant, how do you feel after consuming the fruit?" This. Lei Yu sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had overthought it. Then, with a serious demeanor, he declared, "Strong. Very strong. Extremely strong." And then, Orochimaru pressed. "Just really strong," Lei Yu responded. Noticing Orochimaru's expression growing darker, as if he were about to unleash a forbidden technique upon him, he quickly added, "Ha ha ha. I was just joking. Right now, I feel as though I could take down 100 weaklings with a single punch. Moreover, it seems I have gained the ability to control fire." Excitedly, Lei Yu proclaimed that in his previous life he was an ardent admirer of poor Dasti, Ace, often dreaming of possessing Ace's powers. Although he did not have the Marimara no Mi, with this mythical Zoan fruit, he could play with fire like Ace. Sigh, Orochimaru sighed heavily, saying, "All right. Let us return." Lei Yu nodded and followed Orochimaru toward the direction of the town. After walking for a short while, Orochimaru suddenly halted, standing still, observing Orochimaru's frozen demeanor. Lei Yu curiously inquired, "Uncle Snake, what is the matter?" Orochimaru closed his eyes, his expression grave, and stated, "Someone has arrived on this island, a group of Marines." "Marines? Let them come. Can they really stop us?" Lei Yu declared arrogantly, for he currently held a sense of superiority over the Marines of the East Blue and was emboldened by his newfound power. However, Orochimaru slowly shook his head, his expression growing increasingly somber. "It's different. Among this group of Marines, there is one who is exceptionally strong." Realizing the seriousness of Orochimaru's tone, Lei Yu understood that this group of Marines might be formidable. Yet, no Marine in the entire East Blue had ever instilled such apprehension in Uncle Snake. Suddenly, a flash of insight crossed Lei Yu's mind, and a figure materialized in his thoughts. No, it couldn't be him. Has he returned to the East Blue? Chapter 12. The arrival of Garp. At this moment, in the harbor of Coco West Island, a colossal warship was docked. Colonel Mouse, standing at the pier, observed an elderly man disembarking from the warship, wearing a dog hat and appearing quite disheveled. He was leisurely munching on a donut while yawning. Could it be? Is that the Marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp? Colonel Mouse exclaimed in astonishment. He had only known that a Vice Admiral was coming to provide support, but had not anticipated that it would be Vice Admiral Garp himself. This was a game changer. Colonel Mouse clenched his fists in excitement. You're all doomed now. With Garp here, let us see how you escape. At that moment, Colonel Mouse indulged in fantasies of Garp and the others defeating Lei Yu and his companions, leading to their imprisonment and the acquisition of their bounty. As he envisioned this, he couldn't help but tremble with glee and burst into laughter. Garp approached Colonel Mouse, flanked by a contingent of Marines. Observing the lecherous grin on the face of the Marine commander, he inquired, "So, it was you who called for help?" Yes, indeed. You have no idea. Those two pirates are utterly arrogant." Colonel Mouse immediately launched into a dramatic performance, tears and snot flowing as he embellished his grievances to Garp. He portrayed Lei Yu and his companion as heinous villains who oppressed the villagers and openly defied the Marines, claiming they were even more despicable than the dragon pirates. Garp listened, shaking his head in exasperation at the incessant chatter of Colonel Mouse, his words entering one ear and exiting the other. According to Garp's understanding, neither Lei Yu nor his companions had committed any atrocities against Admiral Dalmesia and his crew. Thus, it is reasonable to conclude that they are not murderers. As for the oppression of the villagers, considering the timeline, Lei Yu and his group had only arrived on the island for about 4 or 5 days, making it implausible for them to have oppressed the villagers. Could they truly be two utterly heinous pirates? However, Such determinations must await their encounter with them. All right, I understand. You know where they are, right? Carp waved his hand in inquiry. Of course, they are at a small tavern in the town. Just follow me, replied Colonel Mouse with a nod and a bow. Very well. Lead the way, Carp said as he donned his coat. Just as they prepared to head towards Cocoa West Village, Bogart, standing beside Carp, suddenly drew his sword and a surge of gray sword energy sliced through a nearby clump of grass. What's wrong, Bogart? Carp inquired. Bogart approached the severed grass and bent down to pick up a small white snake, cut in half. It's nothing. I just felt something watching us. And it turned out to be this creature. Carp observed the lifeless snake in Bogart's hand, sensing something amiss, yet he could not discern what it was. Shaking his head, he said, All right, let's move on and meet those intriguing characters. Upon hearing this, Bogart casually discarded the small white snake and followed Carp and the others towards Cocoa West Village. As Carp walked ahead, he couldn't help but glance back at the utterly lifeless snake, which gave him an unsettling feeling, as if it were still watching them. At the moment the snake was severed by Bogart, Orochimaru, lurking in the forest, sensed it and turned to Lei Yu, saying, We must hurry back to gather our belongings and leave. Otherwise, we might encounter some trouble. With that, he extended his hands backward in a characteristic ninja pose and swiftly took off running. Observing this, Lei Yu promptly chased after him, asking as he ran, What's going on? Are there many of them? Not many, just the crew of a naval ship, came the reply. Then why the urgency? Lei Yu questioned, perplexed. The opponent possesses a remarkably strong swordsman. A swordsman? That shouldn't warrant such haste. I am formidable as well. Orochimaru's expression turned grave as he replied. There is also an old man wearing a dog-headed hat. I cannot gauge his strength, but he gives me an impression akin to the ocean, deep and unfathomable. What? An old man wearing a dog-headed hat? Lei Yu exclaimed in shock. Could it be that he has returned to the East Sea? What other characteristics does he have? Apart from the dog-headed hat? Lei Yu inquired hastily. It seems he has been eating donuts. Orochimaru contemplated for a moment before responding. Donuts? This can't be a coincidence. He has truly returned. Lei Yu's expression gradually darkened. What's wrong? Do you know who he is? Orochimaru asked curiously. He is the naval hero, Carp. A naval hero? To put it succinctly, he is reputed to be the pinnacle of naval power. Lei Yu exhaled slowly as he spoke. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, gasped in astonishment. Having spent considerable time in this world, he was acutely aware of the vastness of the Navy. To be regarded as the zenith of combat prowess within such an immense organization is a testament to how formidable Carp truly is. Lei, shall we make a swift exit by boarding our vessel? Orochimaru proposed, his eyes glinting with cunning. Departing immediately? That might be feasible, Lei Yu contemplated, gazing ahead. Although the provisions and water aboard their ship were limited, they could certainly sustain themselves for a week. Moreover, with the superior navigation skills bestowed upon him by the system, reaching the next island within that time frame should pose no challenge. Very well, it is settled then. We shall make our escape, Lei Yu declared resolutely. At this juncture, there was no need for him to engage with someone of Carp's stature. Should the Navy or the higher echelons of the government become aware of his presence, it would spell nothing but misfortune for him. It would be prudent to avoid confrontation and focus on his own development. He aspired to toil quietly, strengthening himself, and ultimately astonishing everyone. Lei Yu believed that when he had fully developed his capabilities, even the entire Navy, along with the world government, would stand no chance against him and his companions. However, our ship remained docked at the harbor, and it was evident that it had likely fallen under the control of that contingent of Navy personnel. Orochimaru interjected suddenly. Fear not, as you mentioned. Carp and his associates have ventured into the village, leaving only the ordinary soldiers to guard the ships. Lei Yu paused, swallowing hard before continuing, thus, we shall swiftly incapacitate the nearby Navy forces, denying them the opportunity to signal Carp, and then we shall board our vessel and make our escape. Agreed. Let us proceed with this plan. Orochimaru listened to Lei Yu's strategy and found no flaw in it. As long as they avoided Carp, the others would be easily manipulated. With renewed urgency, the two quickened their pace, racing against time. If they lingered too long, Carp and his team would undoubtedly return to the harbor, ready to ambush them. Should that happen, both he and Orochimaru would find themselves ensnared like beasts in a cage on the island, complicating matters further. Chapter 13. The arrival of Carp II. At this moment, Captain Mouse, accompanied by Carp and others, arrived at the outskirts of Cocoa West Village. Carp surveyed the villagers on the streets, his face beaming with a smile, exuding an air of harmony, seemingly oblivious to any oppression. The villagers, however, soon noticed Captain Mouse and the imposing figures behind him. Their faces turned pale, beads of sweat began to trickle down their foreheads, and their lips quivered uncontrollably in fear. He has returned once more, and there is still so much left behind. Alas, I had finally managed to earn a little. And now it seems it will all be taken away. We should leave swiftly. Instantly, the villagers began to pack up their stalls and head home, transforming what was once a bustling street into a desolate scene. Seeing this, Carp sensed something amiss and turned to Colonel Mouse, inquiring, "What is happening? Why have the villagers fled upon our arrival?" Hearing the chill in Carp's tone, Colonel Mouse broke into a cold sweat and stammered, They are merely making way for us. The path is so narrow, and we are so numerous, it would be difficult to traverse." "Oh, is that so?" Carp sneered but chose not to press Colonel Mouse further, continuing on his way. Colonel Mouse had no choice but to follow closely behind Carp, praying that his benevolent deeds would not be discovered. As they walked through the village, Carp gradually realized that the villagers appeared to be quite fearful of them, all retreating into their homes and peering out through the windows with eyes filled with deep trepidation, the sounds of children crying echoing from within. It felt as though they were pirates invading the village. Colonel Mouse also noticed this scene and, taking advantage of Carp's inattention, shot a menacing glare at the villagers. Startled, they promptly closed their doors and windows and drew the curtains tightly. Carp seemed to sense something amiss and discreetly cast a glance back at Colonel Mouse. Yet he said nothing, merely continuing to walk ahead in silence. Before long, they arrived at the small tavern where Thunder and the others had been residing. "Good day, Boss Bo." Colonel Mouse approached with a beaming smile towards Boss Bodily, exuding as much amiability as he could muster. Upon seeing Colonel Mouse, Boss Bodily nearly burst into tears, his face a mask of despair as he lamented, "Colonel, I simply cannot produce any more berries with my meager business. If you truly require it, could you grant me a little time? I beg you." "Come now, Boss Bo, what do you mean by that? Do I seem like such a person?" Boss Bodily, observing the earnest expression on Colonel Mouse's face, thought to himself, "Seem like? You certainly do." Just then, Carp entered, glancing at Colonel Mouse and asking, "What is going on? Where are the others?" Colonel Mouse quickly interjected, "It's nothing at all. I was just having a chat with the boss here," inquiring about the whereabouts of those two individuals. Upon hearing the exchange between Colonel Mouse and Carp, Boss Bodily immediately recalled the two wealthy patrons he had hosted 3 days prior. Those two. Could it be that Colonel Mouse has summoned allies seeking vengeance? Carp, after listening to Colonel Mouse, snorted disdainfully and ignored him, instead approaching Boss Bodily with a friendly demeanor, saying, "I am Rear Admiral Carp from the Navy headquarters. A few days ago, I received word that 2 pirates have arrived on this island. I understand they are staying here, correct? Pirates?" "I have not heard of any pirates arriving here in recent days," Bodily questioned in confusion. "If there were pirates, it could only be the Dragon Pirates. But they have already been defeated and captured by Luffy. So, where could these pirates possibly come from?" "There is a young lad, around 18, and a long-haired man." "What? They are pirates?" Bodily exclaimed in shock. Based on Carp's description, he was certain they were looking for Lei Yu and his companion, who had stayed at his tavern 3 days prior. "Is there a problem?" Carp inquired, observing the tavern owner's overwhelming reaction with curiosity. "I don't think they resemble pirates at all. I assumed they were merely travelers." Bodily scratched his head, stating, They don't seem like pirates? Why is that? Weren't they said to have caused chaos and oppressed the villagers upon their arrival?" Carp remarked, discreetly glancing at Colonel Mouse. Upon hearing Carp's question, Colonel Mouse felt his heart leap to his throat, frantically blinking at Bodily. However, Bodily appeared oblivious and continued, "That's not the case. They seemed quite amiable. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known they were pirates." "Oh, do you know where they are now?" Carp pressed further. I don't know. They leave early every morning," Bodily replied. "Is that so?" Carp nodded thoughtfully. "Why don't you sit here for a while? They'll return in the afternoon." He then proceeded to bring a bottle of wine and a platter of meat to the table. Carp accepted the invitation to sit. After all, though Cocoa West Island was not large, searching for the two aimlessly would prove futile. It was wiser to wait here. As Carp sipped his drink, he scrutinized Colonel Mouse, who trembled under the gaze, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. "Damn it," cursed Bodily. "Once Carp leaves, I will make you pay." Colonel Mouse seethed inwardly. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the tavern. Carp set down his cup and furrowed his brow, asking, "What is happening out there?" A soldier promptly replied, "Report, General. A villager outside claims to be the village guard and has urgent news for you." "Then why was he allowed in?" Carp asked, We saw he was holding a bottle of wine and appeared to be drunk, so we didn't let him disturb you, the soldier stammered. It's fine, let him in. I'd like to hear what important matter he has to discuss, Karp gestured. Soon after, a middle-aged man, scarred and wearing a windmill hat, stumbled into the tavern. Upon seeing Karp, he collapsed to the floor in tears. General Karp, it's really you. You've finally arrived. The newcomer was Kenzo, the village constable of Coco West Village. That day, as usual, he had gone to the seaside to drink when he suddenly spotted a massive warship docked at the port. Upon seeing the doghead figurehead, he immediately thought of its owner, Karp. This naval hero is indeed a champion of the East Sea. Although Coco Village is no longer under the tyranny of the evil dragon pirates, as long as that scoundrel, Colonel Mouse, remains, the villagers of Coco will never know a day of peace. The arrival of Karp has bestowed a glimmer of hope upon Kenji, and indeed, upon the entire Coco Village. Upon witnessing Kenji weeping before him, Karp immediately surmised that he must have encountered Lei Yu and his companions. He hastily approached and assisted him to his feet, gently inquiring, "What is the matter? Speak plainly. I shall advocate for you in the name of Rear Admiral of the Navy." Upon hearing this, Kenji looked up at Colonel Mouse, pointing at him and revealing the myriad of atrocities he had committed in the village. The colonel, standing nearby, felt his heart sink with each word and hastily interjected, "Admiral Karp, it is not as he claims. You see, he must be inebriated. Indeed, we are old acquaintances and he tends to speak nonsense when under the influence. Please do not be angry. I will take him home at once." As he spoke, Colonel Mouse stepped forward, attempting to drag Kenji towards the door. At that moment, Karp's countenance darkened ominously, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling silence, as if the temperature had plummeted. His gaze swept across the area, causing those nearby to avert their eyes in trepidation. "I cannot fathom that the Navy has produced a wretch such as you, a disgrace to our esteemed reputation," Karp sneered, his icy glare fixed upon the fleeing Colonel Mouse. "That is not the case, General Karp. You must believe in my loyalty to the Navy," Colonel Mouse pleaded desperately. "Humph. Whether you are guilty of these charges shall soon be revealed. Seize him." As Karp's command echoed, the naval soldiers aboard his ship rapidly encircled Colonel Mouse, swiftly applying handcuffs and bringing him before Karp. Subsequently, Karp discreetly issued further instructions, and a contingent of armed sailors departed the tavern. The tavern owner, witnessing this unfolding drama, erupted into laughter, though tears soon streamed down his cheeks. Standing at the entrance, Kenji was overcome with emotion, tears flowing freely down his face as a single ray of sunlight gently grazed him. In that moment, Kenji felt the warmth of that sunlight more profoundly than ever before. Chapter 14. A turn of events unbeknownst to Karp, who was interrogating Colonel Mouse in Coco Village. Two shadowy figures were stealthily approaching the harbor. "Haha. Karp has indeed left only a sparse number of men here," Lei Yu whispered excitedly as he observed the scant presence of sailors. Orochimaru, glancing at the meager naval forces nearby, also wore a pleased expression. It appeared they had a significant chance of escaping Coco Island without having to confront the so-called naval hero, Karp, directly. "Shall we engage them directly?" Lei Yu asked Orochimaru. Just as Orochimaru was about to agree, an unsettling sensation washed over him. An instinctive sense of unease gripped him, yet outwardly, all appeared well. This might indeed be the sole opportunity for himself and Lei Yu to escape unscathed from this place. "Let's go," Snake Uncle asserted with clenched teeth. As soon as the words left his lips, Lei Yu darted towards the nearest naval soldier with astonishing speed. Observing this, Orochimaru transformed into a fleeting white shadow, following closely behind. At that moment, the naval soldier closest to Lei Yu sensed something amiss. Feeling an ominous gale approaching from behind, he turned to glance back, only to catch a glimpse of a shadow before experiencing a sharp pain and succumbing to darkness. Orochimaru, just a step behind Lei Yu, swiftly dispatched another naval soldier. Although both managed to eliminate their opponents in a matter of seconds, the vastness of the harbor did not shield their actions from detection. Soon, around 10 naval soldiers rushed towards them. "Who are you two? How dare you openly attack the Navy?" One of the soldiers, weapon drawn, approached Lei Yu and Orochimaru menacingly. The duo exchanged a knowing glance, confirming their silent agreement. Simultaneously, they raised their hands in surrender. The naval soldiers were momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display of compliance. However, seeing them yield, they quickly encircled Orochimaru and Lei Yu. "Are you two simply idle, or is your mind unwell? How dare you assault the Navy?" one soldier remarked, producing a pair of handcuffs as he approached Lei Yu. Just as he was about to apply the cuffs, Lei Yu's expression shifted. "Conqueror's Haki. Activate." A distinctive aura of conqueror's haki enveloped the surrounding naval soldiers in a shimmering shield. The soldier before Lei Yu offered no resistance, collapsing to the ground, instantly rendered unconscious. Within mere seconds, every naval soldier ensnared by the haki fell, lifeless and limp, the sounds of their bodies hitting the ground resonating throughout the area. Standing firm, Lei Yu's dark hair danced in the air, his eyes gleaming like mirrors, as the residual aura of conqueror's haki reverberated around him. Meanwhile, a figure 1,000 meters away stood in stunned silence, witnessing the spectacle. Is that conqueror's haki? This is bad. It must be those two. I need to report to Captain Karp immediately, he muttered, retrieving a peculiar, dog-headed din mushi from his pocket. At that moment, after Lei Yu and Orochimaru had dealt with the naval soldiers near the harbor, slick white snakes emerged from Orochimaru's mouth, coiling around the unconscious soldiers, binding them tightly. Snake uncle, could you be a bit more discreet? Lei Yu remarked, feeling nauseated. Orochimaru chuckled awkwardly, stacking the bound soldiers to one side. All right, let us be off, Lei Yu said, stretching leisurely as he made his way towards their vessel, pleased that Orochimaru had finished his task. Wait a moment, do you not sense something amiss? Orochimaru inquired, casting a suspicious glance at the bound Navy soldiers, feeling an unsettling strangeness. Amiss? What do you mean? Lei Yu halted, turning to question Orochimaru. Do you not find this too effortless? Too effortless? It seems fine enough. Oh, let us not dwell on it. Let us board the ship, he replied, tugging Orochimaru towards the vessel. Orochimaru remained unconvinced that matters were so simple, yet yielding to Lei Yu's insistence, he followed him aboard the ship. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air behind Lei Yu. Observing this, Orochimaru immediately opened his mouth, and a sword shot forth from within, aiming to intercept the impending assault. But he was a moment too late. Watch out, Lei, Orochimaru shouted, urgency palpable in his voice. Lei Yu turned to see a gray sword aura advancing toward him at a breathtaking speed, closing the distance swiftly, threatening to sever his head. Yet, not a hint of panic marred Lei Yu's countenance. Instead, he appeared as tranquil as still waters. A devilish smile crept across his face as he beheld the encroaching sword aura. Ah, how delightful, he exclaimed, crossing his arms in front of him. With a resonant hum, his arms transformed into a deep black hue, exuding an impenetrable metallic strength. In that fleeting moment, the formidable gray sword aura descended upon him. Clang! A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and Lei Yu stood unscathed, with only a barely perceptible scratch left upon his arm. So, this is the famed armament haki. Orochimaru mused, contemplating the potential to apply such a technique to his serpent companion. I never anticipated encountering someone like you in the East Blue. A resounding voice echoed in the air, reaching both Lei Yu and Orochimaru's ears. Who goes there? Show yourself, Lei Yu called out, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of an individual. What truly astonishes me is that you wield Conqueror's haki, a gift reserved for the born leaders, the voice continued, imbued with an undeniable reverence when mentioning Conqueror's haki. I cannot fathom why one like you would appear in these waters. Speak plainly, do not lurk in the shadows. Lei Yu's demeanor shifted to one of gravity, realizing that the unseen adversary was aware of his Conqueror's haki, suggesting they had been observing him during the previous skirmish with the Navy fodder. The recognition of his ability indicated that this individual was likely no ordinary foe. Moreover, uncertainty loomed over which side this person aligned with. If they were part of the Navy, trouble would surely follow. Stepping closer to Orochimaru, Lei Yu whispered, Uncle Snake, you should set sail. Trouble may be brewing. What is going on? Uncle Snake gazed at the solemn-faced Lei Yu and inquired, if he were a Navy officer, Karp would likely be on his way here right now. Orochimaru instantly grasped Lei Yu's implication and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed towards the location where the pirate ship was docked, leaving Lei Yu to grapple with the mysterious figure. Who are you? If you do not reveal yourself, I shall not hold back. Just as the words left his lips, a similar gray sword energy sliced towards Uncle Snake. Lei Yu swiftly positioned himself in front of the sword energy, using his arm imbued with haki to block the strike. Huh. So you truly believed I could not find you. With that, Lei Yu closed his eyes. Observation haki. Activate. Instantly, every subtle movement in the surroundings became crystal clear to him. Should the mysterious individual dare to attack again, he would undoubtedly pinpoint their location. He possesses 3 types of haki. Chapter 15. Lei Yu Bogart Haha. I never anticipated that the East Blue was such a haven for hidden talents. The mysterious figure refrained from launching another attack on Lei Yu and instead revealed himself, approaching at a leisurely pace. A person like you should be venturing into the Grand Line. illuminating the new world with your brilliance. What a pity. Pity? Why? Lei Yu asked, perplexed, as he regarded the figure in the distance. Because today, I shall capture you and confine you and impel down, ensuring you never witness the splendor and freedom of the new world. Ha! Upon hearing this declaration, Lei Yu laughed heartily. Not only will you fail to detain me today, but in the future, you will hear my name, Lei Yu, resounding across these seas. Ah, so your name is Lei Yu. The figure had now drawn near, revealing a man adorned with a gentleman's hat, dressed in a suit, and wielding a long sword. I never imagined Carp would leave you here. You must be Bogart. Lei Yu recognized the man before him as Carp's right-hand man, Bogart. Lei Yu's gaze grew increasingly frigid. Although he had never witnessed Bogart in action, one could only assume that being Carp's deputy entailed formidable prowess. Fortunately, Mr. Carp is indeed astute. Otherwise, you would have escaped today, Bogart remarked coldly, gripping his renowned blade at his side. You cannot detain me. Lei Yu understood that he could not linger here much longer. The mere presence of Bogart indicated that he must have already informed Carp of Lei Yu's activities during the confrontation with the Navy soldiers. Carp was undoubtedly en route. If he were delayed until Carp's arrival, the situation would become dire. Once Uncle Snake brought the ship around, he would make his swift exit. Buzzing with resolve, Lei Yu summoned his haki to envelop his hands, locking his gaze firmly on Bogart. The latter's eyes sparkled with a fierce light. Simultaneously, an elusive aura began to emanate from Bogart's very being. A unique and formidable presence, reminiscent of a master swordsman, enveloped Bogart's form, swirling incessantly around him. Indeed, it was no mere coincidence. As anticipated, merely from the overwhelming aura emanating from Bogart, Lei Yu could ascertain that his swordsmanship ranked among the top 10 in this world. The atmosphere radiating from Bogart possessed an indomitable spirit, as if it could pierce and sever all that exists, vibrant and sharp, swiftly expanding in all directions. Even Orochimaru, who had already boarded the ship, felt the astonishing sword intent and could not help but exclaim, "Is this the might of a swordmaster in this world? Truly formidable!" Lei Yu observed the intensifying sword intent surrounding Bogart, his heart filled with astonishment. He had indeed underestimated Bogart's swordsmanship, which had reached such extraordinary heights. "You are powerful. I previously misjudged you, and for that, I apologize." Slowly, Lei Yu lowered his hands, and his dark arms returned to their normal state. "What do you mean? Are you surrendering?" Bogart, witnessing Lei Yu's release of his haki, sighed, "You disappoint me, kid." Suddenly, an unprecedented brilliance ignited in Lei Yu's eyes. "Because you are strong, I shall approach this battle with utmost seriousness." With that declaration, Lei Yu cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds. Then, he shook his imposing frame, unleashing a chaotic aura akin to a primordial beast, charging towards Bogart like a ravenous wolf, intertwining with the sword intent surrounding him. Instantly, the entire port was engulfed in a tempest of dust and debris, resembling a sandstorm that obscured the sky. Lei Yu's arms, previously devoid of haki, suddenly turned a vivid crimson, covered in scales of deep red. Is he a devil fruit user? Bogart's expression grew increasingly grave, as Lei Yu's displayed strength far surpassed his expectations. The awakening of the three-color haki was already astonishing enough. He had not anticipated that Lei Yu was also a devil fruit user. Furthermore, judging by this overwhelming aura, it was evident that this fruit was extraordinarily powerful. As Lei Yu's ferocious presence threatened to consume the sword intent around him, Bogart hesitated no longer and drew his sword. In a flash of white light, a blade of energy, exponentially stronger than before, surged towards Lei Yu. Unfazed by the oncoming sword energy, Lei Yu raised his arm, now adorned with crimson scales. And with a swift motion, he crushed Bogart's formidable sword energy in his grasp. Bogart stared in disbelief at Lei Yu's arms, resembling dragon claws, and exclaimed, "Is that a dragon claw? Could it be a mythical Zoan fruit? Are you affiliated with Kaido?" Chapter 16. Lei Yu vs. Bogart 2. I appreciate your support. Thank you for your votes. Kid, are you perhaps a member of the Beast Pirates? Bogart gazed intently at Lei Yu, recognizing that if the latter were indeed a member of the Beast's Pirates, the level of danger would escalate significantly. Lei Yu shook his head and replied, "I have no desire to rely on others, nor is there anything in the Beast's Pirates worthy of my allegiance to Kaido." Is that name not significant enough? Bogart inquired with curiosity. Kaido of the Beasts? Not quite, Lei Yu remarked lightly, as if referring to an ordinary individual. Haha, such an arrogant brat. Bogart laughed heartily upon hearing Lei Yu's audacious words. Let me see if you possess the strength to back up that arrogance. As soon as the words left his mouth, Bogut charged at Lei Yu with his sword drawn. In an instant, he appeared before Lei Yu. "Brat, prepare to meet your end," he shouted, driving his sword forward with a swiftness that seemed to vanish into thin air, akin to a fierce gale. In a split second, the blade surged toward Lei Yu. Its sharp and powerful momentum aimed to deliver a lethal blow. His bright eyes glinted with a chilling light, revealing his formidable prowess as Carp S8. When he acted, it was as if thunder itself had been unleashed. However, Lei Yu remained steadfast, unmoved by the lightning-fast assault. Instead, he closed his eyes and allowed his observation haki to envelop him. Just as the blade was about to strike, he sidestepped gracefully, evading the fierce attack. Troublesome. This observation haki, Bogut thought, slightly taken aback. Then, Lei Yu clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful strike. With a resounding bang, a figure was sent flying 100 meters away. As the dust settled, a disheveled silhouette struggled to rise from the ground. "Brat, you're quite impressive," Bogut admitted, clutching his abdomen, where several ribs had been broken from that single blow. "Now, let me show you my true strength." With that, an aura of murderous intent surged from him, escalating rapidly like an unfathomable abyss. I haven't fought seriously in decades. Everyone has forgotten the name of the demon sword. Bogut. In an instant, his murderous aura intensified manifold, a crimson-black light piercing through the heavens as if to cleave the sky itself. Lei Yu felt the air around him grow cold and oppressive under the weight of this ominous energy. At that moment, Carp, who was en route, noticed the radiant light breaking through the sky, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Could Bogut have finally encountered a worthy opponent? He mused, quickening his pace. At the Coco West Island port, Bogut, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Lei Yu and bellowed, "Prepare yourself, brat." As his voice echoed, Bogut leaped high into the air, his renowned blade cloaked in a shadowy gray aura. Simultaneously, Lei Yu felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from this impending attack. With an expression of exhilaration on his face, Lei Yu, having trained in this world for so long, yearned for a formidable opponent. In an instant, the beastly aura emanating from him surged several-fold, the crimson scales on his arms glistening like droplets of blood. The next moment, the two combatants clashed once more. Bogart's sword transformed into a flickering stream of light, while Lei Yu wielded his arms as weapons, effortlessly countering the fierce onslaught. With a resounding thud, Lei Yu suddenly pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch. However, Bogart's response was swift, evading the attack as if he anticipated Lei Yu's trajectory. The observation haki. It turned out that Bogart, the first mate of Captain Carp, not only possessed unparalleled swordsmanship, but also mastered the observation haki, although his proficiency was slightly inferior to Lei Yu's. Given that Lei Yu had already reached the pinnacle of this ability, a further breakthrough could potentially elevate him to the level of Rayleigh or even Charlotte Katakuri. Intrigued, Lei Yu inhaled deeply, excitement flashing in his eyes. The more formidable Bogart's display of strength, the more exhilarated he became. This was an excellent sparring partner. His own abilities had been steadily improving, especially after consuming the devil fruit, elevating him to a new realm of power. The emergence of such a powerful adversary was fortuitous, providing an opportunity to solidify his foundation. Although Uncle Snake often served as his sparring partner, it could never replicate the exhilarating thrill of this fierce combat. Their exchanges became increasingly intense. The ground fractured beneath their collisions, with punches and sword strikes flying. They fought with fervor. Bogart's every sword strike met by Lei Yu's draconic arms, leaving only scratches in their wake. Meanwhile, each of Lei Yu's punches was deftly evaded by Bogart's keen observation and extensive combat experience. At this moment, the Navy soldiers previously dazed by Lei Yu's conqueror's haki gradually regained their senses, staring in awe at the clash between Lei Yu and Bogart. Lord Bogart is incredibly strong. This is the first time I've seen him fight with full force. His combat prowess must be at the level of a vice admiral. But it seems that Lord Bogart's opponent is even stronger. He appears to be at a disadvantage. As the battle raged on, Lei Yu grew increasingly emboldened, mastering his formidable strength with each punch, each one exuding an overwhelming force. In contrast, Bogart found himself struggling to withstand the onslaught. Despite his foresight from the observation haki, his body was unable to keep up with the relentless pace. He had become thoroughly ensnared in a disadvantageous position, and this fierce struggle persisted for a full 10 minutes. Finally, with a resounding crash, a figure was sent flying through the dust. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Bogart, propelled away by Lei Yu's might. Had it not been for Lei Yu's last moment of restraint, Bogart would have already met an unknown fate. Bogart, straining with effort, managed to rise unsteadily and cast an admiring glance towards Lei Yu. Kid, I concede your strength. You indeed possess the audacity to be so arrogant. However, you are a pirate and I am a marine. Thus I shall exert every ounce of my power to keep you here. Bogart straightened himself, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Lei Yu observed Bogart rising once more, slowly reconstituting the sword and tint that he had previously shattered. Bogart, in truth, I do not consider myself a pirate. I lack even a name for a crew. The vice admiral we defeated earlier was merely a coincidence. At present, I can only regard myself as a traveler, Lei Yu remarked with a shrug, a note of resignation in his voice. He had long been uncertain of his role in this world. Was he a pirate? Or perhaps destined to join the Marines? Or even the Revolutionary Army? Lei Yu found himself adrift in purpose, having awoken aboard a pirate ship, leading others to mistakenly identify him as a Marine. The internal turmoil was palpable. Whether you are a pirate or not, first receive my sword strike, Bogart declared, his voice strained yet fervent. After all, it has been nearly a decade since I've fought in such a manner. Let us engage in a spirited clash today. Upon hearing this, Bogart summoned an even greater sword intent than before. The aura around him rendered his figure towering and imposing. Lei Yu, witnessing the escalating sword intent, dared not be careless. He summoned all his strength into his arms, bracing himself for the impending strike. At that moment, a crimson glow enveloped Bogart's weapon, while the crimson scales in Lei Yu's grasp radiated a dazzling scarlet light. The two beams of red flickered in the heavens, staining the sky with a sanguine hue. The atmosphere at the port grew thin under the weight of their formidable energies, and the awakened Marine soldiers held their breath in trepidation. They understood that both combatants were preparing for their decisive blow. Chapter 17. Lei Yu versus Bogart. The waters surrounding Coco West Island's port lay eerily still, as though the very sea was held in check, unwilling to make the slightest disturbance. Those Marines bound by Snake Uncle gazed in terror at the distant figures of Bogart and Lei Yu. The collision of their overwhelming auras felt like a vice around their throats, rendering them breathless. With blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Lei Yu, Bogart rasped, "Let me show you my proudest strike, kid." With that, his famed blade transformed into a massive deep crimson beam, Demon Realm's 3,000 evil spirits. Bogart bellowed. The deep red sword light surged forth like a manifestation of hell, unleashing countless malevolent spirits, charging fiercely towards Lei Yu. Wherever the sword energy passed, it carved deep ravines in its wake. Even the surface of the sea behind Lei Yu was affected by this overwhelming sword pressure, splitting apart and extending for 300 or 400 meters. Gulp. Instantly, all the naval officers present couldn't help but swallow hard. How formidable! Is this the prowess of Lord Bogart? That young man is likely to be cleaved in two by the Lord. Lei Yu, exhilarated, gazed at the attack hurtling towards him, feeling his blood boil with fervor. This is the battle he had longed for. In that moment, Lei Yu's right arm swelled to several times its original size, resembling a massive barrel. The brilliance of the dragon scales upon it shimmered even more vibrantly, and his claws gleamed with a dazzling chill. "Come forth, Bogart," Lei Yu bellowed, his voice echoing. At once, tendrils of purplish-red flames entwined around Lei Yu's arm, exuding an otherworldly allure. Let the candle-fire dragon fist dance freely. With a furious roar, Lei Yu met Bogart's attack with a punch. Instantly, a radiant light, as brilliant as the sun, flashed forth. The entire Coco West Island trembled as if it had experienced a seismic event. At that moment, the port had transformed into a heap of ruins, and the nearby lush trees were torn apart in an instant. The port erupted in a cloud of dust, obscuring vision so that nothing could be seen. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dust, staggering outward. Who emerged victorious? The bound naval soldiers looked at the approaching figure with trepidation. I don't know. It should be Lord Bogart, but that kid Coco is not weak either. Look, it's Lord Bogart. One of the sailors exclaimed with excitement. They saw Bogart emerge, his body drenched in blood, resembling a figure of carnage. His once immaculate suit was now tattered, and the cape emblazoned with justice hung in tatters behind him. Blood continuously dripped from his mouth and nose, hitting the ground with a rhythmic patter. Upon seeing Bogart step forward, the naval soldiers erupted in cheers. Hooray for Lord Bogart! How incredible he is! At that moment, Bogart felt his consciousness fading, his body feeling as if it were falling apart. Suddenly, with a thud, Bogart collapsed onto his back, motionless. The cheering naval soldiers fell into a stunned silence. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of Bogart's body, they might have thought he had perished there. As the smoke gradually cleared, everyone beheld another figure standing amidst it. The presence emanating from this figure was as imposing as Mount Tai, weighing heavily on the hearts of all. Once the smoke dissipated, the Navy recognized the figure. It was none other than Lei Yu, stood with his arms crossed, seemingly unscathed except for a hint of dust on his clothing. It was inconceivable that anyone could withstand such a formidable assault without a single mark. The naval soldiers stared in disbelief, unable to fathom the source of his extraordinary strength. He was no mere mortal. Upon witnessing Bogart's fall, exhaled in relief, a trickle of blood slowly seeping from the corner of his mouth. He had endured that powerful strike without injury, yet it had still affected his internal vitality. Had it not been for Uncle Snake's potions and the devil fruit he had consumed in recent days, his body would not have been as resilient. Otherwise, that blow could have left him incapacitated for half a year. From Bogart's condition, it was clear he would be bedridden for at least 2 or 3 months. Only understood the sheer magnitude of power contained within his punch. Had he not restrained his force at the last moment, Bogart might have been reduced to mere fragments. Casting a glance at the nearby naval soldiers, they felt as though a ferocious sea creature was fixating on them, trembling as they stammered, "What do you want? General Karp will be here soon. Just wait." With a cold smirk, disregarded their fear and turned his gaze toward the shoreline, where an ordinary vessel appeared on the horizon, adorned with a simple pirate flag featuring a solitary skull. "Hey, Uncle Snake, I'm over here," called out, raising his hands high in the air. Moments later, Orochimaru piloted the ship to the shore, grinning as he looked at. "How was the fight? Did you enjoy yourself?" Digging his pinky into his nose, replied with an air of arrogance, "It was fine. I haven't even unleashed my full power yet." "Enough of that. Let's board quickly. It would be unwise to linger with Karp on the way." "All right." Leaped onto the deck, stretching languidly. "Let us go, Uncle Snake." Although the unexpected incident with Bogart had disrupted their plans, it posed no significant issue. Finally, they could depart, primarily to evade the old monster, Karp. However, just as the ship began to move, both and Orochimaru felt a chill run down their spines. Turning to look, they saw an enormous boulder hurtling toward them at an astonishing speed, as swift as a bullet. The massive rock obscured their view, making it impossible to discern who had thrown it. Yet, recalling the familiar attack pattern from his past life, S. eyes narrowed as he softly exclaimed, "This is bad." "Ha ha. Little brat, why the rush? I haven't even arrived yet." Upon hearing that exceedingly familiar voice, Lei Yu's expression grew increasingly grave. Orochimaru, observing Lei Yu's demeanor, sensed the gravity of the situation and murmured, "Is he truly coming?" Lei Yu remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation. It seems he has once again been dragged into this by Bogart. At that moment, the colossal boulder loomed before Lei Yu, poised to strike his vessel. With a mighty leap, Lei Yu soared into the air, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the massive rock into fragments. Countless small stones cascaded like raindrops from the sky. Simultaneously, the view before him expanded dramatically, allowing Lei Yu to discern the identity of the approaching figure, his gaze fixed intently on the distant silhouette. Chapter 18. The invitation from Karp. "Hey, brat, after injuring my first mate, do you intend to leave so easily?" An elderly man adorned with a dog-headed hat gradually came into view. "It's General Karp," one of the bound soldiers exclaimed with excitement upon recognizing him. "General, help us. Karp, don't let that brat escape. Restore Lord Bogart's honor." Karp glanced at the restrained Navy soldiers and, with a wave of his hand, summoned a contingent of Navy personnel who rushed forth to sever the white serpents binding them. Once freed, they formed a line along the shore, standing resolutely with their weapons raised, aimed at Lei Yu and his companions aboard the ship. Karp approached slowly, fixing his gaze on Lei Yu, and inquired, "What's your name?" "Kid." Lei Yu looked at Karp on the shore, a sudden spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. He struck a somewhat flamboyant pose and proclaimed loudly, "Oh, it's Lei Wa, the strongest man, Lei Yu." Upon hearing this, Karp erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you audacious little brat. If you consider yourself the strongest, why do you hide from me?" Lei Yu, his face twitching, placed his hands on his hips and retorted, "Old man, I don't pick on the elderly. Ha ha. Amusing little brat, you shall not escape today. I cannot allow such a powerful pirate to roam the East Sea." No sooner had he spoken than a Navy soldier wheeled in several carts laden with dark cannonballs, positioning them beside Karp. "Kid, you won't be escaping today," Karp declared, seizing a cannonball. Meteor shower of fist and stone. In an instant, countless cannonballs rained down upon him like raindrops. Witnessing this, Orochimaru formed hand seals with such speed that only an afterimage remained, suddenly clapping his hands together and shouting, "Wind release! Great breakthrough!" A fierce hurricane erupted from Orochimaru's mouth, creating a maritime tornado ahead. All the cannonballs hurled by Carp were swept into the sky by this powerful vortex. Boom! The cannonballs detonated mid-air, showering down countless droplets. So, you two possess the powers of a devil fruit? On the shore, Carp gazed at the scene before him, murmuring to himself. As he spoke, his hand reached for a nearby cannonball, preparing to unleash a more formidable assault. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yu immediately interjected, "Mr. Carp, I have no intention of opposing the Navy. Let us part ways here." "What nonsense, you brat. You are pirates, and I am a Navy officer. How could I possibly allow you to depart unchallenged? Moreover, you not only defeated my subordinate but also destroyed the Daramesia crew. This is a direct affront to the Navy's dignity." Carp thundered angrily. Seeing Carp's ire, Lei Yu patted his forehead and continued, "Mr. Carp, I truly never intended to become a pirate. By mere chance, I found myself aboard this pirate ship. As for the Daramesia you mentioned, it was he who sought to capture me. I could hardly sit idly by." "What do you mean you don't want to be a pirate?" "Ha ha." Carp erupted into laughter, as if he had heard a grand jest. Once his laughter subsided, he clutched his stomach and gasped, "Do you not aspire to be the Pirate King? Do you not yearn for Gol Rogers' treasure? The Pirate King? That title is destined for your grandson. I could never compete with him." Lei Yu hesitated, having entertained the thought of becoming a Pirate King, but upon considering Luffy, the destined child, he dismissed the notion. Opposing him might lead to an inexplicable defeat at his hands. "What? My grandson? Have you encountered him?" Carp's expression shifted to one of gravity at the mention of Luffy, and his tone grew more pronounced. "He may not know me, but I am exceedingly familiar with him," Lei Yu said, as Luffy's innocent smile flooded his mind. "They should be nearing the Grand Line soon." "What? That boy is moving at such a swift pace," Carp exclaimed. "I must capture that rascal." With that, his eyes glinted mischievously as he regarded Lei Yu, asking, "Brad, you say you're not a pirate?" Lei Yu shrugged, scratching his nose with his pinky. "Indeed, I'm still uncertain about my future endeavors. Perhaps I might even establish a pirate crew for amusement." At this, Carp's eyes sparkled with interest. After a brief pause, he suddenly declared, "Brad, why not join the Navy? How about coming under my command?" Unbeknownst to Lei Yu, Carp had witnessed his battle with Bogart. Particularly, upon learning that Lei Yu was not a pirate, Carp felt a surge of admiration. To think that at merely 18 years of age, one could possess such prowess, he was nothing short of a genius. With proper guidance, it would not be long before he would become a formidable asset to the Navy, potentially averting the emergence of another Emperor-level pirate on the seas. Moreover, from the incident where Lei Yu spared the life of Admiral Dalmatia's crew, it is evident that this young man is not of the utterly malevolent variety. Indeed, Carp firmly believes that should Lei Yu choose to embrace the path of piracy, he would soon challenge the established order of the four emperors in the New World. If the prospect arose for him to join the Navy, it would undoubtedly be a decision of twofold advantage. Join the Navy? Lei Yu tilted his head, casting a glance at Uncle Snake, seeking his opinion. However, Uncle Snake averted his gaze, seemingly conveying that as the captain, the decision rests upon Lei Yu. "Indeed, if you are willing to join the Navy, I could promptly submit an application for you to attain the rank of lieutenant." "Lieutenant?" Lei Yu exclaimed in astonishment. For a lieutenant is but a step away from major, signifying a position among the naval officers. The allure presented by Carp was overwhelmingly enticing. Yet, noticing Lei Yu's hesitation, Carp observed the flicker in his eyes, recognizing that Lei Yu was indeed intrigued. He continued, "Furthermore, I can suppress the matter of your destruction of 3 of Dalmatia's warships. And should you exert yourself, I can elevate you to that esteemed position." As soon as he finished speaking, a spark ignited in Lei Yu's eyes. He abruptly inquired, "The Marshal?" Carp's expression darkened, his clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. This young man seemed to lack the art of conversation. It was incomprehensible what thoughts filled his mind. "Forget about the Marshal for now. I am referring to the Admiral, an Admiral." At this moment, Lei Yu was thoroughly captivated. The stakes Carp had offered were indeed substantial. Given that he was uncertain of his current direction, why not indulge in a brief dalliance with the Navy? Perhaps in the future, he could ascend to the rank of Marshal and lead the Navy against the Celestial Dragons. The Navy appeared to possess its charms, especially with figures like Peach Rabbit involved. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lei Yu reached a resolution. It was certainly not for Peach Rabbit, but for the sake of justice. Yes, justice. Chapter 19. The formation of the Pantheon. With this in mind, Lei Yu prepared to voice his acceptance. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The unmistakable mechanical chime of the system echoed in his ears. Ding. Triggering faction selection mission. Option 1. Join the Navy. Reward. Top-tier culinary skills. Option 2. Join the Revolutionary Army. Reward. 500 points. Option 3. Announce the establishment of your own pirate crew. Reward. Select 2 from the Navy S6 styles. Reward. 500 points. Lei Yu stared blankly at the rewards presented by the system. What on earth was this top-tier culinary skill for joining the Navy? Was becoming a chef the only path available to him? Would he ascend to the throne as the chief chef of the Navy headquarters? System, come forth. Are you afraid I might seize Peach Rabbit? Ding. This system offers random rewards. Random my foot. This reward seems to be compelling me to become a pirate. Moreover, it must be declared on the spot. Is it not evident that this is an invitation to face Carp? I am certainly not keen on experiencing Carp's iron fist of affection. Yet, Lei Yu is reluctant to abandon the Marine 6 styles, as the option to select even 2 of them is exceedingly enticing. Furthermore, the iron block within the Marine 6 styles is a skill that inevitably invites punishment upon its use. My physical form is already robust enough. It offers little assistance and is ultimately unnecessary. The ability to wield observation haki is also of limited relevance. In contrast, the moonwalk and the finger gun significantly enhance my capabilities. With moonwalk, I can maneuver in the air without transforming into my dragon form, greatly augmenting my mobility. As for the finger gun, paired with my formidable physique and strength, its power will undoubtedly be considerable. On one side lies the bargaining chip presented by Carp, and on the other, the rewards from the system. Lei Yu found himself in a predicament, caught in uncertainty. Carp observed the hesitating Lei Yu, puzzled by the sudden indecision of this young man who seemed on the verge of agreement. However, Carp refrained from pressing him, for the strength Lei Yu had displayed warranted a moment of patience. Orochimaru, perceiving Lei Yu's inner conflict, quietly approached him and whispered near his ear, Lei, do not underestimate the might of the Marines. From what you have shared, Carp holds a significant position within the Navy. We are indeed fortunate to be beneath such a grand tree. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, a spark of realization flickered in Lei Yu's eyes. Indeed, it is power. As long as I possess absolute strength, why should I concern myself with which side I belong to? Choices are the burden of the weak. Observing Lei Yu's newfound resolve, Orochimaru assumed that his words had resonated, nodding silently in approval. A promising disciple is indeed a joy to teach. Carp, waiting at the shore, also noticed the change in Lei Yu, and with a playful tone, he remarked, have you made your choice? If so, come aboard my warship. Carp was confident that no one could refuse the offer he had laid out, particularly the esteemed position of a Marine admiral. Surely, it was irresistible. With a determined leap, Lei Yu bounded to the bow of the ship, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon Carp as he proclaimed, I declare. Lei Yu paused momentarily, swallowing to moisten his throat. Orochimaru observed him, relieved that he would no longer have to deal with the Marines incessantly. Although he harbored no fear, an abundance of insects could indeed become quite bothersome. I hereby announce the official establishment of the Divine Dragon Pirate Crew. We are the Divine Dragon Pirate Crew. Ding. The host has established a pirate crew. Rewards include the Marine 6 styles and 500 points. At the very moment of Lei Yu's declaration, the system's rewards were dispensed. Marine 6 styles, shave, moonwalk, paper drawing, iron block, galefoot, finger gun. Please select 2 styles swiftly. I choose moonwalk and finger gun. Lei Yu had long contemplated these selections, for they would provide the most significant enhancement to his combat prowess. Ding. Having made his choice, the rewards were promptly dispensed. In no time, Lei Yu realized he had mastered 2 formidable skills. Though newly acquired, he felt a remarkable ease in utilizing them. Congratulations, host, on your successful learning. Wishing you a pleasant journey, the system chimed. Lost in the thrill of mastering the second of the Marine 6 styles, an epiphany struck Lei Yu. Was he the Marine 6 styles exclusive to the Navy? If you were to join the Navy, wouldn't he be able to learn them all? System. Do you have the capability to manifest yourself? At that moment, Lei Yu felt as if his intelligence had been insulted by the system. Never mind. I shall embrace the life of a pirate, he concluded, feeling no aversion to piracy. In fact, he found it preferable to the hypocritical nature of some Marines. However, he realized that he would soon have to face the formidable figure of Garp, that terrifying old man. The soldiers on the shore swallowed hard, their surroundings steeped in silence. Save for the whispers of the sea breeze, Lei Yu's tousled black hair danced in the wind, exuding an inexplicable air of nonchalance and authority. Lei, are you even listening to me? Orochimaru sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, Garp's eyes widened, his donut slipping from his grasp. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he glimpsed the shadow of his longtime rival and friend, Joel D. Roger. Did this kid just refuse Admiral Garp? Murmured the officers. He could have become a lieutenant right upon joining, yet he declined? Admiral Garp even offered a position of general, and he had the audacity to reject it? How could he dare to slap Admiral Garp in the face like that? The surrounding Marines, upon hearing Lei Yu's declaration, gaped in disbelief and murmured among themselves. Hush! Look at Admiral Garp, they whispered, noting Garp's growing silence and darkening expression. Kid, have you truly thought this through? Garp asked, his voice steady. Lei Yu nodded impassively, his countenance resolute. At that moment, a transformation occurred beneath Lei Yu's feet. The bow of the ship morphed into a majestic dragon's head, adorned with intricate dragon-shaped engravings around the hull, while the stern took on the form of a dragon's tail. The towering pirate flag unfurled, revealing a fierce crimson dragon encircling a skull, radiating an aura of power and dominance. Garp stared at the pirate ship beneath Lei Yu in astonishment, murmuring, "Is this the ability of a ship spirit? Does this vessel possess a ship spirit?" Unaware of the system's existence, Garp could only attribute this bizarre transformation to the mysterious ship spirit. Standing atop the dragon's head in his black attire, Lei Yu smiled at Garp. "I apologize, Mr. Garp, but I believe the Navy is not suited for me." "Why? Are you mocking me?" Garp retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Lei Yu at the ship's bow. "That is not the case, Mr. Garp. I hold you in high regard. Perhaps I simply prefer the sense of freedom that piracy offers," Lei Yu remarked gently, gazing out at the boundless sea. "Ha! Since it is your choice, I shall not impose, young lad," Garp replied with a chuckle. "Thank you, Mr. Garp." Lei Yu expressed with utmost respect. "The gods' pirate crew, you say? Youngster, your words are rather audacious. Merely two individuals, and yet you dare to proclaim yourselves as gods." Garp mused, fully aware that the term god signified that Lei Yu's crew members were as formidable as deities, surpassing all others. "Ha! Soon you shall hear our name resound across the seas. We, the gods, shall be truly worthy of our title," Lei Yu declared confidently, his resolute gaze compelling Garp to believe in his words. If he were to enter the New World, he would undoubtedly stir up tumultuous waves, disrupting the very ocean itself. "Given that, I cannot permit you to depart so easily today," Garp stepped forward, his expression gravely serious as he regarded Lei Yu. "Then we shall see if you possess the strength to challenge me, Mr. Garp," Lei Yu replied, mirroring Garp's advance, his gaze fixed upon the older man. In an instant, their formidable auras collided, transforming the previously tranquil sea into a roiling cauldron. The sky darkened ominously, as if heralding the imminent clash of titans. Chapter 20. Escape from the Whirlwind Turbo Boost. Garp fixed his intense gaze upon Lei Yu and boomed. "Youngster, considering you have committed no wrongdoing, if you withstand my strike, I shall grant you a 5-minute head start." "Ah." Lei Yu stared blankly at the serious-faced Garp, astonished that this elder could be so mischievous. A 5-minute head start meant little in reality. Buzz. Garp's iron fist was enveloped in a dark, armament-coated haki. An overwhelming, suffocating aura surged forth. Unmistakably the legendary Iron Fist Garp. The mere presence of his haki exuded an intense sense of pressure. As Lei Yu observed Garp, now channeling his formidable power, his expression turned grave. He recognized that Garp was entirely serious. Garp's upper body bulged with muscle, as if it might tear through his attire at any moment. His clenched fist throbbed with visible veins. The sheer force coalescing within it was nothing short of terrifying. The ground beneath Garp began to fracture like spiderwebs. Unable to bear the weight of his might, nearby naval soldiers recoiled 10 paces, unable to withstand Garp's overwhelming presence. Even at a distance, his aura pressed down upon them like an insurmountable mountain. Witnessing Garp's immense power, Lei Yu no longer held back. Boom. At this moment, centered around Lei Yu, a magnificent surge of power was unleashed. In an instant, it engulfed the surroundings. The space near Lei Yu transformed almost immediately into a dark crimson hue. A semi-spherical area of deep red enveloped him, within which red and black lightning raged ferociously. With a thunderous roar, the clouds above reacted to this formidable presence, swirling ominously as lightning tore through them. Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, it was the pinnacle of Conqueror's Haki. This was the first time Lei Yu had unreservedly released his Conqueror's Haki. Witnessing Lei Yu unleash such overwhelming power, Garp felt a surge of astonishment. He had never anticipated that Lei Yu's Conqueror's Haki had reached such a terrifying level. Had he not been positioned in front, The Navy soldiers behind would likely have been rendered unconscious by this formidable aura in that very moment. Ha ha ha, Conqueror's Haki, huh? What a remarkable little brat. Carp's arm, cloaked in dark Haki, shimmered with a flash of white light as a more potent aura erupted from it, colliding with Lei Yu's Conqueror's Haki. With a deafening boom, at the epicenter of the clash between the two tremendous forces, the sky appeared to rip apart, revealing a fissure. Be careful, kid. No sooner had he spoken than Carp vanished, reappearing above Lei Yu's head, leaving behind a deep crater in his wake. Saru. Lei Yu dared not underestimate the situation. He understood that Carp's powerful attack was imminent. Suspended in midair, Carp slowly raised his right fist, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. Here it comes. Seeing this, Lei Yu swiftly transformed his right arm into a dragon claw. Only by harnessing the power of his dragon transformation could he withstand what seemed to be an ordinary blow from Carp. Engaging in a direct confrontation of Haki with Carp would be sheer folly. Arrogant little brat, brace yourself. At that moment, Carp was already before Lei Yu, swinging his enormous fist. Aha! Come on, Mr. Carp, let me show you my new technique. As he beheld the colossal fist looming before him, feeling the overwhelming and terrifying power it contained, Lei Yu felt no fear. He extended his dragon-clawed index finger and roared, "Dragon Claw Gun." In response, Carp bellowed, "Iron Fist." With a resounding crash, the brilliance of their collision instantly eclipsed the dazzling sun, accompanied by a shockwave that surged in all directions, shattering the ground further while the descending wind pressure flattened everything in its path. Both Lei Yu and Carp were violently propelled away from each other, creating a significant distance between them. The thunderous Raijin fell onto the deck of the pirate ship, suddenly realizing that the pressure created by the recent impact was propelling their vessel swiftly backward, away from the shore. In that instant, a clever idea sparked within him, and he shouted to Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, quickly use wind release. We must make our escape." Orochimaru immediately understood Raijin's intention, sprinting toward the bow while swiftly forming seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. A powerful and relentless whirlwind erupted from Orochimaru's mouth. Instantly, the pirate ship surged forward and backward like a stone skipping across water, propelled by the force of the gale, and in the blink of an eye, the coastline of Coco West Island had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Carp and the naval crew gazed ahead, bewildered, as the spot where the pirate ship had just been was now empty, leaving only ripples in the water. What just happened? Where did they go? The naval officers stared in disbelief as Raijin and his companions made their escape, unsure of how to proceed. "General Carp, should we pursue them?" One officer hesitantly asked. "Humph, board the ship. We'll wait 5 minutes before chasing them," Carp declared, stepping onto his warship with a determined stride. Unbeknownst to others, his right hand, concealed beneath his coat, trembled uncontrollably. Carp had not anticipated Raijin's strength to be so formidable. Had it not been for his beast-like physique, he might have truly faltered under that blow. That strike resembled the Navy's Six Powers technique, the finger pistol. Perhaps he learned it somewhere. What an intriguing young lad. Carp mused, seated in contemplation, reflecting on Raijin's astonishing display of power. Perhaps I am truly aging, unable to even catch an 18-year-old brat, he thought with a mix of frustration and amusement, taking a bite of a donut. On the shore, a group of Navy officers swiftly carried the unconscious Bogart aboard the warship, awaiting Carp's orders. Meanwhile, in a marine expanse several dozen miles from Coco West Island, a dragon-shaped pirate ship floated serenely upon the waves. Raijin, glancing back and seeing that Carp had not pursued, let out a deep sigh of relief and slumped onto the deck. Staring at his reddened right hand, he marveled, "Indeed, Carp is truly formidable. If not for my sudden insight, I would have found it difficult to escape today. So, where shall we go next?" Orochimaru approached, looking at Raijin sprawled on the deck with a smile. Thanks to Lei Yu's clever idea of utilizing his wind escape technique as propulsion, he managed to escape this time. Otherwise, provoking that old man would have indeed posed quite a dilemma. However, unbeknownst to Orochimaru, a small action taken before his departure had inadvertently irked Carp. Rising to his feet, Lei Yu surveyed the boundless ocean and languidly remarked, "Let us just keep moving forward. After all, I have now grasped the art of navigation, so I need not fear getting lost. Moreover, Carp's backup won't catch up to us anytime soon. I shall rest for a while." With that, Lei Yu reclined once more, embodying the essence of lethargy. Orochimaru, observing this, chuckled softly a couple of times before retreating to his dimly lit cabin to continue his research. The pirate ship sailed on, guided by its own momentum. Lei Yu gazed up at the lofty pirate flag fluttering in the wind, pondering if he had officially become a pirate from this day forward. Perhaps he could first indulge in the role of a Yonko for a bit. Lost in such thoughts, he drifted into a dream where anything was possible. Chapter 21. The Cunning Uncle Snake. 5 minutes later at the port of Coco West Island, a naval soldier approached Carp, who was happily devouring a donut. With caution, he inquired, "Report, General Carp. The 5 minutes have elapsed. Shall we pursue Lei and his crew?" Has 5 minutes really passed? Carp rose to check the time, confirming the duration. Oh right. What about Bogart? At that moment, he suddenly remembered his beloved subordinate. Lord Bogart is not in life-threatening danger, but his injuries are quite severe. It appears he will require 3 months of recuperation, the naval soldier reported faithfully. Sigh. He truly has suffered this time, Carp lamented, relieved that Lei had not resorted to lethal force. Otherwise, Bogart's life might have been lost here. Then, a spark ignited in Carp's eyes as he raised his arm and bellowed, "Set sail at full speed. Pursue Lei and his crew." Instantly, the entire crew of the Navy roared in unison, eager to avenge the grievously injured Bogart. Carp stood at the bow, gazing intently into the distance, the very direction from which Lei and the others had departed. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Why hasn't the ship moved? Carp frowned, realizing that 5 minutes had elapsed, yet the vessel remained stationary. A sense of foreboding began to stir within him. At that moment, a naval soldier hurriedly approached Carp, saluting and breathlessly reporting, "KKK Carp." Seeing this, Carp helplessly smacked his forehead and handed the soldier a cup of water. "Calm down, drink some water first." The soldier quickly accepted the cup and gulped down a couple of swigs before exclaiming, "Thank you, General Carp. Now, what has happened?" "Report, General. The power system and electrical facilities aboard the ship have been destroyed. This warship is now completely immobilized." "What? Destroyed?" Carp exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. "Yes." The Navy soldier replied helplessly, nodding in affirmation. "Baka, how did this happen? Who did this? When can it be repaired?" Faced with Carp's barrage of questions, the soldier stammered, "I don't even know how it broke. I just found this inside." As he spoke, he produced a lifeless little white snake from somewhere unknown and placed it before Carp. "Nanny? This little creature caused the damage to my ship?" Carp squinted at the small creature in disbelief. Indeed, according to reports, these snakes were unleashed by that peculiar snake man. The snake man? Could it be him? Carp's mind conjured the image of Orochimaru, his long hair flowing. That despicable fiend, truly insidious. Carp cursed under his breath, then turned back to the Navy soldier and inquired, "Can it be repaired?" "It can be repaired, but what?" "But it will take some time, possibly around 3 days." "Ah, that wretched snake man. How utterly vile. Resorting to such underhanded tricks." Carp sighed deeply, realizing he had fallen victim to this snake man's schemes. 3 days it is then. Let us expedite the process. You may return to your duties." "Understood." The soldier turned to leave. "Wait, summon Crestapolita." Carp reclined, massaging his temples. "Yes, General." The soldier departed, leaving Carp to his thoughts. Before long, a soldier with a camera hanging from his neck approached. "General Carp, you called for me?" Carp looked up and asked, "Crestapolita, have you captured the photo of Ryu?" "I have, and I also took one of the person beside him." Crestapolita replied, handing the camera to Carp. "Well done." Carp took the camera and opened it. The photograph revealed Ryu standing at the bow of the ship, announcing the formation of the pirate crew, with a youthful and striking countenance that exuded an extraordinary charisma. However, upon opening the next image, Carp gasped and instinctively hurled the camera away. What is this?" Crestapolita deftly caught the camera midair and turned it to inspect. The image above features Orochimaru, albeit in a rather peculiar posture. In the photograph, Orochimaru raises both hands in a claw-like manner, his neck elongated grotesquely, and his tongue extends several centimeters, resembling a hangman. For further details, please refer to the segment where Orochimaru threatens Shui Wei and Xiangling. Crestapolita awkwardly elucidated, "This is the Snake Man. Our ship was also destroyed by a serpent." "Nanny? No wonder he looks so inhuman. It's no surprise he engages in such unseemly acts," Carp retorted disdainfully, harboring resentment towards Orochimaru for wreaking havoc on his vessel. "Go and upload these 2 images to headquarters." "Understood," Crestapolita replied without inquiring further, promptly turning to execute Carp's command. Once Crestapolita departed, Carp produced a yellow transponder snail adorned with a row of tiny mustaches beneath, and began to rotate it. Chapter 22. The Shocked Sengoku. The New World. At the Marine headquarters in Marineford, within the Marshal's office, Sengoku was grappling with an overwhelming stack of documents. Abruptly, he set down his pen, reached for a nearby sunbae to snack on, and was about to take a moment's respite when he suddenly heard a transponder snail ringing. Sengoku glanced at the snail resembling Carp and mused, "Carp? What could he possibly want?" He answered the call, "Moshi Moshi, Carp. You rascal. Have you gone off to the East Blue for a vacation? Do you have any idea how busy I am to call me now? Spit it out." On the other end, Carp did not engage in a quarrel over Sengoku's remarks. Instead, he spoke slowly. "Help me issue bounty notices for 2 pirates. "Nanny? Bounty notices?" At this moment, Sengoku sensed something amiss. The grave expression conveyed through the transponder snail indicated that the situation was serious. "What is going on? Who did you encounter in the East Blue?" Sengoku was certain that Carp would not personally contact him over mere pirates. It must be a formidable adversary. 2 exceptionally strong pirates. What? Could it be that individuals from the New World have ventured into the East Blue? Sengoku inquired. In his recollection, any pirate with a bounty reaching 10 million in the East Blue would be considered a great pirate. It was unlikely that any powerful pirate would emerge from there. The transponder snail slowly shook its head. Not individuals from the New World. They just established their pirate crew today, right in front of me. It gritted through its teeth. It was evident that Carp was exceedingly agitated over this matter. Sengoku was taken aback. Since Carp had taken the time to call, it implied that these 2 pirates had managed to escape him. The fact that they could evade Carp suggested their strength was indeed formidable. How strong are they? Sengoku continued to inquire. One individual of uncertain strength, yet undoubtedly above the rank of a major general. The other, I speculate, possesses the prowess of a vice admiral. He seemingly dispatched Bogart with remarkable ease. The term vice admiral level strength was articulated by Carp with deliberate precision, and Sengoku, fully aware of its implications, gasped in astonishment. What? Vice admiral level strength? And he has vanquished Bogart? How could such a person possibly exist in the East Blue? Sengoku had a fair understanding of Bogart's true capabilities. Had it not been for Bogart's willingness to remain at Carp's side over the years, he would have surely ascended to the rank of Major General. And one of considerable power at that. Before Sengoku could collect his thoughts, Carp's next revelation plunged him into a state of acute anxiety. He is merely 18 years old. What? 18? Are you jesting with me? Upon hearing this, Sengoku sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with shock and his mouth agape. Carp Snail nodded affirmatively, confirming, "Indeed. I can assure you he is around 18, not exceeding 20. Sengoku, still in disbelief, sank back into his chair, inhaling sharply. Before taking a sip of water to compose himself, after a brief pause, he spoke gravely. "Send me the photograph and expedite the bounty notice." "Yes. I have already dispatched it. By the way, what do you think about the bounty for this fellow?" Sengoku regarded the snail with utmost seriousness. 1 billion berries. Carp responded without hesitation, as though he had anticipated this question all along. "What? 1 billion? Is that not a tad excessive for a newcomer?" Sengoku exclaimed, fully aware that such a bounty would undoubtedly incite a maelstrom across the globe. It is unprecedented for a pirate to command a bounty of 1 billion berries upon their emergence. This is akin to debuting at the pinnacle of notoriety. 1 billion berries would render him a formidable pirate even in the New World, ranking among the very elite of the supernovas. Not too high, considering his age. I would argue it may even be somewhat modest. Upon hearing Carp's words, Sengoku bowed his head, lost in contemplation. Carp remained silent, allowing Sengoku the space to ponder. After a considerable time, Sengoku slowly lifted his gaze, weariness etched upon his features, and with a deep sigh, he remarked, "Carp, you rascal, always bringing me trouble. Very well. Let it be 1 billion then. Fine, I shall take my leave and see if I can apprehend him. Wait, what about the other individual you mentioned? How shall his bounty be determined? You mean the Serpent Man? You can judge for yourself. I have heard that with a single strike. He defeated Vice Admiral Dalmesia and simultaneously destroyed 3 warships." As Carp finished speaking, he noticed Sengoku's pupils constrict sharply, yet another formidable opponent. Although Vice Admiral Dalmesia may not be the strongest, he is certainly not someone who can be easily defeated. Moreover, to accomplish such a feat in a single blow, alongside the destruction of 3 warships, is nothing short of extraordinary. "Understood. I shall let you be busy," Carp remarked before abruptly ending the call with a decisive click. Sengoku, shaking his head in resignation, slumped into his chair, his fingers incessantly massaging his temples. Not long after, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Come in," he called out. "Admiral, here are the photographs sent by Vice Admiral Carp." A naval soldier entered, placing the images on Sengoku's desk. Thank you for your efforts. You may leave now, Sengoku sighed, fully aware that the individuals depicted in the photographs were the formidable pirates that Carp had mentioned. The soldier quietly retreated, closing the door behind him. After a brief moment of rest, Sengoku straightened his posture and picked up the first photograph. It was a striking half-body shot of Ryu, exuding a charismatic charm. Gazing at the youthful face, barely 18, Sengoku found it hard to believe that such a person could possess the strength of an admiral. The ray of the divine god's pirate crew, he mused. He then lifted the second photograph, and upon seeing its contents, he was so startled that he dropped it. Leaping from his chair, the weariness that had enveloped him vanished instantly, replaced by a shocking clarity. Once he regained his composure, Sengoku stared at the photo on the floor, exclaiming, "What in the world is this? Is this even human?" Meanwhile, far away in the East Sea, Orochimaru suddenly sneezed twice, murmuring to himself, "Could I possibly be catching a cold?" Chapter 23. The meeting. At this moment, Sengoku sat in his chair, his gaze flickering with unease. Another round of knocks reverberated through the room. "Enter," he instructed. What brings you to seek me?" The newcomer, the drowsy Aokiji, dragged a chair beside him and languidly settled into his seat. "There has been a situation with Carp," Sengoku replied gravely. Upon hearing the mention of Carp, Aokiji immediately shed his previous lethargy, sitting up straight with his chin resting on his hands, his eyes fixed intently on Sengoku. "What has happened?" Instead of speaking aloud, Sengoku leaned closer to Aokiji, whispering into his ear. After a hushed exchange, Aokiji's eyes sparkled with revelation as he rose, muttering, 10 billion? I see." With that, Aokiji turned and departed. Shortly after his exit, a figure sporting sunglasses and a wild green hairstyle entered. It was Rear Admiral Branu, known for his meetings at the naval headquarters. He approached Sengoku directly and inquired, "Admiral, are you certain you wish to designate this newcomer with a bounty of 10 billion berries?" Sengoku remained silent, merely nodding in affirmation as he handed several documents from his desk to Branu. "These are the profiles of the two individuals." Branu took a cursory glance at the information provided by Sengoku. Although he was aware of it beforehand, he couldn't help but swallow hard upon seeing Ryukyu's bounty of 1 billion berries. He solemnly declared, "I will convene a meeting immediately." Sengoku nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity for the high-ranking officers of the Navy to be informed about this matter. He subsequently issued the order to hold an emergency meeting. "What meeting is it this time?" one of the officers wondered. "I don't know. It seems quite peaceful recently, with no significant events." "Indeed. There hasn't been much happening in the New World either." "Oh well, let's just go." Thus, the naval officers made their way to the conference room in a grand procession. The Navy headquarters conference room was filled with naval officers. Branu stood before a blackboard, holding 3 bounty notices, one of which featured a jubilant photograph of the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. As the attendees gathered, Branu affixed Luffy's bounty notice to the board and proclaimed, "Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy. In the East Sea, where the average bounty is 3 million berries, they have crushed 3 pirate crews with bounties exceeding 10 million berries." He paused for a moment, pointing to Luffy's bounty notice as he continued. "His initial bounty reached 30 million berries, which is quite exceptional in this world, though it is not excessively high." "What? 30 million berries for a first bounty? This is unprecedented." The naval officers engaged in spirited discussions about Luffy, exchanging their thoughts. Branu observed all of this, thinking to himself, "You will be even more astonished shortly." Clearing his throat, Branu signaled for silence and then presented another bounty notice on the blackboard. "What? 430 million berries." Before Branu could speak, an officer exclaimed in shock, "Who is the snake human? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Is he a newcomer among pirates? He looks rather peculiar. This person can't be human, can he? To have such an outrageous bounty on his first attempt? Branu, are you being serious?" While Luffy's 30 million berries was indeed a first, it was nothing compared to the absurdity of this 430 million. Once the crowd had calmed down, Branu took a sip of water and continued, "The god's pirates, Snake Man. Recently, he defeated Rear Admiral Darmesia and his crew in the East Sea, utterly annihilating their 3 warships." He actually defeated Darmesia? But Darmesia isn't exceptionally strong. Surely it shouldn't warrant a bounty of 430 million on the first attempt? Moreover, they dare to call themselves the god's pirates? The audacity displayed is quite remarkable. I hope I do not encounter them. A lieutenant general in the audience rose, voicing his concerns. Yet, Branu remained composed, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes as he proclaimed, "He struck only once. Furthermore, It is said he can control a serpent nearly 10,000 meters long. What? Only one strike? A serpent nearly 10,000 meters long? Surely this must be a jest. Could this be a colossal sea creature from the depths? The crowd began to murmur once again. However, there was no dissent regarding the bounty of 430 million on Orochimaru. Brand-New paused for a few seconds, gradually taking hold of the final bounty poster. Observant individuals could perceive his hands trembling uncontrollably. After affixing the poster to the board, he silently regarded the assembly. The Navy's initial focus was drawn to the youthful, charming visage of Leiyu. A stunning beauty with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth gazed at the image above and murmured, "Incredibly handsome and so young. What a pity he is a pirate. If he were a Navy officer, I would be utterly captivated." This individual was Peach Rabbit, a prospective candidate for the rank of admiral. She continued to read, "Leiyu? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How is this possible?" Peach Rabbit erupted into a scream, her entire being trembling as she beheld the dashing face depicted on the bounty poster. Chapter 24. Meeting 2. This chapter has been updated. Thank you for your support. At this moment, the conference hall was enveloped in a profound silence, eerily quiet. Everyone fixated on the bounty of this young man. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, gulp. Collectively, the assembly swallowed hard, their eyes riveted on the staggering bounty amount. Brand-New inhaled deeply and continued, "The Sea of the Gods, Agoya Road, Brand-New. You must be jesting." A Navy vice admiral, cigar in hand, rose and vehemently cursed. "Is this lad also a newcomer? 10 billion berries? What madness is this?" The officer with the cigar was Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, and the assembly was astonished to hear this typically gentle commander erupt in such a tirade. Unbeknownst to them, beads of sweat dotted Fire Mountain's brow. He understood well that if this bounty were to be announced, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous upheaval. It would be akin to casting a massive stone into seemingly tranquil waters, churning the entire river into a tumultuous mire. Brand-New, observing the furious Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, remained unfazed and slowly uttered, "This bounty was set by Mr. Carp." "Nanny? Mr. Carp?" Upon hearing that the bounty was determined by Carp, Fire Mountain ceased his outburst, quietly returning to his seat in silence. "Carp? The legendary Navy officer?" "Indeed, if the bounty was set by Mr. Carp, then there are no issues whatsoever. This newcomer is astonishingly formidable." Once the hall fell silent again, Brand-New continued, "Captain of the Gods Pirates, Thunderwing. Current record, defeated Bogut heavily injured, and remained unscathed. Received a full-powered punch from Carp and then departed. Initial bounty, 1 billion berries." Upon Brand-New's conclusion, the seasoned veterans in attendance voiced no dissent. They were all individuals of the same era, and many had heard of Bogut, the demon swordsman, from a decade prior. The reason so few were aware was entirely due to Carp's blinding brilliance overshadowing Bogut's own. However, Bogut held no grievances and had quietly accompanied Carp all along. To have vanquished Bogut, this individual must possess the strength of a prospective vice admiral. The ability to withstand Mr. Carp's full-force strike is truly terrifying. What astounds me even more is that he managed to flee right before Carp. The admirals exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions laden with disbelief. Seeing that there were no objections, Brand-New spoke, "Since everyone is in agreement, let us proceed to disseminate this bounty notice." At that moment, Fire Burn Mountain stood up again and inquired, "The Marshal is aware of the consequences of issuing this bounty, correct?" "Marshal Sengoku has briefed me," replied Vice Admiral Fireburn Mountain with a nod, indicating no further objections. Observing the consensus, Brand-New concluded the meeting and moved on to other affairs. The admirals departed the conference hall as if in a dream, astonished that Luffy's bounty had turned out to be the least remarkable of the discussions. Little did they realize they were witnessing the rise of a figure destined to reshape an era. Shortly thereafter, Akainu, clad in a red suit, stormed towards Sengoku's office. Bursting through the door, he demanded loudly, "Why was I not permitted to go?" Sengoku, engrossed in his work, looked up at Akainu. "You are aware, then?" Akainu dragged a chair over and sat down abruptly in front of Sengoku. "Why is Akiji allowed to go instead of me? That scoundrel dared to destroy our warship. This is a blatant provocation." Under Akainu's unwavering belief in justice, he would not tolerate any affront to the Navy's dignity. Sengoku, observing Akainu's furious demeanor, felt a headache coming on and concocted a reason. "Akiji just happens to be visiting his mentor, so I sent him along." "His mentor? Carp?" "Indeed." Sengoku confirmed with a nod, prompting Akainu to refrain from further questioning. After a moment of silence, Akainu began again, A newcomer with a bounty of 1 billion. Are you serious? It was set by Carp. Sengoku replied without looking up. Heh, is he reckless? And so you are too? Akainu continued to press. At this moment, Sengoku appeared somewhat impatient. Speaking up, Kapu mentioned he might possess the strength of an admiral. A bounty of 1 billion isn't outrageous, is it? However, he is a newcomer. He possesses the strength of an admiral. Issuing this bounty will undoubtedly influence the situation in the New World. Yet, Kapu did not definitively claim he had the strength of an admiral. Sengoku, upon hearing this, slowly rose to his feet, his gaze penetrating as he looked out the window. Whether he possesses the strength of an admiral will soon be revealed. Seeing this, Akainu refrained from continuing the conversation, shook his head, and departed. Watching Akainu's retreating figure, Sengoku sighed deeply and shook his head slowly. At that moment, Admiral Kizaru, who was leisurely resting, noticed a new bounty had been issued. He picked it up to examine it. Straw Hat Pirates? Luffy? 30 million berries? Intriguing, he mused, before taking hold of the second sheet. The Gods Pirates? Snake Man? 430 million berries? Quite an impressive newcomer, though this one hardly seems human. Then he picked up the final sheet, his pupils narrowing as he gaped in astonishment at the bounty. The Gods Pirates, Thunderfeather, 10 billion berries. Oh my, how terrifying. Truly a formidable newcomer, he remarked, casually lifting a teacup to sip, attempting to steady his nerves. With a serious expression, he scrutinized the bounty for Thunderfeather, murmuring, I hope I don't encounter this troublesome individual in the future. Those familiar with Kizaru would recognize the gravity in his words. Chapter 25, The Bounty Controversy. 2 days later. Seagulls soared freely across the sky. In the New World, a unique little vessel bobbed along the waves. It could scarcely be termed a ship. It was merely a small wooden board with a sofa-like seat, flanked by 2 candles emitting green flames, and the sail's mast resembled a cross. On board stood a man clad in a patterned shirt and a black trench coat, his gaze sharp. He bore a massive black sword on his back. As the vessel drifted, he suddenly drew his sword, swiftly slicing the air on either side of him before sheathing it again, his expression unchanged as he stared ahead, feigning that nothing had occurred. With the momentum from those swift motions, his little boat sped toward a nearby island. This man was none other than the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before long, he arrived at the shore of the island. With a leap, he landed on solid ground and ventured alone into the forest. Deep within the woods, a group of people were merrily feasting, some grilling meat while others indulged in drink. A few individuals, already slightly inebriated, were dancing hand in hand, exuding an air of harmony and merriment. Among them, the most striking figure was a man seated at the center. He possessed a mane of vibrant red hair and an extraordinarily handsome appearance. Although a gruesome scar marred his right eye, it lent him an inexplicable aura of dominance. However, it was not merely his looks that captivated. Rather, it was the unique charisma that radiated from him, a magnetism that persisted despite the absence of his right arm, which did nothing to diminish the commanding presence he exuded. This individual was none other than the illustrious Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, perched upon a fallen tree trunk. Shanks indulged in generous sips from his goblet filled with rich, flavorful wine. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, his expression darkened as he cast his gaze towards the nearby woods. Before long, a figure emerged from the thicket. Well, if it isn't Mihawk, what a rare visitor. Shanks remarked with a solemn countenance. I must admit, I'm feeling somewhat unwell. Have you come to challenge me to a duel? The crew surrounding him paused their activities. Drawn to Shanks' side, their eyes fixed intently on Mihawk. Beside Shanks stood a man with an elongated face, sharp chin, and a straight nose, his features distinctly defined. He held a cigar between his lips and caressed a firearm in his hand, seemingly prepared to fire should Mihawk make any sudden movements. Mihawk regarded this formidable assembly without a flicker of emotion. With the keen gaze of a hawk, he looked at Shanks and spoke slowly. I had no intention of seeking a duel with you, the one who has lost his left arm. I have come across an intriguing pirate. As he spoke, Mihawk retrieved a bounty poster from his coat, approaching Shanks while reminiscing. This reminds me of a story you once told me about an amusing little rascal from a certain village. Unfolding the bounty poster, Shanks' eyes widened as he recognized the familiar grin and straw hat depicted. Could it be? The crew members around him also recognized the unmistakable face. And soon Shanks' expression transformed into one of joy as he murmured, Has he arrived? Luffy. With a lowered gaze, he continued, In that case, Mihawk. Mihawk, puzzled, looked at Shanks, unsure of his intent. I cannot simply allow you to leave, Shanks declared, producing a wine glass and filling it to the brim. Come, come. Let us drink. Today is a celebration, a feast. Mihawk lifted his glass, eyeing the already tipsy Shanks and inquired, You, my friend, are not suffering from a hangover. Are you? Shanks grinned sheepishly. Oh, don't mind that. It's celebratory wine. Upon hearing this, Mihawk dismissed the concern and raised his own glass, downing its contents in one gulp. Upon witnessing this, Shanks was as joyful as a youth. After several rounds of drinks, Mihawk set down his cup, gazing gravely at Shanks and remarked, Not only that, there's an intriguing young lad. What? Forget it. Come, come, let us continue drinking, Shanks exclaimed, lifting the bottle to refill Mihawk's glass. Observing this, Mihawk retrieved a bounty notice from his pocket and handed it to Shanks, saying, Take a look at this. Shanks, upon receiving the bounty notice, casually glanced at it and exclaimed, What? It's merely a bounty of 1 billion on this young rascal. In the new world, 1 billion is quite something. The lad seems capable. Mihawk slowly shook his head, continuing, He is still in the East Blue, and this is his first bounty. Bang! Shanks' cup clattered to the ground, and the once lively atmosphere turned eerily silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. You must be joking, Mihawk, Shanks said, staring incredulously at the youthful face on the bounty notice. Surely, it can't be a jest from the Navy. No one in the entire world, let alone the East Blue, should have a first bounty this substantial. Besides, he seems barely older than Luffy. Mihawk, after Shanks spoke, took a sip of his drink and added, He defeated Bogart, managed to withstand a full-force punch from Garp, and escaped. At this revelation, Shanks could no longer remain seated. His conqueror's haki erupted uncontrollably, shattering the tree branch beneath him and the surrounding cups and bottles. He could withstand Garp's full punch? Mihawk solemnly nodded. Shanks gazed skyward and said, all right, I understand now. Let us continue the festivities. With that, the gathering resumed their merriment, laughing and playing as if this formidable pirate crew was entirely unconcerned with the world around them. Only Mihawk perceptively noted Shanks' distracted state, sensing something was amiss. Only Shanks knew what occupied his thoughts. At that moment, it was not just Shanks who laid eyes on this absurd bounty notice. Most individuals across the vast sea had seen it as well. A colossal pirate ship hosted a giant with crescent-shaped facial hair, suspended with numerous potions, who suddenly shouted while clutching Luffy's bounty notice, Ace. This fellow seems to be the brother you mentioned, doesn't he? What? Dad? Ace's voice echoed before he even arrived. Moments later, Ace stood before Whitebeard, holding the very bounty notice that Whitebeard had just shown, a broad smile illuminating his face. So he has set sail as well. I eagerly await our meeting. This time, the East Blue has produced quite an interesting young fellow. What? Dad? Please don't keep me in suspense, Ace inquired, looking at Whitebeard. As Whitebeard spoke, he produced 2 additional bounty notices and tossed them to Ace. Upon receiving them, Ace's eyes widened in astonishment, his hands trembling as he grasped the notices. A newcomer with a bounty of 10 billion berries? Leiyu? For 430 million for the Snake Man? How could such individuals exist in the East Sea? I have never heard of them before. Whitebeard, observing Ace's shock, let out a hearty laugh before departing the deck, leaving Ace in a state of bewilderment. The captains of various divisions, drawn by the commotion, approached Ace and stared at the 2 bounty notices in his hands, rendered speechless by the staggering figures. Simultaneously, Kaido, another of the 4 emperors, caught sight of the bounty notice and, enraged, remarked upon the dragon-shaped pirate ship beneath Leiyu. This audacious young man dares to use a dragon as his vessel. When he arrives in the New World, I shall show him what true power entails. The 3 calamities beside Kaido exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with intrigue as they contemplated Leiyu's bounty. In that moment, discussions erupted among everyone regarding Leiyu and his divine pirates. However, most believed that Leiyu's 1 billion bounty was exaggerated, viewing his divine pirates as nothing more than a jest. Yet, it would not be long before they realized that they themselves were the jesters. Meanwhile, the protagonist stirring the seas, Leiyu, found himself in grave trouble. Chapter 26. Uncle Snake's frequent shenanigans on a dragon-shaped pirate ship in the East Sea. Orochimaru glared at Leiyu with a sullen expression, trembling with undisclosed fury. The intensity of Orochimaru's gaze made Leiyu feel as though he could be flayed alive and devoured in the next moment. With bloodshot eyes, Orochimaru gritted his teeth and demanded, Did you not claim to possess navigational skills? Leiyu, sheepishly smiling and reclining with a nonchalant demeanor, brazenly replied, I indeed possess navigational skills. Then why are we lost? Do you not realize that our food and water supplies are dwindling? I expect an explanation. Lei Yu refrained from arguing with Uncle Snake, acknowledging his culpability in the matter, though he felt it was unjust to place the blame solely on himself. He could only curse the infuriatingly flawed system. While navigational skills had indeed been bestowed upon him, he lacked the sea charts of this world. Without such charts, how could he possibly know the proper course to take? It wasn't as though the system had failed to provide him with charts, it had. But they were merely the charts from his previous life, far less useful than nothing at all. Regrettably, Lei Yu was still somewhat agitated. Just 3 days prior, he had eagerly opened a nautical chart, intent on traversing the upside-down mountain towards the Grand Line, only to be abruptly confronted with the revelation that the map in his possession bore inscriptions of the Atlantic, Pacific, and Indian Oceans. At the top, in Chinese characters, were the 4 grand words, World Map. In that moment, Lei Yu felt an overwhelming urge to drag the system out and give it a good beating. However, he dared not confess to Uncle Snake his lack of knowledge regarding the route, and thus feigned familiarity instead. Consequently, he aimlessly sailed for 3 days, until today, when Uncle Snake sensed something amiss and pressed Lei Yu for answers. Eventually, Lei Yu admitted his ignorance of the way, which in turn provoked Uncle Snake's irritation. Ah, Lei, you truly are remarkable. Since that's the case, let us continue feasting on fish. Upon hearing the mention of fish, Lei Yu immediately felt nauseated. Having consumed enough fish in this world, he swore to never eat it again. Uncle Snake, could we possibly refrain from mentioning those 2 words? Lei Yu implored helplessly. Ah, so you do possess a sense of fear. In the days that followed, Uncle Snake proposed they dine on snake meat instead. With that, Orochimaru produced a plump, glistening white snake from his mouth, which was still glistening with his saliva. No matter how Lei Yu looked at it, the creature resembled something one might encounter in a restroom, writhing about like a curious little creature. Feeling utterly exhausted from retching, Lei Yu glanced at Uncle Snake, his eyes inexplicably glistening with tears. Uncle Snake, must we indulge in such repulsive fare? Do we not have any dignity? This is madness. Who would eat a snake you've regurgitated? Of course, Lei Yu dared not voice this sentiment in front of Uncle Snake, for fear that he might be compelled to consume the prized white snake. What? If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Today, we shall feast upon this delightful little snake. With that, a short sword materialized in his hand as he approached the plump serpent. Just as Lei Yu felt utterly defenseless, he caught sight of what appeared to be a small island in the distance, though it was not quite discernible as such. Forget it. I have no desire to eat this thing, he thought, pointing towards the island and exclaiming, Uncle Snake, look, there is hope, an island. He nearly revealed his true thoughts. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru followed Lei Yu's finger to the direction indicated. Ah, it does seem to be an island. Subsequently, Orochimaru sheathed the small knife. Seeing this, Lei Yu instantly breathed a sigh of relief, but what transpired next left him utterly bewildered. To his astonishment, Orochimaru picked up the plump snake, washed it with a water technique, and astonishingly swallowed it whole. Lei Yu was left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. Orochimaru observed Lei Yu's intense reaction and furrowed his brow, inquiring, what's the matter, Lei? Ugh, never mind. Uncle Snake, are you a show-off? This maneuver is simply astonishing. Orochimaru gazed at Lei Yu, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind those words. However, inexplicably, he found himself uttering, basic moves should not be flaunted. At that moment, Uncle Snake ceased discussing the topic of eating snakes, and Lei Yu stopped his retching. They both stood at the bow of the boat, exchanging perplexed glances. How long have we been traveling? Lei Yu inquired. Almost 2 hours. Then why does it feel like that island is growing further away? Orochimaru observed the distant small black dot with curiosity. Previously, it had resembled a tiny mound of earth. Now it appeared merely as a diminutive speck. Could it be that we are heading in the wrong direction? Lei Yu expressed his doubts, having also sensed something amiss. Logically, we should have arrived by now. Could it be an illusion? Suddenly, Orochimaru recalled the Uchiha clan. Ah, Uncle Snake, isn't that your homeland? Lei Yu interjected. Indeed. Could it be that the island is in motion? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, a spark of realization ignited in Lei Yu's mind. His gaze fixed on the black dot, which now shimmered with newfound brilliance. Yes, it must be moving. Could it possibly be a sky island? Lei Yu suddenly recalled the enchanting sky island from the original story of his past life. A sky island? An island that can fly. Orochimaru tilted his head in contemplation. Could it be that Enel has brought the sky island drifting into the East Sea? Lei Yu couldn't help but ponder, although it deviated from the original narrative. It was the only plausible explanation at present. A sky island indeed seemed the most rational explanation. If it truly is a sky island, then the golden country atop it. Slurp. Lei Yu licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After all, that amounted to billions of berries. Observing Lei Yu's eyes glowing like light bulbs, Orochimaru curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Have you made a discovery?" Lei Yu nodded eagerly, his gaze fixed upon Uncle Snake. "We are about to strike it rich." "Uncle Snake, let us hurry and catch up." Confounded by Lei Yu's fervor, Orochimaru scratched his head. "How can we pursue it? We have been chasing for 2 hours, and it only grows more distant." Suddenly, Orochimaru felt a wave of warmth approaching him. Turning his head, he was taken aback. There was Lei Yu, leaning in close. His round eyes wide with intensity, the corners of his mouth curling as if he were an exquisite beauty staring at him, causing Orochimaru to feel uneasy. What do you intend to do?" "What can I do? You're not a girl," Lei Yu retorted. "Uncle Snake, do you remember that trick we used to escape from Cocoa West Island? Are you referring to my wind release?" Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with realization. "Of course. I can utilize the recoil of wind release to accelerate." With that, Uncle Snake made his way to the stern of the boat. He clasped his hands together and shouted, "Wind release!" A significant breakthrough occurred as a gust of wind erupted from Orochimaru's mouth. As Lei Yu gazed upon Orochimaru, he couldn't help but recall a humorous anecdote from his previous life. Remarkably, it seemed as if with a mere clasp of his hands, whatever he uttered materialized. Were the hand seals he performed earlier merely for his own theatrics? Nevertheless, the speed had indeed increased considerably. Yet it appeared insufficient to catch up with the distant Sky Island. Suddenly, an idea struck Lei Yu. He stealthily approached Uncle Snake and tapped him on the shoulder. Orochimaru turned to face Lei Yu, and at that moment, Lei Yu felt as though he could scarcely breathe. A fierce wind whipped against his face, painfully tousling his hair into a side parting. Realizing his blunder, Orochimaru promptly closed his mouth, halting the wind release technique. "Is there something you need, Lei?" After regaining his composure, Lei Yu addressed Orochimaru. "Uncle Snake, would you like to go faster?" "How? Is this not fast enough?" Lei Yu smiled enigmatically, pausing before he replied. "Our current speed is still insufficient to catch up with that island. What should we do then?" Lei Yu observed Orochimaru's puzzled expression and mischievously suggested, "Uncle Snake, I must ask you to stretch your neck and submerge your head underwater. By leveraging the resistance and propulsion of the water, we can attain greater speed." Isn't that rather unseemly? Orochimaru envisioned the absurdity of such an action, and the imagery was too delightful to bear. Noticing Orochimaru's reluctance, Lei Yu smiled mysteriously and enticed. "Uncle Snake, do you know what lies upon that island?" "What is it?" "Technologies that transcend this world." Lei Yu thought of Enel's flying ship, the Maxim, on the Sky Island. "What? Really?" Orochimaru exclaimed, his intrigue for science igniting fervently. Nodding, Lei Yu continued with an air of mystery. "It is said there exists a vessel capable of soaring beyond this realm, exploring the mysteries that lie outside our world." Lei Yu's words seemed to possess an enchanting allure, and Orochimaru's gaze grew increasingly entranced. "By the heavens, I'm in." As soon as the words left his lips, a splash echoed as Uncle Snake leaped into the sea. Positioning himself like Prometheus at the ship's stern, his limbs tightly gripping the vessel, while his head submerged beneath the water. Wind release. A significant breakthrough. With a whoosh, the ship soared across the ocean's surface with remarkable swiftness. Observing Uncle Snake's peculiar maneuver, Lei Yu murmured, "Uncle Snake's engine. Everyone who has tried it swears by it. And it's remarkably fuel efficient. What a marvel. Isn't it superior to the air cannon of the Thousand Sunny?" Another chapter awaits, though it will be posted later, as the author wishes to reminisce while watching the film adaptation. The forthcoming adversaries will also be those from the film. Can you guess who they might be? Rest assured, the author is not being lazy. Chapter 27. The island. At this moment, a pirate ship could be seen traversing the East Sea, racing through the vast expanse of the ocean like a speedboat. The vessel commanded by Lei Yu, after undergoing the acceleration of Orochimaru's spiral vortex, exhibited remarkably pronounced effects. In a mere moment, the distant black dot had transformed into a small mound, and the distance between the two parties continued to diminish. Lei Yu approached the stern, gazing down at Orochimaru, and inquired, "Uncle Snake, can you endure?" Notably, Orochimaru refrained from responding verbally. Instead, he silently raised his thumb in affirmation while gripping the side of the boat with his right hand. Observing this, Lei Yu nodded and encouraged, "All right, Uncle Snake, hold on. We shall arrive shortly." In response, Orochimaru elevated his left thumb as well, signifying his resilience. Fortunately, Orochimaru remained oblivious to the small island ahead. Had he perceived that mere mound, he surely would have leapt up, pinning himself against the deck in agitation. This distance appeared to stretch indefinitely, suggesting they were far from reaching their destination. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had elapsed. What was once a small mound had now transformed into a colossal mountain, surrounded by numerous smaller islands, creating an astonishingly picturesque scene. As Lei Yu gazed at the floating island that lay not far from him, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Why did this island seem somewhat low? Moreover, its appearance felt familiar, as if he had encountered such a formation before. In his imagination, a floating island was meant to soar at an altitude of 10,000 meters above the clouds. Yet this particular island, while elevated, seemed to stand at only a few thousand meters. Could it be a fragment of the floating islands in the East Sea? As they approached the grand island suspended in the sky, Lei Yu shouted from the stern, "Uncle Snake, we are nearly there." With a splash, Orochimaru elongated his neck, peering intently at Lei Yu, retorting, "This marks your 11th declaration of almost there." Lei Yu scratched his head sheepishly, chuckling, "This time truly feels swift. Just look." He gestured towards the sky ahead. Orochimaru craned his neck to gaze upward, genuinely believing they were indeed close. Unbeknownst to him, Lei Yu pondered how Orochimaru's elongated neck seemed even more formidable than Luffy's rubber fruit. The structure of Orochimaru's body remained an enigma. At that moment, with the destination within reach, Orochimaru performed a backflip onto the deck, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he fixated on the floating island, murmuring, "Is this the Ark of the Covenant?" Witnessing Orochimaru in a trance, Lei Yu hesitated to divulge that this island appeared to deviate from his recollections. "How do we ascend to such a lofty island?" Orochimaru inquired, gazing at Lei Yu. "We shall walk up," Lei Yu replied, as he set the anchor in place, securing the vessel. Seizing Orochimaru's arm with a mischievous grin, he declared, "Uncle Snake, are you ready? I will take flight." Marine Six-style moonwalk. With a resounding thud, Lei Yu, accompanied by Orochimaru, propelled himself skyward, swiftly placing his left foot atop his right. Before long, he had traversed a significant distance. However, as he approached the island, merely 1,000 meters away, Lei Yu suddenly sensed a troubling limitation in his lunar steps. No matter how he tried, he could not advance even an inch. What could possibly be the cause of this? Beep. You have reached the limit of your lunar steps. Please utilize 200 points to upgrade your lunar steps, the system chimed. What? An upgrade is necessary? This is utterly outrageous. Lei Yu lamented, feeling trapped by the avaricious system. Very well, upgrade my lunar steps then. 200 points deducted. Lunar steps upgraded successfully, now classified as astral lunar steps. One can now ascend to altitudes of 10,000 meters, with an extended hovering duration of 5 minutes. What? The upgrade is astonishingly potent? Lei Yu exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the hovering time had notably increased. This was truly remarkable. Hey, system, you aren't as exploitative as I thought. He mused. Continuing his ascent, Lei Yu soon discovered that his current speed with the lunar steps surpassed his previous pace by more than double. Within a mere minute, he arrived atop the aerial island, landing firmly on the terrain. Once on the floating island, Lei Yu suddenly recalled an important fact. His Ju-Long form could indeed fly. Why, then, did he need to upgrade his lunar steps? This deceitful system is infuriating. Chapter 28. Ephemeral Island casting his gaze around the verdant forest. It resembled a celestial canopy, with branches and leaves entwined. A fierce gust swept through the treetops, awakening the slumbering forest from its night's repose, unleashing a cacophony of animal roars. The azure leaves atop the towering trees swayed in unison, displacing the wispy white clouds above the sea of trees. The lush, primordial forest undulated like waves. Observing the enchanting scenery, Lei Yu felt a surge of delight. With such abundant wildlife, food would be plentiful. Moreover, a forest of this magnitude surely harbored a water source, allowing for the replenishment of fresh water for his group. Yet, why did he feel an unsettling sense about this island? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed in Lei Yu's ears, and from the depths of the forest emerged a colossal blue feline, a tiger. Its fangs gleamed ominously, as if capable of piercing anything. This fierce beast fixed its menacing gaze upon Lei Yu and Orochimaru, as if to warn them that any further advance would result in being impaled by its razor-sharp teeth. Gazing at the towering saber-toothed tiger, which dwarfed him by several times, Lei Yu's expression transformed into one of exhilaration. "Uncle Snake, dinner has been secured for today." At that moment, Lei Yu detected the scent of burning wood. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Orochimaru mysteriously producing a large iron pot. which he placed over a makeshift fire, wielding a knife and fork with eager anticipation. The saber-toothed tiger, noticing Orochimaru's antics, growled menacingly, perceiving the foolish human's intention to treat him as a meal. With a fierce glare, it lunged towards Lei. After all, it was Orochimaru who was cooking, not Lei. Faced with the approaching feline behemoth, Lei leaped into the air, delivering a powerful blow. In an instant, the once arrogant saber-toothed tiger lay lifeless. Soon, a rich aroma wafted from the iron pot, while the adjacent giant cat had already been dismembered. Lei eagerly opened the pot, his mouth watering at the sight of succulent meat within. He snatched a large piece, savoring it with delight. No wonder Luffy and the others were so fond of meat. This was no ordinary fare. With a single bite, juices erupted, the tender texture leaving an unforgettable impression. Orochimaru, witnessing this, abandoned all pretenses and joined in, devouring the feast with gusto. Amidst their indulgence, Lei suddenly noticed a long, tubular object in the pot. Was that not a certain part of a tiger? It turned out to be a male tiger. This delightful catch was destined for Uncle Snake to replenish his vigor. As he prepared to serve it to Orochimaru, the ground suddenly quaked as if an earthquake had struck, accompanied by the roars of countless beasts. Following the source of the roars, Lei beheld a cloud of yellow sand rushing towards him, as numerous colossal beasts charged like ravenous wolves. It seemed they had been lured by the tantalizing aroma of the culinary delights. Sighing at the inability to enjoy a peaceful meal, he lamented the need to gather more food, uncertain of how long they might be lost at sea. With that, Lei set aside his meal and rose, his gaze intensifying as a domineering aura quietly enveloped the surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. The ferocious beasts, once sprinting, halted abruptly, one after another collapsing to the ground. Lei approached, soon dragging a massive porcupine behind him. A little extra for Uncle Snake. At that moment, Lei's hands were smeared with grease. Yet he sensed something amiss. This floating island bore no resemblance to Enel Sky Island. Regardless, he decided to fill his stomach first. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, a colossal snail perched high in a giant tree within the depths of the forest observed Lei and his companions with keen interest. At this moment, not far from the floating island, a distinctive pirate ship was sailing towards them. The ship's prow was adorned with a majestic golden lion's head, and its hull was fashioned from an enormous stone reminiscent of a small island. Remarkably, this vessel was levitating in midair. A hearty laughter echoed from aboard. Kekekek. A tall man, clad in a kimono and possessing flowing golden hair, strode to the forefront of the ship. He was legless, with two renowned swords plunged into his torso, serving as his feet. This man was none other than the infamous Golden Lion Shiki, a pirate of the bygone era, rivaling the likes of Roger and Whitebeard. Golden Lion gazed upon his territory, the floating island known as Sky Island, his eyes gleaming with the promise of a plan he had meticulously orchestrated for 2 decades. The annihilation of the East Blue was finally at hand. He stared silently at the vast ocean, his thoughts drifting back 20 years, murmuring softly, "Roger, this feeble sea does not deserve to be your ultimate domain. I shall obliterate it to bid you farewell. You shall understand my intentions, will you not?" A peculiar sound, reminiscent of flatulence, echoed behind him, causing Shiki's head to throb with irritation. He turned and bellowed, "Can you not find a way to silence your footsteps, Indigo?" A blue-haired man, donned in a doctor's coat, approached. At Shiki's roar, he paused, gesturing animatedly. "Huh." Shiki looked at Indigo, puzzled. "What on earth are you trying to say?" Indigo, upon hearing the inquiry, replied, "Shiki, via the automatic projection telephone bug, I discovered a group of intriguing individuals on Sky Island." "Nanny? You can talk?" Shiki's eyes widened in disbelief, and he erupted in laughter. Beside Indigo, an exceptionally fashionable gorilla, dressed in a pink coat and adorned with a floral hat, clapped enthusiastically, laughing heartily. Shiki turned to the gorilla, astonished. "What in the world?" Indigo, seizing the moment, swiftly approached Shiki and playfully thumped him on the head, exclaiming, "How could you not recognize that it's a gorilla?" The three then struck an absurd pose, which, in stark contrast to the notorious pirates of the bygone era, made them appear rather foolish. Subsequently, Golden Lion followed Indigo into the ship's interior. Through the video feed, he observed Raikyu and Orochimaru, who were engaged in a cookout on the island. Their expressions darkened by the unexpected intrusion. Indigo remarked, "Let them remain here forever, Shiki." Shiki's face hardened, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as he slowly proclaimed, "Tonight, we shall also partake in a cookout." As the gloom dissipated, Shiki's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Endure. Endure, once again, delivered a sharp rap on Shiki's head, exclaiming, That is not the question I asked. After observing Shiki return to his usual demeanor, he sighed, remarking, "The weight of this anchor on my head is quite significant." In Chapter 29, the arrival of the Golden Lion, Lei Yu and Orochimaru continued to indulge in the meat in their hands, their expressions radiating pure delight. As if they hadn't eaten in days, utterly oblivious to the impending crisis, the master of this floating island, the legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, had returned. Inside the ship, Golden Lion Shiki watched the playback of Lei Yu's arrival on the island. Upon witnessing Lei Yu rise to confront the onslaught of ferocious beasts, he observed as one after another of the creatures fell. Suddenly, a gleam erupted in Shiki's eyes. Is this the Conqueror's Haki? An intriguing young man. Zoom in on that footage. I wish to examine him closely. As soon as he spoke, the screen magnified until Lei Yu's handsome and refined visage became distinctly visible. Golden Lion Shiki scrutinized Lei Yu on the screen, pondering, why does this boy seem somewhat familiar? I shouldn't have encountered him before. Endure, overhearing, approached with a series of thoughtful hum sounds. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes widened in astonishment. Isn't this the lad who recently stirred up quite a commotion in the New World? What? The New World? This boy is a newcomer from the New World? Golden Lion Shiki inquired, looking at Endure. He is a rookie pirate from the East Sea, Endure replied, bending down to rummage through a cluttered drawer. Before long, he emerged with a stack of bounty notices, continuing his search. Found it, Endure exclaimed, brandishing one of the bounty notices before Golden Lion Shiki. Take a look. Is this the lad? I recall you must have seen this bounty notice before and discarded it. Ah, is this it? No wonder you seem somewhat familiar. Golden Lion Shiki remarked, picking up the notice and scrutinizing it closely. Lei Yu? A bounty of 1 billion? This is merely his initial bounty, Endure commented from the side. The fellow beside him received a bounty of 400 million upon his debut. While not as formidable, he should not be underestimated, Endure added. Nanny? 1 billion right from the start. Such a thing did not exist, even in my era. Golden Lion Shiki gasped, for in his time, when many strong individuals roamed, none could boast an initial bounty as staggering as 1 billion berries. He continued to compare the bounty notice in his hand with the image of Lei Yu on the screen. Indeed, it is this lad. I never anticipated he would set foot in my territory. It is said that Indigo hesitantly remarked, what is it? Speak up. The Golden Lion bellowed. It is said that he withstood a full-force punch from Carp and escaped unscathed. After speaking, Indigo furtively glanced at the Golden Lion, the man who had once been defeated by Carp. The Golden Lion, upon hearing this, displayed no extreme reaction. He remained silent, his stillness instilling a sense of dread. He placed the bounty notice on the table, his eyes flickering. He withstood one of his punches, did he? He then proclaimed loudly, set sail at full speed. I wish to see this intriguing young man. Instantly, the pirate ship soaring through the skies swiftly made its way toward Floating Island, nearing its destination in no time. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and Orochimaru had finished their meal. Both content, they reclined on the grass, rubbing their bellies and letting out satisfied burps. Uncle Snake, now that we're full, shall we get to work? Lei Yu asked, a blade of grass stuck in his mouth, turning to Orochimaru. Work? What work? Orochimaru replied, gazing at him intently. Moving the food onto the ship and collecting some fresh water, Lei Yu responded. And then? Orochimaru inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Then we leave? Lei Yu replied nonchalantly, oblivious to the unsettling glint in Orochimaru's eyes. After all, this island is not the empty one I imagined, nor is it filled with gold. Once we gather the food, what else is there to do? But why does this island seem so familiar to me? Leave? Orochimaru scoffed, a chilling smile gracing his lips. What do you intend to do if you do not leave? Lei Yu questioned, puzzled. Are you suggesting we settle down here? That would be madness. Orochimaru coldly retorted. What about the Ark of the Covenant you mentioned? Surely, you are not deceiving me, are you, Lei? At the mention of the Ark of the Covenant, Lei Yu suddenly froze, realizing he had forgotten to explain himself to Orochimaru. This island was not the one he had envisioned. After much internal conflict, he resolved to come clean to Orochimaru. At that moment, a shadow loomed over Lei Yu and Orochimaru. Looking up, Orochimaru exclaimed in excitement, the Ark of the Covenant. Lei Yu, hearing this, also glanced upward. What on earth is that? Is that not the Golden Lion Shiki's pirate ship? He wondered, quickly surveying the surroundings and then glancing at the enormous vessel overhead. Panic set in. Oh no, that is not an empty island. It is clearly the floating island of the Golden Lion. As he spoke, he grabbed Orochimaru, preparing to flee, fully aware of his ignorance regarding the Golden Lion's true strength. despite having been defeated by Luffy in his previous life. However, those who understand, understand. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a figure descended slowly from the sky towards Lei. Oh no, it was already too late. Looking up at the golden-haired figure with 2 legendary swords for feet, Lei recognized him as the notorious Golden Lion Shiki. The Golden Lion landed gracefully before Lei, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Kid, you come to my territory to feast without a word of greeting. That seems rather impolite, doesn't it? Although this legendary pirate did not immediately attack, Lei dared not let his guard down. He gravely responded, Shiki. If you have something to say, then speak quickly. If you wish to fight, then let us get on with it. No need for dilly-dallying. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was distracted and approached the pirate ship, which floated just above the ground, examining it intently. Ha ha ha, what an impatient little brat. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. I heard you managed to withstand a full-force strike from that brat carp? Lei nodded, not concealing anything. The Golden Lion mused, stroking his beard. His gaze fixed on Lei as if deep in thought. Hey, is this ship yours? Who is speaking? The Golden Lion shook his head, searching for the owner of the voice. Lei, feeling exasperated, pointed to Orochimaru behind the Golden Lion. This is my companion. He has been here all along. You simply didn't notice. Oh, I see. The Golden Lion nodded, as if pondering. Is the ship yours? Why does it fly? Goodness, he asked again. Lei felt that Orochimaru's curiosity rivaled that of Luffy. Fortunately, the Golden Lion was unfazed and casually remarked, Oh, you mean this ship? Yes, it's mine. As for why it flies, that's because I am a user of the float fruit. As he spoke, the Golden Lion approached a cast iron pot, lightly touching it. Instantly, as if performing magic, the pot began to float in midair, moving according to the Golden Lion's control. I can make myself or objects defy gravity and float. But this ability doesn't work on living beings other than myself. Orochimaru scoffed, realizing that this ship was not the Ark of Lei's words, but merely a result of fruit abilities. Instantly, his interest waned. The Golden Lion, undeterred, turned back to Lei, preparing to speak, when he felt something at his feet. Looking down, he saw Orochimaru squatting beside his legs, intently examining the 2 legendary swords that replaced his feet, Sakura Tin and Dry Wood. Just as the Golden Lion believed that Orochimaru had recognized the 2 legendary swords, Orochimaru suddenly spoke. Doesn't this make you feel uneasy? This left the Golden Lion momentarily baffled. Can this fellow actually engage in conversation? Observing the situation, Lei swiftly approached and delivered a sharp slap to Uncle Snake, then dragged Orochimaru aside, soothing him with a mix of coaxing and persuasion until he finally quieted down. Lei pondered how Uncle Snake had transformed into this state, for he had not been like this before. Turning to the Golden Lion, Lei pointed at his own head and then at Uncle Snake, followed by a series of gestures. Ha. The Golden Lion erupted with laughter, offering Lei a knowing glance. Realizing that the Golden Lion bore them no significant malice, Lei breathed a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, a glint of cold light flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes as he lifted his leg and swept it towards Lei. Alarmed, Lei realized there was no time to evade. Witnessing the famed blade, Dry Wood, slicing towards him, he quickly enveloped his arm in a layer of crimson scales. Clang! Sparks flew as he leaped backward, creating distance and gazing intently at the Golden Lion. What does this mean, Shiki? Ha ha ha. Not bad, kid. The Golden Lion chuckled, continuing. I merely wanted to ascertain whether you possess the rumored strength. It appears you are indeed worth a bounty of 1 billion. Lei fixed his gaze on the Golden Lion. Just from that single strike, he understood the man before him was formidable, far stronger than in the theatrical versions of his past life. What do you intend to do? Lei questioned. The Golden Lion, hands on his hips, declared with authority. Join me. Join you? Hell, why would I? Lei scoffed. Together, we shall become the rulers of this world. The Golden Lion exclaimed with a laugh. Scoffing at the jubilant Golden Lion, Lei retorted, to be the rulers of this world? You are simply not enough, Golden Lion. Not enough? No. You do not understand, kid. As he spoke, the Golden Lion floated effortlessly in midair, arms outstretched, proclaiming, I will demonstrate to this warm era what true pirates and true power are. Oh? Heh, Lei replied with a meaningful smile. Are you referring to the plan to destroy the East Sea? Startled, the Golden Lion stumbled slightly in the air, astonished that someone was aware of the plan he had orchestrated for 2 decades. Looking down at Lei, he inquired, Nanny, how do you know this? With a mysterious smile, Lei replied, There is nothing in this world that I do not know. Of course, he was a traveler. What was there that he could not know? Is that so? What an arrogant young lad. The golden lion, arms crossed, gazed at Lei Yu with a glint of excitement in his eyes. Since you are aware of my plans, why not join me? Together, we shall reign over this vast sea. With that, he looked at Lei Yu with eager anticipation, waiting for his response. Without a hint of hesitation, Lei Yu replied, Nanny? Why? The golden lion, taken aback, thought to himself that such a grand scheme of dominating an ocean should be irresistible to anyone. Lei Yu coldly fixed his gaze upon the golden lion and declared, because soon, it shall be I who rules over this ocean. And I do not merely speak of the East Sea, I mean the entirety of the ocean. Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, the golden lion's expression darkened. Ah, truly an ungrateful wretch. If that is the case, you shall remain here forever. The golden lion regarded Lei Yu with a chilling stare, as if he were merely gazing upon a lifeless corpse. After all, he would not allow outsiders to learn of his plans. In this world, only the dead can keep secrets forever. The golden lion moved his hand slightly and uttered a few words. Lion's Might territory. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as clouds of dust filled the air. When the dust settled, 10 colossal lions formed from stone materialized, each towering over 3,000 meters high. These enormous stone lions surrounded Lei Yu, advancing step by step. Is this the power of the float fruit? Lei Yu thought, and in a flash, he utilized Moonwalk to land atop one of the stone lion's heads. Dragon Fist. He transformed his right arm into a dragon, clenched his fist tightly, and struck down upon the stone lion's head. In an instant, under the ferocious force of Lei Yu's assault, the stone lion crumbled into a pile of rubble. As Lei Yu landed, he taunted the floating golden lion. If this is all you've got, you won't be able to keep me here. Ha ha. Your strength is indeed formidable. But what of it? The golden lion's hands moved once more, and astonishingly, the stone lion that Lei Yu had just shattered began to reassemble and rose again, charging towards Lei Yu. What? It can resurrect? Lei Yu exclaimed in surprise, completely unprepared for this turn of events. In the blink of an eye, the 10 stone lions closed in on Lei Yu, surrounding him completely. Just as they were about to ensnare him, the ground trembled violently, and one by one, the stone lions collapsed. A massive cloud of dust engulfed the area, obscuring the land below. The golden lion squinted, peering down at the dust, bewildered as to what could cause his stone lions to disintegrate so swiftly. Moments later, as the dust settled, the disassembled stone lions once again stood tall. Unlike before, a colossal creature now obstructed the path of the stone lion. Gazing upon the nearly 10,000-meter-long white serpent, the golden lion could not help but feel a stir of emotion. When did this creature emerge? How could I have been so oblivious? Chapter 31. Lei Yu and the golden lion 2. Orochimaru stood atop the multitude of serpents, addressing Lei Yu. Leave these stone creatures to me. You should focus on that one. Upon hearing Orochimaru's voice, Lei Yu felt a surge of joy. In critical moments, Orochimaru proved to be dependable. If those resurrecting stone lions were to hinder him, he would find himself in considerable trouble. The golden lion's expression darkened as it regarded Orochimaru atop the immense serpent. This being could command such a gigantic serpent. To think that someone who appeared so disheveled possessed such formidable power. He could sense the overwhelming strength emanating from the serpent. Are you two not planning to join forces? The golden lion inquired, eyeing Lei Yu. Should the two collaborate, he would be in dire straits. Humph, one is sufficient to handle you. With that, Lei Yu employed his moon step to appear before the golden lion, his arms already transformed into claw-like appendages. Ha ha ha, such a brazen youth. I find myself increasingly impressed by you. The golden lion also noted Lei Yu's extraordinary arms. A fruit user, is it? A Zoan type? How intriguing. Alas, you cannot be of use to me. No sooner had he spoken than a gleam flashed in the golden lion's eyes as he unleashed a sword aura with a kick from his foot, creating a powerful wave of energy/wave that surged toward Lei Yu. The ground beneath was instantly cleaved for miles, sweeping across half of the island. Observing this, Lei Yu slowly extended his right hand and firmly received the blow. With a decisive grip, the golden lion/wave dissipated within Lei Yu's grasp. Have you enhanced your physical strength? It appears even more formidable than the armament haki. How fascinating, little brat. The golden lion noted that his /wave could not even be defended against by ordinary armament haki. Yet, Lei Yu had effortlessly neutralized his attack, indicating his exceptional nature. After stepping back a few paces, Lei Yu found that absorbing the golden lion's formidable strike was not as effortless as he had anticipated. He fixed his gaze on the golden-haired man before him, his eyes shining with intense brilliance. How terrifying you would be if you were at your peak. As soon as he finished speaking, the Golden Lion unleashed another cross-shaped sword aura from the cherrywood beneath his legs, aimed directly at Lei Yu. Utilizing his moonstep, Lei Yu swiftly evaded the strike. "It is unnecessary to be at my peak to defeat you, brat." A cold smirk appeared at the corner of the Golden Lion's mouth as the blades on his legs shimmered with a chilling gleam. With a thunderous roar, he charged once more. In an instant, the Golden Lion's figure vanished from sight, leaving behind a dense mist swirling in the air. This was the sonic boom created by his speed surpassing the sound barrier. In an instant, the forest below seemed to be compressed by some unseen force, creating a chasm where trees were ruthlessly torn apart and shattered. The entire space was distorted under extreme pressure. Observing the Golden Lion taking the initiative, Lei Yu dared not underestimate the situation. His demeanor transformed in an instant. As he trembled with intensity, the ferocious aura of the Candle Dragon surged forth. He met the Golden Lion's dual swords with his own fists. The collision of blade and fist unleashed a torrent of lightning, devastating everything within a 100-meter radius. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, engaged in battle with the Stone Lion, watched the fierce clash between Lei Yu and the Golden Lion, murmuring, "What a terrifying fight this is." At this moment, Lei Yu and the Golden Lion had been entangled in combat for 10 minutes, yet it seemed neither could gain the upper hand. A resounding impact echoed as fists met blades, and the two figures separated, retreating to a distance of 50 meters. Due to the limitations of the moonstep, Lei Yu temporarily landed on the ground to catch his breath. Undoubtedly, had he not upgraded the moonstep, facing such a flying adversary would have been even more challenging. Both warriors were panting heavily. The recent bout had drained considerable stamina and energy from them. Indigo, aboard the Golden Lion's ship, observed the fierce battle from a distance, murmuring, "This kid is incredibly strong. No wonder he can withstand a full-force strike from Carp." It was not that he did not wish to assist Lord Shiki, but this level of combat was beyond his ability to intervene. Suddenly, the flamboyant black gorilla let out a loud cry. "What? Are you saying Lord Shiki might lose? What are you thinking?" Indigo jumped up and slapped the gorilla on the head, retorting, "Lord Shiki hasn't even exerted his full strength yet. Just wait and see." At that moment, the Golden Lion Shiki looked at Lei Yu and burst into laughter. "Kid, the warm-up is over. Now, let me show you my true power." Lei Yu, upon hearing this, raised his head to meet the Golden Lion's gaze, his eyes igniting with fervent light as he coldly replied, "That suits me perfectly." As he spoke, strands of purplish-red flames began to swirl around his dragon-like hands. From a distance, Indigo gasped as he sensed Lei Yu's growing momentum. "What? This little brat hasn't even used his full strength yet. Flames? Could it be a mythical beast type?" The Golden Lion Shiki, astonished, realized that this kid's fruit was exceedingly rare and of the mythical beast variety. Why does such talent refuse to join me?" Lei Yu fixed his gaze on the Golden Lion, speaking coldly, "Will you join Roger's crew?" Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion paused momentarily before erupting into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Arrogant little brat. I find myself increasingly admiring you. I am suddenly reluctant to end your existence." Lei Yu cast a sidelong glance at the nearly deranged man and calmly replied, "Is that so? Then I thank you." No sooner had he spoken than Lei Yu took the initiative, charging toward the Golden Lion soaring in the sky. The Golden Lion, upon seeing this, acted without hesitation. It raised its feet and delivered a powerful kick, unleashing golden sword energy from Ingshi and Kumu, both hurtling toward Lei Yu. Observing this, Lei Yu swung his fists, and with a resounding bang, the sword energy was effortlessly shattered, allowing him to continue his advance toward the Golden Lion. With a hum, the Golden Lion enveloped the sword energies of Ingshi and Kumu with armed color haki. It charged at Lei Yu, leading to a fierce clash once more. However, as it relied on its feet to execute kicking techniques in conjunction with swordplay, it lacked the fluidity that using its hands would provide. With a loud thud, the Golden Lion, caught off guard, was sent flying by Lei Yu's strike, crashing into the ground and forming a large circular pit. Rising slowly from the pit, the Golden Lion wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, but before it could regain its composure, Lei Yu swiftly approached, darting to the Golden Lion's side. With a grasp at the void, a swirling mass of purple-red flames materialized. Candle Fire Dragon. With a resounding roar, the flames in Lei Yu's right hand morphed into a colossal dragon head. The fiery dragon opened its massive jaws and devoured the Golden Lion whole. Within the flames, the Golden Lion felt an unbearable heat, as though its skin were being scorched. No matter how it struggled, escape proved impossible. In the midst of the flames, The Golden Lion promptly activated its armed color haki to shield its body against the blaze. Yet, even with the haki enveloping it, the Golden Lion sensed waves of weak heat permeating through. Damn it! The Golden Lion's expression darkened as it realized its haki was no longer as formidable as before. Once a pinnacle of armed color haki, it now appeared to have diminished. Had it not engaged with Lei Yu today, it might never have recognized this decline. Am I truly aging? Is this era no longer mine? Suddenly, the Golden Lion stood frozen in the flames, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lei Yu remained oblivious to the lion's peculiar state. He only saw it standing amidst the flames, seemingly unharmed. Thus, he charged into the fire, raising his now immensely powerful right fist, and roared, "Candle Fire Dragon Fist." He struck fiercely at the Golden Lion engulfed in flames. The Golden Lion, startled awake by this overwhelming force, realized too late that it could not evade the impending blow. With no choice but to immediately extend his hands, he concentrated all his armed color haki in his arms, placing them before him to block the strike from Thunder Feather. However, the overwhelming force was such that the Golden Lion realized he could not withstand it. After retreating several paces, he was sent flying. The ground bore deep scars from the friction of the knife's tip. Thunder Feather, momentarily taken aback, did not anticipate that the armed Golden Lion would be so easily defeated. Observing the Golden Lion, who staggered to his feet in the distance, Thunder Feather softly remarked, "Golden Lion Shiki, you are growing old." As the Golden Lion slowly stood, the fierce aura he once possessed as a maritime overlord had vanished. His right hand hung limply by his side, seemingly devoid of sensation. Not only had he failed to block Thunder Feather's punch, but his outstretched right hand was also shattered by the immense force. Ha ha ha, the Golden Lion Shiki laughed once more. Though the arrogance that once characterized him was now replaced by a hint of desolation and resignation. Indeed, I have grown old. At that moment, he resembled a weary elder, his eyes vacant as they met Thunder Feather's gaze. But I am a pirate of the old era. Suddenly, the once lifeless eyes ignited with a fierce gleam. Let me show you the brutality of the old world, you young brat. With that declaration, the Golden Lion used his remaining left hand to grasp forward. Lion's might. He abandoned the notion of entangling with Orochimaru and instead summoned a multitude of new stone lions, launching them towards Thunder Feather. Orochimaru, noticing that both his playthings, the stone lions, had vanished, felt a wave of boredom wash over him. Seeing that Thunder Feather did not require his assistance, he stepped aside, becoming a mere spectator. Thunder Feather, observing the approaching lions, slowly extended his right fist and struck the air with a powerful blow. A fierce gust erupted, shattering the lions that charged at him. The remaining few lions were effortlessly dealt with by Thunder Feather. However, as the stream of stone lions continued unabated, Thunder Feather found himself in a quandary. Raising his right hand above his head, tendrils of purplish-red flames surged along his arm towards the sky, soon coalescing into a small inferno. Candle Fire Rain. With a downward sweep of his hand, the fiery sea cascaded from above, raining down countless flames. The Golden Lion, feeling the intense heat overhead, gritted his teeth and swiftly dodged left and right to evade the scorching flames. Boom! The flames descended upon the earth, obliterating all the stone lions. Preoccupied with evading the flames, the Golden Lion had no time to conjure more stone lions. As the fiery deluge fell, the ground trembled incessantly, and countless fissures spread forth. Thick smoke accompanied the flames, enveloping both Thunder Feather and the Golden Lion in a shroud. Others could see nothing through the haze. Orochimaru watched the scene with great interest, exclaiming, "Young Lei has devised quite a few techniques these past few days. I must say, they are quite formidable." Indigo, concerned, gazed at the raging inferno before him, while the nearby gorilla roared in fury, ready to charge into the flames. Fortunately, Indigo, quick-witted and swift, restrained the gorilla. The searing heat of the fire was too intense for them to approach. "It's all right, Boss Shiki," Indigo reassured the gorilla. Suddenly, from within the flames, more than 10 golden sword energies erupted, soaring into the distance, cleaving the earth as a massive chasm formed, continuously extending forward. The sword energies sliced through the clouds floating in the sky, even parting the heavens above. Orochimaru, merely an observer, was taken aback by the spectacle. Is this the strength of the powerful beings from the old era? It is my first time witnessing such might. Karp's previous strike was but a mere glimpse. Despite the impressive ferocity of the Golden Lion, Orochimaru sensed that the elder known as Karp possessed even greater strength, an underlying power that instilled a hint of fear within him. Standing amidst the roaring flames, Lei Yu, though obscured in vision, could could keenly perceive the sword energies through his formidable Kinbunchika haki. Any approaching sword energy was effortlessly evaded by Lei Yu. The Golden Lion's attacks were utterly ineffectual against him. The Golden Lion noticed this, and his expression darkened considerably. He understood that he could not endure much longer. Both his stamina and energy were insufficient to sustain such a fierce battle for an extended period. Boom. At this moment, the battle between the Golden Lion and Lei Yu had reached a fever pitch. Occasionally, a sword energy would dart through the sky, or wisps of purplish-red flames would blaze across the island. One combatant was a legendary pirate of the old era, while the other was a rising star of the new world. This was no ordinary conflict, but a clash of epics. From time to time, massive boulders would plummet into the sea. The once vibrant island had been cleaved into several pieces, still engulfed in roaring flames. The crimson fire illuminated half the sky. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion's subordinates had retreated far away, fearful of being caught in the cataclysmic battle between the two titans. However, the floating island was quite limited in size and suspended in midair, leaving them with no escape but to cower in a corner, trembling as they witnessed this monumental clash. Chapter 33. The legend comes to an end, seeking silver tickets. Thank you. Do you think our captain will emerge victorious? A pirate behind Indigo whispered hesitantly. In this moment, he fell silent, and the other pirates remained equally mute. They were uncertain whether their captain could emerge victorious. Observing Lei Yu grow increasingly formidable in battle, it was evident he bore no serious wounds. In stark contrast, the Golden Lion not only had his right arm severed, but was also afflicted with multiple grievous injuries. Now reduced to a mere specter of blood. At the heart of the battlefield, Lei Yu and the Golden Lion engaged in a fierce clash, their swords and flames intertwining in a deadly dance. Periodically, waves of blue slashes erupted. The Golden Lion's sword strikes proved ineffective against Lei Yu's draconic scales, while Lei Yu's violet flames and powerful fists consistently dealt devastating blows to his opponent. The Golden Lion's expression grew increasingly grim, his once mighty aura waning. After enduring for so long, he had come to realize the true strength of Lei Yu. The bounty of 1 billion was woefully inadequate for someone of his caliber. Could it be that his might rivaled that of the 4 emperors? The Golden Lion thought in astonishment. In his prime, he too could have been considered an emperor. Yet now he had to concede that age had caught up with him. No one could remain at their pinnacle indefinitely, save for that old man. The longer the battle raged on, the more the Golden Lion's confidence eroded and his spirit dwindled. Are you unable to continue, Golden Lion? Lei Yu bellowed with laughter, darting towards him to deliver another punishing blow. Gritting his teeth, the Golden Lion summoned his haki to counter. The clash was intense, the battle ablaze with fervor. Lei Yu grew more exhilarated, reveling in the opportunity to unleash the terrifying power within him against such a formidable adversary. Yet, this only exacerbated the plight of the Golden Lion. Initially he held his ground, but as the fight progressed, the relentless onslaught of Lei Yu's beast-like ferocity became increasingly unbearable. Now, even his body began to tremble slightly. A smirk crept across Lei Yu's lips. It seemed the Golden Lion could not endure much longer. Moments later, the Golden Lion finally succumbed. His breathing labored, yet he still gritted his teeth in defiance. Golden Lion, it is time for you to fall, Lei Yu sneered, unleashing a surge of immense pressure as he propelled himself toward Shiki. The Golden Lion, witnessing this, managed a weak smile, acknowledging the prowess of the young warrior. Lion's Thousand Cuts was the Golden Lion's final counterattack. In the blink of an eye, massive and destructive waves of blue sword energy erupted from beneath his feet. Resembling a Gatling gun spewing forth blue flames, a relentless barrage aimed at Lei Yu. Yet, all was in vain. The torrent of potent sword energy crumbled like glass beneath the might of Lei Yu's dragon fist. With a resounding crash, the Golden Lion was once again sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, he did not rise. He could no longer withstand the onslaught. If it were decades ago, facing Raikyu, even if I were to lose, I would not find myself in such a wretched state. Raikyu slowly approached the Golden Lion, his aura now subdued, and his dragon-like arms reverted to their normal form. You have lost, he stated calmly. Haha. The Golden Lion lay on the ground, his head tilted back as he let out a howl of despair. This laughter was laden with resentment. He had once declared that the East Sea was the weakest of all seas, yet he had now suffered defeat thrice at the hands of its people. The first defeat was to Joel D. Roger, a man he regarded as a confidant. The second was to the marine hero, Monkey D. Garp. And now here he was, facing his third defeat. Truly, fate was cruel. All 3 of these adversaries hailed from the East Sea. If his first defeat to Roger was due to the irresistible force of nature, the tsunami, and his second loss to Garp was aided by the intervention of Sengoku. What could be the reason for this latest failure? The Golden Lion lay in silence, his eyes filled with resentment. Was he to blame for not being at his peak? Chuckling to himself, the Golden Lion acknowledged that he could find no one to blame this time. Master Shiki. From a distance, Indigo cried out in anguish. As they piloted their ship towards the Golden Lion, the aerial island had been utterly ravaged by the battle, forcing them to retreat to a floating pirate ship to preserve their lives. The pirates aboard were at a loss for words, having witnessed their captain's defeat at the hands of this young upstart. Noticing their arrival, the Golden Lion lifted his left hand slightly, causing the ship to plummet swiftly. Master Shiki, what are you doing? We came to rescue you. Indigo shouted, his voice tinged with desperation, but his cries fell on deaf ears. The ship landed steadily on the ocean's surface, swaying gently with the waves. The pirates began frantically rowing towards the floating island, as if attempting to return to its safety. Seeing this, the Golden Lion bellowed, "What are you all doing? Run. Find a place to hide and live well." Instantly, the eyes of all the pirates glistened with moisture. Indigo's body trembled, and he could no longer hold back his tears. Their usually hot-tempered captain displayed such a poignant scene. "Captain," the pirates choked out, before hastily departing in their boat. The Golden Lion, ever vigilant, glanced at Raikyu and asked, "You do not intend to harm them, do you?" Hearing this, Raikyu chuckled softly and replied, "I have no interest in slaughtering the weak. Killing these individuals would serve no purpose for me. And I believe that even if I let them go, they would not dare seek vengeance upon me. And even if they did, would I truly fear them?" In the end, I found myself deeply moved by Golden Lion. It was unexpected that, even when facing imminent death, he could still think of his subordinates. My past life's experience with the theatrical version of Golden Lion did not portray him as such a person, which was indeed surprising. "Go ahead." Golden Lion suddenly spoke as he noticed his subordinates had distanced themselves. "If you kill me, your reputation will undoubtedly soar, little brat." With that, he closed his eyes, calmly accepting his fate. He held no fear of death. Perhaps this was the conclusion he deserved. However, after a prolonged silence without any sensation, he reopened his eyes to find Lei Yu standing still, quietly observing him without making a move. "Go ahead. I do not require your pity. Take my corpse and craft your own legend." Golden Lion acknowledged Lei Yu's strength. Lei Yu approached Golden Lion, his gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light. Chapter 34, Lei Yu's Ambition 1. Do you know why Roger chose such a manner of death? At these words, a flicker of light crossed Golden Lion's eyes. Yet he stubbornly replied, "Him? I couldn't care less how he dies." A cold laugh escaped Lei Yu's lips. If Shiki, with his intelligence, failed to grasp the implications of Roger's demise, then he would not be the Golden Lion Shiki. It's worth noting that despite Shiki's seemingly carefree and somewhat silly demeanor, he possessed profound depth. Those who were deceived by his robust appearance would surely meet a grim fate. Roger's ambitions were not easily realized. Continuing, Lei Yu gazed into the distance where a beautiful flying fish leapt from the ocean, basking in the sunlight. Yet in the next moment, a fish several times its size sprang forth, mouth agape. The once free-flying fish became a meal in the blink of an eye. Haha! Golden Lion erupted into laughter upon hearing Lei Yu's words. "You, little brat, may possess strength, but what do you truly understand?" In Golden Lion's eyes, how could an 18-year-old boy comprehend the darkness of this world? Lei Yu, unfazed by the mockery, regarded Golden Lion with a calm expression. "You have schemed for 20 years? Was it merely to destroy the East Sea and reign over it?" "Huh? What?" Golden Lion looked at Lei Yu, bewildered, unsure of his intentions. "Kid, if you intend to kill me, then do it already." "I have no time for your rambling," Golden Lion said, his face stern and menacing. Was this boy merely here to mock him? He could not believe that Lei Yu would engage in such trivial pursuits. There must be something more at play. As anticipated, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Lei Yu's eyes as he spoke slowly. "In truth, my decision to become a pirate was not motivated by Roger's treasure. I hold no interest in such a trinket. I would never admit that I was ensnared by a foolish system. Ha ha ha. I too have no interest in that." The Golden Lion gazed at Lei Yu with keen interest, entirely believing his words, as he himself felt no inclination towards Roger's so-called treasure. "Hey, young Lei. Since you have no desire to become the Pirate King, why not join the Navy? With your prowess, you could easily ascend to the rank of Admiral within a few years." The Golden Lion inquired, considering that, given the current era rife with pirates, there was little to fear about lacking accomplishments. "Admiral of the Navy?" Lei Yu burst into laughter, looking at the Golden Lion and asking, "Are you interested in becoming a mere lapdog of the Celestial Dragons?" The Golden Lion paused, momentarily taken aback, staring at Lei Yu's youthful face, his gaze drifting. It was hard to fathom that he was conversing with an 18-year-old boy who, at such a tender age, could perceive this deeper truth. This ventured into the realm of the world's politics. At that moment, the Golden Lion found Lei Yu increasingly agreeable, even feeling that he was the second person. After Gold, Roger, to evoke such sentiments in him, it could be said that they shared a bond that transcended age. Unfortunately, he was merely a defeated foe in the presence of Lei Yu, with his very life resting in the latter's hands. Noticing the Golden Lion's silence, Lei Yu chuckled and continued, "Shiki, have you never considered overthrowing them?" The Golden Lion erupted into a raucous laughter, as if hearing an exceedingly amusing joke. Indeed. An 18-year-old brat is still an 18-year-old brat, capable of such audacious words. Wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, the Golden Lion retorted, "Do you even comprehend what you were saying, kid?" "I do, and I am quite aware," Lei Yu replied earnestly. The Golden Lion shook his head and sighed. "You still do not grasp the extent of their power, young one. I acknowledge your strength, but before them, you would appear as nothing more than an ant, albeit a slightly larger one." Lei Yu regarded the Golden Lion calmly and smiled. "Are you afraid, Shiki?" The Golden Lion shot Lei Yu a mocking glance and responded, "Their power is beyond your imagination. It is futile to discuss this further with you, presumptuous brat. Just do not provoke them." Unfazed by the Golden Lion's derision, Lei Yu maintained a smile that bordered on amusement, stating, "You are still afraid, Shiki." With a huff, the Golden Lion refrained from offering further explanation. "Are you afraid of the Five Elders? What nonsense. I, the illustrious Golden Lion, could never fear those old geezers." The Golden Lion roared. "Or are you perhaps afraid of Emo? Or that legendary weapon, the King of Heaven?" The intensity in Lei Yu's gaze grew stronger, and his tone became increasingly grave. "What? Who exactly are you?" The Golden Lion looked at Lei Yu with a sense of impending dread, astonished by his knowledge. "How do you know so much? Who sent you?" The information Lei Yu spoke of was known only to a select few individuals in the world. And as a legendary pirate of the old era, the Golden Lion was among them. He never anticipated that Lei Yu, in the East Sea, would possess such knowledge. Could it be that he is affiliated with the government? The Golden Lion's expression darkened at the thought. He would rather perish at the hands of an ordinary person than meet his end at the hands of the world government. He despised the idea of dying at the hands of such despicable beings, especially since Roger's death had seemingly weakened the world government's dominion over the seas. Lei Yu discerned the Golden Lion's thoughts and chuckled lightly, saying, "I cannot possibly be a government agent. What reason do I have to trust you?" The Golden Lion's eyes glinted with cold light as he pressed, "I don't need you to trust me. Soon, you will witness me lay Mariawata waste." Lei Yu's tone was calm, as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Yet, this very calmness held an enchanting power, leading the Golden Lion to absurdly believe that Lei Yu could indeed accomplish such a feat. "I will see it. You do not intend to kill me?" The Golden Lion, noticing the nuances in Lei Yu's words, asked in astonishment. A mysterious smile flickered across Lei Yu's lips as he extended his right hand towards the fallen Golden Lion. "I need you, Shiki." Chapter 35. The ambition of Lei Yu. Shiki stared at Lei Yu's outstretched hand, momentarily taken aback. After a brief chuckle, he shook his head, saying, "This era no longer suits me. If what you say is true, then dying at your hands may be my best fate." He felt an unparalleled weariness wash over him after suffering defeat for the third time at the hands of this 18-year-old boy. He sensed that he was truly growing old. "This era belongs to you, young one. My ship can no longer sail. Let me rest here." The Golden Lion's eyes flashed with a hint of reluctance. He too cherished the vast sea. He longed to continue soaring freely across the boundless ocean and sky. Yet today's defeat shattered the beliefs held by this elder of the old era. Lei Yu gazed at the despondent elderly man before him and continued to persuade, "Indeed, your vessel is no longer fit to navigate this era." The Golden Lion silently observed Lei Yu, curious about what he would articulate next. After a brief pause, Lei Yu, filled with fervor, proclaimed, "However, my ship can bear you, a harbinger of the new age. Only my vessel can withstand a formidable figure from the bygone era like you. Join me, Shurji. Your journey should not cease here. You must witness the world I have forged." The Golden Lion regarded this spirited youth with a tinge of envy, reminiscent of his own youthful days. Yet, he felt the weight of age and exhaustion upon him. Shaking his head, he grinned widely, "Kid, have you ever seen me call anyone captain? No one born in these waters can command me to be their subordinate. Go ahead, strike me if you must. I am truly weary and unwilling to roam anymore." How could he, a pirate of the olden days, deign to serve as a mere crew member to a younger generation? Lei Yu, witnessing this, shook his head and replied, That is not my intention. The Golden Lion, intrigued, looked at Ryu, his confusion evident. Noticing the baffled expression on the Golden Lion's face, Ryu chose to unveil his thoughts. Leaning closer, he whispered, murmurs of hope. The once despondent Golden Lion felt a flicker of light reigniting in his eyes, which soon blazed with intensity. Suddenly, he sprang to his feet, his gaze ablaze with fervor. As if he had returned to his former self. With that fiery look, he fixed his eyes on Ryu and laughed heartily. I never expected this. Ryu. If that is the case, I shall indulge in your madness for a while longer. No longer referring to Ryu as kid. The Golden Lion had begun to regard him as an equal. Ryu acknowledged the rekindled ambition of the Golden Lion with a slight nod. I never anticipated that someone so young could possess such foresight. If you had been born in my era, your exploits would have been even more remarkable. The Golden Lion remarked. Ryu did not dispute this assertion. Indeed, that era was one teeming with formidable individuals. If you are in agreement, then let us conclude our business for today. We shall meet again, said Ryu. Very well. I will find a place to tend to my wounds. It is your fault for striking so fiercely, the Golden Lion replied, nodding without pretense before soaring into the air, swiftly departing. As Ryu watched the Golden Lion's retreating figure, a glimmer of determination flickered in his eyes. This marked his inaugural move in this world. A spontaneous, yet significant step towards his grand ambition, to vanquish those detestable nobles. In Lei Yu's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickered as he murmured, do not disappoint me. Shurji. Observing the retreating Golden Lion, he stroked his chin, feeling as though he had forgotten something important. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed, and the island beneath his feet trembled violently, as if it had suddenly lost its support, plummeting from the heavens at a breathtaking speed. Lei Yu's pupils constricted, and he swiftly employed the moon step, soaring into the sky. Below, the islands crashed into the ocean, sending towering waves surging forth. Their immense size rendered them partially visible, resembling colossal mountains submerged beneath the sea. In the sky, Lei Yu swallowed hard, exclaiming, that was terrifying. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to fly, otherwise, such a fall would have surely left him dazed and disoriented. The Golden Lion truly was tenacious, he had only been slightly heavy-handed. And yet this dramatic display seemed meant to intimidate him. With a resigned shake of his head, Lei Yu harbored no ill will toward the Golden Lion's antics. In fact, he found himself quite fond of the creature, recognizing him as a true man, embodying the spirit of a pirate. Suddenly, he realized he had not seen Uncle Snake for quite some time. Could it be that he has lost his way? Lei Yu pondered. Never mind. I shall return to the ship. He is resilient enough to survive whatever mischief he finds himself in. Thus, he prepared to fly back in the direction where he had anchored his vessel. However, upon looking up, he was struck by the uniformity of the ocean's expanse. How on earth am I to locate my ship in this indistinguishable sea? After a few minutes of aimless flight, Lei Yu found himself utterly disoriented, unable to distinguish his bearings. Realizing that his moonstep could not sustain him much longer, he decided to retrace his path, intending to rest on the portions of the islands that jutted above the water. Yet, after several minutes of searching, he discovered he could not even locate the fallen islands. Am I destined to be as directionally challenged as Sora? He mused, feeling a sense of despair. Just as Lei Yu's moonstep began to falter, he suddenly heard someone calling his name from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of Uncle Snake steering his vibrant pirate ship toward him. Quickly aboard. Uncle Snake bellowed from the ship's bow, waving his arms energetically. Seizing the moment, Lei Yu utilized the last remnants of his moonstep to dash onto the deck, landing with a sigh of relief. Uncle Snake, when did you come down? Lei Yu exhaled, glancing at Uncle Snake with curiosity. At such a height, how could you have possibly descended without the ability to fly? Even though the current Orochimaru is quite the showman, he cannot risk his own life for the sake of display. Orochimaru shrugged his shoulders, presenting an innocent expression as he remarked, I saw you all fighting and thought I would just glide down. Glide? What do you mean? Lei Yu inquired, utterly bewildered. Sliding down a slide, of course. Haven't you played on one? The kind they have for children in Konoha Village? As he spoke, Orochimaru cast a scornful glance at Lei Yu, as if mocking his lack of experience. Not a slide. Are you saying you brought such a lengthy slide? Lei Yu asked, even more confused, wondering if Orochimaru had lost his wits after conversing with the Golden Lion. I have the 1,000 snakes. The distance is just right, Orochimaru replied matter-of-factly. After hearing Orochimaru's explanation, Lei Yu staggered and gave him a thumbs up. No wonder you're the star on my ship, but could you refrain from showing off? Bro. Today we only gained 4 votes. This leaves me feeling quite disheartened about tomorrow's recommendation. It might just be a lost cause. Chapter 36. Departure for Rogue Town. Ding. Upon sensing the host's ambition, triggered level task. Overthrow the world government. Huh? There is actually a task? Lei Yu exclaimed in surprise. Not expecting that a sudden thought of his would trigger a level task, it seemed rather impressive. He then opened the task interface to check for any rewards. Progress. 1. Task reward? Unknown. What on earth? The reward is still unknown? Lei Yu widened his eyes, perplexed by the 3 question marks. Could it be that the system hasn't decided on a reward yet? As for the 1% progress, he was not surprised at all. After all, his journey had just begun, and there was still ample time. Overthrowing the world government was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have maintained their rule over this world for so long. His journey had merely commenced. Ding. Next sign-in location, Rogue Town, execution platform of Roger. Sign-in reward, 1 summoning opportunity. A summoning opportunity. Upon hearing that there was a summoning chance this time, Lei Yu's eyes sparkled with joy. Realizing that his ship would soon gain another formidable ally. Orochimaru. Let us set sail for Rogue Town. After feeling the ship remain still for some time, he turned back to Orochimaru and exclaimed, "Hey, Orochimaru, start the ship." Orochimaru gazed at Lei Yu with a languid stare and slowly replied, "Do you see me knowing where to go?" At that moment, Lei Yu was momentarily taken aback, as he, too, was unfamiliar with the route. Just then, a piece of paper slowly descended from the sky, landing directly in front of him. Upon catching and unfolding it, he discovered it to be a nautical chart of the East Sea, accompanied by a string of words. To his surprise, he realized he lacked navigational skills, and yet, this fellow was hopelessly directionally challenged as well. Ha ha ha. Raising his gaze to the empty sky, Lei Yu chuckled softly and exclaimed, "Thank you." He then stood at the bow of the ship, gazing out at the boundless ocean, a hint of a smile gracing his features. Uncle Snake, set sail. Destination, Rogue Town. Unbeknownst to him, mere hours after his departure, a naval warship arrived in the area. This ship bore a conspicuous dog-head figurehead. Having followed the trail from Cocoa West Village all the way to this very spot, Carp stood at the bow, scrutinizing the tranquil waters with suspicion. Just moments ago, he had sensed 2 formidable presences in this sea, one of which belonged to the young man he had recently clashed with, while the other felt oddly familiar, carrying an ancient essence. Without hesitation, he followed the lingering traces of these 2 energies to this location, only to find nothing amiss. Could it be an illusion on my part? Carp pondered, stroking his beard. He indeed sensed that a battle had transpired here, and without a doubt, Lei Yu was involved. Though the energies had been dissipated by the sea breeze, a vestige of a feral, violent aura lingered. This essence could undoubtedly be attributed to Lei Yu. Who had he encountered? Carp couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. Although he had not witnessed the confrontation, the residual energies surrounding him, combined with his extensive combat experience, led him to ascertain that the battle had been exceedingly fierce, several times more intense than the clash at Bogart. Even from hundreds of miles away, he could perceive the overwhelming energy that had emanated from the conflict. Just moments ago, he had felt a distinct tremor on the surface of the sea. Initially, he suspected an underwater earthquake. However, data from the instruments indicated no seismic activity. Oh, why are there suddenly several small islands ahead? One of the Navy soldiers beside Carp remarked. Indeed, as he gazed ahead, he noticed a cluster of small islands emerging from the surface like ancient monoliths. What? Were these islands not present in this sea before? Kapu gazed at him and noticed the naval soldier scratching his head, producing a nautical chart for comparison. Indeed, there were no islands here, not even hidden reefs, which was perplexing. Kapu stared at the distant small islands, lost in contemplation. Strange occurrences are often accompanied by unusual phenomena. It is improbable for several small islands to appear without reason. He commanded a few nearby soldiers to descend to the seabed and investigate. Upon hearing Kapu's orders, the soldiers did not hesitate. While their combat prowess might not be exceptional, their swimming skills were commendable. With splashes, they leapt into the depths of the sea without delay. Kapu remained aboard the ship, his expression grave as he contemplated the horizon, lost in thought. Before long, the soldiers who had just plunged into the water returned. One of them approached Kapu, astonished, and exclaimed, "General Kapu, these islands are quite peculiar." "How so?" Kapu inquired with curiosity. "The seabed is littered with enormous stones that seem to have fallen from these small islands, and the erosion on both the submerged and exposed parts appears quite similar. It's as if these islands have just emerged from the sea, which is evidently impossible. Could they have fallen from the sky?" Suddenly, A spark of realization flashed in Kapu's eyes as he grasped the soldier's shoulder, asking urgently, "What did you just say? Fallen from the sky?" The soldier stammered, fearing he had misspoken. Fallen from the sky? Could it possibly be him? Kapu recalled a notorious pirate he had apprehended over 20 years ago, General Kapu. We also discovered some structures on the seabed. They bear certain distinctive symbols. Another soldier climbed aboard, presenting the waterproof camera he had taken underwater. Kapu took the camera and, upon seeing the emblem, felt his pupils constrict sharply. The insignia belonged to the infamous pirate crew of the Golden Lion Shiki from the bygone era. After expressing his gratitude to the soldiers who had submerged, Kapu moved to the bow of the ship. As he surveyed the vast ocean, he murmured, "Has that rascal Raikou encountered Shiki? And it seems you may have been bested by this young scoundrel, Shiki." Observing the islands that should have been in the sky, Kapu's expression grew increasingly solemn. He never anticipated that Shiki could be defeated by this young novice. Shiki was one of the most formidable pirates of the Old World and the first to escape from Impel Down. There was no need to elaborate on the terror of his strength. Yet, this formidable pirate had succumbed to an 18-year-old newcomer. Was the bounty of 1 billion too low after all? Kapu gazed skyward, his face etched with concern. The emergence of such a formidable newcomer, whether in the East Blue or the New World, was not a sight desired by either himself or the Navy. Full speed ahead. Let us first make our way to Rogue Town, he declared, and then retrieved a Den Mushi, twisting it into action. Originally, I had no intention of writing today. I had hoped to compose 2 chapters. Yet, for reasons unknown, I have found myself devoid of motivation and passion for writing these past few days. Nevertheless, having promised 3 updates in a single day, I felt compelled to fulfill that commitment and forcibly produce this chapter. Perhaps the fervor has waned, and this chapter may not be of the highest quality. I apologize and hope you can bear with me. Chapter 37. Arrival at Rogue Town. Time flew by, and 2 days after Lei Yu's victory over the Golden Lion Shiki, they finally arrived at Rogue Town. The first sight to greet them was a triangular archway adorned with inscriptions. The streets were lined with an array of shops, each with porches bustling with activity. The air was filled with various calls and chatter. "Ah, this place is quite lively," exclaimed Orochimaru, surveying the throngs of passers-by with excitement. "Hey, did you stow away our pirate flag?" Lei Yu inquired, wishing only to sign in quietly and depart, intent on accumulating wealth in silence. While they were not intimidated by the navy of Rogue Town, he preferred to avoid any disturbances caused by their pirate identity, which would be overly troublesome. "Let us go, Uncle Snake, and find a tavern to rest," he suggested. And the two proceeded deeper into the street in search of a suitable establishment. At that moment, a small girl's voice caught Lei Yu's attention. He turned to see a man clad in a justice officer's uniform, his demeanor cold, with 2 cigars clenched between his lips, towering over the girl. "Is that Smoker?" Lei Yu murmured. Smoker's pant legs were smeared with ice cream, and noticing the empty cone in the girl's hand, Lei Yu quickly deduced what had transpired. The girl had run too hastily and accidentally bumped into Smoker. The onlookers held their breath, expecting the seemingly stern Marine colonel to unleash his wrath. However, to their surprise, he bent down, gently ruffled the girl's hair, and said, "I'm sorry, my pants have devoured your ice cream. Next time, let us get you a 5-scoop one." He then handed the girl a gold coin before walking away. This seemingly cold-hearted man was, in truth, just as the 2 characters emblazoned on his coat suggested. Lei Yu watched Smoker with keen interest, realizing that he had fortuitously stumbled upon the unfolding events of the Straw Hat Crew's arrival in Rogue Town. It seemed he would have the opportunity to engage with this fated child of destiny. Not far away, Smoker seemed to sense something amiss. Turning around, his gaze met that of Lei Yu. Upon noticing this, Lei Yu offered Smoker a cordial smile before departing with Orochimaru. Left in a daze, Smoker pondered why that young man appeared so familiar, as though he had encountered him somewhere before. Smoker, a colonel, was abruptly jolted from his reverie by one of the sailors beside him. "Colonel Smoker, Vice Admiral Garp is about to arrive in Rosetown." "Oh, right." Smoker recalled that his primary mission was to receive the legendary Vice Admiral Garp. He hastened his steps, with the soldiers trailing closely behind. "By the way, Colonel, why do you think Vice Admiral Garp is suddenly coming here?" Smoker exhaled a plume of smoke and replied, "I have no idea. I'm not privy to headquarters affairs. Could it be due to that rookie pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries? I heard he is in the East Blue. 1 billion berries? That's enough to last me several lifetimes." The sailor mused, aware that such a sum was indeed substantial. At that moment, a flash of realization struck Smoker, and his expression darkened considerably. The young man who had just smiled at him seemed to be the very one with the 1 billion berry bounty. No wonder he felt so familiar. Go ahead and meet Vice Admiral Garp. I have urgent business. Before the sailor could comprehend, Smoker swiftly retraced his steps. What on earth is happening? The soldier sighed, resigned to wait alone for Garp's arrival. Upon Smoker's return, he found that Lei Yu and his companions had vanished without a trace. Damn it, that wretched fellow. Smoker began to feel anxious. The sudden appearance of such a notorious pirate in this area would undoubtedly cause a stir, especially since this was the execution site of Pirate King Roger. He could hardly bear to contemplate the potential consequences. With this in mind, Smoker started to wander the streets, hoping to encounter Lei Yu and his group. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and Orochimaru had arrived at a bustling tavern. Boss, 2 mugs of ale and 2 plates of roasted meat. Lei Yu called out loudly, then casually chose an empty table to sit down. Before long, an array of delectable food and drink was laid before them. They wasted no time in indulging, relishing the flavors since they had neither a chef nor access to such delightful cuisine aboard their ship. Excuse me, may I sit here? A deep voice interrupted their meal. Just as Lei Yu was about to decline, he looked up to see a middle-aged man with a tattoo resembling a flip-flop mark standing beside him. To his surprise, Lei Yu found himself face to face with this man. A faint smile crossed his face as he regarded the man and said, "Feel free to do as you wish. After all, it is just the 2 of us." The middle-aged man, seeing that Lei Yu had no objections, made himself comfortable and sat down without hesitation. Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who was in the midst of his meal, set down his food and fixed a vigilant gaze upon the middle-aged man. Although the individual before him emitted no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary person, Orochimaru's instincts honed over many years warned him that this man was anything but simple. The presence of the man opposite him evoked a sensation akin to confronting Garp, profound and unfathomable. Not wanting to seem overly critical given Lei Yu's apparent acceptance, Orochimaru chose to remain cautious yet silent. "Today, I am seeking recommendations. I kindly ask for your support," the middle-aged man stated, as he began to indulge in the dishes ordered by Lei Yu and his companions. "You have quite an eye, sir," Lei Yu remarked, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, the middle-aged man rose to leave. "Wait a moment, sir," Lei Yu called out, his eyes glinting with intrigue. "What is it, young man?" The middle-aged man replied innocently. Leaning closer, Lei Yu chuckled softly. "Heh, what would others think if they knew the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, was dining here for free?" Dragon's pupils constricted in surprise at the revelation that this young lad was aware of his identity. How fascinating. He returned to his seat with an air of nonchalance, smiling at Lei Yu as he softly murmured, "I never expected the newly infamous pirate, Lei Yu, to be so sensitive." "Nanny?" Lei Yu was taken aback. How did he know his name? Instead of startling Dragon, it was he who felt astonished. This moment could be aptly described as an attempt at bravado that backfired spectacularly. "How do you know my name? And what do you mean by infamous across the seas?" Lei Yu queried, puzzled, as he looked at Dragon. He had only just set sail a few days ago, and had yet to venture into the New World. How could he be notorious already? Dragon, observing Lei Yu's bewildered expression, was equally perplexed. "You mean you don't know?" "I know what?" They stared at each other, wide-eyed, while Orochimaru felt somewhat overlooked and began to amuse himself with small antics. Observing the demeanor of Lei Yu, Dragola, Dragon, shook his head with a sense of resignation. With a flourish akin to a theatrical performance, he produced a bounty notice from his pocket and placed it upon the table. "Take a look for yourself." Lei Yu picked up the bounty notice and, upon unfolding it, exclaimed, "Goodness, am I not strikingly handsome?" The photograph featured his remarkably dashing visage. As he continued to peruse the document, he was taken aback by the sum listed, 100 billion berries. The Navy is quite affluent, it seems. Lei Yu marveled, astonished that his initial bounty had reached such an astronomical figure. Subsequently, Lei Yu cast a wary glance around, anxious that someone might recognize him. Yet, the patrons indulging in their drinks remained completely oblivious to his presence. Instantly, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 100 billion berries. How could it be that no one knew of him? Dragola, Dragon, perceiving the nuances of Lei Yu's thoughts, chuckled knowingly and remarked, "The bounty notice has likely yet to reach the East Blue, hence the general populace remains unaware. However, it should arrive soon." Upon hearing this, Lei Yu felt a sense of relief. It appeared that these individuals simply had not encountered his bounty notice. As Dragola, Dragon, regarded Lei Yu, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. He suddenly posed a question. "Lei Yu, Would you consider joining the Revolutionary Army? What? The Revolutionary Army? Lei Yu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a proposition from Dragon. With utmost seriousness, he nodded and continued, if you were sincere. I would be intrigued by the prospect of holding the second-in-command position. At this, Lei Yu inhaled sharply, astonished that Dragon would place such significance upon him. This was indeed a prestigious rank, one that stood just beneath the highest echelons of power. The offer Dragon presented was comparable to the invitation from Garp to join the Navy. Nevertheless, Lei Yu shook his head, replying no. I do not wish to vie for position with Sabo. The mention of Sabo caused Dragon, to narrow his eyes in surprise. It was vital to note that this information concerning Sabo was known only to him. Furthermore, Sabo was currently in a state of amnesia, making it impossible for him to relay such news to anyone, including Luffy and Ace. Dragon, scrutinized Lei Yu for a moment but chose not to delve further into the matter concerning Sabo. Instead, he shook his head and said, if you are unwilling to join, so be it. However, the doors of the Revolutionary Army will always remain open to you. Well, then I thank you for your kindness. Who knows, perhaps in times of desperation, I may seek refuge with you, Lei Yu replied with a cheerful grin. Dragon, nodded, opting not to pursue the topic further and instead continued to engage Lei Yu in light-hearted conversation. Just then, the street outside erupted with commotion, as throngs of people began to rush in a singular direction. Curious, Dragon peered out the door and inquired, what is happening? Why has the atmosphere suddenly become so lively? As Lei Yu observed, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes, and he mused to himself that the plot was about to unfold. Surely, Luffy must have encountered the clown buggy at the execution platform. Otherwise, such a throng of people would not be hastening in a singular direction. Rising to his feet, Lei Yu gazed at Dragon with a profound expression and remarked, let us proceed. It appears this calamity was wrought by your son. With that, Lei Yu swiftly departed the tavern alongside Orochimaru, leaving Dragon seated in a state of contemplation. Lei Yu's words struck Dragon like a thunderbolt, and he murmured, how does he know of my connection to Luffy? The only person aware of his relationship with Luffy was Garp. Even Luffy himself was oblivious to the identity of his father. Dragon was well aware of Garp's disposition and knew he would never divulge such a secret to anyone else. As he cast a deep gaze in the direction of Lei Yu's departure, he realized that this young man possessed considerable knowledge. Instantly, Lei Yu's level of threat escalated in Dragon's mind. With a heavy sigh, Dragon too vanished from the tavern, pondering whether this encounter with the young rascal would bring fortune or misfortune. Chapter 39. Luffy at the execution platform. On the desolate streets, a naval soldier rushed to Smoker, panting heavily, and shouted, Colonel Smoker, we have a grave situation. The soldier hurriedly approached Smoker, who immediately felt overwhelmed. He had lost count of how many times he had heard the phrase grave situation recently. The first instance involved news of Admiral Garp's deputy, Bogart, being grievously injured and bedridden for months. The second was the emergence of a pirate named Lei Yu, with a staggering bounty of 1 billion berries. To his astonishment, both reports pertained to the same individual. Now, just as he had finally grasped a lead on this Lei Yu, he was confronted with yet another crisis. What is it? Speak quickly, Smoker demanded, rubbing his temples in irritation. Colonel Smoker, it is, the soldier stammered, sensing his superior's displeasure. Just spit it out. Smoker retorted with a snort. The port soldiers have discovered the ship belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates. The soldier replied hastily. Although he was unfamiliar with the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, their flag was unmistakable, a skull adorned with a straw hat, unmistakably marking them as the Straw Hat crew. What? The Straw Hat Pirates have arrived as well? Smoker's eyes widened with excitement. He had not anticipated that not only had Lei Yu, a formidable catch, come, but also the Straw Hat Pirates, an equally lucrative prize. Although it was previously communicated to the headquarters that if any information regarding the Thunder Feather Gang or the Straw Hat crew were to emerge, an immediate alert should be sent to the headquarters and no rash action should be taken. Such a directive, while ostensibly reasonable, was perceived by Smoker as a profound insult. Was there any pirate that had appeared in Logtown who had escaped his grasp? Even if he could not contend with the formidable Thunder Feather, a notorious pirate with a bounty of 1 billion berries, he was determined not to allow the Straw Hats to slip through his fingers. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Smoker commanded, immediately notify the naval action team to accompany me to the port. He donned his coat, the emblem of justice gleaming brightly on the back. As Smoker prepared to head to the port without hesitation, a naval soldier interjected, Sir, Colonel Smoker. Although the pirate ship is at the port, it appears the crew has all entered Log Town. Moreover, it is reported that one of the pirates, wearing a straw hat and suspected to be the captain of the Straw Hat crew, is currently causing a ruckus at the execution platform where Roger was executed. Upon hearing this, Smoker's eyes glinted with cold fury. So the captain has made an appearance? How audacious to cause trouble in the square. Have they no sense of survival? Let us proceed to the square. With a stern expression, he declared, as long as I am in Log Town, I, Smoker, am the law. No matter what kind of pirate you are, if you dare to set foot here, do not expect to leave alive. As for the formidable Thunderfeather, he was wise enough to recognize that he could not provoke such a powerful figure. It would be best to leave that matter to the approaching Vice Admiral Garp. At that moment, in the square of Log Town, Thunderfeather was mingling with the crowd. Intrigued by the sight of Luffy, who stood at the execution platform with his hands on his hips. What is this? Is the kid trying to strengthen his hip flexors? Just then, Thunderfeather noticed a furtive figure within the crowd. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be the clown Buggy. It seemed the show was about to commence. Suddenly, from above, a figure descended with a crash. The acrobatic swordsman Buggy landed dramatically, securing Luffy at the execution platform. Seeing his subordinate successfully capture Luffy, Buggy brandished a cleaver and approached the platform, positioning it against Luffy's neck as he arrogantly declared, 20 years ago today, Roger met his demise here. Today, I shall also see you perish in this very spot. What do you think of that? No sooner had he spoken than dark clouds began to rumble ominously overhead. At that moment, Luffy shouted defiantly, I am going to be the Pirate King. The declaration left the square in stunned silence, with every observer momentarily paralyzed, as if a pin could be heard dropping. As Leiyu smiled while gazing at Luffy on stage, he relived this iconic moment. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching him. Turning his head, he was surprised to find that Dragon had also arrived. Leiyu shook his head, realizing that Dragon was quite concerned about his son. At that moment, Zoro and Sanji also made their way to the square, and the surrounding crowd, sensing that the situation was about to escalate, immediately dispersed in a hurry. Just as Zoro and Sanji were about to rush forward to rescue Luffy, the clown Buggy had already raised his large sword high, preparing to strike down. From below the stage, Leiyu noticed a slight movement of Dragon's finger and promptly remarked, I have saved your boy, so you owe me a favor. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Leiyu vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Dragon hesitated for a moment before lowering his finger and chuckling softly to himself. This little brat is forcing me to owe a favor, isn't he? He did not believe that Leiyu was unaware of his intention to rescue Luffy. However, what Dragon did not anticipate was that Leiyu's act of saving Luffy was not merely for his own sake, but rather to ensure that Luffy, the son of destiny, would owe Leiyu a favor. After all, who would refuse a favor from the destined child, especially when it came with the added benefit of his father? It was indeed a splendid opportunity to achieve two goals with one action. Moreover, Leiyu was confident that by fostering a good relationship with Luffy, the child of destiny, he would navigate this world with greater ease. Furthermore, he had not forgotten the sign-in task assigned by the system. And he could also sign in to obtain a summoning opportunity. Why not take advantage of such a situation? At that moment, the count had reached 110 votes. Thank you all. Dear friends, just 90 more votes to reach 200, and I will provide an additional update. I greatly appreciate your generous support. Thank you. Chapter 40. Smoker takes action. Just as Leiyu's figure vanished, Buggy the Clown brought his sword down with great force. Luffy, even in the final moments of his life, continued to face it with a smile. Just as the sword was about to sever Luffy's head, a striking figure appeared on the execution platform. Blocking the blow with his arm, Buggy stared in shock at the person who had saved Luffy, and then, regaining his composure, he shouted at Leiyu with arrogance. Who the hell are you to oppose me? Leiyu regarded Buggy with indifference, offering no explanation. Slowly, he extended his right hand, pointing his index finger at the clown. Buggy stared blankly at Leiyu, unsure of his intentions. But in the next moment, a chill ran down his spine, as if sensing imminent danger. Gunpoint. Leiyu stated calmly, and a tremendous force surged forth from his fingertip. With a loud bang, before Buggy could react, a beam of light pierced through his body. With a resounding thud, the jester Buggy tumbled from the execution platform, his fate uncertain. The acrobatic swordsman Kabeji rushed to Buggy's side, hoisting him onto his back and scurrying away from the square. Observing this, Rayleigh felt no inclination to intervene. To him, they were merely insignificant fish in a vast ocean. Ding. Execution platform registration complete. Congratulations, host. You have earned a summoning opportunity. Had the registration truly succeeded? Rayleigh pondered quietly as he heard the system's notification. "Wow, you're incredibly strong," exclaimed a wide-eyed Luffy, still shackled to the execution platform, gazing at Rayleigh with admiration. Rayleigh smiled back at Luffy and approached to free him from the wooden stocks. After Luffy stood up and stretched, he flashed his innocent smile and said, "I don't know who you are, but thank you." "No need for thanks. Your companions are waiting for you below," Rayleigh replied. Upon hearing this, Luffy looked down and saw Zoro and Sanji, who both sighed in relief at their captain's safety. With a leap, Luffy descended to join his crewmates. Zoro turned to Luffy and asked, "Do you know that guy?" Luffy, scratching his head in confusion, replied, "No, but he seems really nice." They didn't dwell on it further, as they had never seen Rayleigh's bounty notice. "Hey, let us hurry up and leave. We've caused quite a commotion. And it'll be a hassle when the Marines arrive," Sanji interjected. As the trio prepared to depart, a sudden swarm of Marines encircled the square. It turned out these Marines had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportune moment to seize the advantage after Luffy and Buggy clashed. However, they hadn't anticipated Rayleigh's sudden emergence, which swiftly eliminated Buggy and rescued Luffy. Realizing the peril, Luffy and his friends spotted an escape route and dashed for it, only to find Smoker already waiting at the exit for their arrival. "Sanji, Zoro, go ahead and find Nami on the ship. I'll hold off Smoker," Luffy instructed. Sanji and Zoro, understanding the urgency, didn't hesitate and split up to flee. Luffy, on the other hand, charged directly at Smoker. Seeing Luffy approach, Smoker wasted no time and lunged toward him. White blow. Smoker leaped, transforming his arm into a swirling mist, launching a punch at Luffy. Yet, Luffy displayed no hint of fear. He retaliated with a punch of his own, meeting Smoker's blow head-on. Bang! Luffy's expression shifted to one of surprise as he realized his fist passed right through Smoker's, as if traversing a cloud of smoke. However, Smoker's punch connected solidly, staggering Luffy momentarily. Luffy stepped back a few paces, his eyes fixed with gravity upon Smoker. In this moment, they stood opposed, one representing the pirates and the other the Navy. It was a battle between evil and righteousness. Smoker would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Smoker was invincible. The Navy was unbeatable. This pirate was doomed. The citizens of Rogue Town, witnessing the billowing smoke, felt an immediate sense of relief and erupted in cheers. Observing this, Luffy swung his arms vigorously and charged at Smoker, unleashing a barrage akin to a Gatling gun with his rubber fists. Yet, Smoker remained unfazed in the face of Luffy's onslaught. After exhausting all his efforts, Luffy realized to his astonishment that Smoker remained completely unharmed. "Why can you hit me, but I can't hit you?" Luffy tilted his head, puzzled, entirely disregarding Smoker's identity as a member of the Navy. "I am a user of a Logia-type devil fruit. Once my body transforms into smoke, you cannot land a blow on me," Smoker retorted coldly, regarding Luffy as already captured. Savoring this moment, he prepared to deliver a decisive strike. As his words faded, Smoker's arm instantly transformed into a swirling mist, spiraling towards Luffy. In the East Blue, a Logia user is equivalent to being invincible. Surrender now, Straw Hat Luffy. At this moment, Luffy, lacking the ability to harness Haki, was as defenseless as a lamb, easily subdued and pinned to the ground by Smoker. Just when Luffy found himself in yet another dire predicament, a figure appeared beside them. Smoker, sensing the presence, turned to see the newcomer, his pupils constricting in surprise. Thunder Feather. Although today's silver tickets did not exceed 200. Several generous souls had gifted me a few gold tickets, so I shall add an extra update. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support. I will continue to strive forward. Chapter 41. I landed a punch and defeated him. First update seeking silver tickets, you know me? Thunder Feather inquired curiously, gazing at Smoker. Hee, a pirate whose first bounty reached 1 billion berries. You are the first in history. As a member of the Navy, how could I possibly forget such a dangerous individual? Smoker, seated atop Luffy, regarded Thunder Feather with a serious expression. He dared not act recklessly. For now, he only needed to stall until Carp arrived. Pinned beneath Smoker, Luffy, upon hearing Smoker's words, felt a spark ignite in his eyes. He looked at Thunder Feather and exclaimed, Your bounty is 1 billion. Indeed, Thunder Feather replied, observing Luffy, who appeared unfazed even while captured, truly carefree. Upon hearing Thunder Feather's affirmation, Luffy's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at him in awe. However, Thunderfeather chose to ignore Luffy further and turned his attention to Smoker, coldly stating, "Will you rise on your own, or shall I send you flying?" Haha, I am a Navy captain. How could one ever let a pirate escape? Smoker, seated atop Luffy, shouted towards Lei. Heh, very well, Lei shrugged, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful blow towards Smoker's face. Observing this, Smoker let out a cold laugh. Heh, it seems even a billion-berry pirate is a fool. I am a Logia user, and you cannot touch me. A low hum resonated as Lei's arms suddenly transformed into an inky black. Smoker's pupils dilated, and a chill ran down his spine as he exclaimed in terror, "Is that Haki?" But it was too late to evade. Boom. In an instant, Smoker was sent flying by Lei's punch, his body embedded in the wall. Luffy rose, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he scratched his head, wide-eyed and questioning, How can you hit him?" Seeing Luffy's adorable expression, Lei chuckled twice, raising his Haki-covered arm and stating, "This is Haki. Armament Haki is particularly effective against someone like Smoker." However, noticing the gleam in Luffy's eyes, it was evident he hadn't grasped Lei's words. He was fixated on Lei's darkened arm, his small hands unable to resist reaching out to touch it, exclaiming, "Wow, so cool. Can you teach me?" Gazing into Luffy's big, eager eyes, Lei helplessly shook his head. "I can't teach you this, but..." Before he could finish, Luffy pouted, deliberately making faces at him. Lei, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile. Luffy's straightforward nature was indeed endearing. Watching Luffy squat down, drawing circles in the dirt, Lei continued, "I haven't finished speaking. You will definitely learn this move in the future, and you will become very strong." "Really?" Luffy exclaimed, suddenly springing to Lei's side, excitement radiating from him. "Yes," Lei affirmed with a nod. "Oh yeah." Upon hearing Lei's confirmation, Luffy joyfully jumped up. He had no doubts about Lei's sincerity. His instincts assured him that this person was not deceiving him. "All right, you should leave here quickly. The Navy will be coming soon," Lei remarked, dousing Luffy's exuberance with a splash of cold reality. Realizing he was indeed a target for capture by the Navy, Luffy replied, "Okay, I'll go find my friends." "Thank you." Lei nodded, "Go quickly." Luffy looked earnestly at Lei and bowed deeply before turning towards the port. Were it not for Lei, Smog, the natural ability user, would undoubtedly have met his demise this time. After running a short distance, Luffy suddenly turned around and shouted at Lei, "By the way, what is your name?" Lei chuckled and replied loudly, "Lei. Thunder's Lei, and feathers you." "Haha. I got it." Luffy laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Lei, we shall meet again in the Grand Line." With that, Luffy turned and walked away once more. A profound sense of fate enveloped Luffy, convincing him that he would inevitably encounter Lei again in the Grand Line. And it would surely be due to a significant event. Watching Luffy depart, a subtle smile crept upon Lei's lips. It seemed he had established some connection with this destined child. It may not be overwhelmingly positive, but at least it wasn't detrimental. Ding. The host has gained favor from the destined child, Luffy. Reward. Charm increased by 100. What on earth? Charm? The system's notification startled Lei. Gaining Luffy's favor was indeed commendable, yet what was the purpose of this 100 charm increase? It seemed utterly useless. This wretched system. While Lei lamented the system, he failed to notice Uncle Snake observing him intently from a distance. Hiss, this Lei kid. Why does he suddenly appear so much more handsome? A faint blush unexpectedly crept onto Uncle Snake's pale cheeks. The additional chapter should have been the Silver Note statistics from the previous day, and then the next day's edition. I made an error yesterday, but let it be. Today, I will add another chapter, and I thank everyone for their support yesterday. I am to surge into the top 10 of the new book rankings if I succeed. I will start with 6 updates daily. I hope everyone will cast their votes generously. Chapter 42, The Looming Crisis, second update at that moment. A fierce gale swept through the streets of Rogue Town. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji, who were gathering at the port, were suddenly lifted into the sky by this tempestuous wind. Upon opening their eyes, they found themselves inexplicably aboard their pirate ship. Not dwelling on the bizarre turn of events, the carefree Luffy charged forward towards their dreams, setting sail for the Grand Line. Not long after Luffy and the others departed, a massive warship arrived, swiftly heading towards Rogue Town. In Rogue Town, Lei stood on the street, feeling the eerie hurricane, murmuring, "Is it Dragon, that fellow?" Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted beside Lei, forming a small tornado. As the tempest subsided, a figure appeared beside him. It was Dragon, who, upon seeing Lei, inexplicably felt that he had become significantly more striking, a transformation radiating from within. Lei turned to Dragon with a smile. I thought you had left, Dragon. I am indeed prepared to leave, for an elderly man is about to arrive, and I wish to avoid his presence. What? Carp is coming here soon? Lei Yu inquired, his eyes widening in surprise. Dragon nodded and sighed, stating, I have come to express my gratitude. Please keep an eye on my son when you venture into the Grand Line. Consider it a personal favor I owe you. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu glanced at Dragon and remarked, You already owe me one, so that makes it 2. Fine, 2 it is. Just keep an eye on him. For he has a penchant for trouble. Dragon, observing Lei Yu's troublesome demeanor, hastily agreed, wishing to distance himself from this troublesome individual. Be cautious. It is not merely Carp who is on his way here, Dragon said gravely, lowering his voice. Then, as the winds began to howl once more, Dragon vanished into the gusts. Lei Yu stared at the spot where Dragon had disappeared, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. What did Dragon mean by that? Could it be that others, aside from Carp, are arriving here? Surely Sengoku wouldn't he send all 3 admirals to apprehend me, would he? Lei Yu could not fathom that Sengoku would deploy 3 admirals to capture a pirate worth a mere billion. However, this time, Lei Yu had clearly underestimated the level of threat he posed in Sengoku and Carp's minds. Although not all 3 admirals were dispatched, it was nearly equivalent. Alas, Carp is relentless in his pursuit, having followed me all the way to Log Town. Luffy is fortunate. Had he not departed early, he might have been dragged back by Carp. Lei Yu took a deep breath, resolving to leave this place without delay. Although he did not fear Carp's power, the words Dragon had spoken before his departure lingered in his mind, prompting him to exercise caution and make a swift exit. He then called out to Orochimaru, who was not far away. Uncle Snake, hurry, we must leave. Carp is on his way. As they prepared to depart, Smoker, who had been sent flying by Lei Yu's punch, shakily rose from the ruins. Glancing at Lei Yu's retreating figure, he shouted, You cursed pirate. As long as I am here, you shall not escape Log Town. With that, his upper body transformed into a cloud of white smoke as he charged toward Lei Yu. Observing the approaching Smoker, Lei Yu could only shake his head in exasperation. Can't you just lie there quietly? In a reckless display, he swiftly appeared above Smoker, and with a resounding thud, his arm, imbued with haki, struck Smoker forcefully. In an instant, Smoker was sent crashing to the ground, creating a substantial crater in the street beneath him. At that moment, Smoker felt a wave of metallic sweetness in his throat, and a trickle of crimson blood slowly seeped from the corner of his mouth. With a violent cough, he expelled a thick, vibrant stream of blood, staining the dust around him. Despite his weakened state, Smoker managed to rise once more, though the effort was excruciating, as half of his ribs lay shattered. Nevertheless, he refused to retreat, steadfastly fixating his gaze on Ray. If he could just hold on a bit longer, Admiral Garp would arrive, sealing Ray's fate. Observing Smoker's defiance, Ray's eyes flickered with impatience, a murderous intent radiating from him. Do you truly wish to meet your end, Smoker? He inquired, his irritation palpable at Smoker's persistent entanglement. For reasons unknown, a sense of unease gnawed at Ray, compelling him to hasten his departure from this place. If you leave today as you are, then I am unworthy of donning this attire, Smoker declared, striving to maintain his posture and gesturing toward the 2 bold characters emblazoned on his back. Ray erupted into laughter at the sight of Smoker's resolute expression. Is what you call justice truly just? He mused, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. With a swift motion, Ray's right arm became enveloped in dragon scales, further fortified by haki, transforming it into a striking shade of purplish black, an ominous spectacle. Embrace your demise along with your so-called justice. Chapter 43, Crisis as Garp arrives and Akiji appears, 3rd update. As Ray's words lingered in the air, he vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Smoker. Haki Dragon Fist, Ray proclaimed, raising his right arm high as he charged at Smoker. Instantly, Smoker sensed the oppressive aura of death enveloping him, rendering him immobile beneath Ray's formidable presence. Am I to perish? He pondered, realizing that even justice could falter. He stood frozen in place, devoid of any will to resist against the overwhelming force. Gradually, he closed his eyes, resigned to the fate that awaited him. A thunderous roar echoed as he braced for the pain of death, yet he felt only the rush of air from the impact, stinging his cheeks. At last, I have you, kid. An aged voice reached Smoker's ears, prompting him to open his eyes. Before him stood a tall elder, adorned with a dog-headed hat and clad in the attire of the Justice Corps, having thwarted a cataclysmic strike. Admiral Carp, you have finally arrived. Upon hearing this, Carp nodded silently and replied, My apologies for the delay. Smoker exhaled in relief, managing a wry smile as he remarked, "I am just glad you were here. Otherwise, I would not have been able to hold on against that damned pirate." With that, Smoker clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with determination as he glared at Lei Yu. Observing this, Carp patted Smoker's shoulder and said, "You did your utmost, and you performed admirably. Now, allow me to handle this." Despite Smoker's fervent desire to capture Lei Yu himself, he recognized that he could no longer partake in the upcoming battle. He silently retreated a short distance, fist clenched, lamenting, "It is my own weakness that confines me to the sidelines. If only I were stronger." On the street, only 3 voices remained: Carp, Lei Yu, and Orochimaru. Carp fixed a fierce gaze upon Lei Yu, stating gravely, "You just dealt a lethal blow, didn't you? That was a bit excessive." Lei Yu erupted into laughter, mockingly addressing Carp, "Mr. Carp, you are the Navy, and I am a pirate." Carp was momentarily taken aback. Initially, he had felt a certain fondness for Lei Yu, perceiving him as a good-hearted lad akin to his grandson, who had merely strayed onto a misguided path. However, it was clear now that Lei Yu had fully embraced his identity as a pirate. "In that case, I shall have no choice but to apprehend you and take you to Impel Down, Lei Yu," Carp declared coldly, his fists clenched tightly, his aura steadily intensifying. Gazing at Carp's serious demeanor, Lei Yu chuckled, "You cannot capture me, Carp. Uncle Snake, you go ahead and prepare the ship. I will hold him off and join you shortly." He turned to Orochimaru, who nodded and hurried towards the harbor of Lobetown. Observing this, Carp made no move but coldly regarded Lei Yu, sneering, "I told you, none of you will escape today." As soon as Carp finished speaking, Lei Yu sensed a shift in the atmosphere around them. The temperature nearby seemed to plummet several degrees. "Oh, so the pirate with a bounty of 1 billion is just a young lad," a languid voice suddenly echoed, as if its owner had not yet fully awakened. Upon hearing the familiar tone, Lei Yu's expression darkened instantly. He recognized who Long was referring to. Emerging from a nearby alley was a tall figure, clad in a white vest and a deep blue shirt, sporting a green-eye bag on his forehead. Observing the newcomer, Lei Yu gravely remarked, "I never expected you to be dispatched here, Akiji." The individual was none other than Akiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Akiji, blocking the retreat, yawned lazily as he regarded Lei Yu. "With a pirate as formidable as you in the East Sea, I wonder why we didn't apprehend you sooner. The chaos you could unleash is unimaginable." Carp, witnessing Akiji's arrival, let out a silent sigh of relief. Frankly, Carp was uncertain whether he could contain Lei Yu anymore. The boy's growth was astonishing, especially after discovering that Lei Yu had recently defeated the Golden Lion, making Carp feel that Lei Yu's strength was unfathomable, rising at a rocket-like pace. To Carp's surprise, Sengoku had sent Akiji to confront them. Carp gazed at Akiji with a hint of fondness. After all, Akiji was like a beloved disciple to him. Akiji looked at Carp and, in his characteristic languid manner, said, "You just rest, master. I'll handle these 2 pirates." With that, Akiji began to stride towards Orochimaru, leaving behind a thin layer of frost on the ground with each step. Despite Akiji's assurance that he could manage the situation alone, Carp remained uneasy. He could sense the dormant power within Lei Yu. As Akiji prepared to confront the Snake Man, Carp fixed his gaze on Lei Yu, determined not to allow him to intervene. At that moment, Lei Yu harbored the same intention as Carp, keeping a watchful eye on him to prevent any assistance to Akiji. Although Orochimaru had appeared somewhat uninvolved, Lei Yu had faith in him. After all, Orochimaru was a genius ninja, one of the legendary 3. While uncertain of Orochimaru's ability to withstand an admiral's might, Lei Yu believed that Orochimaru would not fall easily. Recalling Orochimaru's formidable vitality brought him some comfort. However, Lei Yu soon thought, "Damn it, Akiji, give it your all, don't hold back. Otherwise, Orochimaru's incessant boasting will drive me mad." At this moment, Lei Yu found himself restrained by Carp, with a naval admiral blocking his path, making it clear that he could no longer remain a passive observer. It seems it's time to stretch my legs," Orochimaru sighed, watching Akiji approach with deliberate steps. Despite the latter's seemingly relaxed demeanor, Orochimaru dared not underestimate him. His eyes were focused intently on the frost beneath Akiji's feet. Ice, a freezing ability, perhaps? In an instant, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Orochimaru's eyes as he resolved to strike first. With astonishing speed, honed over 2 decades of solitary training, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals. The technique, hidden shadow snake hands, unleashed countless brown venomous snakes that surged forth from his sleeves. each one gaping wide to bite at Akiji's face, showing no sign of restraint. Truly, a member of the legendary Sannin, his ferocity was unmatched. Akiji, maintaining his stoic demeanor, regarded the oncoming serpents with indifference. He slowly raised his right hand, and just as the snakes were about to sink their fangs into him, his gaze sharpened. The temperature around him plummeted rapidly, and in an instant, the serpents were encased in ice mid-flight. With a cacophony of cracking sound, the frozen snakes plummeted to the ground, shattering into countless shards. Akiji had grown stronger, Carp noted, impressed by how effortlessly Akiji had neutralized Orochimaru's assault. "Is this the frozen time?" Thunderwing exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the extent of Akiji's mastery over his powers. With the venomous snakes neutralized, Akiji pressed on, invoking frozen time once more. Layers of frigid ice swiftly enveloped the street and advanced toward Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru prepared to leap away from the impending ice. However, he soon discovered that his legs had been ensnared by the ice, immobilizing him. Akiji, observing Orochimaru's predicament, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Vaulting into the air, he extended his right hand, cloaked in ice, and targeted the helpless Orochimaru. Drawing upon the chilling energy of his power, he rapidly conjured several ice spears. Double-pronged spear, Akiji pronounced slowly. No sooner had the words left his lips than the created ice spears shot toward Orochimaru with blinding speed. Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he desperately attempted to break free from his icy bonds. With a piercing sound, the spears penetrated his body, extinguishing the aura of life within him. As he descended from the air, Akiji scoffed. "I expected more from this bounty of 430 million. How disappointing." With that, he disregarded Orochimaru's lifeless form and coldly approached Thunderwing. "Your companion has perished. Now it's your turn, Thunderwing." Carp observed Thunderwing's expression, which bore no trace of panic, nor a hint of sorrow for his fallen comrade. Could it be that this individual was devoid of compassion? Had I misjudged him from the start? In response to Akiji's provocation, Thunderwing remained unperturbed, replying calmly, "Is that so? My companion is far from simple." Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Akiji furrowed his brow and turned his gaze toward the lifeless body he had just pierced. Suddenly realizing something amiss, the wound bore not a single trace of blood, absolutely no blood at all, which was clearly unreasonable. At that moment, he observed Orochimaru, who had been impaled, slowly merging into a puddle of mud. Thus, as Akiji contemplated the transformed Orochimaru, he pondered whether this was the manifestation of a devil fruit ability. After all, was he not also a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit? Akiji could not fathom that Orochimaru did not belong to this world. Nor did he employ techniques from this realm. Instead, he utilized ninjutsu. Orochimaru had evaded Akiji's ice spear by employing a body substitution technique. However, there was little time for reflection, for in the next moment, Akiji felt a tremor beneath him. Before he could react, a multitude of venomous snakes erupted from the ground, even greater in number than before, their gaping mouths revealing fangs as they lunged at him. Faced with such a sudden ambush, Akiji shed his previous languor and hastily used his freezing abilities to encase the snakes and the surrounding 10 meters of street in ice, in order to prevent yet another wave of serpents from emerging unexpectedly. Although his reaction had been swift enough, he still found himself bitten on the left arm by one of the snakes. Instantly, he felt a dull pain in his left arm, accompanied by a sense of numbness. Thus, Akiji urgently summoned the cold energy within him to expel the venom, a stream of black liquid oozing from the small wound on his left hand, accompanied by a foul odor. Orochimaru emerged not far away, gazing at Akiji with cold eyes and a sneer, mocking him. "Is this all there is? A marine admiral? Reduced to this?" Witnessing this scene, Garp's impression of Orochimaru plummeted even further. First, he had stealthily sabotaged his ship, and now he resorted to ambush tactics, injuring his beloved disciple while deriding him. At that moment, in Garp's eyes, Orochimaru was nothing but a despicable scoundrel, lacking honor and resorting to treachery. Observing Orochimaru's smug demeanor, Akiji's eyes glinted with icy resolve, the chill emanating from him intensifying. He glared at Orochimaru and spat, "You filthy coward. Resorting to ambush. If you seek death so desperately, I shall oblige." Instantly, as Akiji spoke, the clear skies over Logtown were suddenly graced by falling snowflakes. Yesterday, the silver tickets surpassed 200, leading to an additional update. Today's count has also exceeded 200, and tomorrow shall see yet another increase. Should it surpass 300 before midnight, I shall add 2 updates for tomorrow, and so forth. With no upper limit. I do not believe you can make me type until I collapse. I sincerely thank each and every one of you for your support. I shall continue to strive. Chapter 45. Shock as Orochimaru emerges from within. Orochimaru. First update. Leiyu extended his hand, a crystal-clear snowflake landing in his palm. As he gazed at the increasingly agitated Aokiji and murmured, "Has the weather already been affected?" Rei's gaze was filled with concern as he watched Orochimaru, fearing that something unforeseen might occur. Noticing Rei's anxious expression, Garp stepped forward with a decisive stride, blocking Rei's line of sight, and coldly remarked, "If you wish to proceed, you must first defeat me." Rei slowly shook his head, exuding confidence as he replied, "You should worry more about your disciple." Humph. Garp snorted dismissively, redirecting his focus to the clash between Aokiji and Orochimaru. He sensed something peculiar about Orochimaru's power. It was evidently not derived from a devil fruit. He hoped to glean some insight, for understanding oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. At that moment, Orochimaru also noticed the sudden snowfall from the heavens, feeling that the essence of the snowflakes mirrored Aokiji's aura. His eyes glimmered with intrigue. Has the weather been affected? How fascinating. With that, he cracked his neck, producing a series of ominous pops, signaling that his warm-up was over and he was ready to engage seriously. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened, and in an instant, a flash of white light appeared as he drew forth a short blade radiating a chilling gleam. With a swift motion, he vanished from his position, launching himself towards Aokiji. The short blade shimmered momentarily as it lunged directly for Aokiji's heart. So fast, Aokiji's pupils constricted. He hadn't anticipated that in a mere moment of distraction, Orochimaru would be upon him. Hastily, Aokiji conjured an ice blade using his freezing abilities, and with a resounding clash, he blocked Orochimaru's assault. Observing the block, Orochimaru executed a graceful somersault, delivering a kick aimed at Aokiji's icy visage. It is noteworthy that Orochimaru's martial arts were formidable. Especially since arriving in this world, he had also partaken in the special potions Rei had given him daily. Although his physical prowess did not rival that of Rei, who had consumed a devil fruit, he still possessed a commendable strength. With a thud, Aokiji was sent flying from the impact. Rising to his feet, Aokiji exhibited no signs of anger, instead offering a cold smirk as he said, "You dare confront me head-on? Just look at your leg." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru glanced down to find his right leg encased in a thick layer of ice. However, without a moment's hesitation, he leaped once more towards Aokiji, charging with renewed speed and delivering a powerful knee strike to Aokiji's abdomen. Aokiji coughed violently, a spray of crimson blood erupting from his lips, staining the ice beneath him in a vivid scarlet hue. In that moment, Aokiji felt as though his very insides had been turned upside down. Simultaneously, a thick layer of frigid ice encased Orochimaru's right knee. A glimmer of cruelty flashed in his eyes as he wielded a dagger, dragging his frozen leg towards his adversary. Despite being entirely immobilized by ice, Orochimaru charged recklessly towards Aokiji, engaging him head-on. At that moment, Aokiji could not help but wonder if this serpent man had lost his sanity, knowing full well that he would be encased in ice. He still hurled himself forward in a suicidal assault. Ever since acquiring the ice fruit, Aokiji had relied on its unparalleled power and had scarcely encountered an opponent worthy of his might. Furthermore, his remarkable talent in harnessing the fruit's abilities had rendered most adversaries mere victims of his icy grasp, resulting in a lack of notable prowess in hand-to-hand combat. Despite being a disciple of Garp, as Orochimaru approached, a flicker of cold determination flashed in Aokiji's eyes. He did not shy away but instead rushed forward to embrace Orochimaru, exclaiming, "Even if your martial skills are formidable, my ice fruit is not to be underestimated." Shortly thereafter, Orochimaru felt an exceptionally frigid aura emanating from Aokiji. Almost instantaneously, he sensed a numbing coldness creeping from his legs, gradually spreading throughout his entire body. In no time, Orochimaru was transformed into a pristine ice sculpture. Is it over? Observing the immobilized Orochimaru, Aokiji sighed inwardly. He, a mere sorcerer, was being compelled into close combat by this madman, which was causing him considerable distress. The sound of cracking ice resonated as the seemingly frozen Orochimaru suddenly opened his mouth in an exaggerated arc. To the astonishment of Aokiji, Garp, and Rayleigh, the living Orochimaru crawled out from within the frozen form. This scene left Aokiji utterly astounded for 20 years. How could this creature be alive? Could a human perform such a feat? Standing before them, the enscathed Orochimaru gazed at Aokiji with a mocking expression. At that moment, the typically composed Aokiji felt a surge of rage. As a vice admiral of the Navy, How could he endure being toyed with repeatedly by a mere pirate with a bounty of 430 million? What face did he have left to call himself an admiral? You are quite something. Akiji fixed his steely gaze on Orochimaru, speaking through clenched teeth as if he would shatter them. Yesterday, 322 silver tickets. Today, an additional 2 updates, totaling 5. Thankfully, it hasn't reached 400. Otherwise, writing would leave me bald, he murmured. Thank you all for your support. Please continue to lend your strength. Chapter 46. The Terrifying Defeat of Uncle Snake. With that, Akiji raised his right hand, forming an ice block, and furiously declared, "You shall perish." In a chilling spectacle, the cold air coalesced around Orochimaru's right arm, suddenly materializing into a colossal ice bird, measuring several meters in size. With its wings unfurled, the bird emitted a resonant cry and dove fiercely towards Orochimaru. In response, he transformed his right hand into a gigantic python, which lunged forward to ensnare the massive ice creature. Once entangled, the python exerted tremendous force, causing the ice bird to shatter into countless fragments that cascaded from the sky. However, the python that Orochimaru had conjured began to freeze rapidly, with ice spreading from his arm to engulf his entire body. In a deft maneuver, Orochimaru utilized the Great Snake Substitution technique, narrowly evading the impending freeze. Subsequently, he positioned himself on all fours, crawling along the ground. With a sinister grin, he opened his mouth wide, extending his tongue, and from his salivation emerged a multitude of brown venomous snakes, swarming like a horde of ants. At that moment, 2 simultaneous retching sounds erupted. Ray and Carp exchanged glances, and upon witnessing Carp's peculiar expression, Ray quickly averted his gaze, thinking, "This is not my companion. I do not recognize this grotesque creature." Each of the venomous snakes unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp fangs, surging towards Akiji. In a flash, Akiji invoked the Frozen Time technique, effortlessly dispatching the formidable wave of serpents. Recognizing the futility of his venomous assault, Orochimaru swiftly altered his strategy. Facing Akiji, he clasped his hands together and bellowed, "Wind release, great breakthrough." As he opened his mouth, a violent gale surged forth towards Akiji. The tempest wreaked havoc, uprooting cobblestones and collapsing nearby structures in its wake. "Why does this guy always attack with his mouth?" Akiji quipped, observing the oncoming whirlwind. He promptly summoned another colossal ice bird to counter the onslaught. With an earth-shattering crash, the 2 forces collided, obliterating a vast expanse of buildings, reducing their surroundings to a heap of rubble. Carp, noticing the devastation, furrowed his brow and called out to Akiji, "Be cautious, don't destroy the town." Upon hearing Carp's warning, Akiji recognized the gravity of the situation. If this continued, the town would surely collapse. Thus, he began to deliberately steer the battlefield toward the port, a more spacious area. Orochimaru, seizing the opportunity, relished the prospect of more room to maneuver. They exchanged a series of elemental attacks. Orochimaru unleashed a fire technique. Akiji countered with a fierce ice bird. Orochimaru followed with a water technique. And Akiji again retaliated with an ice bird. Orochimaru unleashed a wind technique, and Akiji responded with yet another ice bird. Thus, they battled their way to the port. However, at this juncture, Orochimaru acutely felt his fatigue setting in. While his adversary wielded skills without depleting energy, he was painfully aware of his own diminishing reserves. The feeble Orochimaru gazed at the still vigorous Akiji, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he murmured, "Must I resort to that technique?" At that moment, Akiji once again conjured a colossal ice bird, this time even larger and more powerful than before, exuding an even more oppressive chill. "Seriously, you're using that move again? Aren't you tired of it?" Orochimaru exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. Akiji merely responded with a cold smirk, stating, "Against a pirate like you, 1 move suffices." Orochimaru, taken aback, thought to himself, "Brother, are you under some delusion about the meaning of 1 move? Using the same technique 10 times can still be considered 1 move, can't it?" At that moment, Orochimaru realized that the attack was significantly stronger than before. It was evident that Akiji aimed to conclude the battle with a single blow. After the giant ice bird let out a cry, it swiftly soared towards Orochimaru. In response, Orochimaru clasped his hands together and struck the ground, shouting, "Triple Rashomon." Suddenly, a massive iron gate erupted from the earth, adorned with a grotesque visage that appeared quite fearsome. "Is my chakra already insufficient?" Observing that only a single layer of Rashomon had manifested, Orochimaru's expression darkened. The colossal bird crashed violently against the Rashomon before Orochimaru, which trembled under the impact. Did it hold? Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous roar echoed as the summoned Rashomon collapsed, accompanied by the bird's cry. The gigantic ice bird charged directly at Orochimaru. Seeing this, Orochimaru's countenance turned exceedingly grim. He had clearly underestimated the capabilities of the Marine Admiral. It seemed that Aokiji possessed at least the strength of a shadow-level ninja, if not more. As the ice bird drew nearer, Orochimaru's expression grew increasingly dire. This is troublesome. Must I resort to that technique? But just as Orochimaru hesitated, a figure appeared before him, channeling their strength into a punch that shattered the formidable ice bird. Ryu. Weak and teetering, Orochimaru stood, realizing that his chakra was nearly depleted, with scarcely a drop remaining. Observing the frail Orochimaru, Ryu smiled and said, "All right, Uncle Snake, I'll take it from here." Orochimaru shook his head, insisting, "You needn't worry about me. I'm still capable." As he prepared to bite his finger, ready to invoke that forbidden technique, Ryu intervened, saying, "You intend to use the eight-headed serpent technique, don't you? With your current chakra, how long can you sustain the form of the great serpent?" Upon hearing Ryu's words, Orochimaru paused, slowly lowering his finger. Ryu was not mistaken. Currently, he could maintain the eight-headed serpent technique for only a minute. Within this fleeting moment, he had no confidence in defeating Aokiji, and he was utterly unaware of the opponent's hidden cards. "Leave it to me. You should return to the ship. The instant I find an opportunity, I will make my escape," Ryu said, patting Orochimaru on the shoulder. "Alas, I apologize, Rei. Please take care," Orochimaru replied, understanding his own precarious state. After a brief admonition, he promptly turned and dashed toward the ship. Once Ryu found an opportunity to escape, he could utilize wind release to flee, just as he had done previously. However, neither Orochimaru nor Ryu realized that the true crisis lay ahead. Otherwise, Karp would not have chosen to observe the battle instead of confronting Ryu directly. He aimed to buy time. Once that person arrived, Ryu and his companions would become mere prey, easily dispatched at will. Aokiji paid no heed to Orochimaru's retreat to the ship. In his view, Ryu's group would undoubtedly fall into his grasp today. At that moment, Karp also arrived, realizing that he had momentarily lost sight of Ryu, allowing him to slip away. However, it appeared that the Serpent Man was no longer a threat. Resolving the matter with Ryu would conclude the affairs of the East Blue. Contemplating this, Karp approached Aokiji, preparing to cooperate in capturing Ryu. Noticing Karp's approach, Aokiji slightly tilted his head and remarked, "Teacher, allow me to handle him. You need not intervene." Karp paused, observing Aokiji with a nod. Indeed, his once adoring pupil was no longer the mere shadow who trailed behind him. He had matured into a formidable admiral capable of standing on his own. "Ha ha ha. Then it's all yours," Karp said, stepping aside to enjoy a bag of donuts. With his teacher refraining from intervening, Aokiji turned his gaze toward Ryu, declaring, "Now, it's your turn." At that moment, a fiery determination flickered in Ryu's eyes. This would be his inaugural battle against an admiral. Suddenly, he awakened like a fierce beast, his entire being brimming with a chaotic energy. In the next instant, Ryu vanished from his position, reappearing before Aokiji. He raised his fist, adorned with dragon scales, high into the air, causing Aokiji's pupils to constrict. "Damn, yet another lunatic who revels in close combat," he thought, hastily conjuring a 1-meter-thick ice wall to protect himself. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the ice wall shattered explosively. In Aokiji's horrified gaze, Ryu's haki-imbued fist struck his icy visage with tremendous force. Thud. The sheer power of Ryu's haki rendered Aokiji's elemental transformation utterly ineffective. Here. Some may wonder why I didn't use elemental transformation against Orochimaru earlier. I certainly want to admit that I simply forgot. Ahem, dear readers. Let us consider the notion that Uncle Snake's chakra may indeed counter elemental transformations. My sincerest apologies for my lack of precision. Please, feel free to express your irritation at my blunder. This time, the fault lies with me, and altering the storyline is no simple task. Thus, I extend my apologies once more. Before us, Aokiji's visage underwent a rapid and grotesque transformation, blood splattering upon Ryu's fists, even several of his teeth flying forth. Like a shooting star, Aokiji's form was violently propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a massive gouge several meters long in its wake. Coughing up blood, Aokiji wiped the crimson stains from the corner of his mouth, and under the life-restoring force of the Marine Six Styles, his teeth miraculously regrew. Yet, he still felt a throbbing pain upon touching his cheek. With a grim expression, Akiji glared at Lei-Yu, rising to his feet and unleashing a frigid shockwave from his right hand. As the shockwave passed, it froze everything in its path, attempting to immobilize him. Observing this, Lei-Yu's lips curled into a slight smirk. With his hands, adorned in crimson dragon scales, he struck the ground with tremendous force. Dragon Fist, Earth Splitter, instantly. The ground fractured, shattering the ice formed by the shockwave and spreading outward towards Akiji. Seeing this, Akiji deftly evaded to the side, his icy gaze fixed on Lei-Yu. Channeling his cold energy, he slammed his hands down upon the earth, instantaneously freezing everything around him. Caught off guard by the rapid onset of ice, Lei-Yu found half of his body trapped in a solid encasement. A glimmer of triumph flickered across Akiji's face. He had finally subdued him. But before he could fully relish the moment, Lei-Yu erupted with tendrils of violet flames, swiftly melting the ice into a puddle. What? Fire. You are a mythical Zoan type. Akiji's eyes widened in astonishment. If he had previously deduced Lei-Yu's status as a Zoan type from the scales on his arms, the flames now emanating from him were undeniably a rare special ability exclusive to mythical Zoan users. Each mythical Zoan possesses a unique power. Could Lei-Yu's be fire? Akiji's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze upon Lei-Yu. He understood that the true strength of his ice fruit lay in control rather than overwhelming offensive power. Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of restraining Lei-Yu. Ha ha ha, Akiji, it seems you are no match for me now. Lei-Yu laughed heartily, enveloped in violet flames. To him, Akiji appeared less imposing than the previous adversary, the Golden Lion, merely possessing the combat strength of a vice admiral. However, given another 2 years, Lei-Yu might well reach the peak strength of the Golden Lion. Indeed, the extraordinary talent of Akiji in fruit development is beyond question. At this moment, Carp, who stood nearby, recognized the predicament that Akiji faced. He was utterly unable to control the formidable Rikyu, and his own attacks were insufficient to inflict harm. With a grave expression, Carp gazed at Rikyu and slowly rose to his feet. Suddenly, a resonant voice pierced the air. A dignified admiral unable to contend with a mere pirate. What face remains for the Navy, Kazan? Chapter 48. The arrival of Akainu. This chapter has been extended by 12, Rikyu inquired, sensing an intense heat approaching from behind. Turning to look, he beheld a colossal arm of magma surging towards him, emanating searing temperatures. Is this the great firestorm? No way. Has Sakazuki also arrived? The expression on Rikyu's face morphed into one of astonishment. He had never anticipated encountering 2 admirals in the East Blue, alongside the terrifying old man, Carp. Even from a considerable distance, Rikyu could feel the oppressive heat emanating from the gigantic magma arm, accompanied by a powerful wave of warmth. Is this one of the 3 admirals that Rikyu mentioned earlier? On board the ship, Orochimaru gazed weakly at the intensely heated magma and marveled. He sensed that this individual's aura surpassed that of Akiji, particularly in terms of offensive capability. As the magma arm drew nearer, Rikyu swiftly enveloped his arm in violet demonic flames and retaliated with a punch. The collision produced a thunderous roar, sending waves of heat radiating outward. While thick black smoke quickly engulfed the entire port, Rikyu was pushed back several steps by the force of the attack. And as he felt a slight burning pain on his hand, his expression darkened. Sakazuki's offensive power was significantly greater than Akiji's. Dressed in a flamboyant red suit, Sakazuki leapt before Kazan and, observing Rikyu, taunted, "Is this the kind of pirate you cannot handle? Do you still have the audacity to call yourself an admiral?" "Humph." Kazan scoffed, ignoring the provocations of this individual. Carp, who had prepared to join the fray, sat back down, believing that the 2 admirals should have no trouble subduing Rikyu. However, upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Carp's expression soured. Being ridiculed in front of him was tantamount to undermining his authority over his own disciple. At this moment, the smoke from the earlier collision began to dissipate, and Rikyu fixed a chilling gaze upon Sakazuki, sneering, "Heh, it seems I have been underestimated, Admiral Sakazuki." "Underestimated? Heh." Sakazuki retorted, turning to face Rikyu, his arms transforming into torrents of blazing magma, with thick smoke billowing forth. "A mere pirate worth 1 billion berries is hardly worthy of my concern." As he spoke, he suddenly vanished from sight, leaving behind a gaping chasm filled with molten lava. Observing the formidable Sakazuki charging towards him, Lei-Yu pursed his lips, his eyes brimming with determination. In his past life, he had yearned to deliver a severe beating to the Red Dog, and now, the opportunity had finally arrived. Sakazuki transformed his right arm into a molten mass, resembling the head of a dog, and let out a furious roar as it lunged at Lei Yu. Canine bite of the Crimson Lotus? Lei Yu's gaze sharpened slightly. In the face of this hellish magma beast, he felt no sense of danger. His expression remained unchanged as he launched a punch. An invisible wave of energy struck the molten creature, shattering its fiery head instantly, causing magma to erupt and scatter like countless tiny streams across the ground. With a series of splashes, the magma left a small crater on the surface. Sakazuki's pupils contracted in shock. He had not anticipated that his molten form could be so easily obliterated by Lei Yu's mere ordinary punch, which exhibited such formidable power, even in the New World. It would not be so effortless for over 1 billion pirates to withstand a similar onslaught. Clearly, this young man possessed some remarkable abilities. Otherwise, Kazan would not have struggled to subdue him for so long. Lei Yu clenched his fist, producing a series of cracking sounds, and gradually advanced towards Sakazuki. The latter fixed his gaze on Lei Yu, tempering his earlier disdain. With a sudden forceful push from his legs, Lei Yu transformed into a shadow, prompting a tightening in Sakazuki's chest as he realized he could not perceive Lei Yu's movement with his observation haki. Could it be that he too possessed this powerful ability? Lei Yu moved with lightning speed, appearing before Sakazuki in an instant, revealing a sinister grin. Upon witnessing Lei Yu's eerie smile, a wave of unease washed over Sakazuki. But he quickly suppressed it, recalling the power of his devil fruit. Lei Yu then unleashed a punch towards Sakazuki, who, rather than evading, seemed intent on utilizing his elemental form to dodge the blow. Nearby, Carp covered his forehead in exasperation. Had this fool not taken the time to understand his opponent beforehand? If only he possessed half of Kazan's composure. After all, Lei Yu's physical prowess was not far from his own. Observing the immobile Sakazuki, Lei Yu was equally perplexed. Was it typical for an admiral to be so brazen? At that moment, the self-assured Sakazuki lost his composure upon catching sight of Lei Yu's darkened arm, exclaiming in disbelief. What? You can use armament haki as well. By the time Sakazuki recognized that Lei Yu was unafraid of his elemental form, it was already too late. He had no time to evade the impending punch. In the fleeting moment before an impending strike, an imposing ice wall materialized before him. With a thunderous crash, the wall shattered instantaneously, and Lei Yu's dark fist broke through the barrier, continuing its relentless trajectory towards Sakazuki. In this dire moment, a hand, encrusted with frost, reached out from the side and shielded Sakazuki's vision. It firmly grasped Lei Yu's fist, halting the devastating blow. Sakazuki turned his head towards the source, sheepishly uttering his gratitude. Thank you, Kazan. Though he harbored disdain for the man, he recognized that without Kazan's intervention, he would have been utterly humiliated by being sent flying by Lei Yu's strike. Upon feeling his fist ensnared by Kazan, a chilling sensation swiftly coursed up Lei Yu's arm. Under the influence of Kazan's ice fruit abilities, his arm began to freeze rapidly, progressively numbing him. Reluctantly, Lei Yu shook off Kazan's grip and stepped back, using his demonic flames to thaw the ice encasing his arm. Once he regained sensation, he furrowed his brow, glancing at Kazan and Sakazuki, and mockingly remarked, "What's this? The esteemed Marine Admiral Sakazuki is teaming up now? How very righteous of you." Sakazuki's eyes flickered with anger at the taunt, and he readied his hands, now engulfed in magma, to charge forward once more. However, Kazan swiftly restrained him, shouting, "Calm down. This guy is not like the previous pirates. He is formidable. We must subdue him first, or do you want to witness the emergence of another Emperor-level threat?" Kazan's words struck Sakazuki like a bolt from the blue, awakening a realization within him. An Emperor-level threat. Gazing at Lei Yu's youthful and innocent face, he suddenly understood. Indeed, the adversary was so young yet possessed such power. Given time, he might become the next Emperor-level pirate. Gradually, Sakazuki regained his composure. His crimson eyes fixed intently on Lei Yu. His sense of justice would never allow such a colossal threat to emerge in the future. Today, he must be apprehended. Seeing Sakazuki's newfound calmness, Kazan let out a sigh of relief, his eyes glinting with determination as he analyzed. My attacks are unlikely to inflict fatal damage upon him. But your magma should suffice. I will seek an opportunity to restrain him, and then you can deliver the decisive blow. Sakazuki contemplated the situation. Against an opponent like Lei Yu, who was well versed in both offense and defense, this was the only viable strategy. He nodded in agreement with Kazan. Kazan, no longer hesitating, recognized the gravity of the situation. He had underestimated Lei Yu before, and now it was evident that holding back would not suffice. Kazan plunged his hands into the ground, and an overwhelming chill surged from him, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Ryu. In an instant, the port and the surrounding shores were enveloped in a thick layer of frost, a phenomenon he termed the Ice Age. Ryu felt the temperature plummet below freezing, and suddenly, He could no longer sense his lower body, as if it had become numb. Glancing down, he discovered that from the waist down, he was encased in a substantial coating of ice. When had this occurred? Ryu stared in astonishment at Kazan, bewildered that he had not even realized when he had been frozen. Kazan sneered, proclaiming, "In this frozen world, I am everything." He then conjured a bird of ice in his hand, sending it swooping down towards Ryu. Reacting swiftly, Ryu summoned the violet demon flames that coursed through him, melting the ice that imprisoned him. Yet, it appeared that within this ice age, Kazan's abilities had significantly intensified. Previously, Ryu could dissolve Kazan's ice in merely a second, but now it took him nearly 10 seconds to barely thaw the ice from his lower body. Just as he regained mobility, the ice bird was already upon him. With no other recourse, Ryu clenched his fist and shattered the massive ice bird. As the ice fragments fell like hail, he suddenly realized that Sakazuki, who had been beside Kazan, had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, Ryu felt a searing heat enveloping him from behind. Turning to discover Sakazuki had somehow positioned himself at his back, he instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find his feet once again immobilized by ice. Observing this, Sakazuki transformed his right arm into a molten magma fist, launching it towards Ryu's back with tremendous force. Ryu sought to block the attack, but the proximity rendered him too late. With a thunderous impact, the magma fist connected with his body, producing a sound reminiscent of sizzling meat. While a wave of excruciating heat surged through him, rather than display any satisfaction, Sakazuki's eyes glinted with a cruel light as he shouted, "Kneel before me, Ryu. Infernal dog!" In that moment, the magma from Sakazuki's right arm erupted violently, the temperature soaring, before he delivered yet another devastating blow towards Ryu. With a sudden gasp, a crimson arm erupted from Thunder Feather's abdomen, only to vanish in flames. At that moment, he felt as if his very organs were ablaze, a fierce pain coursing through his entire being. Lowering his gaze to the gaping hole in his belly, he offered a self-deprecating smile, acknowledging that he had finally tasted the torment that Ace had endured. Ultimately, he had underestimated the threat posed by the Navy's elite admiral, especially when the two of them collaborated. Even with strength still untapped, he found himself unable to defend against their combined assault. With a thud, Thunder Feather half knelt upon the icy surface, his hand pressed against his punctured abdomen, blood dripping steadily through his fingers onto the crystalline ice below, creating a strikingly vivid tableau. It seemed that after vanquishing the elderly Golden Lion, he had grown somewhat arrogant. The caliber of individuals who ascended to the rank of Navy Admiral was far more formidable than he had imagined. This time, he had fallen, defeated by his own hubris. Today's update is complete, he thought, reflecting on his situation. Chapter 50. Yet again deceived by the system, a cry rang out from the port behind him. Thunder, thunder, Thunder Feather. Turning slightly, he beheld Orochimaru, his eyes glistening with moisture, trembling with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, Orochimaru leaped from the ship, landing upon the already frozen sea, racing toward Thunder Feather. Kazan, witnessing this, narrowed his eyes and reached out his right hand, grasping the air. Instantly, Orochimaru was transformed into an ice sculpture hundreds of meters away. Due to the minimal recovery of Orochimaru's chakra, he could not utilize the snake flow body replacement technique to escape, forced to remain in place, helplessly observing as Thunder Feather's resolve gradually waned. Gazing at the ensnared Orochimaru and then at his own grievous wound, Thunder Feather sighed deeply. Though the injury was severe, his extraordinarily resilient physique rendered it non-fatal. His internal organs were severely burned, having lost half of their functionality. For another, being struck through by Akainu's fist would have resulted in the complete incineration of their organs. Could he resort to that technique? As he knelt, his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Sakazuki and Kazan stood nearby, exuding an air of victory as they coldly regarded him. At that moment, Thunder Feather found himself ensnared in a web of dilemma. He still possessed a trump card, his full dragon transformation. This form could amplify his capabilities manifold. However, since that singular instance on Coco Island, he had discovered that his full dragon transformation could only be sustained for 1 minute. What good was such fleeting endurance in battle? It was utterly insufficient. While he might momentarily overpower Sakazuki and Kazan, what would happen after that minute expired? Would he revert to a state of weakness? Moreover, there stood the robust and vigorous Admiral Garp, keenly observing him. At that moment, a voice from the system abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding. The host can utilize points to enhance the awakening level of the fruit, thereby achieving an extension effect. Points. Yes, he had recently accumulated a considerable amount of points. Leiyu felt a surge of delight. Fortunately, his habit of saving points was proving beneficial. But what on earth was this extension? System, you are being rather peculiar. Such wording could easily lead others to misunderstand his intentions. As Lei Yu grumbled, he glanced at his points, which had reached 1,000 over the past few days. System, let me go all in. Develop my fruit abilities with 1,000 points. Ding. 1,000 points, currently in development. Watching his points vanish once more, he fervently prayed, please be generous. System Father. In that fleeting moment when his points disappeared, Lei Yu felt a peculiar yet gentle power surging into his body, accompanied by a faint vitality that stabilized his severe wound, preventing his injuries from worsening. Ding. Fruit ability, Body of the Candle Dragon. Time extended to 3 minutes. The development level of the fateful weapon, Dragon Pearl, has reached 10. Wishing the host a pleasant experience. What? 3 minutes? What can be accomplished in 3 minutes? Hearing the system's voice, Lei Yu trembled with rage. He felt utterly deceived. Although his fateful weapon was indeed developed, the Dragon Pearl could only be utilized after he transformed into the body of the Candle Dragon. The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became, his body shaking with indignation. Akainu happened to witness this scene and mistakenly believed that Lei Yu was trembling in fear, laughing heartily. Heth, you shall spend the rest of your days in Impel Down. He then instructed the nearby navy to bring over the Sea Prism stone cage and handcuffs, preparing to imprison this dangerous little rascal for good. Lei Yu cast a cold glare at the arrogant Akainu and scoffed. Do you truly believe you can capture me so easily? Even if you confine me to Impel Down, I will escape like Shiki. At the mention of Shiki, Garp, who had been with his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them wide and fixed a profound gaze upon Lei Yu before returning to his seemingly indifferent enjoyment of a donut. However, Akainu was far from pleased. He had always regarded Shiki's escape from Impel Down as a tremendous disgrace for the Navy, a severe blemish on their dignity, especially since no one had managed to recapture him to this day. Now, with Lei Yu bringing it up again, it was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire, igniting Akainu's fury. His magma-like right hand struck fiercely towards Lei Yu's face once more. Severely injured, Lei Yu had no power to resist. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing heavily onto a pile of shattered ice. With a gasp, another mouthful of blood erupted from Lei Yu's lips, crimson liquid streaming down his forehead, his disheveled hair strewn upon the ground, presenting a pitiful sight. The wounds, which had previously stabilized, began to seep blood once more. Sakazuki approached Lei Yu, bending low to grip his throat, slowly lifting him into the air, his ferocious gaze fixed upon Lei Yu as he menacingly declared, I advise you not to challenge the authority of the Navy. Otherwise, I shall end your life right now. With that, he hurled Lei Yu violently to the ground and, without a backward glance, strode towards the soldier holding Sea Prism stone handcuffs, intent on having him restrain Lei Yu. As Lei Yu supported himself on the icy surface, he glimpsed his reflection through the translucent ice. Indeed, he appeared quite wretched. Yet, whether he could remain here today remained uncertain. Despite the system having previously robbed him of points, the awakening of his abilities had indeed improved. However, in the current dire situation, it was merely a double-edged sword. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had successfully saved Luffy at the execution platform, earning a summoning opportunity. This was his last chance to turn the tide in this desperate situation. He could only hope the system would not betray him again, and that it wouldn't summon a certain sister. With these thoughts, Lei Yu mustered his battered body and shakily rose to his feet. As he did, Sakazuki, halfway turned, sensed something amiss and glanced back, finding Lei Yu, hunched yet standing. A dazzling light flickered in Lei Yu's eyes as he revealed a row of pristine teeth in a grin directed at him. Observing this, Sakazuki perceived it as a challenge to his limits, a defiance against the Navy's authority. Enraged, he exclaimed, It seems you truly desire death, Lei Yu. But I shall not allow you to perish so easily. I will shatter your limbs and cast you into the 6th level of Impel Down, where those of your ilk will torment you. Be aware that every pirate confined in the 6th level is a notorious criminal. In the environment there is the most treacherous of all. The cruelty of Sakazuki towards pirates was evident in his words. Nevertheless, upon hearing this, Lei Yu did not display an ounce of fear. Instead, he threw his head back and laughed heartily, exuding an air of confidence as he proclaimed, Not only will I not die, but I will also not be captured by you. With your capabilities, you will not keep me, Lei Yu, here today. Observing the shift in Lei Yu's demeanor, Carp furrowed his brow, bewildered by the source of Lei Yu's newfound confidence. His companion, that snake man, was now incapacitated, and even he himself was on the brink of collapse. What right did Lei Yu have to speak in such a manner? Although my acquaintance with Lei Yu has been brief, he does not strike me as one prone to idle chatter. Could there be an unforeseen twist? After all, I have cornered him to the brink, and we are but a step away from apprehending him. I cannot allow this individual, who poses a significant threat to the Navy in the future, to escape once more. With this thought, Karp rose suddenly, his gaze fixed intently on Lei Yu. Sakazuki listened to Lei Yu's words in silence, his expression darkening as he approached him once again. The molten arms he had transformed into, emitting billowing smoke, betrayed his turbulent emotions. As Sakazuki advanced toward him, a glint of cold light flickered in Lei Yu's eyes, accompanied by a slight upturn of his lips. System, grant me this opportunity for summoning. Beep. Random summoning in progress. Observing Lei Yu, who continued to smile even in the face of impending doom, Sakazuki's fury escalated, and he prepared to strike with his magma-infused arm. Just then, a swarm of crows descended from the skies, encircling Lei Yu, their numbers rapidly multiplying until they coalesced into a dark mass. Beep. Successful summoning of Uchiha Itachi. In an instant, the crows dissipated, revealing a figure clad in a black cloak adorned with red clouds. He had long black hair, with deep markings extending from the corners of his eyes down to his cheeks. A ring bearing the character for the vermilion bird adorned his right ring finger, and a necklace hung around his neck, signifying his affiliation with the Akatsuki. Upon witnessing this, Lei Yu's heart soared with joy. Was this not his most cherished Uchiha Itachi? The system had truly outdone itself. Had Itachi not succumbed to illness and perished at the hands of the second pillar, his formidable power could have elevated him to an extraordinary level. When Uchiha Itachi arrived in this world, he was immediately aware of the unfolding events. He glanced back at the gravely injured Lei Yu and nodded, as if to say, "Leave this to me." Karp, observing Uchiha Itachi from a distance, sensed something amiss. He could feel the immense power contained within this individual, possibly on par with an admiral. Yet, why did he perceive such a faint vitality? Akin to a candle flickering in the wind? Moreover, how had Lei Yu procured such a formidable ally from the East Sea? It was utterly astonishing. A shocking realization flashed through Karp's mind, recalling Lei Yu's words upon their first meeting. Could it be that he was serious about the gods? At this moment, Karp dared not delve further into such thoughts. If that were true, Lei Yu would undoubtedly turn this world upside down. Karp's gaze grew colder. He could not allow him to leave this place today. As Itachi appeared, both Akainu and Kazan felt a subtle yet palpable sense of oppression, indicating that this individual was far from ordinary. Did he have accomplices? Akainu gazed intently at the man before him and sneered. In that case, today shall be the day I capture you all. With that, the magma within his arms began to bubble and the smoke thickened. Unbeknownst to them, Kazan had also approached Akainu, gravely observing the sudden arrival. Be cautious, Akainu. Do not underestimate him. He is formidable. Kazan felt that this person exuded an aura no less intense than Raijin, far surpassing that of the Serpent Man. My apologies to Snake Uncle. He is not to be belittled. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi, though maintaining a stoic expression as he faced the two admirals, felt a flicker of tension within. A single misstep against such an adversary could spell doom. Noticing that the unexpected arrival had yet to make a move, Akainu resolved to strike first. In the blink of an eye, he thrust his scalding magma arm towards Itachi. However, Itachi slowly closed his eyes, an action that led Akainu to perceive it as a sign of disdain. Enraged, he shouted, "You dare to look down upon me? Die, you hellhound." His heated arm transformed into a colossal magma fist, hurtling towards Itachi. Meanwhile, Kazan emanated an aura of chilling cold, prepared to assist Akainu in subduing this enigmatic individual. Just then, Itachi abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a flash of crimson. His pupils had transformed into a blood-red hue, adorned with 3 tomo resembling sprouting seeds. The assaulting Akainu and Kazan were momentarily taken aback by the sight of those scarlet eyes. What manner of eyes were these? From them, they sensed an overwhelming presence of malevolence, anguish, and cruelty. What had this individual witnessed? What kind of suffering could have resulted in such wicked eyes? Regaining his composure, Akainu did not falter and shouted at Itachi with such a demonic gaze, "It seems you are also no good person. Off to impel down for penance you go." He charged towards Itachi. Yet, while the world beheld the malevolence of those eyes, none perceived the trace of tenderness and guardianship hidden deep within their crimson depths. Furthermore, the transformation of these eyes was far from complete. Itachi's gaze sharpened as the tomo within his Sharingan began to whirl feverishly, the 3 tomos spinning like a windmill in a tempest. In the center of his eye, a vivid crimson hue emerged as 3 swirling tomo rapidly spun, gradually radiating 3 curved lines that elongated and sharpened, ultimately crystallizing into the shape of a triangular dart. The already blood-red orbs became even more resplendent at that moment, akin to fresh blood. Sakaski, upon witnessing this bewitching gaze, felt a tremor within his soul. However, in an effort to bolster his own presence, he roared, "Give me your power, you devil." As he spoke, Sakaski leaped high above Itachi, poised to strike down. "Amaterasu," Itachi murmured, shifting his gaze to the massive fist of magma that Sakaski had conjured. As blood trickled from his eye, a torrent of pitch-black flames erupted from the void, enveloping the magma fist and igniting in a fierce blaze. In an instant, it had burned through the magma, creating gaping holes. "What is this?" Sakaski exclaimed, realizing that merely touching the black flames had breached his elemental form. The temperature was so intense that it could vaporize his magma, and the flames continued to burn, utterly unquenchable. The fiery tendrils soon made contact with his true body, leaving a series of painful creases upon his skin. A searing agony spread throughout him, instilling a profound sense of dread within Sakaski. He realized he could not maintain his elemental form any longer, otherwise he would be grievously injured. Instantly enlightened, he cast aside the portion of his magma form that had been scorched, retracting the untouched magma back into himself, slowly revealing his corporeal form. Initially, Sakaski intended to evade Amaterasu using this tactic, yet a more shocking revelation unfolded. As Itachi's gaze fell upon Sakaski's body, the black flames of Amaterasu descended upon him. Wherever Itachi directed his sight, clusters of black fire enveloped Sakaski entirely. In mere moments, the area around them was shrouded in black flames. Some of the fire that Sakaski had dodged landed on the ground, melting ice and igniting the earth beneath. This spectacle caused beads of sweat to form on Sakaski's brow. He had never before encountered flames capable of igniting soil. What manner of ability is this? At that moment, a momentary lapse in attention led to a tendril of black flame landing upon his arm. Without delay, Sakaski activated his elemental form, severing his arm and discarding the black flames onto the ground. Then, shifting his gaze to Itachi, he saw that wherever Itachi looked, the dark flames materialized. An increasing number of Amaterasu flames sent shivers down his spine. Had it not been for the distance of their battle from the streets and the naval soldiers, the town of Rogue would have surely been engulfed in a sea of fire, with the naval troops perishing beneath this terrifying black flame. As he dodged these ominous flames, Sakazuki gasped for breath. At that moment, he noticed the blood tears continuously streaming from Itachi's eyes, which appeared quite frightening. Was this a side effect of utilizing such power? Sakazuki speculated inwardly, yet his body was in constant motion. The moment Amaterasu flames touched him, he swiftly elementalized, casting away that portion of his body. With each instance of elementalization, Sakazuki felt his stamina depleting more significantly. "Fall!" Itachi bellowed, his crimson gaze intensifying, as two streams of blood tears flowed once again from his eye sockets, trailing down his cheeks. As his voice faded, the inky black Amaterasu flames suddenly erupted, surging towards Sakazuki. "This is bad." Upon witnessing the explosive flames above him, Sakazuki was instantly overwhelmed by a sense of extreme peril. It was as if he were being warned that failure to evade this strike would result in grave injury. With this thought, Sakazuki disregarded everything else, employing his jet propulsion to completely elementalize his lower half, erupting magma behind him in an attempt to escape the grasp of the Amaterasu flames. Yet, he was still a moment too late. The black flames had already begun to descend upon him. At this critical juncture, a chilling gust surged forth, enveloping the falling black flames. In an instant, a net of ice descended, encasing the malevolent flames within its grasp. The Amaterasu flames flickered relentlessly within the icy confines, as if poised to break free at any moment. Sakazuki, still reeling from the shock, gazed at the frozen black flames above him, then glanced at the not-so-distant figure of Kazan. He had been saved by this man once more. This marked the second time today. At that moment, a trembling Kazan shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and leave this area." The potency of the black flames was overwhelming, even with Kazan exerting his full power. The frozen moment would not endure for long. Droplets of sweat cascaded down Kazan's forehead, falling onto the icy surface beneath him. He could no longer endure for much longer. The tremors in his body grew increasingly violent. Within the realm of the dark flames, Sakazuki also reacted, hastily dashing to the side. The moment he escaped the confines of that ominous aura, a cacophony of shattering ice resonated as the frozen dark flames broke free, crashing to the ground and igniting into a fierce blaze. Gazing back at the terrifying expanse of dark flames, Sakazuki exhaled a sigh of relief. Should he sustain injuries here? What face would he have to return to the headquarters as an admiral? Once again, Kazan and Sakazuki chose to collaborate, yet this time, due to the presence of the eerie dark flames, their combined efforts were far from the ease they had experienced in their previous encounter against Raikyu. Each time they became ensnared by the dark flames, they had to rely on their elemental transformation to extricate themselves, significantly increasing the difficulty. Moreover, with the existence of the Amaterasu flames, it was exceedingly challenging for them to even approach him to launch an attack. Thus, the situation fell into a stalemate. Although it appeared that Itachi undoubtedly held the upper hand, Raikyu, standing behind him, was acutely aware that Itachi's Amaterasu would not last much longer. Just moments ago, he had noticed a fleeting hint of fatigue in the crimson depths of Itachi's Sharingan. Furthermore, Carp had yet to make a move. The moment Carp intervened, their chances of enduring would plummet, and even if Raikyu managed to recover fully, his odds of escaping would be a mere 10%. Was this truly the end of his journey? Weak and unwilling, Raikyu closed his eyes. At that moment, Itachi's body trembled slightly, followed by a violent fit of coughing. A trickle of blood gradually seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the dark flames on the battlefield began to extinguish, dissipating into the void. Sakazuki and Kazan, witnessing this, were filled with joy. Had Itachi finally reached his limit? However, both of them had expended considerable stamina in their efforts to evade the dark flames, leaving them with little remaining strength. Suddenly, Carp, who had yet to engage, stood up, casting aside his coat emblazoned with the word justice, revealing his explosive muscles. He slowly approached Kazan. Old man? Kazan looked at Carp, puzzled as to his intentions. Carp glanced at the two, his voice deep and resolute. Time has dragged on too long. Leave the rest to me. Due to the words of his own teacher, Kazan silently withdrew, questioning the situation. However, although Sakazuki's eyes were filled with reluctance, he refrained from saying anything in the presence of the revered naval hero, Carp. With a cold snort directed at Itachi, he followed Kazan to the side. Carp, having activated his body, emitted a series of cracking sounds as he approached the weakened Leiyu, stating, "The farce has ended. Young man, come along with me to Impel Down." At the moment Carp stood up, Leiyu realized that he would likely remain here today. He gazed at Carp with a mix of reluctance but soon found solace in his situation. In this brief time, he had encountered the quirky and entertaining Orochimaru. And now he stood before his anime idol, Itachi. He had exchanged blows with Carp and even defeated the formidable Don Quixote Doflamingo, though ultimately succumbing to the combined might of the two admirals. Nevertheless, the journey had not been in vain. Perhaps his tale would resonate throughout the East Blue. Despite the lingering regrets, it felt almost perfect. Struggling to his feet, Leiyu approached Itachi, expressing his sentiments. Itachi, you should escape with Orochimaru. The new world has a stage ample enough for your talents. As for me, I am content to have come this far. With a faint smile, he began to stagger towards Carp, but suddenly turned back to Itachi, beaming. This world has many delectable desserts. Make sure to enjoy them on my behalf. He let go of the past, allowing it to drift away. Upon hearing those words, Itachi's once cold gaze softened, a mist gathering in his eyes. It was a revelation that someone understood the sacrifices he had made. As he watched Leiyu, who was stumbling towards Carp and prepared to risk everything, Itachi's Sharingan began to whirl anew with fervor. Tomorrow is the final day for recommendations. After that, the additional updates will conclude. The author plans to wait for the second round of recommendations before unleashing another surge of creativity. So today and tomorrow, I urge everyone to vote generously. And I shall provide more updates. Gratitude filled the air. Chapter 54, The Clash of Susanoo and the Naval Hero Susanoo. Itachi Uchiha roared, and in an instant, his once lean figure radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. At this moment, Itachi held nothing back, fully activating his Mangekyou Sharingan to unleash the unique technique of his clan, Susanoo. A cacophony of bones and joints grinding together echoed, sending a chill down the spines of all present. They could not help but wonder how Leiyu's companions were such peculiar and powerful entities. Were they not of this world? Surely, it was a jest. Accompanied by a fierce roar, a formidable aura erupted around Itachi, unrestrained and overwhelming. A scarlet light radiated from his body, revealing massive, robust skeletal joints extending from his form. In the span of a single breath, a colossal skeletal silhouette was etched in the air. Itachi leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Raijin, declaring, "I am not one to abandon my comrades." After uttering these words, he cast a grave gaze towards Carp, who found himself at a loss for words. He could sense through his chakra the immense, oceanic power within Carp that was not to be underestimated. Behind him, the terrifying skeleton had already taken shape. Towering over them with a height exceeding dozens of men, enveloped in crimson flames that twisted the surrounding air with searing heat. Raijin gazed at Itachi in astonishment, realizing this was the second state of Susanoo, the skeletal form. Meanwhile, Sakazuki and Kazan, who were regaining their strength nearby, were equally stunned, their mouths agape. They had not anticipated that Itachi, who had just battled them, had not unleashed his full potential. Carp regarded the massive, flame-enshrouded crimson skeleton with a smirk, finding it intriguing. Could it be a Paramecia-type fruit? Yet, something feels off. He dismissed it, thinking it might just be a mutated devil fruit. Carp, not one to dwell on thoughts for long, focused on Itachi and Raijin, asserting, "Today, I shall ensure that you remain here." With that, Carp slightly bent his waist, exerting his strength. His muscles seemed as if they would burst forth, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him, startling even Itachi. Faced with such a powerful adversary, Itachi's eyes narrowed as he commanded the colossal skeletal form behind him to launch a massive fist towards Carp. In response, a glint of amusement flashed in Carp's eyes as he roared, meeting the fist that was tenfold larger than his own with one of his own. With a thunderous crash, dust surged into the air, and the ground beneath them buckled under the impact, cracking in numerous places. Despite the significant disparity in size, Carp effortlessly absorbed the blow. Within the confines of the skeletal structure, Itachi's eyes sharpened, and blood streamed from them once more as he softly uttered, "Amaterasu." Instantly, a layer of black flames enveloped the gigantic skeletal fist that had collided with Carp, spreading swiftly up his arm. In an instant, the black flames ignited on Carp's arm. Observing this, Carp remained unfazed, gazing at the black flames with a grin, exclaiming, "Ha! An interesting fire, and it's black." With that, a hum resonated as Carp activated his Busashoka Haki. Kapu's arms transformed into an inky blackness, the black flames dissipating into nothingness where the Haki enveloped him. Sakazuki gazed in astonishment at Kapu's mastery of Haki, utterly surprised by such an application of it. Kazan's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that his old mentor's Haki had reached such extraordinary heights. During his recent battle with Itachi, he had attempted to use Haki to resist the black flames, but found it utterly futile, resorting instead to elemental transformation for evasion. This underscored the remarkable development of Kapu's Haki prowess. Within the skeletal figure, Itachi observed, with incredulity, how effortlessly this elder had neutralized his Amaterasu flames. Instantly, he recognized that Kapu was unlike the previous two opponents. Noting that his Amaterasu had no effect on Kapu, he swiftly deactivated it to conserve energy. Kapu laughed heartily, raising his Haki-infused fist and striking towards Itachi, who was ensconced within the skeletal ribcage. Itachi's pupils constricted as he instinctively swung his arms to defend himself. With a resounding crash, Kapu's iron fist slammed against the skeletal arm, failing to breach Itachi's Susanoo. Subsequently, a primal, overwhelming aura surged through the battlefield as Kapu smirked, declaring, "This ends here." A frenzied glint flickered in his eyes as the intensity of his Haki surged once more. By the heavens, when was the last time the old master was this serious? Kazan marveled, recalling that such seriousness from Kapu seemed to date back over a decade. Sakazuki, equally astonished, remarked, "This guy is indeed still at his peak." Yet, neither grasped the full extent of Kapu's capabilities. Perhaps only Kapu himself was aware of his true strength. "Behold my power!" Kapu roared as he took a colossal step forward, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. The terrifying pressure generated by his Haki obliterated the surrounding structures and roads. He then raised his iron fist, delivering a cataclysmic blow to Itachi's Susanoo skeletal form, his punch potent enough to obliterate an island. With a deafening explosion, the ground quaked and the sea roared. Kazan's prior ice age shattered beneath the force of that punch, restoring the frozen ocean to its former state. Orochimaru, freed from his icy entrapment, leaped onto the ship, his eyes wide with astonishment as he witnessed the battle unfold, feeling the oppressive aura. "Is this Itachi? How can this old man be so powerful?" he exclaimed. "Trouble lies ahead. Itachi cannot withstand this." Orochimaru's words rang true. Itachi found himself utterly incapable of countering Kapu's world-shattering strike. With a crackling sound, under the unimaginable gaze of Itachi Uchiha, his skeletal form of Susanoo began to crumble. Observing this, Itachi's Sharingan spun once more. Coughing, he expelled a fresh stream of crimson blood. Raikyu watched with concern, knowing that Itachi had surpassed the limits of his ocular powers. "Itachi, as your captain, I command you to take Orochimaru and leave." Raikyu silently rose, Determined to sacrifice his own form as a Zulong to buy Itachi and Orochimaru 3 precious minutes for their retreat. Itachi cast a fleeting glance at Raikyu without uttering a word. Noting the silence, Raikyu prepared to advance, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, followed by darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. Behind the fallen Raikyu stood another Itachi, who, after incapacitating him, transformed into a flock of crows soaring into the skies. Kapu, witnessing this, chuckled, "I never imagined you would be such a loyal band of pirates. However, none of you shall escape today." With that, he unleashed another devastating punch. At this moment, Itachi's Susanoo underwent yet another transformation. Within the hollow eye sockets of the skeletal apparition, 2 flickering crimson flames ignited, enveloping Kapu in a layer of chakra, as if draping him in a garment. This was the 3rd form of Susanoo, the chakra-clad visage. With a thunderous crash, Itachi managed to defend against the blow. "Oh, it's become sturdier?" Kapu exclaimed in astonishment, his haki surging once more. The very sea trembled beneath their feet. He launched the same fist, striking with the same posture. Yet this time, the power surged exponentially, crashing towards Itachi with ferocity. "This is bad." Itachi quickly realized he could not withstand this blow and sought to elevate Susanoo to its 4th form, the Yata mirror armor. However, it was already too late. Kapu's power-laden fist had collided with his Susanoo, resulting in a thunderous roar. Susanoo held firm for merely 3 seconds before shattering into a cloud of red dust that vanished into the sky. Upon the collapse of his Susanoo, Itachi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Raikyu, who had been rendered unconscious, groggily awoke to the tremors of this overwhelming power. Observing Itachi, who was bleeding profusely, and Kapu, who stood unscathed, he instantly comprehended the outcome of this battle. They had lost. Kapu approached the now defenseless duo, arms crossed, and coldly remarked, "It's over, kids. Come with me quietly to be reformed and impelled down." With a bitter smile, Raikyu looked at the weakened Itachi, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes as he roared, "I, Raikyu, shall only die in battle," as he prepared to transform into the form of the Candle Dragon. Adding a stroke of color to his fate, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A series of fierce gusts filled the entire harbor, followed by a violent, chilling wind carrying swirling dust that surged towards Leiyu, Itachi, and Carp. In the midst of the thick dust, Carp found himself temporarily blinded, while Leiyu and Itachi felt themselves lifted into the air by the sinister gusts. In that moment, Leiyu, suspended above, suddenly realized something. A flicker of insight flashed through his eyes. Subsequently, both he and Itachi plummeted back onto their ship. At that moment, Orochimaru wore an expression of bewilderment. Yet he recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity, their sole chance for escape. With that thought, Orochimaru dashed to the stern of the ship, plunged his head into the sea, and utilized wind release to propel the vessel forward, swiftly distancing themselves from the harbor. Once the dense dust settled, Carp discovered that the figures of Leiyu and the others had vanished without a trace. Even the ship's wake was no longer visible. Clenching his fists, Carp's body trembled slightly, not from the departure of Leiyu and his companions, but from sensing an eerily familiar aura within that chilling wind. "Since you dared to save them, why do you not come forth and meet me?" Carp bellowed at the sky, a veil of mist clouding his eyes. Yet, the only response was the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore. "Today has been an arduous 6 updates. I haven't felt this exhausted in quite some time. Brothers, send me some silver notes to recharge." He expressed his gratitude for everyone's support. Upon witnessing the figure he yearned for remain absent, Carp let out a deep sigh, a blend of disappointment and despondency swirling within him. Nearby, Kazan and Sakazuki gazed in astonishment at the raging Carp. They had never seen their mentor in such a disheveled state. They hurriedly approached him, concern etched on their faces. "Teacher, what happened?" Carp merely shook his head, an apologetic tone lacing his words. "It's nothing, I apologize. Leiyu and the others have been taken away." Upon hearing Carp's words, Kazan's pupils constricted as he pondered the implications of what Carp had just said. Carp mentioned they had been rescued, not that they had escaped on their own. Yet, aside from the nearby naval soldiers, there was no one else around. It was astonishing that a mere gust of wind could make Leiyu and his group vanish. Wind? Of course. Could it be that strange, ominous wind? In a moment of inspiration, Kazan suddenly grasped the crux of the matter. However, upon raising his gaze, he noticed that Carp showed no inclination to elaborate, and he promptly understood that his mentor wished to refrain from further discussion. Thus, he chose not to inquire further. Meanwhile, Sakazuki, visibly displeased that they had allowed Leiyu and his companions to escape, cast a stern look at Carp and brusquely demanded, "Now that Leiyu's group has fled, what do you propose we do?" Carp, taking a deep breath, gazed out at the vast expanse of the ocean and replied, "Let us pursue them. They shouldn't be able to run too far." Humph. Sakazuki scoffed, his frustration palpable, as if the words "I am exceedingly displeased" were emblazoned across his face. He promptly ordered his subordinates to dock the warship without delay, a command echoed by both Carp and Kazan. However, after a 10-minute wait, Sakazuki's men had yet to arrive with the ship. Blast it, why is their efficiency so abysmal? Do they no longer wish to work? The irritable Sakazuki cursed, preparing to investigate the situation himself. Kazan, sensing something amiss but saying little, shared his mentor's growing unease. Carp, furrowing his brow, was struck by an unsettling premonition. Had he not encountered a similar scenario before? At that moment, a Navy soldier rushed over, panting heavily. In a state of panic, he reported to Sakazuki, "GG Great Admiral Sakazuki, the ship is broken. It can't move." Carp, upon hearing the soldier's words, slapped his forehead in exasperation. "I knew it." He then inquired of the soldier, "Has the electrical equipment been damaged, and did you come across any little white snakes?" Both Sakazuki and Kazan regarded Carp with surprise, wondering why he posed such a question with such conviction. However, the soldier, scratching his head awkwardly, responded, "The electrical facilities are intact, and no little white snakes were found." "Nanny? Then what is the cause of the problem?" Carp asked, feigning nonchalance while feeling as though he had just been slapped in the face. As the bewildered soldier struggled to find his words, a distant shout erupted from another soldier on Carp's ship. "Mr. Carp, our ship is broken again. This time, all the engines have ceased functioning." Sakazuki turned sharply to his subordinate, who, with a pained expression, admitted, "Great Admiral Sakazuki, ours is the same. The entire engine has failed." Kazan, realizing he need not wait any longer, surmised that his own situation would be no different. Indeed, shortly thereafter, his subordinate reported that their engine had also failed and that they had discovered an enormous white snake, its girth a staggering 3 meters. Moreover, it appeared to be harboring something substantial within its belly, which was grotesquely distended. As he spoke, several other Navy soldiers approached, carrying a heavily corroded iron block. Pointing at the iron block, he remarked, "From my observations, this is indeed our engine." At that moment, Carp's expression darkened profoundly, his teeth clenched as he inquired, "Then, there should be warships in Rog Town as well?" A naval soldier scratched his head and replied, "We checked, but all the warships have lost their engines." Upon hearing this, Carp's fists tightened, his eyes blazing with fury. "You snake man, your entire family, and your wretched kind." Akainu and Kazan were engulfed in a mix of anger and confusion. Particularly Akainu, who, as soon as the soldier finished speaking, felt his lower body transform into magma, eager to pursue immediately. However, Carp intercepted him, saying, "Even if you and Kazan can navigate the sea, what good would it do to catch up?" Though Carp did not explicitly state it, Akainu understood the implication. Even if he caught up, he would not be able to defeat them. "Humph. So what do you propose we do now?" Akainu glared at Carp, demanding an answer. "Wait for me to contact Sengoku and have him reach out to nearby forces to send a few warships our way. We shall return for now. Their group is likely heading towards the Grand Line, where we may have the opportunity to encounter them again." After hearing Carp's reasoning, Akainu conceded, glaring fiercely at the spot where Thunderfeather and his companions had vanished, muttering, "Let them not cross paths with me in the New World." Carp silently observed Akainu, choosing not to speak further, but inwardly sighed, realizing he had one more thought unvoiced. Failing to capture Thunderfeather's group this time might mean no opportunity in the future. As he contemplated Thunderfeather's terrifying growth rate and the peculiar yet formidable crew members, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he gazed towards the New World. Would the gods truly descend upon us? Chapter 57. Departure before the Grand Line. Apologies for the previous error. Achoo. On board the ship, Orochimaru inexplicably sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he glanced backward, pondering whether they would be pursued any longer. Holding 2 bowls of medicinal broth, he offered them to Thunderfeather and Itachi. "Here, take a sip of my special potion. It will invigorate your body." The two accepted the bowls, and Thunderfeather eyed Orochimaru skeptically, asking, "You haven't added anything strange, have you?" Upon hearing Thunderfeather's inquiry, Orochimaru, with a slight shiver, replied, "Oh no, nothing at all, just ordinary herbal concoctions. Could I ever admit that this is a potion derived from my own spit? Consume my medicine, and you shall be mine." He Thunder Feather and Itachi exchanged glances, finding no peculiarities or odd flavors, and thus drank heartily. A bit sweet. After consuming the broth, they instantly felt a wave of comfort wash over them, their injuries gradually stabilizing. Particularly, the harrowing wound on Lei Yu's abdomen ceased its deterioration, and the bleeding subsided. Moreover, Orochimaru approached Lei Yu, placing his hands over the gaping wound. A surge of green chakra emanated from his palms, and astonishingly, the wound began to heal and seal at a visibly perceptible rate. Within mere minutes, the injury vanished entirely, restoring Lei Yu to his former state. He gazed at Orochimaru with eyes full of gratitude. Since Orochimaru's arrival, he had taken on the roles of both engine and ship's doctor, truly exhausting himself. However, due to the nature of Orochimaru's healing technique, which was not as extraordinary as Tsunade's, it merely mended the superficial injuries. The internal wounds still throbbed with an unrelenting ache, showing no signs of improvement, only a halt in their worsening. Fortune has indeed smiled upon us this time, having been rescued so inexplicably, Orochimaru remarked, gazing skyward and scratching his head. At that moment, he was unaware of the circumstances. The port was shrouded in dust, obscuring all visibility. He merely felt a chilling breeze that made him shudder, and in the blink of an eye, he witnessed Lei Yu and Itachi plummeting from the sky onto the ship, startling him thoroughly. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Lei Yu couldn't help but smile subtly. It was not mere luck. They had been rescued by someone, and he had a good idea of who it might be. Just then, a small note fluttered down from the heavens, landing before Lei Yu. He reached out and grasped it, unfolding it to reveal 4 characters, a favor ode. Lei Yu chuckled, shaking his head. That guy Long. I thought he had truly slipped away, yet he has been here all along. The note conveyed that Long now owed Lei Yu a favor. A noteworthy point considering that Lei Yu had previously called in 2 favors from Long. However, on the other hand, had it not been for Long's intervention, they would have found themselves in dire straits, likely spending the remainder of their lives alongside Orochimaru and Itachi in the depths of Impel Down 6th level. Itachi, having finished his medication, quietly observed the amicable interaction between Lei Yu and Orochimaru. He suddenly realized that their rapport seemed remarkably harmonious. A stark contrast to the Orochimaru he knew. Had he changed since arriving in this world? It appeared that their captain was indeed quite easy to get along with. Then, Itachi recalled Lei Yu's earlier words at the port, let the past remain in the past. How true that was. He had lived for his village in the past. But now that he had entered this new world, he resolved to live for himself, to explore the breathtaking scenery, savor the delightful delicacies, and embark on this exhilarating journey. As thoughts swirled in his mind, a fleeting smile graced Itachi's face, yet it vanished almost instantly. Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged within his heart. He coughed violently, covering his mouth with his hand, and upon removing it, he was met with a pool of blood staining his palm. Has his condition worsened? Itachi closed his eyes and leaned against the side of the boat, letting out a deep sigh, realizing that his time to behold the beauty of this world was limited. Beside him, Lei Yu, upon witnessing Itachi cough up blood, immediately recalled something. Glancing at Itachi, clad in the Akatsuki's garb, his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted towards Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, hurry and check on Itachi. Quickly. Orochimaru, upon hearing this, pouted slightly, having always had a contentious relationship with Itachi. Moreover, it seemed that his eyes had merely been overexerted. A period of rest would suffice, so why the urgency? Ah, love. Truly, emotions can cloud one's judgment. Nevertheless, out of respect for Lei Yu, Orochimaru approached and placed his hand upon Itachi's back. Itachi, sensing this, remained silent, as if he had an inkling that this captain of his understood him all too well. As Orochimaru channeled chakra into his hands, he perceived the dire state of Itachi's condition. His countenance shifted in an instant, astonished. How is this possible? What has happened to your body? Is this a terminal illness? He felt that Itachi's organs were nearly all in decay, akin to a lifeless old man, with vitality so faint it seemed ready to extinguish at any moment. Itachi merely smiled gently, calmly stating, "It is merely the price of using these eyes." Lei Yu's expression darkened significantly as he looked at Orochimaru and asked, "Is there a cure?" Orochimaru sighed deeply, shaking his head. "I am powerless to help, and it appears that Itachi's life force can only sustain for another week or 2. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's face grew increasingly grim. He then approached Itachi, bending down to gaze into his eyes, speaking each word with conviction, "You will not die." The frail Itachi, looking into Lei Yu's resolute gaze, felt a tremor in his heart. If this were merely a phrase of comfort, it might have been dismissed, for he was acutely aware of his illness. Yet, When he met Lei Yu's unwavering eyes, an absurd thought flickered within him. Perhaps his ailment could be cured. He gently nodded and closed his eyes. Lei Yu made his way to the bow of the ship, standing atop the dragon's head, where a colossal, elongated red mountain loomed in the distance. Have they arrived? Beyond it lies the Grand Line. Lei Yu gazed at the towering mountain, his eyes shimmering with hope. In that world, perhaps there exists someone who can heal Itachi's terminal affliction. Here I come. The Grand Line. Chapter 58. Return to headquarters 5 days later. Carp and his companions successfully returned to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. What? You failed to capture Lei Yu? Sengoku exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table as he stood, his eyes wide with disbelief. You let him escape, and you even lost an engine from your ship. What on earth were you doing? Upon hearing that not only had they failed to apprehend Lei Yu, but they had also lost an engine from their vessel, Sengoku nearly succumbed to a heart attack from sheer frustration. Kazan and Sakazuki exchanged glances before turning their attention to Carp, who pretended not to notice. He casually pulled over a chair, plopped down with a carefree demeanor, and began munching on the various snacks scattered across Sengoku's desk. Sengoku, witnessing Carp's nonchalance, gritted his teeth in irritation, yet felt powerless to act against him. Sighing, he massaged his temples and stated, "From what you've told me, it appears that Lei Yu and his crew are set to venture into the Grand Line. Remain vigilant should you catch sight of them. Do not act recklessly. We must not alert them. We cannot afford to scare the snake from its grass." Sakazuki and Kazan nodded in agreement before departing, leaving only Carp and Sengoku, two old friends and comrades, in the office. Sengoku, with a grave expression, scrutinized the intelligence reports regarding Carp's encounters with Lei Yu's crew. The more he read, the more alarmed he became. He never anticipated that in just a few days, Lei Yu would grow to such formidable strength. If it hadn't been for Kazan and Sakazuki's combined efforts, this individual may not have been defeated at all. After setting down the documents, Sengoku fixed his gaze on Carp, who remained silent. The office fell into a heavy stillness, broken only by the sound of Carp crunching on snacks. How do you assess their strength? Sengoku finally broke the silence, his voice serious. Very formidable, Carp replied with a casual air. Pay attention, will you? You should understand the level of danger posed by Lei Yu and his crew. This is no trivial matter, Sengoku scolded, his patience wearing thin as he berated Carp for his lack of focus. Startled by Sengoku's outburst, Carp returned to reality, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. Haha. Don't be angry. I was just momentarily distracted. What were you saying? Seeing Carp's playful demeanor, Sengoku sighed in resignation. He patiently reiterated his previous statements. Lei Yu. Carp stroked his chin thoughtfully, then looked up at Sengoku and remarked, "The Admiral's combat prowess is undeniable. In one-on-one combat, he could even suppress an admiral." Indeed, Sengoku responded, a sense of foreboding settling upon them both. From the gathered information, it is evident that Rayleigh possessed the upper hand over Kazan, and only when joined by Sakazuki were they able to defeat him. This allows one to roughly gauge Rayleigh's formidable prowess. Now, with confirmation from Garp, the estimation of Rayleigh's strength has been largely substantiated. Continuing the inquiry, what of the enigmatic figure adorned in a black robe embellished with red clouds? Is he truly a new crew member of Rayleigh's? It seems he has only just joined, as Garp nodded, indicating he had not encountered him before. It appears he also possesses the strength of an admiral, perhaps even slightly more potent, given that Kazan and Sakazuki together were unable to vanquish him. Thanks to you, Garp, Sengoku remarked, lifting a cup of water and taking a hearty sip. Although Sengoku's tone was quite unassuming, his inner thoughts were far from tranquil. The presence of two individuals with the combat prowess of admirals within a single pirate crew signifies something monumental. Such a crew, should it venture into the New World, could very well stand among the elite, unparalleled by thousands. Moreover, the four emperors of the sea are not without their own storied journeys, having endured decades of trials before claiming their thrones. Yet, Rayleigh has only set sail for a few days, less than a month, and already possesses such depth. Unbelievable. No. That individual does not exhibit the strength of an admiral, Garp interjected suddenly, interrupting Sengoku's train of thought. Just as Sengoku was about to express his indignation, he found himself momentarily stunned by Garp's assertion that the individual did not possess admiral-level strength. What? Not admiral level? Surely he cannot reach the level of an emperor. Sengoku exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that a fifth emperor of the sea is about to emerge? Garp merely shook his head. He does not reach the emperor level. What then is he? Sengoku pondered, a large question mark forming in his mind, uncertain of what Garp was implying. Garp took his time to respond. Lifting a glass of water from the table, and spoke slowly. You have perused the data and are aware of his peculiar ability, correct? Indeed. You refer to that black fire and the skeletal-like monstrosity, do you not? Sengoku contemplated for a moment before replying. Yes, particularly that looming skeletal creature surrounding him, which seems capable of growing even stronger. Had I not directly defeated him, I would not have known if I could breach his defenses. What? You did not have complete confidence in overcoming him? Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Garp. It is known that they had worked together for decades, and Sengoku felt he knew Garp inside out. Although Garp had aged, Sengoku was aware that his strength had not diminished. In fact, it had seemingly improved, while Sengoku himself had grown weaker with time. So, if he unleashed his full strength, to what heights could he ascend? The Marine Admiral Sengoku fixed his gaze intently on Garp, as the intelligence at hand was pivotal, not only for himself, but for the entire Navy. At that moment, the peril posed by Itachi seemed to surpass even that of Raijin. Observing Sengoku's grave demeanor, Garp chuckled and remarked, based on my estimations, he likely hasn't reached that level yet, but he is certainly on the verge. However, but what? You cannot possibly be unaware of what a royal-level figure represents. Sengoku snapped, his frustration mounting as Garp continued to withhold information. You need not view him as such a formidable threat. He may not have long to live. Nani? Why do you say that? Sengoku inquired, his curiosity piqued. His vitality is severely diminished, as if he is afflicted with a terminal illness. Particularly after this battle, I am certain he will not last beyond 15 days. Upon hearing Garp's assessment, Sengoku exhaled in relief. He held complete trust in Garp, especially under such circumstances. Even without elaboration, Garp would never speak indiscriminately. Given Garp's mastery of the Marine Six styles, Haki, and his physical prowess developed to an unimaginable degree, he could undoubtedly discern the condition of others' bodies at a glance. After their discussion about Itachi, Sengoku fell silent, contemplating how the bounty for this encounter should be determined. Uncle Snake had not performed remarkably in this battle, having merely stolen 1 billion engines. After a brief interval, Sengoku suddenly raised his head and declared, let us set Raijin's bounty at 8 billion berries. And what about that enigmatic figure with the crimson eyes? Shall we assign him 5 billion berries? Initially, Sengoku had considered assigning the mysterious individual whose power approached royal level a bounty of 5 billion berries. However, upon hearing Garp's assertion that the threat was significantly reduced due to the individual's limited lifespan, he adjusted it to 5 billion berries. Given Raijin's age and the degree of threat he posed, 8 billion seemed appropriate. This bounty surpassed that of all vice admirals, making Raijin one of the highest bounties currently in existence, second only to the 4 emperors and legendary pirates. Moreover, the threat he represented was substantial. It was conceivable that within a few years he could attain royal status. Very well, I shall defer to your judgment. Garp nodded in agreement, finding the figures in alignment with his own thoughts. Additionally, what about the Serpent Man? Shall we assign him 600 million? Absolutely not. Garp slammed his hand on the table, startling Sengoku. Why such a strong reaction to this Serpent Man? What amount then? Sengoku asked, puzzled. 625 million. That old schemer. Garp gritted his teeth as he spoke. 625 million, you say? Very well. Sengoku recognized Garp's anger but refrained from probing further into the matter. Acquiescing to Garp's assessment and setting Orochimaru's bounty at 625 million berries. Once the bounties for Raijin and his crew were established, Sengoku turned to Garp, eager to pose his most pressing question. How did Raijin and the others manage to escape? I refuse to believe you are unaware. As soon as the words left Sengoku's lips, Garp's hand holding the cup visibly trembled. Observing Garp's silence, Sengoku remained patient, steadfastly gazing at him. After a lengthy pause, Garp gently took a sip of water and uttered a single word, dragon. Upon hearing this, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, instantly understanding why Garp had been so out of sorts in recent days. Thus, their discussion concluded in silence. After lingering in Sengoku's office for a while, Garp prepared to rise and take his leave. Wait, your boy has defeated Crocodile, a former warlord of the sea, in Alabasta. And the bounty has been set at 100 million berries. Oh, is that so? Finally, there's news of that kid. Garp's tone was ambiguous, hinting at both anger and something else. Give me a warship. I will go fetch that kid right now. With that, he departed without a backward glance. A day later, newspapers circulated across the world, once again shocking the populace with their content. Chapter 59, The great incident of the news in the vast, uncharted waters of the Grand Line. A newspaper bird soared above a dragon-shaped pirate ship. A new report? On the deck, Lei Yu, engaged in training, noticed the newspaper bird overhead. With a swift leap, he struck the bird down with a resounding clap, returning to the ship to retrieve the paper. He tossed the bird aside, addressing Uncle Snake. Uncle Snake, we're having a feast tonight. Let us prepare a pot of stewed bird. As he opened the newspaper, the first prominent headline caught his eye, detailing the exploits of himself and his crew in Logtown. The great incident, Kazan and Sakazuki joined forces with the Navy hero to capture the gods' pirates. Led by Lei Yu. After severely injuring Lei Yu and his crew, they managed to escape from Logtown. Lei Yu, 1. 8 billion berries. The black-haired red-eyed man, 1. 5 billion berries. The mysterious snake man, 625 million berries. The total bounty for the gods' pirates amounts to 3. 925 billion berries. This is the highest bounty for any pirate crew in the Grand Line, aside from the 4 emperors. If anyone spots the gods' crew in the Grand Line, please report to the Navy immediately for a corresponding reward. Oh, I've grown to 800 million, Lei Yu exclaimed, astonished that his bounty had nearly doubled in such a short time. It seemed his threat level in the Navy's eyes had surpassed that of 99 of the pirates in these waters. When he realized that the bounty for Itachi was merely 1.5 billion berries, he couldn't help but doubt Itachi's true strength, pondering if perhaps something had been revealed. At that moment, Uncle Snake leaned in. Huh? Snake Man? Are they talking about me? 625 million berries. Seeing his own bounty for the first time, Uncle Snake was elated, nearly jumping for joy at such a high reward. Based on my understanding of the world, a bounty of 600 million can be deemed exceedingly high. Observing some overly confident individuals, Lei Yu remarked coldly, Itachi has just received a bounty of 1.5 billion. Do you think you're that formidable? What? Itachi has a bounty of 1,500 million berries. Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief, his earlier joy dissipating in an instant. It is important to note that he has always had a contentious relationship with Itachi, and now that Itachi has joined their group, his bounty has surpassed Orochimaru's by more than double. It would be quite the feat to remain cheerful in such circumstances. Consequently, Orochimaru retreated to a corner, succumbing to despair. Mentioning Itachi, Lei Yu's mood grew gravely somber once more as he cast a worried glance at the cabin. Over the past 6 days, Itachi's condition had deteriorated significantly. He could now only lie in bed or sit in a chair, tormented incessantly by the affliction within him. However, the vastness of the ocean left Lei Yu uncertain of where to find someone capable of curing Itachi's terminal illness. Sighing deeply, he continued to search the newspaper for any useful information. Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, has defeated one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile, with a bounty of 100 million berries. Oh, that kid Luffy has already defeated Crocodile? With a bounty of 100 million, he has truly become a supernova. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Lei Yu. Supernova. He recalled that individual, who was indeed a supernova. According to his knowledge, the 11 supernovas should currently be on Sabaody Archipelago, the island comprised of numerous towering trees, located at the forefront of the Red Line in the Grand Line. With direction now known, Lei Yu felt a slight sense of relief. All he needed was to find the navigational pointer that recorded Sabaody Archipelago. Just as Lei Yu prepared to set aside the newspaper, he caught sight of an intriguing headline. The king of Yuzuri, Feld, has suddenly perished, and the enigmatic figure known as CS Sun has taken over Feld's monetary domain. Who is CS Sun? No one knows anything about him. Only that he's codenamed CS Sun. Is the Dark World facing a reshuffle? Slowly, Lei Yu lowered the newspaper, his gaze becoming lost in the distance. It seems that things are already unfolding on Shiki's end. However, upon seeing the name CS Sun, Lei Yu nearly burst into laughter. He even wondered if the Golden Lion was also a time traveler. This, of course, seemed highly improbable. Yet CS Sun did indeed fit the persona of the Golden Lion quite well. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared to have discovered something intriguing, pointing excitedly at the distant sea and shouting to Lei Yu, "Hey, come quickly. Is there a person walking on the water over there?" Following Orochimaru's gesture, Lei Yu looked toward the sea, where he spotted a handsome man with black hair and freckles gliding toward them on a small vessel resembling a surfboard. He wore an orange cowboy hat, adorned with 2 badges symbolizing a mischievous grin and sorrow. Additionally, a skull pendant was tied to it, while a red beaded necklace graced his neck, and he donned a pair of shorts. The distinctive attire allowed Lei Yu to immediately recognize the figure in the distance, Ace. Chapter 60, A chance encounter with Ace as Ace approached in his small vessel, propelled by the powers of the Mera Mera no Mi. Leiyu surmised that he had likely just met with Luffy from the Alabasta Kingdom and was now in pursuit of the traitor Teach from the Whitebeard pirates. Ace called out loudly from below their pirate ship, "Hey, is anyone there? Can someone help me?" Upon hearing Ace's voice, Leiyu leaned over the edge, peering down to ask, "What is it, Ace?" "Nothing much, just, you know me?" Ace was prepared to retrieve something from his belongings when he was taken aback by Leiyu's immediate recognition of him, despite his bounty of 5 billion. He didn't expect a stranger to recognize him so easily. With a slight smile, Leiyu replied, "Of course, you are the renowned 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates. How could I not know you? I also happen to know your brother, the Straw Hat Kid, Luffy." "Nanny, you know Luffy?" Ace was momentarily stunned upon hearing this revelation. Realizing that communication was difficult from his position below, Leiyu suggested, "Come up here to talk." Without hesitation, Ace, confident in his abilities, leapt aboard Leiyu's ship. Until that moment, the sun had been obscured by the large vessel, preventing Ace from seeing Leiyu's features clearly. Now on deck, the view became clear, and Ace, observing Leiyu's youthful visage, tilted his head and stroked his chin, feeling a sense of familiarity. His gaze fell upon a newspaper discarded nearby, and suddenly a spark of recognition ignited in his mind as he realized who this young man was. Eyes wide with astonishment, he exclaimed, You are the one whose bounty first reached 1 billion berries, Leiyu?" "No, wait, now it's 1.8 billion berries. You managed to escape from those 3? Seeing Ace's astonished expression, Leiyu chuckled lightly, fully aware of the trio Ace referred to. He replied, "I was saved by someone. Otherwise, I would have been in real danger." Reflecting on the events from 6 days prior in Log Town, a chill ran down his spine. The 3 admirals were not to be underestimated, especially that old monster, Carp. However, after exchanging a punch with him in Cocoa West Island, he believed he had grasped the extent of Carp's strength. Now, upon reflection, the formidable strength of the old monster, Carp, has proven to be beyond my initial assumptions. The astute Ace wisely refrained from inquiring about the identity of the one who rescued the crew of Thunder Feather, opting instead to shift his gaze towards Thunder Feather with a narrowed smile. "Luffy has spoken of you as well. This rascal has an affinity for trouble. As his older brother, I owe you my gratitude for saving his life back in Log Town. It was merely a trifling matter. And I happen to be quite fond of the lad," Thunder Feather replied nonchalantly. "Haha, is that so? Luffy holds you in high regard too. He even lamented to me about forgetting to invite you to join them initially. However, I reckon someone of your caliber would not easily settle for subservience," Ace remarked, his smile fading as he regarded Thunder Feather with a serious demeanor. He could sense the immense ambition brewing within Thunder Feather's heart. If Thunder Feather aspired to claim the throne of the Pirate King, he would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable opponent. After all, Ace's own resolve was to see his father, Whitebeard, ascend to that coveted position. Observing Ace's solemn expression, Thunder Feather comprehended the thoughts swirling in his mind. With a smile, he reassured, "There is no need for such scrutiny. I harbor no interest in the title of Pirate King." "Oh, is that so?" It was evident that Ace did not fully believe Thunder Feather's words. However, Thunder Feather was disinclined to elaborate, allowing Ace to entertain his own thoughts. In truth, he held no fascination with Roger's remnants. Perhaps he might glance at them in the future if the opportunity arose. "By the way, did you seek us for a particular reason?" Thunder Feather suddenly inquired. Ace then recalled his primary objective and hastily produced a photograph, placing it before Thunder Feather. "Have you seen this person?" Thunder Feather examined the image Ace held, recognizing the rugged, middle-aged man with a few missing teeth and a robust physique. "Marshall D. Teach, Blackbeard. Teach." Upon hearing Thunder Feather identify the figure in the photograph, Ace's eyes gleamed with excitement as he fixated on Thunder Feather. "You know him? Please, tell me where he is. It is of utmost importance." Thunder Feather was well aware of Teach's whereabouts and understood Ace's urgency in locating him. Thus, he replied, "I should know where he will appear." But what?" Ace pressed eagerly. "But as a condition for this information, I require the log pointer to Sabaody Archipelago. Do you happen to possess one?" Thunder Feather stated directly, observing Ace's anxious demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Ace retrieved a log pointer from his backpack along with a world map and handed them to Thunder Feather. "I was just there not long ago. Consider the map a gift, though it may not be particularly useful." Receiving the log pointer, Thunder Feather nodded in appreciation. "Thank you. You should be able to encounter Teach on Banero Island." "Banero Island? I understand," he said, preparing to turn and continue his pursuit of Teach. After taking a few steps, he looked back at Lei Yu, his expression grave. I am unaware of your intentions on Sabaody Archipelago, but please refrain from causing trouble, especially with the celestial dragons. They are quite troublesome. With those words, he leaped down and mounted his small boat. Upon hearing Ace's warning, Lei Yu smiled. He was already well aware of such matters. Yet he still felt grateful for the advice. Watching Ace, who was now aboard his boat, he called out, Teach is not to be underestimated. You should exercise caution. Ace, without turning back, waved his hand in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Lei Yu felt there was little more to say. His utmost priority was to reach Sabaody Archipelago and attend to Itachi's illness. He had no time to assist Ace in dealing with Teach. Whether Ace's outcome would change this time remained to be seen, contingent upon whether he took Lei Yu's words to heart. As he watched Ace sail away, Lei Yu found himself momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, a fit of violent coughing erupted from below deck, snapping him back to reality. Listening to the incessant coughs, Lei Yu gripped the compass tightly, his expression darkening. Itachi's condition could not be delayed any longer. They must head to Sabaody Archipelago immediately. Chapter 61. Arrival at Sabaody Archipelago. Time flew by, and after 2 days of rapid travel under Orochimaru's full acceleration, Lei Yu and his crew of pirates arrived near Sabaody Archipelago. Lei Yu and Orochimaru gazed intently at the enchanting island before them. This beautiful isle was comprised of 79 towering trees, with towns nestled at the roots of each tree. The endless bubbles that floated around were formed from the resin secreted by these magnificent trees. The sight of these colossal trees and the vibrant bubbles was nothing short of nature's artistry. However, Lei Yu remained vigilant, for the Navy headquarters lay nearby, and a moment's carelessness could plunge them back into peril. Especially now, Itachi was on the brink of collapse, struggling even to walk. With utmost caution, Lei Yu docked his ship beneath the 41st island. He first surveyed his surroundings with keen eyes, then inhaled the fresh air deeply, nodding in approval. This place truly was remarkable. If it weren't for the presence of the celestial dragons, it would indeed be a paradise on earth. Muttering to himself, he shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the loathsome celestial dragons. At that moment, Itachi emerged from the cabin, trembling slightly. Seeing this, Lei Yu hurried over to offer him support. However, Itachi waved his hand and gently smiled, saying, There is no need to trouble you. I am not at the point where I am unable to walk on my own. Seeing Itachi's insistence, Lei Yu relented and accompanied him down the ship. Suddenly, Lei Yu turned to the pursuing Orochimaru behind him and said, Uncle Snake, you need not join us. Please guard our vessel. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his expression lamentable as he trembled and said, Do you no longer care for us? Witnessing this, Lei Yu couldn't help but shudder. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and appeared before Orochimaru, gazing at him tenderly as he slowly extended his right hand. Orochimaru stared in disbelief at the gentle Lei Yu, pondering if he might. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed, and Orochimaru's cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Upon closer inspection, a handprint slowly emerged on his face. You big mouth. You keep an eye on the ship. It is perilous here. With that, Lei Yu turned and departed, entering the enchanting island with Itachi, leaving Orochimaru alone on the ship, gazing forlornly at their retreating figures. Ah, men, he murmured, before returning to the deck and dozing off in a rocking armchair, oblivious to the two shadows observing from 1,000 meters away atop a large tree, binoculars in hand. Is that dragon-shaped ship the pirate crew Lei Yu mentioned? One naval soldier asked the other, his expression vacant. Are you foolish? If you are a pirate, would you remove your flag when landing? The other soldier chided softly. Look, is that figure on the ship the one with the 625 million berries bounty, the Snake Man? He exclaimed, peering intently through the binoculars at Orochimaru. It seems to be the very Snake Man. Quickly, inform headquarters. With that, the two swiftly descended from the tree, anxious not to draw Orochimaru's attention. Meanwhile, Lei Yu and Itachi traversed through the towering trees, both donning hats and masks they had somehow acquired. Lei Yu was acutely aware that he was no longer in the East Blue, where few knew of him. They were now nearing the New World. And the news of his escape from Kazan, Akainu, and Garp's ambush had surely spread far and wide. Moreover, the bounties on their heads now stood at an astonishing 8 billion for oneself and 5 billion for Itachi, making them akin to a mobile treasury. It was highly plausible that envious eyes would be cast upon them, thus necessitating their cautious movements. Subsequently, Lei Yu began to ponder another matter. If memory served him correctly, the Straw Hat Pirates, led by Luffy, had also landed on the 41st island. However, it was unlikely they would encounter them, as, by his calculations, Luffy and his crew were likely en route to Judicial Island to rescue Robin, Lei Yu mused. Yet, with nothing pressing at hand, he found himself at a loss regarding Trafalgar Law's whereabouts. Fortuitously, he decided to accompany Itachi to a quaint tavern where they could indulge in some food and perhaps gather tidings about Trafalgar Law. At that moment, Orochimaru was soundly asleep aboard their vessel, while Lei Yu and Itachi took a brief respite at the tavern, preparing to glean some useful information for their impending endeavors. Unbeknownst to them, a far more ferocious storm was about to descend upon them. Chapter 62, Journey to the Exchange simultaneously at the Navy headquarters. The telephone snail in Sengoku's office abruptly rang. Furrowing his brow, Sengoku answered the call, only to have his expression shift dramatically as he exclaimed, "What? Right in the Sabaody archipelago? Very well, I understand. Keep a close watch on them, but do not alert them." After hanging up, Sengoku took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and murmured, "Incredible. They dare to appear right under my nose. This time, let us see how you escape." With that, he hurriedly departed, uncertain of his next course of action. Upon entering the tavern, Lei Yu and Itachi casually chose a table. 2 beers and 2 plates of roasted meat, please, Lei Yu said, glancing at Itachi, who nodded in agreement. Actually, make it 3 beers and 3 plates of roasted meat. Coming right up. Before long, 3 plates of roasted meat and 3 glasses of beer were served. After dividing a portion for Itachi, Lei Yu devoured his meal with fervor. As he savored the delectable roasted meat, he listened to the surrounding conversations. "Hey, did you hear? Those world nobles were out on a patrol again yesterday, and they killed several people. I can hardly stand it here anymore, but what can we do? Who knows when this torment will end? Hey, you two want to die? How dare you discuss that group? If someone overhears, you're in for it." Right, enough talk, let us eat." Upon hearing their words, a cold glint ignited in Lei Yu's eyes. Celestial dragons, were they? Truly a vile bunch. Meanwhile, Itachi, quietly enjoying his meal, had also caught wind of the discussions. Gazing out at the beautiful scenery beyond the door, he momentarily lost himself in thought. In this world, it is often the most exquisite places that harbor the darkest secrets. The darkness concealed beneath beauty can be the most haunting of all. At that moment, the individuals beside him shifted the conversation to a different topic. "By the way, are you aware of the recent events? Something happened just yesterday. What was it? I haven't been following the news lately. It appears there was an internal conflict within the Whitebeard Pirates. Their 2nd Division captain, Ace, was fiercely pursuing Blackbeard Teach." "Blackbeard Teach? Who is he? I don't believe I've heard of him." "You don't know? His notoriety has surged recently." "I beg to differ. The one who has truly captured the limelight is that so-called god, Raikyu, with a bounty of 1.8 billion. Upon hearing their discourse about him, Raikyu silently adjusted the brim of his hat. According to the storyline, Ace and Blackbeard's encounter should still be a few days away. It seems that my revelation about Blackbeard's whereabouts to Ace has precipitated this battle, though I wonder if the outcome will be altered. Just as Raikyu was preparing to rise and leave, he finally caught wind of an intriguing piece of information. "Did you hear? At the slave auction house, a mermaid has appeared once again, and she's a female. Goodness, aren't mermaids exceedingly rare? How could someone have captured one? A female mermaid is truly a rare gem. Well, it's merely to please those celestial dragons, as the eventual auction will ultimately belong to them, right? Quite fascinating." A glimmer of excitement flickered in Raikyu's eyes. After settling the bill, he departed the tavern with Itachi. If it is indeed a slave auction, the supernovas are likely to return to join the fray. Perhaps he might even encounter them. Speaking of which, Raikyu casually stopped a passerby on the street. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the slave auction house?" However, the person he halted was a blossoming young girl. As she lifted her gaze, she was momentarily entranced, captivated by Raikyu's pristine and fair visage, which radiated sharp, striking features. Her rebellious, thick eyebrows arched slightly upwards, and beneath her long, slightly curled lashes, her dark, profound icy eyes exuded a wild, untamed allure. Coupled with the 100 charm points bestowed upon him by the system, he was utterly mesmerizing. It felt as though he could draw one in entirely. Subsequently, the girl's face flushed crimson, her demeanor shy and hesitant, akin to a late-blooming flower concealing itself behind verdant leaves, too timid to reveal itself. Just head that way," she stammered, unable to muster the courage to look at Raikyu again. "Thank you," Raikyu replied with a smile at the bashful girl, then brushed past her, continuing on his way. Enveloped in the warmth of Raikyu's smile, she suddenly comprehended that all the artistry in the world, all the vast mountains and rivers, existed solely to accentuate his unparalleled beauty. She was oblivious to the moment he departed. Initially, Lei Yu intended to directly seek out Trafalgar Law at the slave trading house. However, events were unlikely to unfold smoothly. As expected, he encountered a celestial dragon on his way. Chapter 63, The Atrocities of the Celestial Dragons, Second Update. It was a peculiar twist of fate that he encountered a celestial dragon in the bustling street. Along both sides of the thoroughfare, no soul dared to stand. All were prostrated on the ground, submitting in utter silence, creating an atmosphere that was eerily tranquil. Not far away, several figures were slowly approaching. The foremost among them, a man and a woman, donned the characteristic voluminous white garments of the celestial dragons, with a circular transparent bubble atop their heads, reminiscent of an astronaut's helmet. Lei Yu's expression was grave as he scrutinized them, hoping these two celestial dragons would not seek trouble with him, for he would not hesitate to dispatch them with a single blow. Yet, he was keenly aware that injuring them would undoubtedly summon a marine admiral, which would lead to complications. Moreover, Itachi's condition could not be allowed to deteriorate further. Thus, Lei Yu resolved to avoid confrontation with these individuals for the time being, intending to address Itachi's ailment first. Just as he decided to retreat, an elderly gentleman beside him suddenly grasped his arm and whispered urgently, "What are you doing? Kneel down quickly. Are you seeking death? Kneel. Kneel before the celestial dragons?" Lei Yu chuckled lightly, dismissing the notion. Yet, he recognized the old man's good intentions, responding lightly before preparing to depart. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A man abruptly burst from his home, cursing vociferously, "You wretched woman, go whomever you please." After uttering these words, he turned abruptly, crashing into something, and fell to the ground. Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, he noted how the usually lively street had fallen into a hushed stillness. Looking around, he discovered everyone was kneeling. In an instant, the man from the Sabaody archipelago comprehended the gravity of the situation. Cold sweat began to pour down his forehead, and his back was drenched with perspiration. As he stiffly turned his head, he found the dark muzzle of a gun pressed against his forehead. The celestial dragon, wielding a pistol, pointed it at the man while nonchalantly brushing off the spot he had collided with, as if the individual before him had sullied his attire. He regarded the man with a cold, unyielding gaze, uttering not a word. The man, now engulfed in despair, recognized that the celestial dragons were akin to deities in this realm. In that fleeting moment, his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The world around him seemed to fade into shades of gray. How could he have obstructed the path of such esteemed nobles and even collided with one? The man immediately turned around, fell to his knees, and repeatedly struck his head against the ground in a desperate attempt to seek forgiveness. "My lord, I am truly sorry. I deserve to die," he chanted incessantly, the sound of his forehead meeting the earth resonating with a dull thud. Even his crimson blood began to flow. He dared not pause, but rather redoubled his efforts. The street was filled solely with the echoes of his supplication. Meanwhile, his wife cowered behind the windowsill, trembling as she gazed upon her bloodied husband. She lacked the courage to step outside and could scarcely contain her tears within the confines of their home. The nobleman, a member of the dragon clan, regarded the man beseeching him with eyes devoid of compassion, reflecting only indifference. To him, such a wretched soul scarcely warranted any stir of emotion. Then he raised his pistol, aiming it at the still prostrated man. Realizing the nobleman's intent, the man ceased his bowing and lifted his gaze, his hollow eyes meeting the grotesque visage of the aristocrat before him. He understood his fate was sealed. And in that moment, despair enveloped him, extinguishing any flicker of resistance. Nearby, Lei Yu observed the scene unfold, without any inclination to intervene. He was not one to meddle in affairs that did not concern him, choosing instead to remain a mere spectator as long as he was not provoked or his limits tested. Moreover, intervening now would only entangle him and Itachi in a precarious situation. Rescuing Itachi was his primary objective. The nobleman's gaze was as frigid as ice, as if he were a deity surveying mere insects on the ground. These humans, sharing his species, yet so vastly beneath him. A deafening gunshot suddenly shattered the stillness of the street. Hearts collectively constricted, and some began to weep quietly, their fingers turning white with tension. They felt a profound hatred. Hatred for the nobleman's ruthless cruelty, for the injustices of this world, and for their own helplessness. Yet, they were powerless to act. After all, these were the world's aristocrats, the pinnacle of society, akin to deities in the eyes of ordinary folk. How could they ever summon the courage to challenge such gods? It was a tragic fate for the man, who merely stumbled into this group after a quarrel with his wife, leading to his untimely demise at the hands of the world's elite. A sense of despair washed over all present. Why? Why must the world be this way? Was it truly sick? Chapter 64. Entering the exchange, third update. To the onlookers, the man appeared to be lying in a pool of blood. Yet in Lei Yu's eyes, he seemed utterly unscathed. The celestial dragon had indeed fired, but from Lei Yu's perspective, it was as if the shots were directed skyward, not aimed at the man at all. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of gunfire echoed, and once again, the celestial dragon continued to fire into the heavens. To everyone else, however, this brutal aristocrat was firing several shots into the body of the fallen man, who lay lifeless, causing many to close their eyes in horror, unable to bear the sight. Subsequently, this group of individuals continued forward as if nothing had transpired, moving ahead amidst the prostrations of the crowd. Meanwhile, the man at the center of the street gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Why had the celestial dragon spared him? Why did the expressions of those around him resemble that of mourning? What had transpired? A barrage of questions flooded his mind. After a moment of stupor, as if a realization dawned upon him, he quickly rolled and crawled away, dashing into the woods, vanishing without a trace. Lei Yu turned to Itachi, who now bore the eyes of the Sharingan, momentarily taken aback, but instantly comprehending that Itachi had used Genjutsu to bewilder the crowd, thus saving his life. Itachi, with a calm demeanor, regarded Lei Yu and spoke slowly. This could be considered a good deed before the end of my life. Upon hearing this, Lei Yu fixed his gaze upon him, shaking his head. I told you, you will be fine. With that, he quietly led Itachi away from the scene, making their way toward the slave exchange. Before long, Lei Yu and Itachi found themselves swaying into the entrance of the slave exchange, walking in with an air of confidence. Initially, the guards at the door intended to stop them to inquire about their origins and assets, but as Itachi's Sharingan began to swirl, the guards seemed oblivious to their presence and allowed them entry without hesitation. Thus, Lei Yu and Itachi casually selected a spot to sit down. Upon observing the vast interior of the slave exchange, they could not help but feel a sense of awe. The seating was arranged in descending order of height, with at least 50 rows visible at a glance. The seats closer to the front were lower, while the trading platform ahead was exceedingly spacious, ensuring that every visitor could clearly see the slaves being auctioned. The atmosphere resembled that of a dimly lit cinema, with only the stage lights illuminating every corner of the grand hall. As Lei Yu slowly surveyed his surroundings, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Indeed, the supernova Eustace Kid and his current target, Trafalgar Law, were both present within this establishment. Trafalgar Law and Kid, who appeared almost villainous with a single glance, stood alongside their respective pirate crews, creating an atmosphere of incongruity. However, within the confines of this slave auction house, their presence seemed to elicit little more than indifference from the crowd, who appeared accustomed to such sights. After all, the privilege of purchasing young girls was not restricted to the nobility. As long as one possessed sufficient wealth, even pirates were not an unusual sight here. Observing the eclectic mix of individuals from various professions, Lei Yu gently closed his eyes, seeking respite. At that moment, the previously raucous auction house fell abruptly silent. Upon reopening his eyes, Lei Yu discovered that the two celestial dragons he had encountered on the street had also arrived. Indeed, their outing today was evidently aimed at acquiring mermaids. The purpose of such acquisitions was painfully obvious, revealing their true, sordid nature. Lei Yu's gaze turned frigid as he regarded the two arrogant celestial dragons, causing an involuntary chill to sweep through those around him. After a brief glance, Lei Yu returned his attention to the auction, which was about to commence. Simultaneously, 3 naval warships stealthily set sail from the Navy headquarters. Although they appeared to be ordinary vessels, the ship at the forefront, as well as the one in the center, bore witness to a canoe, arms crossed and eyes fixed ahead, radiating a palpable intensity. Even the naval soldiers nearby could sense the magma within Sakazuki simmering, teetering on the brink of eruption. It is worth noting that since the incident in Logtown, where he had allowed Lei Yu and his crew to escape, Sakazuki had been haunted by that moment, regarding it as one of the most humiliating failures of his nearly decade-long career. With 2 formidable naval forces deployed, along with Garb, they represented approximately 70% of the Navy's combat strength, yet they had failed to capture Lei Yu. He had been lamenting the vastness of the Grand Line, wondering when he would next hear of Lei Yu, only to find the latter now within his grasp. Was this not an invitation to demise? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a glimmer of cold determination flickered in Sakazuki's eyes, a slight smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, On the ship to the left of Sakazuki's, Kazan reclined on a bench, pulling down his eye mask, appearing to sleep, yet truly alert. With regard to this operation to apprehend Leiyu, Sengoku was brimming with confidence. According to Garp, the strongest member of Leiyu's crew, that black-haired, crimson-eyed man, was currently ailing and nearing his end, posing no significant threat. Thus, the typically composed Kazan found himself in agreement with Garp and Sengoku's assessments. Regarding this operation, one can feel a sense of reassurance, particularly as the insufferable fellow stands on the farthest right warship. At this moment, Borisolino Kizaru strikes a grotesquely lewd pose at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance. Nonchalantly, he picks at his nose with his pinky finger, murmuring to himself, "Are we really about to confront that little rascal so soon? Oh dear, how terrifying." This time, Sengoku has actually dispatched all 3 admirals of the Navy. The aim is to crush Leiyu before he fully matures into a figure of royal caliber, nipping him in the bud. Chapter 65, The Grand Entrance of the Fishman. Of course, none of Sengoku's maneuvers are known to outsiders, let alone to Leiyu. Even the naval soldiers at headquarters believe they have merely sent out 3 ordinary warships for routine patrols. Meanwhile, within the slave trading auction house on Sabaody Archipelago, the bidding has commenced. A voice, brimming with fervor and madness, suddenly resonates throughout the entire trading hall. "Welcome, esteemed patrons, to this slave auction. I am your host, Sudako." Sudako, the host, possesses an extravagant mane of long, snow-white hair reminiscent of Uncle Snake's, clad in a deep blue long robe. With a pink scarf around his neck and a tall hat atop his head, his attire is a cacophony of colors, utterly flamboyant. First up for auction is a formidable pirate. From the New World, the vice captain of the unique show pirate crew Vohoshwai Sility, with a bounty of 30 million. As he speaks, he brings forth a burly man clad in a deathly Barbie pink gymnastics outfit, shackled with iron chains. Sudako gestures towards Vohoshwai Sility, proclaiming loudly, "Behold his robust physique. Clearly a powerhouse. Bid on him. You will not regret it. Secure your fortune. He can grace both the halls and the kitchens. Make your move. You cannot go wrong." The starting bid is set at 10 million berries. With that, he brings his gavel down heavily on the table to signal the commencement of the auction. However, at that moment, Vohoshwai Sility within the cage erupts in a frenzy, tearing at his shackles and roaring, "How dare you auction me off like this? My captain is the leader of the unique show pirate crew, a notorious pirate worth 200 million berries, Chindushio." "Oh, and so?" Sudako sneers at him, coldly responding, "In this region, near the New World, a 200 million berries pirate is hardly remarkable. Humph. I am the vice captain of the unique show pirate crew. You will need to raise the bid." Vohoshwai Sility insists earnestly, staring at the auctioneer. "Aha, raise the bid? A mere pirate worth 30 million berries. How much do you think he is truly worth? The starting bid of 10 million berries is already a favor to you." Sutaik laughed heartily, mockingly gazing at him, and inquired, "How much would you like to raise it?" "Just a slave, 300 berries." Vohoshwai Sility earnestly extended 3 fingers. Reiyu, witnessing this scene, nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, he was quite the character. Suddenly, he felt an urge to meet the members of the Dushio pirate crew, wondering if they were hidden talents from a neighboring village. Especially this individual named Chindushio, who piqued his interest. Ultimately, this pirate was purchased by a merchant from the dark underworld for the sum of 10 million and 300 berries. Naturally, he was the sole competitor for this peculiar pirate. Following this, a succession of various slaves appeared, gradually being acquired by wealthy magnates. Approximately half an hour later, a circular cage draped in red cloth was wheeled out. Upon seeing this special cage, all present fell silent, aware that the main event of the day had arrived. Sutaik slowly approached the cage and pulled aside the red cloth. Inside, resembling a fishbowl, was an enchanting mermaid. This exquisite creature had hair as deep blue as the ocean and a matching blue tail coiled gracefully behind her. She gazed anxiously at the crowd. Her watery eyes filled with helplessness. Around her alabaster neck was a rough, dark iron collar equipped with a detonating device, capable of obliterating her in an instant. Her delicate, smooth wrists were shackled by thick iron chains. Upon witnessing the mermaid, the eyes of all the nobles widened, transfixed. Her captivating expression stirred deep emotions within everyone present. The male attendees were particularly exhilarated. Indeed, mermaids are the epitome of beauty. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with fervor, as many yearned to rush forward and engage this mesmerizing mermaid in a battle that could last from dawn till dusk, even if it left them utterly exhausted. Chapter 66, Conversation. The delightful sensation of the mermaid. I believe many of you have experienced, is truly unforgettable, Su Taik remarked from the stage, his demeanor turning lewd, akin to that of a lascivious man. However, the nobles and magnates understood, exchanging knowing smiles that only men could comprehend. Having attempted it, I believe there is no need for me to elaborate further. However, for those who have yet to experience it, such a lack is truly a lamentable regret. Su Taik let out a profound sigh, continuing, were it not for my advancing years, rendering me less capable, I would be inclined to wager all my fortune to savor the exquisite flavor of this mermaid. His words elicited uproarious laughter from the audience. Yet, Lei Yu maintained a stoic expression, as he had always harbored a profound disdain for human traffickers, feeling a deep-seated revulsion towards them. Noticing that the atmosphere had been sufficiently stirred, Su Taik did not hesitate to raise his small wooden hammer and brought it down with a decisive thud. Instantly, the room fell silent. They understood that the auction for the mermaid was about to commence. The opening bid is 80 million belly. Let the auction begin. As Su Taik's words echoed, the previously quiet crowd ignited with fervor, eager to compete. 100 million belly. 120 million belly. 160 million belly. The price surged alarmingly, soon escalating to the staggering sum of 350 million belly. It was a merchant from the dark underworld who placed this bid. And all present recognized that while mermaids are rare, spending 350 million for a fleeting night of ecstasy was hardly justifiable. After all, many had their own secretaries at their disposal, rendering such a purchase unnecessary. Thus, upon reaching the figure of 350 million, the crowd began to withdraw from the competition. Seeing this, Su Taik prepared to count down, as he was quite satisfied with the price achieved. 350 million once. 350 million twice. 350. Wait. I bid 500 million belly. Just as Su Taik was about to bring down the hammer, a higher bid interrupted him. Lei Yu gazed across the room and spotted the celestial dragon he had encountered earlier on the street, languidly rising to announce, I bid 500 million belly for this mermaid. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. This was an immediate increase of 150 million belly, far exceeding the mermaid's worth. Was it possible that a foolish scion of a wealthy landowner had emerged? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice, and there, in the most opulent section of the auction house, sat two celestial dragons. Upon realizing they were celestial dragons, the crowd promptly averted their gaze, fearful of causing offense. Even the affluent individual who had contemplated wagering his entire fortune abandoned his competitive spirit at the sight of the celestial dragons. What a jest! Who could possibly outbid the wealth of a celestial dragon? Setting aside the question of whether one could compete, their signature weapons, small pistols, would render any opposition futile. A mere flick of their wrist could extinguish a life, akin to crushing an ant. With a sense of trepidation, Su Taik observed the celestial dragon's bid, immediately sealing the deal with a decisive blow of his hammer. It was evident that none present dared to oppose the celestial dragon, perhaps hoping to foster some rapport with him. The celestial dragon in the VIP section, upon witnessing his successful auction, displayed a fleeting smile of satisfaction. He promptly vacated his seat, leering at the fishmen confined within their cage, and approached them with an unsettling demeanor. As the auction concluded, the influential figures in attendance began to depart, each carrying the spoils of their endeavors. Trafalgar Law also rose and made his way towards the exit. Noticing this, Lei Yu promptly followed suit, accompanied by Itachi, trailing behind Law. Before long, they emerged from the slave auction house, only to find Law standing a short distance ahead, his gaze fixed upon them with an icy demeanor. What do you intend to do? Trafalgar Law inquired directly. Since my entrance, I have sensed your subtle glances towards me. I deliberately lingered before exiting, and as expected, you followed. Speak. What is your purpose? Indeed, the supernova was no ordinary individual, especially given that Trafalgar Law was a physician with an astute attention to detail. Lei Yu found himself unexpectedly exposed, offering a wry smile as he approached Law, lifting his hat slightly and stating, there is no need for alarm. I wish to request your assistance in treating a friend of mine. However, the moment Trafalgar Law beheld Lei Yu's full visage, he was taken aback. Lei Yu, how dare you come here? Law exclaimed in astonishment. Is there a problem? Lei Yu responded, unfazed. Are you unaware that the Navy is frantically searching for you? They have placed a bounty of 1.8 billion on your head. Any information leading to you will yield a reward of 10 million berries. What? Lei Yu was genuinely oblivious to this development. He had only been aware of the 1.8 billion bounty. It seemed that the Navy was quite irked following their failed attempt to capture him and his companions. Observing Lei Yu's ignorance, Law couldn't help but shake his head. This guy truly has a colossal heart. Subsequently, Law guided Lei Yu to a secluded corner, regarding him with curiosity. Now, tell me, what is it that you seek? Let us not squander time. Given that Law himself was a supernova, possessing a devil fruit valued at an astronomical 5 billion berries. His demeanor was decidedly forthright when addressing Lei Yu. Lei Yu did not hesitate. He struck straight to the point, saying, I seek your assistance in rescuing someone. However, Luo showed no surprise, chuckling lightly as his gaze fell upon Itachi. You refer to him, do you not? From the very beginning, I sensed something peculiar about his condition. Lei Yu was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Luo's astuteness, and praised, They say you are a surgeon of death. I did not expect your internal medicine to be equally adept. Luo, Lei Yu quickly realized that his jest had fallen flat, creating an awkward silence. Well, allow me to examine him. However what? Lei Yu blurted out, sensing that Luo was more approachable than he had anticipated. However, I require your assistance with a task. A glimmer of light flickered in Luo's eyes. What task? That is not urgent at the moment. You are aware of Dressrosa, are you not? Just come here when the time comes. With that, he tossed a recording pointer to Lei Yu. In Luo's eyes, this was a surefire deal. As long as he could secure Lei Yu's support, the likelihood of success for his revenge plan would soar. Lei Yu accepted the pointer and nodded. Upon Luo mentioning Dressrosa, he understood the matter at hand. For him, it was merely a trivial effort. He subsequently agreed to Luo's terms. Seeing Lei Yu's willingness, Luo hesitated no longer and approached Itachi to assess his condition. Luo, being a skilled physician, found that his surgical fruit could easily handle typical ailments. However, the moment he made contact with Itachi's body, he was taken aback. How is it possible for him to still be alive? Luo's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, What is it? Lei Yu furrowed his brow, inquiring gravely. Luo's hands trembled as he gazed incredulously at Itachi. The vitality within him has nearly vanished. How can you still be moving? It was a shocking revelation. He had assumed this seemingly frail individual merely suffered from severe internal injuries. To his astonishment, Itachi's life force was on the brink of extinguishment. One must note that this young man appeared to be just over 20 years of age. Could it be that he had somehow depleted his own life force? Luo's expression darkened. What is the prognosis? Can he be saved? Lei Yu, observing Luo's somber demeanor, sensed that trouble loomed. His heart sank. I am powerless, Luo reflected for a moment, then sighed deeply. Given the state of his vitality, it is nothing short of a miracle that he is still alive and able to move. Upon hearing Luo's words, Lei Yu's heart plummeted, and he spoke heavily. Is there truly no way at all? As the melancholy enveloped him, Itachi sighed deeply at the side, having long since prepared himself for the end of life. To have ventured into this adventurous world, to witness its extraordinary landscapes, and to have met Captain Lei Yu, his life felt fulfilled. Yet, a lingering concern remained. What had become of his younger brother? Was there truly no hope left? At that moment, Lei Yu remained undeterred, unable to resign himself to the sight of Itachi's impending demise. Observing the despondent atmosphere, Luo's eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of inspiration as he turned to Lei Yu. There is still a way, but it depends on your courage. What way? Speak, Lei Yu exclaimed, raising his head abruptly. His eyes bloodshot with urgency as he fixed his gaze upon Luo. Taking a deep breath, Luo's countenance darkened. The hearts of the celestial dragons. What? The hearts of the celestial dragons? Lei Yu nearly cried out in shock, bewildered as to why he had never heard of any special abilities possessed by the celestial dragons, whom he had always regarded as foolish. Luo, noticing Lei Yu's confusion, narrowed his eyes and explained, I cannot elaborate too much, but although the celestial dragons are weak, they possess a unique ability within them. If we can obtain their hearts, I can restore the vitality of your friend. However, he cautioned, these are celestial dragons. Think carefully. Luo regarded Lei Yu with a cryptic smile, fully aware of the potential chaos that could ensue from slaying a celestial dragon. Having shared his plan, it was now up to Lei Yu to summon the courage to act. The celestial dragons, Lei Yu murmured, lowering his gaze. Do they possess a fragment of him's power within them? His eyes flickered with realization as his knowledge of the celestial dragons, particularly Lord Im, was limited. They must still be inside, Lei Yu stated, resolutely heading towards the slave trading house. Luo was momentarily taken aback. Was this man truly unafraid of anything? He glanced at the young man beside Lei Yu, on the brink of death, and sighed, to go this far for a comrade is indeed remarkable. Just as Lei Yu was about to charge in, two celestial dragons emerged slowly, flanked by attendants carrying a cage containing a mermaid. making a grand exit from the slave trading house. The noise from an altercation at this moment would be far too conspicuous. With a quick glance, Lei Yu decided to stealthily follow them. Luo and Itachi, recognizing Lei Yu's intent to confront these world aristocrats, trailed behind him. Chapter 68: The arrival of the three admirals. As Lei Yu and his companions stealthily trailed the world nobles, seeking an opportunity to strike. The three admirals of the Navy had already arrived near the Sabaody archipelago. Is it true that their ship is docked at Peninsula number 41? Sakazuki coldly inquired of a nearby naval soldier. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. It is said that the crew guarding the pirate ship consists of the serpent people from the Don Quixote family. Is it him? As this thought crossed his mind, a sinister smile crept across Sakazuki's face. If it's just him alone, then Lei Yu, you shall not escape my wrath. Before long, they reached the vicinity of Peninsula number 4050. There, they spotted a large tree marked with the number 45. Suddenly, inspiration struck Sakazuki, and he exclaimed, "Stop. Let us anchor here at Peninsula number 45. Without waiting for the ship to come to a complete halt, he leapt onto the shore of Peninsula number 45. Meanwhile, Kazan and Palyasolino, still aboard the vessel, exchanged puzzled glances. Haven't we yet reached Peninsula number 41? Why have we disembarked? Sakazuki, perceiving their confusion, offered a mysterious smile and clarified, our target is too significant. If we proceed directly to Peninsula number 41, we risk alarming the enemy. After all, Peninsula no. 45 is not far from number 41. We shall approach stealthily and seize that treacherous serpent man. Upon hearing this, Kazan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. This plan is excellent. When did he start using his brain? Palyasolino did not voice any objections. After all, methodically dismantling Lei Yu's crew was the most prudent approach. Thus, the trio set forth with approximately 20 elite naval soldiers towards Peninsula number 41, leaving the remaining soldiers to guard their ship. At that moment, Uncle Snake reclined comfortably in a chair, basking in the sun and lost in daydreams. In his reverie, he found himself on a beautiful and picturesque island, where the sea breeze gently caressed everything around, and the waves crashed against the rocky shore. In this idyllic setting, there were no Navy officers, no pirates, no threats, only himself and Lei Yu. How sweet it all seemed, as he indulged in his blissful dreams. A trickle of drool slid down Orochimaru's chin and dripped onto the ground, oblivious to the impending danger. Suddenly, a small snake slithered to Orochimaru's feet, climbing up his leg to rest upon his chest. It raised its head, flicking its forked tongue towards Orochimaru's face. Do not act in such a manner. It is inappropriate. Suddenly, Uncle Snake awoke, realizing that the damp sensation on his face was caused by the white snake. Initially perplexed, he felt a surge of irritation and grasped the serpent, intending to cast it aside. However, the white snake resisted vehemently, writhing in his grip and flicking its tongue incessantly. Observing the unusual behavior of the snake, Orochimaru's expression turned grave. This particular serpent had been dispatched as a sentinel, yet it returned without his command. Had something transpired? Subsequently, Orochimaru swallowed the white snake, closing his eyes. Instantly, images of Akainu and others landing on the island flooded his mind. Were they returning? Orochimaru opened his eyes, his demeanor markedly tense. The vision indicated that Akainu and Kazan were accompanied by another individual, presumably another admiral. Yet, why did he appear so disreputable? Was he truly a legitimate admiral? Regardless of his musings, it appeared the trio was advancing towards him. Orochimaru was acutely aware of his own capabilities. While he might not triumph in a one-on-one confrontation with an admiral, he certainly would not be defeated. However, this time, he faced three admirals. Was he expected to confront them all single-handedly? Moreover, he had no knowledge of where Ryu and the others were. Was he to abandon ship and flee? Disregarding the dilemma, a fierce determination ignited in Orochimaru's eyes, and he vanished from sight. Shortly after his disappearance, dozens of naval officers appeared, surrounding the pirate ship at the shore. The three admirals emerged slowly from the woods. Akainu, surveying the dragon-shaped pirate vessel, sneered and proclaimed, "Serpent Man, you are surrounded. Come forth to meet your demise." No response. Do not entertain the notion of awaiting Ryu's rescue. Even if he arrives, it would only lead to his demise. No response. If you surrender willingly and disclose Ryu's whereabouts, I may consider sparing your life. No response. After calling out 3 times with no reply, Akainu felt his pride wane. Just as he prepared to shout again, Kazan interjected, "Stop shouting. There is no one above." "What? How do you know?" Akainu queried, bewildered by Kazan's assertion. They had been together the entire time. How could he ascertain that the ship was unoccupied? Do you possess observation haki? Kazan gazed at Sakaski with an unusual expression, momentarily taken aback. He promptly activated his observation haki, sensing the surroundings and discerning that, apart from his comrades, there was not a trace of any other presence. Where had everyone gone? Hadn't they just been here? Just as doubt began to cloud Sakaski's mind, Kazan leaped onto Raikyu's ship, surveying the area. Polyusilino followed closely behind, only to discover that there wasn't a single shadow, either inside or outside the vessel. Sakaski soon arrived, his expression darkening as he took in the emptiness around him, his fists clenched tightly. Had they escaped again? Observing the imminent fury of Sakaski, Kazan quickly interjected. Do not be hasty. They must have just departed. Let us search the vicinity. Upon hearing this, Sakaski nodded, taking a deep breath to suppress the anger within him. Subsequently, the three of them leaped to the shore, instructing the elite naval officers to scour the area for any signs, promising to relay any information immediately. Meanwhile, they would remain at their post, prepared to thwart any diversionary tactics from Raikyu's crew. In a separate location, Orochimaru lay concealed in the dense foliage of a nearby tree, silently observing Akainu, Kazan, and Kazara. Just moments before their arrival, Orochimaru had chosen not to flee but instead to hide nearby. He reasoned that if he attempted to escape at full speed, it was uncertain whether he would succeed. Yet he would undoubtedly leave behind traces that could complicate matters for Raikyu. Furthermore, if Itachi were to miss a critical opportunity for treatment due to his actions, the weight of that burden would be immense. Thus, Orochimaru resolved to remain close, for the most perilous locations often proved to be the safest havens. In that moment, Orochimaru employed his awakened ninjutsu, concealing his own presence and the chakra within him, which resulted in the three individuals being oblivious to his existence. As he perched upon a tree, observing the elite naval forces passing hastily by his hiding spot, he could not suppress a disdainful chuckle. These foolish naval officers were on a fruitless search. However, just as a smirk graced his lips, the yellow monkey, not far away, suddenly transformed into a radiant flash of light and vanished from sight. Orochimaru, witnessing this occurrence, instantly sensed impending danger. Just a moment before the yellow monkey disappeared, he distinctly felt as though it had glanced in the direction of the tree where he was concealed. Impossible. My presence should not have been revealed, surely. He cannot detect me. At that moment, Orochimaru still clung to a sliver of hope, for he harbored immense confidence in his concealment abilities. Yet, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. A blinding light akin to the sun erupted behind him, casting an overwhelming brilliance upon him. Disaster struck. I have been exposed. Startled, Orochimaru turned around only to find the yellow monkey looming behind him. How did you find me? He exclaimed in shock. The yellow monkey, with his pinky finger lodged in his nose, casually replied, Oh, this? My observation haki allows me to sense the emotional fluctuations of nearby beings. Didn't you know? As he spoke, the yellow monkey's right leg radiated an extraordinary luminescence, from which Orochimaru could perceive an immense power contained within. This is bad. After just a few exchanged words, he was already poised to strike. Yet, even with Orochimaru's swift reflexes, he could not surpass the speed of the yellow monkey. Who wielded the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi, pray tell? Have you ever been kicked by light? The moment those airy words reached Orochimaru's ears, he understood he could not evade the impending attack. Thus, he swiftly resolved to counter, drawing forth a dagger glistening with a chilling sheen. He turned to slash at the yellow monkey's neck. However, just as the dagger was about to sever the yellow monkey's head, an incredibly bright yellow light erupted forth. And the next second, accompanied by a sharp pain in his abdomen, a similar beam pierced through his body. Orochimaru was propelled backward at rocket speed, crashing violently to the ground. As he lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen, he noticed crimson blood seeping through his fingers. That strike had penetrated his body directly. Fortunately, Orochimaru's physique was extraordinary, and in a short while, the wound began to heal. However, not even having discerned the opponent's move, he had already sustained considerable injury. How could one possibly fight under such circumstances? In contrast, Kazara merely brushed off non-existent dust from his attire, donning an expression that was utterly deserving of a reprimand, and remarked, Oh dear, how frightening. I nearly met my demise. These words, though lacking in true harm, bore a weighty insult that struck deeply at Orochimaru's heart. At this moment, Orochimaru yearned to immediately summon the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, and the Uchiha King, Madara, via the reanimation jutsu, to subdue this insufferably arrogant fellow and grind him into the ground. Yet, why could he not? Because Orochimaru was powerless, this world was not his own, and he could not transfer the souls of such formidable figures here. Had he been able to use the reanimation jutsu, he would not have found himself so defenseless in Logtown. Thus, Orochimaru knelt on the ground, clutching his abdomen, contemplating how to escape this dire predicament as Akainu and Aokiji approached. At that moment, Kizaru would not grant Orochimaru even a moment's respite for contemplation. He transformed into a streak of light, akin to a shooting star, hurtling toward the prostrate Orochimaru. The air shattered around him, producing an incessant roar. This was the essence of absolute speed. He had pushed his Pika Pika no Mi to its utmost limits, effortlessly surpassing the sound barrier. If a title were to be bestowed upon Kizaru, the fastest man in the world would undoubtedly be him. In this vast ocean teeming with talent, no one dared claim their speed surpassed his. In the blink of an eye, Kizaru reappeared behind Orochimaru, stating, "What a terrifying individual. I cannot rest easy until you are swiftly dealt with." No sooner had he spoken than his right leg transformed into a beam of light, striking directly at Orochimaru's heart with pinpoint accuracy. Yet, the injured Orochimaru did not collapse. Instead, he slowly morphed into a puddle of mud, spreading across the ground. Kizaru furrowed his brow, wondering if he had already perished. At that moment, Aokiji and Akainu had reached this location, and upon witnessing the puddle of mud that was once Orochimaru, they immediately understood. He was not dead. It was merely a manifestation of his unique ability. Akin to a cicada shedding its shell, Aokiji, observing Kizaru's confusion, explained, "Oh," Kizaru nodded thoughtfully. "So, he is dead, but not entirely, correct?" Hearing Kizaru's words, Aokiji resignedly slapped his forehead, opting to cease further dialogue with this individual. Subsequently, he activated his observation haki. At this moment, Akainu and his two companions remained oblivious to the tiny hole, no larger than a thumb, hidden beneath the muck, leading to the riverbank. In that fleeting instant before he was struck, Orochimaru transformed into a small snake, utilizing earth release to burrow deep into the ground. What remained above was merely a mere clone. At this juncture, Orochimaru had quietly arrived at the riverbank, once again sealing his presence. Covertly observing the three formidable marine admirals on the shore, he dared not venture far, fearful that excessive movement would once again draw their attention. Although it was his first encounter with Admiral Kizaru, Orochimaru discerned that this individual was at least as formidable as Akainu, if not more so, particularly in terms of speed. Even when compared to the highest-tier ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, Kizaru's abilities seemed to match equally, or even surpass them in a comprehensive evaluation. Given the superiority of his Pika Pika no Mi, he remained acutely aware of the need for vigilance. As nearly an hour passed, the sky gradually darkened. Yet the trio still sensed not a whisper of disturbance. The normally volatile Akainu grew increasingly impatient, a glint of cold fury flashing in his eyes as he scoffed. "I refuse to waste time here on a mere mudfish. If he wants to reveal himself, I'll force him out." With that, his hands transformed into magma, emitting thick plumes of smoke. "Prepare to unleash." As Akainu raised his magma-infused hand, a colossal fist of lava shot forth from his fingertips, rapidly expanding in size. In an instant, it had grown to nearly the size of a pirate ship, radiating an overwhelming heat that threatened to ignite the surrounding air, erupting outward. The ground beneath erupted into charred yellow, reducing a nearby grove of trees to mere ashes. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Aokiji could only shake his head in disbelief. Just as Akainu prepared to unleash another devastating attack, Aokiji rushed forward to intervene. "Are you intent on destroying this island?" Akainu, taken aback by Aokiji's audacity to obstruct him, retorted coldly, "What do you propose we do? Shall we simply wait here like fools?" With that, he readied to unleash his magma once more. Observing this, Aokiji swiftly interrupted Akainu, employing a tactful approach. "Your attacking power is too great. Let me handle this. In less refined terms, can you please refrain from causing destruction? Do you understand the importance of environmental preservation?" With that, he thrust his hands downward, enveloped in frigid energy. In an instant, the temperature plummeted below zero, transforming the surrounding kilometer into a pristine, snow-covered realm, enveloping everything in its glacial epic. Red Dog, taken aback by Aokiji's sudden display of power, paused momentarily. Aokiji, gazing at Red Dog with eyes shimmering with insight, remarked, "The reason we cannot perceive his presence must be due to some method he employs to suppress his aura. Yet, as long as he remains within my frozen domain, if he does not take measures to resist this chill, he will ultimately succumb to the frost. However, the moment he utilizes his abilities to counteract it, we shall immediately sense his actions." upon hearing Akiji's words. Both Red Dog and Yellow Monkey deemed this to be a sound strategy and thus returned to their positions, settling into a prolonged wait. Meanwhile, Orochimaru trembled beneath the ice-locked surface of the river, feeling the biting cold, yet powerless to act. Any slight emission of his presence or a sudden movement would draw their attention. Fortunately, directly above him, there existed a narrow fissure through which he could carefully maneuver, allowing him to breathe without succumbing to asphyxiation. Had Aokiji, Red Dog, and the others ventured onto the frozen river's surface at that moment, they would discover a pale figure pressed against the ice below. Chapter 70. The culprit is actually Old 8 at this time. Leiyu stealthily trailed behind St. Charlos and his entourage. Previously, witnessing St. Charlos's arrogant demeanor left Leiyu greatly displeased. However, engaging in combat in such a public space posed too great a risk. Thus, he chose to bide his time, awaiting the opportune moment to act. Ro and Itachi were initially meant to accompany him, but Leiyu, concerned for Itachi's condition, instructed them to wait at a nearby inn. It's quite late. Let us rest for the night before we proceed. Everyone is weary, he suggested. Charlia, swaying her figure with an alluring grace, approached St. Charlos, who had already been salivating over the mermaid during the day. Charlia, vigilant in preventing any advances, found it increasingly difficult to resist the allure of the evening. St. Charlos mused, "You deny me the mermaid's company, fearing I might ignore you, yet come nightfall, you still wish to be in my presence." With that thought, a smile crept upon his lips as he unconsciously drew closer to her. "All right, darling, whatever you say," he declared, and together they entered their opulent hotel suite. Leiyu had no choice but to follow at a distance, witnessing St. Charlos and his companions share playful banter as they made their way to their room. He sought refuge outside the window, peering through a narrow crack to catch a glimpse of their intentions, only to find that within the tent, he could only discern their silhouettes cast upon the fabric. Reiyu faintly heard St. Charles speaking about the joy of death tonight. The poison dragon was taken aback. Could it be that tonight they intended to poison the mermaid? Although it was beyond his professional purview, he could not simply stand by and watch the mermaid perish. Thus, he resolved to observe their actions. However, the more Reiyu watched, the more he found himself bewildered by the situation. As a model youth of the 21st century, he had never witnessed such a scene until the indescribable sounds emanated from the Charlia Palace, causing Reiyu's face to flush with embarrassment. He inwardly cursed, thinking, "Good heavens, it feels as if I am witnessing a live birth." Reiyu descended from the window and returned to the tavern, pondering how he would manage if they continued like this all night. Suddenly, he recalled that St. Charles had consumed a considerable amount of beverages during dinner. Surely, he would need to relieve himself, for he could not possibly urinate indoors. The thought disgusted Reiyu, causing him to gag slightly, furrowing his brow as he hurriedly dispelled the bizarre images from his mind. Upon entering the tavern's courtyard, he resolved, "Since you must go to the restroom, I shall simply wait for you here." Goodness! Reiyu waited outside for what felt like an eternity, nearly dozing off when suddenly the sound of footsteps roused him. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than St. Charles, looking rather disheveled after a night apart. He decided to follow discreetly. St. Charles seemed blissfully unaware of the events of the night, displaying a cheerful demeanor as he approached the restroom, whistling as he went. Upon noticing Reiyu enter, his eyes widened in surprise, mistaking him for a fellow celestial dragon. "Hey, buddy, have you eaten?" he greeted. Without a moment's hesitation, Reiyu rushed towards St. Charles, thrusting his hand forward. In an instant, the celestial dragon's expression shifted dramatically. However, St. Charles was unable to draw his weapon, his hands occupied. He could only shield himself with his face. Little did he know, Reiyu intended to extract his heart to save another. As he attempted to block, Reiyu's fingers inadvertently plunged into his nostrils and stirred, causing the celestial dragon to weep profusely, unable to maintain control of his weapon. Seeing this, Reiyu steeled himself, disregarding his own hand as he pressed his thumb into St. Charles's mouth, stifling any sound. His long left hand reached towards St. Charles's chest. Unbeknownst to him, St. Charles was oblivious to anyone daring to take action against him. He intended to retaliate against the audacious individual until Reiyu's fingers, like red-hot iron rods, delved deep into his chest, signaling that something was amiss. In that instant, St. Charles awakened to the reality that Reiyu was not one of his own. He attempted to call for help, but Reiyu's thumb had already lodged itself in his throat, forcing him to emit only muffled sounds. In a fleeting moment, Reiyu's hand made contact with St. Charles's heart. Sensing the rhythmic throbbing, Reiyu's heart soared with joy. He had grasped it. Ryu feared that Charles Saint had companions behind him. Without hesitation, he tore out the heart, causing a fountain of light crimson blood to erupt from Charles Saint's chest, mingled with an eerie golden hue, before he collapsed lifelessly. Sensing that his plan had succeeded, Ryu prepared to flee the scene of the crime, only to discover a force gripping his hand, preventing his escape. Upon turning around, he realized that Charles Saint's heart was still connected to his circulatory system, pulsating in Ryu's grasp. With his right hand, smeared with Charles Saint's mucus and saliva, he forcefully squeezed forward, and with a sharp sound, the blood vessels ruptured, unleashing a torrent of blood that surged violently in all directions. At that moment, Charles Saint truly met his demise. Fearing the blood would stain him, Ryu leaped through the restroom window, leaving behind Charles Saint's hollow corpse lying in the lavatory. As Ryu dashed out of the tavern, he heard a voice from the restroom proclaiming, "There is nothing you can't imagine that I, Old 8, can't accomplish," followed by a piercing scream that shattered the tranquility of the night. The next morning, the streets buzzed with speculation about the cause of Charles Saint's death. "I believe Old 8 did it, out of jealousy for Sir Charles Saint, having waited in the restroom all night to ambush him," declared a resident who fancied himself astute. "I disagree. Old 8 is frail and weak. How could he possibly kill Sir Charles Saint? I heard it was his heart that was removed." "Nonsense. I heard it was his kidney that was extracted. Clearly, his abdomen was hollowed out, and his head stuffed inside." The rumors grew increasingly absurd, while the true orchestrator, Ryu, had already returned to the place where he was treating Itachi. Ryu placed Charles Saint's heart on Ro's desk and inquired, "Is this it? Can it cure Itachi?" Upon seeing Ryu return, Ro produced the heart, his eyes gleaming with avarice. However, recalling that Ryu had killed Charles Saint, extracted the heart, and emerged unscathed, a chill suppressed his greed. He looked enviously at Itachi, lying on the bed, admiring the fact that he had such a remarkable captain. Yet Itachi, having exhausted his vitality, succumbed to unconsciousness. Ro quickly remarked, yes, with Charles Saint's heart, we can definitely cure him," before closely examining the heart once more. Then, astonished, he gazed at Ryu and inquired, "How did you manage to seal the blood vessels so perfectly? The essence within the heart is indeed a precious substance." He then scrutinized the viscous transparent liquid, puzzled, "What exactly is this sealed material? I can't quite discern it. Its preservation is remarkable and warrants further investigation." Ryu couldn't possibly reveal that it was merely the mucus of Charles Saint, so he replied, "It's a proprietary formula. No need for you to concern yourself with that. Just tell me if it can be utilized." Ro cautiously picked up the heart of Charles Saint, the revered figure. At this moment, he found himself able to toy with it in his hands. "Have you had enough? Can this actually work? Don't tell me I wasted an entire night for nothing," Ryu said impatiently. Ro broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly affirmed, "Yes, there are two potential methods. One is to grind the heart into powder to create a medicinal broth to administer to him, ensuring his survival. The other is to transplant the entire heart, which, due to its essence, could significantly enhance Itachi's vitality." "But what does that entail?" Ro asked, eyeing Ryu with concern. "I fear the lineage of the celestial dragons is too potent, especially since Itachi is currently in a weakened state." Ryu, who had always been astute, grasped the implication immediately. "So, you're suggesting that if we proceed with the transplant, Itachi might be transformed by the celestial dragon's bloodline?" Ryu, recalling the system's existence after a long absence, inquired, "System, what is the probability that Itachi can endure this?" The system responded, "Calculating probability. Given Itachi's current constitution, the transformation rate exceeds 80%. As Ryu wrestled with these intense thoughts, Itachi, trembling, spoke up, "Don't worry, I can handle it." Ro, startled, turned sharply to face Itachi, exclaiming, "Goodness, how is this person so resilient? I wanted to exploit his essence." He sighed, "Well, I suppose if he undergoes the transformation, I can still extract his essence afterward. Although it may not be as effective, it's better than nothing." Then, what if it were Itachi? What makes him so difficult to eliminate? Ryu's eyes glinted with urgency as he replied to Ro, "I cannot guarantee he won't undergo transformation, but I can assure you he will survive the process." "Fine, enough. I don't believe Itachi's life is that fragile," Ro conceded, seeing Ryu's unwavering resolve. He prepared to commence the operation. Extending his hand, he spoke in a low tone, "Behold." Suddenly, a transparent aura erupted from the palm of his right hand, forming a circular shield that enveloped both himself and Itachi. "This is my ability, user of the surgical fruit," Ro explained, glancing at Ryu to ensure he understood. With a slight bend of his index and middle fingers, he softly uttered, "Slaughterhouse." With a single utterance, a gelatinous cube materialized in Luo's right hand, within which lay Itachi's heart, now transformed into a dark crimson hue, devoid of any semblance of vitality. Gently, Luo cradled Itachi's heart in his left hand, while his right hand continued to manipulate it with delicate precision. Lei Yu, witnessing this extraordinary scene, felt a pang in his own heart. Suddenly, Luo turned his gaze towards Lei Yu and spoke. Upon hearing his words, Lei Yu promptly handed over the heart of the celestial dragon. Luo meticulously removed the substance that had sealed the blood vessels, preserving it with care. Subsequently, he prepared for the next operation at the slaughterhouse, intending to transplant this powerful heart into the celestial dragon. Whether the latter would survive depended solely on him. "My abilities can offer no further assistance," Luo remarked, shaking his head. As he spoke, a visible change occurred in Itachi's complexion. A faint glow of golden light radiated from his chest, spreading throughout his limbs. This heart was gradually transforming Itachi's body. Lei Yu, holding his breath in anxious anticipation, clenched his fists and silently prayed for Itachi's survival. Gradually, golden light enveloped Itachi's entire being. His previously gaunt and frail form became robust. Suddenly, Itachi's expression contorted, as if he were grappling with an immense force. As time ticked by, Itachi's visage grew increasingly strained. Just when he seemed on the verge of surrender, a brilliant red light erupted from his eyes. Luo, incredulous, stood up, his eyes wide with astonishment as he beheld Itachi lying on the bed. How resilient this life force is, he marveled, never expecting such strength to emerge from the depths of despair. Moments later, Itachi's eyes fluttered open, a dazzling radiance illuminating the entire room. He then turned to Lei Yu and spoke earnestly. "Thank you, Lei Yu." Witnessing this miracle, Lei Yu found himself at a loss for words. "It's nothing, really. What's a big deal?" he replied, before embracing Itachi tightly. A single tear of blood trickled from Itachi's eye, silently acknowledging all that Lei Yu had done for him. In that moment, Itachi felt the surge of powerful life force within him and exclaimed with excitement, "With this formidable vitality, my eyes may very well reach new heights." Upon hearing this, Lei Yu's eyes sparkled with fervor. If Itachi's Sharingan were to ascend to that level, it would become the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan. The terror of the Eternal Meijiki Sharingan needs no further elaboration. Observing the exhilaration of the two, Luo shook his head and cautioned, "Do not be so hasty in your excitement. It would be wise to remain here for a few days to observe before making any plans." Lei Yu contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to heed Luo's words, deciding to remain and observe for a while. Unbeknownst to them, Orochimaru had been frozen beneath the ice for an entire night. Chapter 72. The worries of the warring states. At this moment, Orochimaru lay submerged in the frigid waters, his body already turning an ominous shade of purple as he trembled uncontrollably. With a frigid gaze, he watched the figures of Aokiji, Akainu, and others on the shore. Exclaiming in frustration, "How can they persist after all night?" Orochimaru lamented, nearly at his limit, yet unable to utilize the chakra within him to fend off the relentless chill. Meanwhile, the three admirals stationed on the icy expanse were nearly bored enough to engage in a game of cards, pondering how long they would have to wait. Akainu clenched his fists, feeling that this night had thoroughly exhausted his patience. Aokiji, noticing his comrade's distress, furrowed his brow and suggested, "Let us wait a little longer. I refuse to believe he won't emerge. Could it be that the Snake Man has already fled?" Kizaru inquired nonchalantly, his tone suggesting a complete disregard for the matter. "Impossible," Aokiji countered vehemently, confident in the fact that his ice age encompassed a vast area of nearly several kilometers, making it implausible for anyone to escape his icy grasp in such a short span of time. Except for Kizaru, of course. Suddenly, a faint sound of cracking ice reached Kizaru's ears. In an instant, he transformed into a beam of light, appearing above the surface of the river where Orochimaru was concealed. Tipping his head down, he stroked his chin and observed a small fissure, yet nothing else was visible. Shaking his head, he murmured, "Was that merely an illusion?" With another swift movement, he returned to his original position, finding Akainu and Aokiji already standing and inquiring, "What's the matter? Have you found him?" Kizaru shook his head, casually replying, "No, I must have misheard." The three then resumed their waiting, anticipating Orochimaru's reappearance. Under the ice, Orochimaru sighed deeply upon witnessing this scene. The crack he had just made to breathe had nearly compromised his concealment. However, seeing the three return to their previous positions prompted a sense of despair within him. Was this a form of torture? At that moment, A naval elite rushed over from a distance, breathless and drenched in sweat, indicating he had sprinted a considerable distance, recognizing him as one of his own soldiers. Akainu stood up, brow furrowed, and inquired, "What is the situation? Could it be that his whereabouts have been discovered?" Meanwhile, Akiji immediately stood up, his expression tense as he gazed intently at the naval elite. Could it be that he truly escaped from the confines of his ice age? The naval elite, visibly flustered, looked at Akainu and exclaimed, "It's a grave matter concerning the celestial dragons." The three men widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they might pluck them from their sockets, staring at the soldier. How could something happen to the celestial dragons? Who would dare provoke these seemingly powerful yet foolish beings? What grave matter? Akainu sneered. Could it be that someone has dared to strike a celestial dragon? After a moment of shock, he regained his composure and coldly remarked that, in his memory, the celestial dragons were not virtuous beings. But surely no one would be foolish enough to provoke them, let alone assault them. Such a notion was utterly absurd. No, sir, they were not assaulted. Before he could finish speaking, Akainu's expression shifted to one of knowing amusement, and he coldly interjected, "Then what has transpired? What has happened to the celestial dragons? It wouldn't be something trivial again, would it?" At this moment, Akiji interjected, for he had often observed that the celestial dragons seemed to overreact to the most minor of incidents. "No. This time, the celestial dragons have been assassinated," the naval elite shouted. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The three naval admirals stared at one another, then at the elite with vacant expressions. None could believe that the celestial dragons had indeed been slain. Orochimaru, lurking beneath the waters, perked up his ears at the revelation, a glint igniting in his eyes. Could it be that they were struck by Raikyu and his companions? Having dwelled in this world for so long, he had certainly heard Raikyu mention the celestial dragons. Recognizing that this world was ruled by these arrogant and tyrannical aristocrats. After a while, Akiji was the first to regain his composure, his eyes widening as he questioned, "Are you serious?" The naval elite nodded vigorously, continuing, "I heard them say that the celestial dragon was assassinated in the restroom by someone named Old Eight." Old Eight? Who is that? Could he be another supernova? Kazara tilted his head, racking his brain for any mention of such a figure, but found no strong individual by that name in his memory. "Let us go and investigate. We need not concern ourselves with this matter for now." Akiji rubbed his temples, pondering the chaos that would surely ensue with the death of a celestial dragon. However, upon hearing this, Akainu clearly appeared displeased, his expression one of resentment. Had he truly spent an entire night only to let this serpent man slip away? The yellow ape perceived the scene and directly stated, "You all handle the celestial dragon's matters. Leave the serpent man to me." Akainu pondered for a moment before nodding, acknowledging that this was the only feasible course of action to deal with the troublesome celestial dragons, who were indeed a hindrance. Subsequently, he, along with Akiji, followed the elite naval officer who had come to report, to manage the mess left by the celestial dragons. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Sengoku received the alarming news of the assassination of the celestial dragons. "What? The celestial dragons have been assassinated? What are those three doing?" Sengoku erupted in fury at the officer who had come to report. He had dispatched all three admirals to Sabaody Archipelago, and yet such a monumental incident occurred. Moreover, upon hearing this news, Sengoku felt an inexplicable premonition that the death of the celestial dragons was somehow connected to the crew of Thunder Feather. It could not possibly be the work of the infamous Old Eight. Did they not understand what it meant to kill a celestial dragon? The reporting officer, witnessing Sengoku's rage, dared not utter a word, standing frozen in shock. Sengoku paced back and forth in his office, contemplating how to quell the wrath of the world government. Although the world government had never publicly displayed their might, Sengoku was acutely aware that over the years they had likely cultivated numerous formidable individuals. Should this incident be mishandled, his position as Fleet Admiral would be at stake. Losing the position of Fleet Admiral would be a minor issue, however. If this incident led the world government to perceive the Navy as incompetent, they might replace the Navy altogether, resulting in a cataclysmic upheaval across the seas. The officer cautiously observed Sengoku and ventured to speak, causing Sengoku's heart to skip a beat as he fixed his gaze intently on the officer, who, feeling the pressure, finally mustered the courage to say, "Blackbeard Teach has captured the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fire Fist Ace. He demands a title as one of the 7 warlords in exchange." Sengoku was momentarily taken aback. Ace had been captured? Yes. He was currently in the hands of Blackbeard Teach. Suddenly, Sengoku's eyes sparkled as a secret that Carp had shared with him recently resurfaced in his mind. Ace was the child of that man. If Ace had indeed been captured, perhaps he could be used to appease the fury of the celestial dragons. With this thought, a glimmer of determination ignited in Sengoku's eyes as he declared, "Agree to teach. First, imprison Ace and impel down. Furthermore, inform Akainu and the others to hold off the Thunderfeather crew. We must not allow them to escape again. And the matter regarding the celestial dragons should remain undisclosed for the time being. Delay it as long as possible." After issuing a series of commands, Carp reclined in his chair, his eyes half closed, lost in contemplation. The officer, understanding the gravity of the situation, prudently retreated to execute Sengoku's orders. Not long after, Sengoku slowly opened his eyes, fatigue evident in his gaze. At that moment, a strand of white hair had quietly appeared atop his head. With a deep sigh, Sengoku produced a snail-shaped telephone and began to turn it. Chapter 73, Strategy. At this moment, in the city of Water 7. Nami and Zaro gazed in astonishment at the elderly man engaged in conversation with Luffy. They had just discovered that he was none other than Luffy's grandfather. The legendary marine hero, Garp, standing before them, sharing laughter with their captain. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the formidable leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, was Luffy's father. What sort of family was this? They realized that Luffy was, in fact, a privileged heir in these waters. Hardly anyone could rival Luffy's lineage. Both Garp and Dragon were figures of extraordinary renown, not to be trifled with. Yet, Luffy appeared completely unfazed by it all, as if he were oblivious to the significance of his connections. "By the way, I heard that Reiju saved your life?" Garp suddenly turned to Luffy, munching on meat as he inquired. Are you talking about Big Brother Reiju?" Luffy paused momentarily, scratching his head with a grin. "If I hadn't met Big Brother Reiju in Lobe Town, I might have been cut down by that guy Buggy." Seeing Luffy refer to Reiju as Big Brother, Garp furrowed his brow and cautioned, "You should limit your interactions with that person." "Oh, why? I think he is a good guy," Luffy replied, seemingly unfazed by Garp's warning. Frustrated, Garp clenched his fists and delivered a playful yet firm punch to Luffy's head. "Are you even listening to me? Reiju is not an ordinary person. Associating with him brings no benefit." However, Luffy, displeased by Garp's comments about Reiju, pouted and retorted, "No. Nani, do you believe I can bring you back right now?" "Don't. You don't," Luffy insisted, defending Reiju with fervent conviction. Seeing Luffy take such a staunch stance on the matter infuriated Garp, who bared his teeth and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront Luffy. At that moment, a soldier from Garp's ship hurriedly approached with a telephone snail. "Lord Garp, Marshal Sengoku is seeking you regarding an urgent matter." "Nani? What matter?" Garp inquired, lowering his fists as he looked at the soldier with curiosity. "It seems Marshal Sengoku wishes to speak with you personally." The soldier then handed the telephone snail to Garp with both hands. As Garp regarded the soldier with a puzzled expression, he accepted the telephone snail. Meanwhile, Luffy caught sight of Kobe outside and, after a quick glance at Garp who was on the phone, dashed out to find Kobe. "What do you mean that the celestial dragon has been killed? How can this be possible?" Garp exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. Though he had always harbored disdain for the celestial dragons, he had merely expressed his contempt with words. He would never dare to lay a hand on them. He then inquired, "Do you know who is responsible for this?" On the other end of the line, Sengoku took a deep breath before responding slowly. "No one has yet discovered who initiated this act, but I suspect it was Raikyu." "Raikyu? How could he possibly be in the Sabaody archipelago?" Garp questioned. "Didn't they just enter the Grand Line? Are they intending to march directly into the New World?" Sengoku replied, "I am uncertain, but my intuition suggests that this incident is undoubtedly linked to Raikyu." Garp's expression grew grave as he declared, "We must investigate this matter thoroughly, otherwise, it will be difficult for us to explain ourselves." Sengoku understood well that Garp was referring to the challenge of justifying the situation to the world government. He continued, "I have devised a solution to mitigate the repercussions of this incident." "What solution?" Garp pressed. "Well, it's not a secret anymore. You'll find out sooner or later. Ace has been captured." After uttering this statement, Sengoku fell silent, awaiting Garp's response. He understood that Garp comprehended the gravity of his words, which went beyond merely informing him of Ace's capture. Indeed, Garp was momentarily stunned by the revelation. His expression darkened significantly after a brief pause, and he finally said, "You know he is my grandson, but he is not your biological grandson. You are well aware of whose child he is." Sengoku recognized that this would weigh heavily on Garp, yet it was necessary to leverage Ace to salvage the Navy's reputation and quell the ire of the world nobles. There was no one to blame but the individual who had slain the celestial dragon. Is there truly no other way? Carp asked, his hand trembling slightly as he held the Den Den Mushi. This is the only course of action. The voice on the other end cut off Carp's thoughts. Fully aware that this might indeed be the sole solution to the predicament, Carp then asked, where is he now? Sengoku understood that Carp was referring to Ace, who was currently being transported to Impel Down. Initially, this information should not have been disclosed to Carp, as an impulsive reaction from him could lead to unforeseen consequences. However, given their long-standing partnership and his trust in Carp, Sengoku decided to reveal Ace's location. He believed that Carp would not act foolishly. Very well, I understand. I will return immediately, Carp said, hanging up the phone with a stoic expression, striding purposefully towards the exit. At that moment, gazing at Carp's silhouette, his eternally straight posture appeared to suddenly stoop. Upon exiting, he noticed Kobe engaged in a playful contest with Luffy and promptly interrupted them, leading a contingent of Marines aboard the warship. Without uttering a word, he departed, steering towards the naval headquarters. Luffy remained rooted in place, staring blankly at Carp's retreating figure. Nami approached him, perplexed, and inquired, your grandfather seems rather unhappy. What transpired? I'm not quite sure, Luffy scratched his head, reflecting on how peculiar Carp had become following a phone call. Nami, sensing the gravity of the situation, chose not to press further, relieved to leave, considering they were facing the Navy while being pirates. By the way, I heard from Frankie that our new ship is nearing completion. I'll go check on it, she said before departing. Luffy lingered, an unsettling feeling gnawing at him, sensing that something ominous was afoot and that Carp was concealing something from him. Yet, Luffy was not one to dwell on matters for too long. After pondering fruitlessly, he decided to divert his attention and left to inspect the new ship. Today has been exceedingly hectic. I sincerely apologize. If possible, I will endeavor to release another chapter shortly. Please forgive me. I shall never delay updates. I may only be late. Chapter 74, The Revelation of Uncle Snake, Switching Scene Sound Effect. In the Sabaody Archipelago, Akainu and Aokiji departed with a cadre of elite Marines to investigate the incident involving the celestial dragons, leaving Kizaru alone aboard the pirate ship of Rayleigh. At that moment, Kizaru gradually approached the lakeshore. With Aokiji's departure, the Ice Age had ended, and the ice fragments on the surface were slowly melting. Kizaru gazed into the depths of the lake and spoke softly, do not hide. Come forth, I grant you a chance. Orochimaru, concealed beneath the water, felt a jolt of alarm. Could this be a ruse? Indeed, it must be a trick. I cannot expose myself. Furthermore, having heard that devil fruit users cannot touch seawater, he thought, if I remain submerged, I shall be safe. Resolutely, he buried his head deeper into the muddy bottom, mentally repeating, invisible, invisible, invisible. On the shore, Kizaru observed the water's surface, noting the lack of response. Ah, it seems you lack discernment, he remarked, extending a finger that erupted with brilliant radiance, illuminating the surroundings like a light bulb. Orochimaru, sensing a sudden brilliance above, pulled his head from the mud, gazing upward with confusion at the blinding light, pondering. Where did this person acquire such a flashlight? Can I truly be illuminated in such a deep concealment? As Orochimaru pondered, a radiant orb, akin to a bullet, suddenly shot into the water, hurtling towards him. Realizing the imminent danger, Orochimaru thought to himself that he had indeed been discovered. Without further hesitation, he swiftly maneuvered to the side. Yet, this glowing entity seemed to possess a will of its own, relentlessly pursuing him. In a moment of desperation, he turned in the water, drawing forth a short blade from his waist, enveloping it with chakra. A flash of cold brilliance illuminated the water as he cleaved the orb in two, causing the fragments to glide past him, burrowing deep into the seafloor and creating two profound craters. Orochimaru felt a twinge of unease, but as he glanced back, he was met with an onslaught of countless smaller orbs advancing towards him. Could it be that he was to be riddled with holes? In reaction, he swiftly joined his hands together, preparing to unleash a ninjutsu against the incoming barrage. However, it seemed that he had forgotten his surroundings. As he opened his mouth to cast the technique, an overwhelming rush of seawater surged in, choking him and thwarting his abilities. Realizing that his wind release technique was now futile, he pondered over his other jutsu, only to find that they, too, required verbal incantations. With the relentless onslaught of the orbs resembling a Gatling gun, Orochimaru had no choice but to ascend towards the surface, where he could truly demonstrate his prowess. Before long, the yellow monkey standing on the shore observed the water's surface ripple with impending movement, a smirk gracing his lips as he remarked, "Is he finally surfacing? Moments later, with a resounding splash, Orochimaru emerged from the water like a mermaid, even taking a moment midair to slick back his damp hair. With his elongated eyes, he cast a sidelong glance at the yellow monkey, which bore an oddly petulant charm reminiscent of a sulking young girl. The yellow monkey widened his eyes, unable to suppress a retch. Was this the effect of Orochimaru's dramatic entrance? Truly alarming. Despite his discomfort, the yellow monkey's hands remained deftly in motion, his fingers curling slightly as the orbs in the water surged forth, continuing their assault on Orochimaru. Yet upon reaching the shore, Orochimaru felt unfazed by these luminous entities. With a wicked smile, he clasped his hands together and bellowed, "Wind release, great breakthrough." Instantly, a tempest erupted from his gaping mouth, intertwining with the seawater, as it surged towards the dense cluster of orbs. In an instant, the radiant orbs were obliterated by Orochimaru's wind, vanishing into the void. The formidable Orochimaru coldly regarded the distant figure of Kizaru, wiping the seawater from the corner of his mouth with a disdainful smirk. Is this the famed monkey-faced admiral? One of the 3 great admirals? Just this? Having momentarily forgotten the admiral's name, he resorted to this rather crude appellation. Yet, the term monkey face struck Kizaru like a dagger, igniting a flicker of anger in his usually indifferent eyes. He retorted with a hint of irritation, "Humph. You are not without merit yourself. But may I inquire, are you male or female? Are you human or serpent?" Orochimaru, seemingly unfazed, casually replied, "Come closer, and I shall reveal the answer you seek." "What?" Kizaru exclaimed in shock, taken aback by Orochimaru's utter disregard for decorum. The atmosphere grew awkward, as if a monumental clash was imminent. Chapter 75, The Serious Kizaru. In the tense silence, Kizaru broke the ice, saying, "Enough with these unnutritious discussions. Did you kill the celestial dragons?" However, Orochimaru, having only received word from the snakes he had dispatched, was unaware that the one who had slain the celestial dragons was actually a covert assassin named Lei. Proudly, he declared, "Yes, the celestial dragons were slain by my brother, Lei. So what?" He resembled a typical villain, akin to those found in urban fiction, proclaiming, "My father is." What of it? This left Kizaru momentarily speechless, uncertain whether to believe Orochimaru's claims. "Well, it appears you may not leave here today," Kizaru remarked, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, only to reappear before Orochimaru. Before Orochimaru could react, Kizaru's speed had already penetrated his form. Yet, unfazed by the injury, Orochimaru's body swiftly healed itself, much to Kizaru's astonishment. Such terrifying vitality, Kizaru mused. But then, a radiant sword appeared in Kizaru's hand as he proclaimed, "However, if I were to sever your head, I wonder if you would recover?" With that, he swung the luminous blade toward Orochimaru's neck. With a sickening sound, Orochimaru's head and neck began to separate. "Is he dead?" Kizaru murmured, tilting his head at the dismembered Orochimaru. Yet, to his astonishment, the figure before him transformed into a puddle of mud. That repulsive ability again. Suddenly, Kizaru sensed a wave of murderous intent approaching from behind. Turning around, he beheld Orochimaru's true form materializing behind him, unleashing a sword aimed straight at him. As Orochimaru believed he had struck his target, he was taken aback to find that his sword merely sliced through the air, passing through the yellow ape's form as if it were nothing. Elementalization, perhaps? Instantly, Orochimaru felt a profound headache at the thought of facing an opponent capable of such a phenomenon. Nevertheless, a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as he lunged forward with his dagger. The yellow ape, however, did not flinch, sneering, "Your ordinary attacks cannot harm me. You should concede." With a firm gaze, Orochimaru retorted, "Oh, is that so?" He brandished his short sword toward the yellow ape's neck, while a stream of azure chakra enveloped the blade's surface. Alarmed, the yellow ape recognized the blue energy's potential to bypass his elemental form. As the blade neared his throat, he executed a swift maneuver, evading Orochimaru's attack. However, he soon felt a slight sting on his face. Upon inspection, he found a pool of crimson liquid in his palm. Realizing that his cheek had been cut, had he reacted even a moment slower, this serpent-like man would have succeeded in his ambush. Seeing that his stealthy strike had not inflicted significant damage, Orochimaru sighed, acknowledging, in the end, he truly is a formidable general. The yellow ape, wiping away the blood from his cheek, remarked nonchalantly, "It seems I must take this seriously." With that, he vanished once more, transforming into a streak of light heading towards Orochimaru. Witnessing this, Orochimaru's pupils constricted. He had no time to defend himself before a tremendous impact sent him flying. Leaving behind a trail of trees with human-shaped indentations, stirring up clouds of dust. Emerging from the haze, Orochimaru stood shakily, astonished by the immense power this individual possessed. It appeared he had not even exerted himself to the fullest before. Coughing, a metallic taste invaded his throat, and he expelled a surge of crimson blood from his mouth. The kick had unsettled his insides completely. In Orochimaru's eyes, this opponent was far more challenging than a Kainu or Aokiji. He couldn't even track his movements. Just then, a similar brilliance appeared above him, and the yellow ape's figure materialized once again. "Oh, you're still alive? Then let the strike send you on your way." Upon finishing his words, a radiant glow once again illuminated his leg, and he delivered a powerful kick. Observing this, Orochimaru, despite enduring excruciating pain, promptly employed the earth release, rock concealment technique, burrowing into the ground beneath him. Yet, while concealed in the earth, he scarcely had a moment to catch his breath before he heard the earth shattering around him. In the blink of an eye, a brilliant yellow light appeared before him, propelling him and the soil around him into the air once more. Thus, with each manifestation of the yellow light, Orochimaru was compelled to muster all his strength for defense. Perpetually at a disadvantage, he found himself unable to mount an offensive against the yellow ape. Faced with the unparalleled speed of his adversary, Orochimaru was rendered entirely helpless. His jutsu could not touch him. He could only persist in his passive defense. Under the relentless onslaught of the yellow ape, Orochimaru soon found himself overwhelmed. Though his injuries would heal swiftly, the continuous drain on his chakra would inevitably lead to his demise. Once more taking refuge beneath the soil, Orochimaru assessed his chakra reserves. His gaze sharpening with determination, he resolved to take the initiative. He could not afford to merely endure any longer. It seemed that he had no choice but to employ his ultimate technique. As the golden light reappeared, a glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. An immense surge of power erupted within him. Soon, patches of white scales began to emerge upon his body, accompanied by grotesque lumps writhing within him. The author is a university student, and with the start of the semester, updates may be a tad slower. I sincerely apologize for this. However, I assure you that I will continue to update, albeit at a delayed pace. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 76. The Trickery of the Eight-Headed Serpent. With a resounding crash, a colossal creature, entirely white, burst forth from the earth, eliciting astonishment in the eyes of the yellow ape. Countless fragments of stone soared into the sky before crashing down. The monstrous entity that emerged bore 8 heads, each one gaping with a cavernous maw that revealed glistening fangs radiating a chilling gleam. An aura of malevolence enveloped its entire being, towering at several hundred meters. This beast dominated a significant portion of the 41st Peninsula. Could this be the creation of Orochimaru? The yellow ape gazed in disbelief at the colossal creature, muttering, "This fellow is truly not human." Meanwhile, the residents of the 41st Peninsula stood frozen in shock, staring at the shadow that blotted out the sun. What is that thing? How could such a monster exist here? Run. Quickly, summon the Navy to slay that beast. At the moment when Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent revealed itself to the world, the inhabitants of Peninsula 41 gazed in terror at this colossal creature. They struggled to comprehend that a place they had called home for decades could harbor such a fearsome monstrosity. Panic ensued as they fled in disarray, creating utter chaos. Before the 8-headed serpent stood Kizaru, who regarded the creature with a grave expression, startled by its presence. Could this be a manifestation of a devil fruit's power? Yet, its aura felt distinctly different. Throughout his years in the Navy, Kizaru had encountered numerous devil fruit users, each one emanating a unique, malevolent essence. However, the creature before him exuded an overwhelmingly sinister aura, reminiscent of the abyss, akin to that of a devil fruit user, yet entirely unlike one. Moreover, if it were indeed a devil fruit user, it would not have been able to linger in a river of seawater for so long. The 8 heads of the serpent opened wide, unleashing a ferocious roar directed at Kizaru, whose piercing crimson eyes were locked onto him. At that moment, the central head stood erect, its mouth agape, revealing Orochimaru's upper body slowly emerging from within, smirking as he regarded Kizaru from a distance. "Now, allow me to demonstrate my power," he declared. In an instant, the 8-headed serpent roared wildly, and all 8 heads simultaneously unleashed a torrent of formidable and terrifying purple-black venom towards Kizaru. As this deluge of poison surged towards him, Kizaru's eyes reflected a serious demeanor as he murmured, "Have they grown stronger? This is quite troublesome." With the venom about to drench him like rain, Kizaru displayed no trace of panic. Instead, he transformed his body into an elemental state, allowing the venom to pass harmlessly through him, splattering onto the ground. The areas where the venom fell emitted hissing sounds, as both earth and trees were corroded into puddles of foul-smelling sludge. Turning to survey the grotesque landscape ravaged by the toxic substance, Kizaru remarked, "What a terrifying venom. One misstep could lead to death." Yet, despite his words, his expression bore no hint of fear. This scene ignited a fury within Orochimaru, who could hardly contain his anger. He had unleashed one of his greatest trump cards, the eight-headed serpent technique, only to be met with such indifference from the admiral. Could he not be afforded a modicum of respect? As thoughts swirled in his mind, he maneuvered his massive form and charged towards the yellow ape. The scales of the colossal serpent scraped against the ground, producing a metallic clang. 8 serpent heads, bearing their fangs, lunged at the yellow ape, yet they could only bite into thin air. In the face of the yellow ape's unparalleled speed, Orochimaru's 8-headed serpent appeared exceedingly cumbersome. With a deft sidestep, the yellow ape evaded Orochimaru's onslaught. However, he remained oblivious to the serpent's tail looming above him. By the time he realized, the tail had already descended with tremendous force. In a frantic attempt to evade the crushing blow, the yellow ape resorted to elemental transformation. Unaware that this technique, the 8-headed serpent jutsu, was one of Orochimaru's most formidable forbidden arts, the unique energy of the technique rendered elemental transformation ineffective. And the consequences of the yellow ape's resistance were predictable. With a thunderous crash, the yellow ape was sent hurtling towards the ground like a cannonball, creating a massive crater filled with fissures. Slowly rising from the depths of the pit, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With a cold snort, he declared that it was time to take this seriously. No sooner had he spoken than he utilized Moonwalk to land atop one of the 8-headed serpent's heads. A radiant glow enveloped his hand, materializing into an enormous sword of light, proclaiming, "The great sword of Amaterasu." With a swift motion, he cleaved through what appeared to be an indomitable skull, severing it cleanly from the neck and sending it crashing to the ground. Seeing the seemingly fearsome serpent so easily defeated, the yellow ape let out a sigh of relief, thinking the creature's strength was not as formidable as it appeared. Yet, in the next moment, his expression shifted drastically. The severed neck sprouted a new head once again, roaring defiantly and lunging at the airborne yellow ape. Faced with the renewed assault of the 8-headed serpent, the yellow ape resorted to Moonwalk to evade Orochimaru's attack once more. He summoned his sword of light again, determined to strike down another head, but before long, the head he had just severed regrew yet again. The yellow ape's countenance darkened as he contemplated the implications. Could this creature possess an ability akin to the phoenix fruit, allowing it to continuously regenerate? At that moment, Orochimaru's figure materialized at the position of the serpent heads. Mocking the ape, "I may not be able to defeat you, but you certainly cannot kill me. Understand?" With a glint of fury igniting in his eyes upon witnessing Orochimaru's smug demeanor, the yellow ape crossed his arms over his chest and erupted in a blinding radiance, a brilliance that outshone the sun itself. The body trembled, and a formidable aura erupted, causing the surrounding trees to bend and topple as if caught in a tempest. "Do not underestimate the Marine Admiral. Allow me to demonstrate the power of light." As he spoke, Kizaru raised his fingers in a graceful flourish, 2 beams of cross-shaped radiance shimmering at his fingertips. 8. Shaku. Chiong. Hook. Jade. No sooner had he uttered these words than a colossal pentagram of light flickered before unleashing an inexhaustible barrage of luminous orbs toward the monstrous Orochimaru, transformed into the 8-headed serpent. In an instant, wherever these orbs struck, devastation ensued. Countless trees were reduced to mere dust, and the ground was pockmarked with a myriad of deep craters, stirring up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky. Suspended in midair, Kizaru observed the immense shadow enshrouded in debris, seemingly writhing in an attempt to evade the onslaught of light. Yet, such a vast target was nearly entirely struck by Kizaru's 8-Shaka Chiong hook. With unwavering confidence, Kizaru employed his moonwalk technique to glide towards the wounds of the shadow, eagerly awaiting the dispersal of dust to witness the feeble state of the 8-headed serpent. He possessed utmost assurance in his ultimate move, unless he intentionally held back. Few could withstand the might of his 8-Shaku Chiong hook. At that moment, the 8-headed serpent, engulfed in dust, bore numerous tiny holes across its body, resembling a target ravaged by a Gatling gun. Streams of crimson blood flowed from these orifices, akin to a serpent of blood, an utterly horrifying sight. Orochimaru, gasping for breath, gazed upward with lingering apprehension, aware that Kizaru awaited him from above. Were it not for the exceptionally perverse nature of his 8-headed serpent technique, he might have met his end here today. Defeating Kizaru now appeared nearly impossible, His only hope was to ensure his own survival. Furthermore, previously, Orochimaru had attempted to summon the myriad snakes for assistance, yet ever since arriving near the Sabaody archipelago, for reasons unknown, he could no longer sense their presence. Although he had once summoned them into this world, they had never returned to their original realm, and they had always operated in the nearby seas. Why? Upon reaching this place, had their essence vanished without a trace? Could there be some hidden secret in the depths of the ocean surrounding this island? However, at that moment, Orochimaru had no time to ponder these matters. He immediately activated his eight-headed serpent technique. The small orifices on the serpent's body began to writhe incessantly, and soon the blood ceased to flow. In no time, he fully recovered from the severe injuries inflicted upon his eight-headed serpent form. Once the dust settled, a pristine eight-headed serpent stood before Kizaru. Kizaru stared wide-eyed, astonished at Orochimaru. What kind of sorcery is this? He had withstood his Ama no Murakumo without sustaining a single scratch. Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle and remarked to the astonished Kizaru in the sky today. If you can kill me, Raijin will be your son. Kizaru looked down at Orochimaru, taking a deep breath. He truly faced a formidable opponent this time. Moreover, given this creature's remarkable regenerative abilities, the bounty of 625 million was surely insufficient. Each of these beings possessed extraordinary powers, yet why had they remained inconspicuous until now? What kind of bizarre individuals were aboard Raijin's ship? The two continued to glare at each other, locked in a stalemate. You cannot harm me, and I cannot kill you. The situation once again fell into a deadlock. Chapter 77. Speculation. At this moment, Akainu and Akiji arrived at the restroom door where St. Charlos had met his tragic end. They found Charlia slumped nearby, her eyes vacant and her body trembling uncontrollably, revealing only immense terror. This marked the first time in many years that a celestial dragon had perished in such a gruesome manner, and this particular celestial dragon was her own brother. She did not feel profound sorrow over St. Charlos's death. Rather, her mind was consumed with unending fear, terrified that she would be the next to die. This was also the first time she, as a celestial dragon, experienced the chilling sense of mortality. The several attendants surrounding her mourned for St. Charlos. Before St. Charlos's corpse lay several severed heads, all belonging to his slaves, including the beautiful mermaid girl he had purchased just the day before. All sacrificed as burial offerings to honor this celestial dragon. As Akainu and Akiji arrived on the scene, they could not help but feel a sense of revulsion towards the celestial dragon's callousness towards human life. Even Akainu felt discontent with the actions of the celestial dragons. In his view, the other severed heads were merely those of pirates, which he deemed justly deserved. However, that one mermaid was clearly an ordinary citizen of the fishman race, and yet she had been slaughtered as well. However, Akainu was acutely aware that his identity held little significance to the celestial dragons, and thus feigned ignorance. Subsequently, he began investigating the circumstances surrounding the death of St. Charlos. First, observing the panicked expression and the handgun that lay discarded nearby. The two could surmise that this celestial dragon had been ambushed and assassinated without any forewarning. Although there were signs of struggle, it was evident that they had proven futile. The assailant possessed overwhelming strength that utterly crushed any resistance. They then discovered the gaping wound at the center of St. Charlos's chest, the sole injury upon his entire body. Akiji crouched down, leaning forward to probe the wound, seeking to ascertain the situation within. However, this action did not escape the notice of a nearby attendant, who, regardless of Akiji's rank as a Marine Admiral, seized his outstretched wrist and coldly declared, "The body of the celestial dragon lord shall not be desecrated by anyone." Akiji furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend the attendant's actions. He was clearly there to assist them, yet he was met with such treatment. Were it not for his position as an admiral, he would have no inclination to involve himself in the affairs of these arrogant beings. It was truly a case of being caught in a troublesome predicament without any reward. Observing the situation, Charlos's sister, Shirahoshi, waved her hand and said, "It's fine. Just be careful not to further damage his remains." Akiji nodded in acknowledgement. As he peeled back the skin around the wound on St. Charlos's chest, he was astonished to discover that his heart was inexplicably absent. It appeared to have been forcibly extracted. Gazing into the hollow cavity of the chest, Akiji found himself perplexed. Why would someone remove the heart of a celestial dragon in the act of murder? Was the perpetrator a deranged killer? Or was there a black market demand for the hearts of celestial dragons? That seemed implausible, as there were surely hidden connections to the celestial dragons within the black market. No one would dare engage in such a perilous transaction. As Akiji pondered the mystery of the missing heart, Akainu was not idle. He lowered his head, stroking his chin, his eyes glimmering with an intensity that suggested deep contemplation. Just moments ago, he had utilized his observation haki to detect a very familiar presence within the vicinity. Yet, he could not recall who it belonged to, despite the sense of familiarity that brushed against his consciousness, as if the truth was just beyond reach. Veiled by a thin membrane of obscurity, this sensation only served to exacerbate the already irritable Akainu's frustration. Thus, he approached Akiji and gravely inquired, "Do you sense a familiar presence in the air around us?" Akiji raised his head, gazing at Akainu with a look of bewilderment. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, activating his observation haki. Like Akainu, he sensed a faint yet familiar aura. This presence, having been exposed for only a fleeting moment, likely the instant the killer struck, had almost dissipated after hours of air circulation. Were it not for their mastery of observation haki, they might not have captured its essence at all. Both men, one cradling his forehead and the other stroking his chin, strained their minds to decipher the origin of this aura. Could it possibly belong to the one who took the life of the celestial dragon? Suddenly, the previously clear sky erupted with a rumble of thunder. No need for further conjecture. The author has provided a clue. A spark of realization ignited in their minds as their eyes met, and they simultaneously uttered the name, Thunderwing. Soon after, Akiji disclosed to Akainu the incident concerning the missing heart of Charlos. Akainu, equally perplexed, wondered why Thunderwing would resort to such an act. Was there something uniquely significant about the heart of a celestial dragon? At that moment, 2 elite Navy personnel entered, escorting a disheveled individual who appeared unusually sprightly. Casting a glance at Akainu and Akiji, they reported, "General, this is Old 8. The locals mentioned that he was in the vicinity last night." Akainu scrutinized the youth, whose mouth bore an unidentifiable yellow substance, and frowned slightly. Given his frail appearance and fearful demeanor, he hardly seemed capable of the audacity required to slay a celestial dragon. Then, as Akainu detected a peculiar stench reminiscent of excrement, he glanced at the yellow substance at Old 8's lips and suddenly understood. Overcome with nausea, he found this individual far more repugnant than even that snake man. Wrinkling his nose in disgust, he waved dismissively, stating, "He is not the culprit. Take him away, for he has no part in this." However, just as the words left his lips, a gunshot rang out. Turning towards the sound, they beheld Charlia, holding the celestial dragon's signature weapon, a small pistol, her gaze cold and unyielding. A wisp of gray smoke curled from the barrel. Upon looking back, they saw Old 8, now collapsed in a pool of blood, devoid of life. In that instant, Akainu clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on Charlia, his voice icy as he demanded, "Why did you kill him?" Upon hearing Akainu question her, Shiraliya Gong felt a sense of incredulity. Yet, due to his status as an admiral, she refrained from confronting him directly and merely replied coldly, "Isn't he the one who murdered my brother? What is the issue with me killing him? Did I not mention that the true killer is not him? Did you not hear me?" Akainu, unable to endure the sight of an innocent person perishing before him, was incensed. What difference was there between this celestial dragon's actions and those of the most nefarious pirates? Nearby, Akiji emanated an aura of cold discontent as he glared at Shiraliya Gong. Unfazed, she remarked, "Oh, so what if he was killed? It was merely a worthless life." Her words seemed to dismiss the authority of the 2 admirals entirely. Akainu trembled with rage, a murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Just as he was about to unleash a punch upon Shiraliya Gong, Akiji promptly restrained his arm. Feeling Akiji's grip, Akainu turned abruptly to glare at him with crimson eyes. Akiji calmly shook his head and whispered in Akainu's ear, "Do not forget, we are admirals of the Navy." This phrase struck Akainu like a bucket of cold water, making the title of admiral feel like a mockery, especially after witnessing the atrocities committed by the celestial dragons. Was this truly justice? Yet, in his heart, he knew that his sense of justice was inextricably linked to the support of the celestial dragons. At this moment, Akainu found himself in a state of internal conflict, uncertain of the role he was meant to play. Shiraliya Gong observed Akainu's turmoil with indifference. She recognized that the seemingly lofty admiral dared not lay a hand on her. With a sneer, she declared, "I did not summon you to instruct me on how to act. I called upon you to help uncover the murderer of St. Charlos. If I mistakenly kill the wrong person, I will not spare anyone who is even remotely suspicious." As she spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in her eyes. She would never allow anyone who dared to harm a celestial dragon to live. After all, she too was a celestial dragon. Upon hearing Shiraliya Gong's words, Akainu slowly raised his head, fixing her with a resolute gaze. I understand. In that moment, he attributed all the turmoil of the day to Lei Yu. Had it not been for Lei Yu's actions against the Celestial Dragon, none of this would have transpired. Therefore, he resolved to eradicate the pirate scourge completely, even if it meant relying on the powers of the Celestial Dragons. After all, it was the pirates who had instigated this chaos. In his youth, he never imagined such a scenario. A glint of cold light flickered in Akainu's eyes as he coldly declared, I will soon uncover the perpetrator and bring him to justice. Upon witnessing Akainu's astuteness, Charlia nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Kizaru, standing nearby, seemed to sense something amiss, yet chose to remain silent. Each individual makes their own choices. At that moment, another figure approached, flanked by several supporters. The two turned to see yet another celestial dragon, seemingly of an older generation, and they speculated about the identity of the newcomer. Upon seeing the arrival, Charlie arose and offered a slight bow, squeezing out a tear as she approached St. Roseward, sobbing. See, Charlos has been murdered. I am so scared. St. Roseward cast a heavy gaze upon the lifeless body of his son while gently stroking his daughter's back, whispering, I understand. And I will report this matter. He will pay a heavy price for his actions. His words were imbued with an overwhelming aura of vengeance. And all present understood that the celestial dragons were utterly enraged this time. Charlia wiped away her non-existent tears and weakly pointed at Akainu, saying, If it weren't for Admiral Akainu's arrival, I might have fallen victim to that murderer. Upon hearing this, St. Roseward glanced at Akainu and nodded in gratitude. Akainu, slightly taken aback, quickly grasped her intent and returned the gesture with a nod of his own. St. Roseward then inquired of Akainu, Do you know who the perpetrator is? I have a rough idea, but based on my observations, his heart has been removed, Akainu replied slowly. However, upon hearing the latter part of Akainu's statement, St. Roseward visibly trembled, as if struck by a profound realization. His expression shifted dramatically as he rushed to St. Charlos's corpse, pulling back the covering to reveal, indeed, an empty cavity where the heart should have been, devoid of anything. His complexion darkened, a storm brewing in his eyes as he turned to Akainu, stating, I leave the matter of the murderer to you. We shall take our leave. He then commanded his attendants to prepare St. Charlos's body for transport before swiftly departing the tumultuous Sabaody archipelago with Charlia. In an instant, only Akainu, Kizaru, and a cadre of elite Navy personnel remained at the scene. Meanwhile, on the 41st island, a fierce battle raged between Orochimaru and Kizaru, nearly obliterating half of the land. The residents of the island fled in droves to seek refuge on other peninsulas. In a quaint tavern named Shachi, nestled far within the confines of Peninsula 13, an elderly man with flowing hair and a long chin adorned with a silver beard, wearing glasses and bearing a distinctive scar down his right eye, lifted his gaze towards Peninsula 41, murmuring, Has Kizaru arrived here as well? With whom has he engaged in conflict? The formidable observation haki of Rayleigh swiftly detected Kizaru's presence, while another unfamiliar aura lingered in the air. At that moment, Shachi approached Rayleigh, a cigarette dangling from his lips. After taking a deep drag, he gazed gravely at Rayleigh and whispered, A celestial dragon has been killed. In an instant, Rayleigh's pupils constricted, and the glass in his hand shattered under the pressure of his grip, fissures appearing on the table before him. Staring incredulously at Shachi, he inquired, Is it truly so? Shachi nodded silently, affirming the grim news. Rayleigh, lost in thought, lowered his head, pondering the implications. When Shachi's cigarette had burned down to its end, Rayleigh abruptly lifted his gaze and asked, Do you know who struck the blow? Not yet, Shachi replied, shaking his head once more. Suddenly, Rayleigh rose with urgency, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. I must go and see. Shachi did not deter him, but simply nodded, cautioning, Be careful, it's not just Kizaru. Akainu and Akiji have also arrived. Rayleigh paused, taken aback by the Navy's deployment of all three admirals to address this matter, underscoring its gravity. Haha, understood, he chuckled, nodding slightly before exiting the tavern, hastening towards the resting place of Ryu and the others. In truth, the moment Ryu and his companions set foot on the island, Rayleigh's formidable haki had already detected these powerful individuals. He surmised that the death of the celestial dragon was likely a consequence of their actions. Is Ray the legendary figure? He pondered softly as his figure vanished into the jungle. Meanwhile, in a modest inn on Peninsula 25, Ryu and Law, along with their companions, intended to rest and observe Itachi's situation before making any decisions. However, the two were now hastily packing their belongings, preparing to depart. Just moments ago, Itachi, having regained his strength, sensed the ominous presence of Orochimaru's eight-headed serpent, realizing that Orochimaru might be in peril. Itachi's revelation prompted Raid to decisively leave the premises. With Kazara confronting Orochimaru, it was evident that the Navy was aware of their movements, indicating that Akiji and Akainu were also nearby, with their cloaks drawn tightly around them. Ryu and Itachi swiftly exited the inn, making their way towards Peninsula 41. Before departing, Ryu addressed Luo, stating that a person named Luffy, who donned a straw hat, could aid him in achieving his revenge. This left Luo perplexed as he watched Ryu's retreating figure, prompting him to ponder how Ryu could possibly know his intentions. Moreover, Luffy appeared to be merely a pirate with a bounty of several million berry. Why would he claim that this individual could assist him? Ryu spoke with such unwavering confidence, as if he possessed foresight into the outcome. Unable to comprehend this, Luo shook his head yet made a mental note of Luffy's name. Sensing that Ryu was not one to deceive, perhaps Luffy possessed remarkable abilities. Subsequently, Luo resolved to seek out Luffy, curious to ascertain if he truly resembled the ally Ryu had described. Meanwhile, Ryu and Itachi traversed the forest with remarkable speed, fortuitously encountering Rayleigh, who had journeyed from the 13th island. As their paths crossed, Rayleigh slightly lifted his gaze, halted, and turned to call out to the swiftly departing Ryu. Wait a moment. Taken aback by Rayleigh's shout, Ryu paused and turned, exclaiming, Rayleigh? Rayleigh? Equally surprised, inquired, You recognize this old man? Of course, the renowned Rayleigh, vice captain of the Pirate King Roger. How could I not know you? Ryu responded with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing Ryu's words, Rayleigh's expression sharpened, realizing that this young man was quite knowledgeable. Did you come to see me for a reason? Ryu asked, skeptical that such a vast place as Sabaody Archipelago could lead to a mere coincidence with Rayleigh. Surely, there was a purpose behind this encounter. Rayleigh nodded slightly, squinting as he scrutinized Ryu. You killed a celestial dragon, didn't you? Oh, what leads you to say that? Ryu's aura began to radiate ominously as he regarded Rayleigh coldly. Sensing the fleeting hostility in Ryu's eyes, Rayleigh quickly waved his hands, chuckling. I'm not here about that matter. The celestial dragons had it coming. I merely wish to confirm something. What's that? Ryu inquired, his curiosity piqued. Is your true name Ryu? Rayleigh fixed his gaze on Ryu, eager to observe his reaction. Ryu, however, appeared bewildered, responding, Am I not called Ryu? Should I be referred to as Silver's Ryu? Rayleigh, catching the implication in Ryu's words, chuckled awkwardly. That's not what I meant. I was wondering if there is no prefix to your name. A prefix? Ryu was further confused. What was this old man getting at? Had he lost his wits after being single for too long? Indeed, it is just a prefix of sorts. Rayleigh widened his eyes, seeking answers on Ray's face. Yet, Ray shook his head in confusion, saying, No, I am simply called Ray, Ray from the Ray. Observing this, Rayleigh realized that Ray was not deceiving him. Nor was there any reason for deception. He sighed and remarked, Very well, pursue your own affairs. I shall not intrude upon you any longer. I will take my leave now. Keep the matters concerning the celestial dragons confidential, O Lord of the Underworld. With that, Ray turned on his heel and departed. Upon hearing Ray address him as the Lord of the Underworld, Rayleigh paused for a moment, chuckling softly to himself. This little rascal is aware of that too. But I am getting old. Soon, a smile graced his face as he called out in the direction Ray had taken. Akainu and Akiji have also arrived. They may very well know the identity of the perpetrator. Do not meet your demise, young one. Understood, came Ray's melodious reply a short while later. The Lord of the Underworld, Rayleigh, shook his head and then vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 80. Return upon returning to the 13th island. Rayleigh made his way directly to Shaki's tavern. Without hesitation, he seized a pitcher of beer and casually found a seat. Shaki, noticing his demeanor, chose not to disturb him, her keen perception indicating that Rayleigh was deep in thought. As he drank his solitary beer, a peculiar glimmer danced in his eyes. Could it be that Ray was not from the One Clan? Was he not the prophesied individual? Or was there some unforeseen development at play? The audacity to slay a celestial dragon while not belonging to the One Clan was intriguing, indeed. Moreover, Rayleigh sensed a peculiar energy emanating from Ray's companion. And recalling the rumors of the deceased celestial dragons having their hearts extracted, he, with his vast experience, had an inkling of the truth, though he chose to remain silent. Reflecting on Ray's figure, Rayleigh could not help but take a hearty gulp of beer, murmuring, This powerful young lad harbors many secrets. Is he truly that person? Yet, as confusion settled in, Rayleigh shrugged it off, indulging in his drink. After parting ways with Rayleigh, Ray found himself incessantly pondering the words spoken by Rayleigh. He understood that Rayleigh merely wished to ascertain whether he possessed that unique surname. What secrets did the One Clan hold? Ray remained oblivious. Yet he resolved that since he had entered this world, he must unravel this enigma. Subsequently, Leyu recalled Rayleigh's final reminder, squinting his eyes as he murmured. The three admirals, eh? Although all three admirals had assembled here, signifying the full deployment of the Navy's elite forces, Leyu felt no trepidation. After all, the current Itachi had not only recovered, but had ascended to even greater heights of power. His only concern was that having slain a celestial dragon might provoke the five elders. If that were the case, it would spell trouble. At that moment, Itachi suddenly spoke. Leyu looked up to see Orochimaru, transformed into the Yamada no Orochi, not far away. They quickened their pace, racing towards the 41st Peninsula. Unbeknownst to Leyu, shortly after his departure from the small inn, a contingent of Navy personnel had surrounded the establishment. It turned out that Akainu, armed with the bounty notices for Leyu and Itachi, had been pursuing them and had now tracked them down. On the day before Akainu arrived at the inn, he approached the proprietor, revealing his identity and purpose. I am Admiral Akainu of the Navy headquarters. I wish to inquire about two individuals. The innkeeper, recognizing the authority of an admiral, immediately complied and assisted Akainu and Akiji with their investigation. Akainu placed the bounty notices for Leyu and Itachi before the innkeeper and asked, "Have you seen these two?" The innkeeper scrutinized the two notices for a considerable time before nodding thoughtfully. They seemed to have just checked in, but for some reason, they left abruptly. Akainu's expression brightened with delight. He was finally closing in on his quarry. He quickly pressed the innkeeper. Do you know where they went? After a moment of recollection, the innkeeper pointed in a direction. They likely headed that way. Following the innkeeper's indication, Akainu and Akiji exchanged glances and promptly turned to pursue. With the elite Navy forces trailing behind, they had committed such a grave offense this time. They could not allow them to escape again. Meanwhile, the battle between Orochimaru and Kizaru was fierce, yet both remained unscathed. However, the surrounding ground lay in ruins, a testament to the ferocity of their clash. Marred and ravaged beyond recognition. In the midst of their confrontation, the two individuals bore no visible scars, leading one to wonder if they were somehow shielded from the ravages of their environment. The yellow ape, panting heavily, gazed at the formidable Orochimaru, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. He had exhausted all his capabilities, yet was unable to defeat his opponent. With Orochimaru's grotesque regenerative abilities, there seemed to be no hope of overcoming him. At that moment, the yellow ape could only yearn for the swift return of Akainu and Akiji. Orochimaru, facing the yellow ape, was similarly vexed, akin to an elephant swatting at a mere fly. His attempts to strike were futile. It appeared that he needed to consult with Raikage about the existence of deceased powerful beings in this world, perhaps to obtain their remains or cells for his experiments. Otherwise, contending with an adversary of such strength was proving to be quite taxing. Just then, a glimmer of amusement crossed Orochimaru's face as he glanced toward the forest behind the yellow ape. At last, you have returned, he mused. The yellow ape, taken aback, turned to see two figures emerging from the thicket. Thank you once again to my ideal person is a hero of great renown for the 30 golden tickets. And to all my esteemed supporters. Much appreciated. Chapter 81. Departure from Sabaody Raikage. And the black-haired, crimson-eyed man. The yellow ape's expression darkened upon the appearance of the two figures. According to intelligence, this black-haired, crimson-eyed individual was supposed to be on the brink of death. Yet here he stood, seemingly unscathed. Could it be that he had received treatment here? If that were the case, the yellow ape knew he could not hope to restrain them. He could only pray for the prompt arrival of Akainu and Akiji. Otherwise, he would be accused of throwing the match. Raikage regarded the yellow ape with an air of nonchalance. Ah, the esteemed Admiral Yellow Ape, it is an honor, he remarked. Before turning to Itachi and adding, this gentleman is not merely the black-haired, crimson-eyed man. In response, Itachi stepped forward, his voice low and composed. I am Uchiha Itachi. Of course, you may also refer to him as the god Itachi, Raikage interjected. Uchiha Itachi? He dares to call himself a god. How fearsome, the yellow ape remarked, stroking his chin in contemplation. At that moment, upon the arrival of Raikage, Orochimaru naturally relinquished his transformation into the eight-headed serpent, returning to his usual form. He approached Raikage with an arrogant demeanor, fixing a haughty gaze on the yellow ape. I am Orochimaru, and you may refer to me as the serpent god. Do you comprehend? As Orochimaru spoke, Rakich's expression darkened immediately. Where had this creature learned such phrases? He had just undermined the lofty image Rakich had painstakingly constructed. It seems that Orochimaru's words had a peculiar effect on Kizaru, causing him to grit his teeth and clench his fists, glaring intently at Orochimaru. Observing this, Orochimaru let out a cold chuckle. Do you dare challenge your father? Come, strike me down. I am indeed your progenitor. After uttering these words, he cautiously cast a glance at Raiga beside him, relieved to find that Raiga had not fully comprehended his statement. Little did he know, Raiga was currently filled with the desire to pin Orochimaru to the ground. What had transpired that Orochimaru now resembled a rogue, even more so than a pirate? Kizaru was rendered speechless by Orochimaru's taunts, for he understood that he truly could not defeat this creature. Noticing Kizaru's silence, Orochimaru attempted to press further with his mockery. But he was abruptly halted as Raiga firmly covered Orochimaru's mouth, dragging him towards their pirate ship. Time was of the essence, as Akainu and Aokiji could arrive at any moment, necessitating a swift departure from this location. Kizaru, sensing Raiga's movement, quickly positioned himself before them, blocking Raiga's path. Raiga regarded Kizaru calmly and spoke slowly. You cannot impede my progress. Kizaru, unwavering, declared, I am Admiral Kizaru, and I shall not yield. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Raiga remarked playfully, time is running short. Kizaru paused, then lifted his gaze towards the sun. Ah, it is already noon, he mused, taking a few steps back. Upon witnessing this, Raiga felt a surge of delight. Could it be that Kizaru was truly one to adhere to a strict schedule? Would he actually take a break for lunch? However, before Raiga could fully process this, Kizaru suddenly erupted in a blaze of light, exclaiming, I cannot allow you to depart so easily today. A confrontation is inevitable, otherwise, I might find my wages for the month severely docked. With that, he transformed into a beam of light, charging towards Raiga. Raiga, seeing this, raised his fist in readiness to meet the oncoming assault, only to be intercepted by Itachi, who insisted, leave this to me. You all board the ship. Ignoring Raiga's protests, Itachi surged forward. Raiga, resigned, shook his head in exasperation. These individuals were truly battle-hungry. He had no choice but to return to the ship with Orochimaru in tow. As Kizaru observed Itachi approaching him head-on, a cold smile crept across his lips. Do you wish to experience the sensation of being struck by light? With a swift motion, he vanished from Uchiha Itachi's sight, only to reappear behind him in the blink of an eye, delivering a kick at the speed of light. Yet, to his astonishment, the anticipated scene of sending Uchiha Itachi flying did not materialize. As the yellow flash of light met Itachi's unwavering gaze, he found his foot barely an inch from Itachi's cheek, which was firmly grasped by Itachi's steady hand. You actually caught the light, exclaimed the yellow flash, incredulous as he beheld Itachi, who stood unfazed and with his back turned. Moreover, Itachi had managed to intercept his strike while in that position. Slowly, Itachi turned his head to regard him, and the yellow flash, oblivious to Itachi's true power, found himself locking eyes with him. What are those crimson eyes? He pondered in bewilderment. As he stared into Itachi's gaze, a flash of scarlet flickered within. Soon after, 3 spinning tomo, resembling tadpoles, manifested within his pupils, exuding an aura of malevolence and fury. What manner of eyes are these? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Itachi's expression sharpened. In a hushed tone, he uttered, Tsukuyami. In an instant, the world around the yellow flash transformed dramatically. He found himself ensnared in a realm drenched in crimson, a place seemingly birthed from the abyss, replete with an overwhelming sense of evil, bloodshed, and coldness. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was bound to a crucifix, immobilized. Suddenly, Itachi's figure materialized before him, holding a shuriken with an inscrutable expression, resembling an emotionless automaton. Without hesitation, Itachi plunged the weapon into the yellow flash's body. In that moment, he felt as though his very soul was being rent asunder, agony coursing through him as beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead. Yet, being an admiral of the Navy, he managed to endure the torment, just when he believed that this was the extent of Itachi's assault. The subsequent events etched an indelible shadow in the yellow flash's mind. With a kunai clenched in his hand, Itachi repeatedly plunged it into himself, his expression utterly devoid of emotion. He endured the soul-rending agony time and again, yet remained at a loss on how to escape this inferno. Thus, he persisted in this relentless cycle. Just as Kizaru felt on the verge of collapse, his consciousness teetering on the brink of annihilation, He suddenly perceived that the energy within this space bore a striking resemblance to the Kinbunchika haki he had mastered. Seizing this revelation like a lifeline, Kizaru fervently activated his Kinbunchika haki. With a sharp crack, the hellish realm began to shatter like glass. Shortly thereafter, Kizaru's consciousness returned to the realm of reality. Upon regaining awareness, he swiftly surveyed his surroundings, only to find that the figures of Reiju and his companions had vanished, along with the pirate ship, which had disappeared without a trace. Strangely, Kizaru seemed unaware that the moment he realized Itachi Uchiha had departed, a sense of relief washed over him. Today's silver tickets are rather chilly. The author is nearly in tears. Sob, sob, sob. I humbly ask my esteemed brothers to offer some complimentary silver tickets. Thank you very much. Although I previously mentioned that I would add a chapter for every 1,000 silver tickets, I still decided to add one anyway. Who can blame me for indulging my dear readers? Chapter 82. The mysterious purple sword chi. After witnessing Reiju and his crew depart, Kizaru sat despondently on the grass, breathing deeply of the fresh and invigorating air. He vowed never to relive the nightmarish scene he had just endured. Had it not been for the discovery that his Kinbunchika haki could dismantle this malevolent domain, he might have been driven mad by that peculiar ability. At that moment, Akainu and Akiji arrived, tardily returning to the nearly shattered island number 41. Observing Kizaru, who sat dazed on the ground, his weakened aura palpable, and noting the absence of Reiju and his cruise ship, they quickly grasped the unfolding situation. They had allowed Reiju to escape once more. Upon realizing that Reiju had evaded him yet again, Akainu was consumed by rage. He approached Kizaru, seized him by the collar, and hoisted him up, glaring fiercely as he coldly inquired, "What transpired?" Feeling the brunt of Akainu's unceremonious demeanor, Kizaru was equally displeased. Amongst their ranks, they were both admirals of the navy, and in terms of strength, Kizaru did not concede superiority. Thus, he returned Akainu's furious gaze and retorted, "If you're so capable, why not confront that Uchiha Itachi, the one with the black hair and red eyes?" With that, he shrugged off Akainu's grip and turned to leave. Itachi? Wasn't he supposed to be on the verge of death? Suddenly, Akiji inquired, "Dead? Huh, that fellow seems to be in remarkably good health." After uttering this, Kizaru turned and departed without a backward glance, harboring a swell of frustration due to the day's chaotic events and Akainu's demeanor. Akainu, observing Kizaru's retreat, did not attempt to stop him. Although he had regained his composure, his pride forbade him from yielding to anyone. "Ah, this is troublesome. That individual, Uchiha Itachi, right?" Akiji sighed deeply. Upon learning that Itachi had not succumbed to any physical ailment, Akiji realized he needed to reassess the strength of Reikage and his cohort. He then approached Akainu and said, "Let us return to headquarters and discuss matters further. Are we not pursuing them?" Akainu clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with anger as he fixated on the horizon, recalling how they had managed to escape not once, but twice. Akiji glanced at the dissatisfied Akainu, shaking his head in resignation. He too felt the sting of defeat, yet there was little that could be done. Even if they pursued, they might not catch them. And even if they did, victory was not guaranteed, especially now that Itachi had regained his strength, the extent of which was uncertain. Recklessly chasing after them would be unwise. Thus, Akiji decided to turn back, intending to report the situation to Sengoku before devising a subsequent strategy. As such, the shattered 41st Peninsula was left with only Akainu and a handful of elite marines. Observing Kizaru and Akiji's departures, Akainu had no choice but to follow suit. Returning to headquarters, shortly thereafter, the three of them boarded their warships, preparing to set sail for home. Just then, Akainu and the others abruptly lifted their heads, gazing toward the same direction on the sea. Although there was nothing but emptiness visible, they all sensed an immensely powerful force gathering. In the next instant, a colossal purple sword aura erupted from the ocean's surface, emanating an extraordinarily eerie presence. In an instant, the sea was cleaved, creating a profound trench. "What is this?" Akainu murmured, realizing that if this sword aura were to strike him, he would be unable to withstand it. Could it be that those individuals are coming? He decided to return to headquarters before contemplating further. The purple sword aura, however, did not advance towards them, but instead surged towards a specific direction in the ocean, the very path that Reikage and his companions had taken. At that moment, Reikage and his companions had already journeyed several miles from Sabaody Archipelago. In the interest of safety, they had employed every means at their disposal to expedite their vessel's speed, as Reikage had always felt an ominous presence looming over him during their time at the archipelago. He could assure himself that this foreboding did not emanate from the three admirals of the Navy. Having distanced himself from the ominous group, Lei Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, before he could fully relax, a chill surged through his body, causing the hairs on his skin to rise once more. Turning his gaze, he beheld a colossal wave of purple sword energy hurtling towards him and his companions. The very surface of the sea bore scars where the energy passed. And Orochimaru, too, sensed the formidable presence of this sword strike. It was a power so overwhelming that it rendered him momentarily paralyzed, as though time itself had come to a standstill, leaving him with an icy grip on his limbs and an instinctive urge to relieve himself. As the fierce and tempestuous sword energy approached, Lei Yu's expression grew increasingly grave, for he questioned whether he possessed the strength to withstand such force. In the face of this formidable onslaught, he and his companions felt akin to mere ants. A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Lei Yu's eyes, and he began to emanate an aura of unparalleled ferocity, crimson scales swiftly enveloping his form. At that moment, he resolved to assume the Zhurong form to counter the impending sword energy, recognizing that without unleashing his utmost power, he might not endure the assault. As a dragon's roar resonated within him, Lei Yu abruptly spotted a scarlet skeleton entwined with countless strands of red chakra, resembling muscular tissue. Upon turning, he found Uchiha Itachi wearing a grave expression. In the face of the impending sword energy, Itachi activated the third form of Susanoo and summoned one of his legendary artifacts, the Yata Mirror. Manifesting within Susanoo's left hand, the vast circular shield positioned itself before the vessel. With a thunderous clash, the unknown sword energy struck the Yata Mirror, unleashing tumultuous waves that surged across the surrounding sea, akin to a tsunami radiating from the epicenter of the collision. The sheer force wreaked havoc upon the ocean, as if the very fabric of the sea were being torn asunder. The aftermath of their clash threatened to rend the waters, a testament to its terrifying potency. Ultimately, however, the fearsome sword energy dissipated within the embrace of Itachi's Yata Mirror, transforming into a cascade of violet-black powder that faded into the void. After confirming that there was no further danger, Itachi released his Susanoo state. A bead of sweat inadvertently trickled down from his forehead, evidently. Enduring that terrifying slash was not as effortless as he had anticipated. Had it not been for the possession of the extraordinary artifact, the Yata Mirror, it was uncertain whether he could have withstood the blow. Once the crisis had subsided, Lei Yu breathed a sigh of relief and began to ponder who could possibly unleash such a dreadful strike. First, he dismissed Hawkeye, whose sword energy did not possess this violet hue, nor did it exude the ferocity, madness, and annihilative essence of the attack he had just encountered. Could it be that they had emerged? Lei Yu's gaze turned toward the horizon, where his sight was drawn to the pinnacle of the Red Earth Road, atop which lay the Holy Land, Mariewa. Little did Lei Yu realize that this sword energy had originated from a location over 10 miles away. At that moment, on a reef near the Sabaody archipelago, stood a swordsman clad in a white robe, bald, and adorned with round spectacles. With a crisp sound, he slowly sheathed his blade, which emanated an uncanny aura. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes as he murmured, "Did it get blocked?" He then vanished from sight, as if he had never existed. Chapter 83. Returned to headquarters for consultation 2 days later. Carp returned to the Marine headquarters in Marineford. Upon hearing of his return, Sengoku promptly summoned him to his office. Carp entered while munching on a donut, leisurely strolling into Sengoku's office. He noticed that Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji had already been waiting inside, and even Vice Admiral Tsuru, the chief strategist of the Marine headquarters, had come, indicating the significance of the matters Sengoku was about to discuss. Upon Carp's entrance, Sengoku spoke in an ostensibly calm manner. Lei Yu and his companions have successfully escaped again, their whereabouts unknown. Moreover, the death of the celestial dragons was also the doing of Lei Yu's group. As he spoke, he inadvertently cast a glance toward the three admirals. Unexpectedly, despite having dispatched Akainu, Kizaru, and Akiji, not only had they failed to capture Lei Yu, but they had also allowed him to wreak havoc before fleeing. Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness regarding this outcome. Akainu, upon hearing this, unconsciously clenched his fists, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Carp continued to indulge in his donuts, nonchalantly stating, "The celestial dragons? Just a bunch of garbage." Although he spoke thus, he could not help but admire Lei Yu's audacity in daring to act against the celestial dragons. However, the cost of taking action is exceedingly high. Furthermore, the individual you referred to, the dark-haired man with crimson eyes, is none other than Uchiha Itachi, who is not in a state of near death. On the contrary. According to Kizaru, his physical condition appears to be quite robust. Sengoku furrowed his brow tightly, acknowledging this as a significant intelligence blunder. What? Is that so? Perhaps he suddenly recovered. My apologies. Carp exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he offered an apology and resumed indulging in the sweet donut in his hand. Sengoku, observing Carp's seemingly indifferent demeanor regarding this serious matter, suddenly regretted bringing him along for the discussion. This fellow, why has he become increasingly out of touch? By the way, something just crossed my mind, Akiji said, rising from his seat to address Sengoku. Both Sengoku and Tsuru nodded slightly, indicating their willingness to listen. Akiji continued. The death of that celestial dragon is rather peculiar. Peculiar? In what way? Sengoku inquired with a furrowed brow, while even Carp paused his chewing, intrigued by Akiji's words. Well, this celestial dragon was killed when his heart was forcibly extracted by Raikyu, and subsequently, his heart vanished without a trace. However, I suspect it was taken by Raikyu and his associates. After sharing his findings, Akiji returned to his seat, acknowledging that he was uncertain as to why it had happened. Both Sengoku and Tsuru were left bewildered, unable to comprehend the reasoning behind it. Only Carp seemed momentarily taken aback, as if recalling some rumors. His eyes glimmering with insight as he asked, Isn't there a supernova named Trafalgar Law on that island? I'm not entirely sure, but he should be there. It appears that all 11 supernovas have been frequently spotted around the Sabaody archipelago lately, Akiji replied, having done considerable research prior to their visit to the Sabaody archipelago. Carp nodded in response and fell silent. Sengoku, observing Carp's expression, realized that he must know something. However, Sengoku refrained from pressing further. If Carp wished to speak, he would do so without prompting. All right, we can discuss Raikyu later. Let us focus on Ace's situation for now, Sengoku stated. Sitting up straight and getting straight to the point. Ace has been imprisoned and impelled down, and as part of a trade. Blackbeard Teach is now one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Do you have any objections? After surveying the room, Sengoku noted that Akainu and Tsuru nodded gently, indicating no dissent. Very well, then Carp suddenly interjected, interrupting Sengoku's discourse. Collaborating with pirates is inherently unreliable, in my opinion. We should abolish the warlords of the sea altogether. Upon hearing Carp's words, an expression of fury appeared on Sengoku's forehead as he clenched his fist and shouted, Bakayuru, you imbecile, don't cause chaos. Taking a deep breath, he composed himself and spoke. The Shichibukai cannot simply be abolished at our whim. In truth, Sengoku has long desired to dismantle the system of the warlords of the sea. This group of pirates, who hold the title of Shichibukai, are but parasites. Yet, the decision to eliminate them does not lie solely with Sengoku. Even the recent appointment of Blackbeard Teach, in exchange for Ace, was contingent upon the approval of the world government. Noticing Sengoku's silence, Carp refrained from further interruption, fully aware of these matters, yet wishing to irk Sengoku. After taking a slow sip of water, Sengoku, with a grave demeanor, declared, Now, let us deliberate on the execution of Ace. Upon hearing this, Carp set aside his dessert, a fleeting shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes. However, he understood that he could not prevent this course of action. Meanwhile, Akainu found himself puzzled, questioning why such a formidable display was necessary for the execution of a mere pirate with a bounty of 550 million. Was the true aim to provoke Whitebeard? Sengoku, observing Akainu's confusion, continued, Portgas D. Ace is not his original name. His birth name is. He paused, glancing at Carp, and upon seeing no reaction, he continued. His true name is Gol. D. Ace. The moment Sengoku uttered the surname Gol, disbelief washed over Akainu, Kizaru, and even Admiral Tsuru. They all recognized the weight of that name. Akiji, equally astonished, exclaimed, Gol? Could it be? Indeed. Sengoku nodded, affirming, he is the son of Gol D. Roger. His biological son. What? How can this be? Ace is not Mr. Carp's grandson? Akainu and Kizaru gazed at Carp in shock. Although Akiji had his suspicions, he too was taken aback. In that moment, all present widened their eyes, turning to Carp, who appeared troubled. With a heavy nod, he confirmed. He is not my biological grandson. Sengoku speaks the truth. With that, Carp rose abruptly and left without a backward glance, knowing that the ensuing discussion would inevitably revolve around setting a date for Ace's execution. Realizing he could not alter the outcome, he resolved to spend the remaining time with Ace. As Sengoku and the others witnessed Carp's departure, none attempted to dissuade him. Being old friends, Sengoku comprehended Carp's sentiments at this moment, yet he felt powerless, for he occupied the position of Fleet Admiral. Clearing his throat, Sengoku refocused the gathered individuals and, with a grave expression, announced, "The execution date for Ace is set for 1 week from now. On that day, I shall reveal Ace's heritage to the world. This decapitation will serve to reinforce the Navy's authority." Everyone present understood that, while Sengoku spoke of reinforcing the Navy's stature, his true intent was to quell the wrath of the world government. After all, the death of a celestial dragon could incite unforeseen chaos. Thus, Ace had become a sacrificial pawn in the aftermath of the celestial dragon's demise. The 4 individuals present raised no objections to Sengoku's proposal, and so it was decided that Fire Fist Ace would face execution. Subsequently, the assembly dispersed, each member commencing preparations for the execution scheduled in 7 days. Upon exiting the office, Carp made his way to the square, a glimmer of fatigue crossing his eyes as he gazed skyward and sighed softly. "Ah, it's all my fault. Ace." His thoughts then turned to his grandson Luffy, inducing a fresh wave of concern. The audacity of that boy to cause such uproar at Judicial Island was a blatant challenge to the authority of the world government. One could only wonder what other disturbances he might conjure in the future. However, it seemed that the most troublesome faction at present was the Divine Pirate crew, led by Raikyu. The mere thought of Raikyu intensified Carp's headache, for both he and his crew were shrouded in enigma. Not only were they extraordinarily powerful, but Raikyu also appeared to possess knowledge of numerous secrets pertaining to this world. Upon hearing that Itachi's body had returned to normal, coupled with the disappearance of the deceased celestial dragon's heart and Trafalgar Law's presence, Carp, being one of the D lineage, intuitively understood the implications of these events. Furthermore, although Raikyu was not of the D lineage, he was intricately connected to several individuals who were, starting with himself, then Luffy, followed by Dragon and Trafalgar Law. It was rumored that Ace had also encountered Raikyu's crew, making it 5 individuals with ties to him. Who on earth is this Raikyu? At that moment, Carp's expression darkened further. Raikyu was far too mysterious. He dared not delve deeper into his thoughts. Yet, would the divine crew make their presence known on the day of Ace's execution? As this notion surfaced, Carp's heart became tumultuously conflicted. Should he anticipate their arrival or be apprehensive? With a deep sigh, Carp walked heavily toward his warship, determined to catch a glimpse of Ace and impel down. Chapter 84. Arrival at Amazon Lily 5 days later. In a certain sea area of the Grand Line, 7 days had passed since leaving the Sabaody archipelago. At this moment, Leiu was sailing toward Amazon Lily, the island of the Empress Hancock. Just 3 days prior, he had received a system task to check in at this very location, and it required him to remain on Amazon Lily for 12 hours to secure this summoning opportunity. Was the system hinting at something? Nevertheless, Leiu firmly believed in the words of a great man, "With no woman in my heart, my sword shall naturally be drawn." Although it was said that this great man ultimately discarded his sword, the truth of that was uncertain. Thus, Leiu and his companions meandered along their path, inadvertently entering the doldrums. Fortunately, Leiu's dragon ship was equipped with a propulsion system, allowing them to navigate even in the absence of wind. Since they were not pressed for time, they refrained from troubling Uncle Snake. Though the doldrums were known to be a haven for sea kings, Leiu remained unperturbed. For these formidable creatures, which struck fear into countless sailors, dared not show their heads upon sensing his conqueror's haki. The sea was eerily calm, devoid of even the slightest ripple. Before long, an island emerged before them. "We're almost there. I hope nothing disrupts my peaceful check-in," Leiu silently prayed. For the path to wealth through silence was indeed the way of kings. At that moment, Orochimaru approached, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at the island ahead. "Leiu, is that the island inhabited solely by snake people?" Leiu, observing Orochimaru's impatience, replied dryly, "You're not even of the same kind. Why are you so excited? Besides, Amazon Lily is said to be entirely female, and men are not permitted to set foot on the island." How dull. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru lost interest in the island, though it was unclear whether it was due to Leiu's earlier comment or the latter. In the time it took to speak, they had already reached the shore, but the system had not issued the check-in notification, suggesting that they needed to venture further inland. Thus, Leiu instructed Itachi and Orochimaru to remain on the ship while he proceeded alone into the depths of Amazon Lily, as it was a more discreet and safer approach. As dusk descended, the moonlight gradually enveloped the island, casting a serene glow upon its landscape. Under the cover of night, Leiu stealthily infiltrated the forest of Nine Snake Island. He was unaware of how long he had been walking, meandering along the narrow path. At last, he arrived at the banks of a small stream, and at that moment, the system's prompt echoed in his ears. The sign-in countdown begins 000001. Finally, it had commenced. Lei Yu exhaled softly, relieved, for he pondered how much longer he might have to wander. Thus, he resolved to wait through the night in this very spot. With that determination, he sought refuge beneath a large tree, resting his head in his arms for a moment. As for the island's sovereign, the Empress Boa Hancock, while she possessed an enchanting visage and a figure that could tempt the most steadfast hearts, Lei Yu felt no attraction towards her. It was not a matter of his sexual orientation. Rather, he found women to be a source of considerable inconvenience. After all, he had been a solitary bachelor for over 20 years in his previous life, and at present, women held no allure for him. His sole desire was to quietly check in and then depart from this place. Lost in thought, a sudden growl erupted from his stomach, shattering the silence of the forest. Rising to his feet, Lei Yu resolved to seek out some wild game to quell his hunger. However, the impenetrable darkness obscured his vision, forcing him to wander aimlessly in search of fortune. He dared not venture too far, wary of encountering the island's guardian warriors, and thus he scoured the vicinity, even willing to settle for any edible insects he might find. After all, he was a fan of Bear Grylls' culinary escapades. After a fruitless search, he encountered only a few oddly shaped mushrooms. He recognized them as the toxic variety that had caused Luffy to sprout mushrooms on his body in the original tale. Just as he was about to concede defeat, he noticed something writhing in the underbrush nearby. The darkness obscured its identity, but it appeared to be of considerable size, perhaps even a porcupine. A flicker of excitement crossed Lei Yu's face as he licked his lips. He approached the thicket cautiously, poised to pounce, when the shadow behind the brush unexpectedly rose to its feet. Could it be a bear? Yet its form seemed rather peculiar. Just as Lei Yu began to comprehend the situation, it was too late. The shadow had sensed his presence and slowly turned to face him, followed by a startled gasp. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Chapter 85. The arrival of the Empress. At that moment, a beam of pristine moonlight illuminated the scene. What was that? A porcupine or a bear? Gazing at the delicately curled golden hair and the long legs of the young woman with a quiver strapped to her back, it was none other than the guardian warrior of Nine Snake Island, Marguerite. Marguerite, initially flustered by the presence of this stranger, had been on patrol that evening. However, an uncomfortable sensation in her bladder led her to seek a secluded spot in the desolate fields, believing that no one would be around at such an hour. Little did she expect to encounter Lei Yu. Yet, as panic subsided, curiosity took its place. She noticed that this individual seemed markedly different from herself. Although undeniably handsome, certain features appeared rather peculiar. With a pointed finger, Marguerite inquired with innocent curiosity, "Why is your chest so flat?" Taken aback by her straightforward question, Lei Yu responded without hesitation, "Because I am a man, and you are a woman." The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them. After all, this was Nine Snake Island, where no men were permitted. As anticipated, Marguerite's expression shifted dramatically. "What? You are actually a man?" Just as she was about to raise an alarm, Lei Yu swiftly resolved to prevent any trouble. With a focused gaze, he unleashed his conqueror's haki, enveloping Marguerite in its power. In an instant, she was rendered unconscious, her body gently collapsing. Seeing this, Lei Yu quickly maneuvered behind Marguerite and cradled her to prevent any noise that might attract attention. He had no ulterior motives. His only concern was to keep their encounter hidden. To conceal their presence, he carried her to the base of the tree where he had previously rested, laying her down on the ground before climbing up to seek refuge in the branches, determined to endure the night. Meanwhile, at the heart of Nine Snake Island, within a lavish palace, Boa Hancock reclined languidly on the colorful coils of a serpent, her slender legs crossed gracefully. As she perused a newspaper, a flicker of astonishment danced in her beautiful eyes. "Ace executed by celestial dragons? Lei Yu," she murmured, discarding the paper onto her bed with a sharp snap. Rising, she swayed her imperious waist and approached the window, gazing into the darkness of the night. "Have the celestial dragons truly been slain, Lei Yu?" she pondered, absent-mindedly tracing the mark on her back, a brand she wished to forever remain hidden from the world. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the night was exceptionally beautiful, with the stars in the sky shining particularly brightly. Just then, Boa Hancock seemed to sense something, abruptly looking up, her eyes sparkling with intensity as she gazed towards a certain spot in the forest, shrouded in the vast night. The conqueror's haki? Yet, after a prolonged observation, she found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Boa Hancock pondered, having indeed felt a fleeting presence of a powerful aura, seemingly akin to her own conqueror's haki. However, it vanished in an instant. "Ah, it seems I am simply too weary," she mused, stretching languidly to reveal her slender waist before returning to her grand bed, her eyes gently closing for a brief respite. After an indeterminate time, a diminutive figure with flowing white hair, adorned with a flower at the left temple, hurriedly entered, accompanied by a serpentine staff coiled around her. Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold followed closely behind, entering the Empress's chamber. The elderly woman, flustered, exclaimed, "Your Majesty, something terrible has occurred." Awakened abruptly from her slumber, Boa Hancock regarded the distressed elder with a furrowed brow. Casually brushing aside her disheveled hair, she coldly inquired, "What is it that dares to interrupt my rest?" The elder, not wishing to delay, replied promptly, "The patrolling warriors of our nation have vanished without a trace." Both Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold nodded in confirmation. Seeing her sisters affirm the claim, Boa Hancock refrained from further questioning. Rising immediately, she approached the window. Noticing the dawn breaking, a hint of light piercing the horizon. Suddenly recalling the faint presence of Conqueror's haki she had sensed earlier that night, her expression turned grave. "Summon all remaining warriors of our nation to me," she commanded, stepping forward with her graceful legs, determined to uncover which audacious individual dared to cause turmoil on Amazon Lily. Meanwhile, Lei lay lazily on a branch of a colossal tree, drooling slightly, a subtle smile gracing his face as he remained lost in dreams. Below, however, several warriors of Amazon Lily lay sprawled across the ground, all unmistakably unconscious. Last night, after Lei rendered Margaret unconscious and concealed her in his abode, he believed that there would be no repercussions. However, it wasn't long before the patrolling guardians discovered Margaret's absence and began their search. One of the guardians stumbled upon Lei's location. In his desire for peace and reluctance to expose himself, Lei had no choice but to render this guardian unconscious as well, subsequently leaving both her and Margaret together. Lei then ascended a tree, dismissing their predicament. Just as he thought he could enjoy a moment of tranquility, another guardian arrived at his hideout. Reluctantly, Lei repeated his previous actions. This continued until dawn, at which point he could finally rest in peace. However, beneath the tree lay 7 guardians, all rendered unconscious by Lei, who remained blissfully unaware of his exposure. Before long, Boa Hancock arrived at the base of the tree with a cadre of guardians. Upon seeing her comrades sprawled on the ground, she sighed in relief, noting their rhythmic breathing, indicating that they were merely unconscious and in no danger. With a wave of her hand, several warriors stepped forward to carry the fallen back to their stronghold, while the remaining guardians formed a circle around the tree. Boa Hancock approached slowly, her flawless, pale arms crossed, coldly observing the figure perched upon the branches. "How dare you cause a disturbance in my territory? Come down and kneel at once," Boa Hancock commanded icily. With a sudden pop, the bubble on Lei's nose burst, stirring him from his drowsy state. Rubbing his eyes and surveying his surroundings, he was taken aback. What on earth? Why are there so many women here? Having been single for over 20 years, Lei had never encountered such a spectacle, and in his shock, he lost his footing and plummeted from the tree, sending dust swirling around him. "Oh no, what an embarrassment!" Picking himself up, Lei rubbed his head with one hand while brushing off the dust from his backside with the other. At this moment, the girls from Nine Snake Island all caught sight of Lei's appearance. "Wow, she's really beautiful. But it seems she's not the type of beauty that our Empress embodies." "Indeed, but why does she seem so flat?" Indeed. Look at her, so plump. Could she be concealing some hidden weapon?" Instantly, the valiant warriors turned their gazes towards Lei, engaging in fervent discussions that rendered his cheeks crimson, leaving him at a loss for words. "That is a man. Quickly, apprehend him." The astute matron recognized Lei's true gender immediately. This was a place where no man was permitted. Hence, she promptly commanded his capture and subsequent disposal. No sooner had she spoken than Boa Sandasonia and Boa Marigold, accompanied by a cadre of valiant warriors, began to encircle him. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that their empress was momentarily transfixed, not by Lei's striking handsomeness, akin to that of the author, but because she recognized him as the very individual who had slain the celestial dragons, as reported in the news just the night prior. As her sisters and the warriors advanced to confront Lei, Boa Hancock suddenly recalled the familiar aura she had sensed the previous evening. "Wait, stop!" she shouted urgently. However, her warning came too late. The warriors, armed with their cold steel weapons, surged towards Lei Yu. Observing the scene, Lei Yu shook his head in resignation, his gaze sharpening. In an instant, an invisible aura emanated from him, expanding in every direction. The warriors charging at him found themselves halted in their tracks, their bodies succumbing in succession, collapsing onto their backs. In a heartbeat, the valiant protectors of Nine Snake Island fell, save for a few with considerable vitality who remained standing, albeit trembling and beaded with sweat, revealing their struggle to withstand Lei Yu's overwhelming presence. This was merely a controlled release of his might. Exchanging incredulous glances, Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold gasped, "Could this be the same conqueror's haki as our sister?" They then turned to Boa Hancock, realizing that such an individual was beyond their capacity to confront. With a graceful sway of her alluring form, Boa Hancock approached Lei Yu, her heart racing as she looked up at the man who towered over her. A flush crept onto her cheeks as she pondered. Is this the one who vanquished that detestable celestial dragon? As Lei Yu observed the visibly perturbed empress, his brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke coldly. "You are Boa Hancock, are you not? I have no intention of engaging in conflict with you. I shall leave this place shortly." He then glanced at his sign-in task, noting time remaining for this sign-in, 113032, and felt a surge of joy at the half hour still left. Fixing his gaze on the most exquisite empress in this pirate world, he continued in a flat tone, "If you are uninjured, you should return quickly and refrain from disturbing me. I will vacate your territory in half an hour." His indifferent words struck a chord within Hancock's heart. Was he expressing concern for her well-being? Encouraging her to rest? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Hancock's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple. Lowering her gaze, she could no longer meet Lei Yu's penetrating eyes. Upon witnessing her reaction, Lei Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to realize the implication. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? Yet, he had done nothing to warrant such attention. This left him bewildered, and he found the situation rather troublesome. At that moment, Sandersonia and Marigold approached Hancock, casting cold glances at Lei Yu. "Sister, why don't you act quickly and capture this wretched man?" In the eyes of these two sisters, all men were deemed unworthy. After hearing her sister's remarks, Hancock slowly shook her head and replied, "He is my benefactor, not ours." Sandersonia and Marigold stared at Hancock in astonishment, unable to comprehend why she would say such a thing. Should she harbor a greater disdain for men? Although this man was undeniably handsome, it hardly seemed sufficient to alter her sentiments. At this moment, not only were the sisters perplexed, but even Lei Yu himself was utterly confounded. He was merely signing in. Yet he had inadvertently left many warriors of Amazon Lily dazed. As long as he was not considered an enemy, how had he become a benefactor? Noticing the confusion among them, Hancock lowered her head, her eyes shimmering with fervor as she softly declared, "Because he has slain a celestial dragon." "What?" Sandersonia and Marigold stood frozen in place, the nightmarish memories of their childhood enslavement by celestial dragons flooding their minds. Even their grandmother, upon hearing this news, gazed at Lei Yu in shock. Could it truly be that someone in this world dared to kill a celestial dragon? Was this a sign that the heavens were finally opening their eyes? At that moment, the elderly matriarch, tears streaming down her cheeks, gazed skyward, fully aware of the profound implications of slaying a celestial dragon, especially for the three sisters. The significance of such an act weighed heavily upon them. With a sudden motion, she cast her cane to the ground with a loud thud, collapsing to her knees, trembling as she spoke. "Thank you, Lady Hancock, for vanquishing the celestial dragon. Please allow this esteemed individual to be honored as a guest of our nation." Seeing this, the sisters, Sandersonia and Marigold, placed their right hands over their hearts and bowed deeply to Rei, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you." They then turned to Hancock and remarked, "Sister, let us heed our matriarch's words and honor him as a guest of our country. Please stay." Upon hearing this, Hancock's beautiful eyes sparkled with brilliance, as she harbored the same thought. However, Rei, upon noticing their eager invitation, quickly shook his head, saying, No, the celestial dragon had it coming. There is no need for such courtesy. I have no desire to play the role of a prince, or rather, a guest, in this land of women. My ambition lies in conquering the world, not merely this kingdom." Yet, Rei found himself questioning how swiftly news of his deed had spread. Observing his resolute refusal, Hancock frowned, her expression turning sorrowful, evoking concern from those around them. "Do you truly not wish to stay?" Faced with Hancock's distressing demeanor, Rei, as a man, nearly succumbed to the impulse to acquiesce. He bit his tongue to regain clarity, staring at the enchanting beauty before him. He recalled the legendary Jiao Chan from the Three Kingdoms and scolded himself. No wonder Dong Zhuo was so captivated. Subsequently, Ray spoke earnestly. I have more pressing matters to attend to. The world awaits my salvation. Unbeknownst to him, these words stirred tumultuous waves within Hancock's heart. Could it be that this man intended to overthrow the world government and eradicate all celestial dragons? With one hand on her chest and the other on her forehead, Hancock leaned back, exclaiming, "This is the man I have longed for." A blush of shyness graced her cheeks as she looked at Ray, saying, "Then I shall not hinder you. However, remember me. I will seek you out." Upon hearing the Empress's words, Ray felt a chill run down his spine. Oh no. This woman truly has taken an interest in me. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could only feign compliance, responding, "Yes, yes, I will remember. But could you please return now?" As he approached the completion of his sign-in task, Ray's sole desire was to finish it swiftly and depart from this place, never to return again. Upon hearing Lei Yu's words, Boa Hancock obediently nodded and said, "I shall not disturb you any longer. You must remember me, Lei-san." With that, she turned to leave. As she observed the Empress's departing figure, Lei Yu seemed to recall something. He retrieved a small vial containing a viscous white substance from his pocket. This was something he had prepared before arriving at Snake Island to address unforeseen circumstances. It appeared that it would not be needed now, yet he resolved to bestow it upon her. Calling out to Hancock's retreating silhouette, he exclaimed, "Hancock, catch." He hurled the vial, and the turning Hancock adeptly caught it. Feeling the lingering warmth from Lei Yu's body radiating from the vial, a sense of joy blossomed within her as she pondered, "Is this a gift from Lei-san?" The contents of the vial, when applied to the mark on her back, would eradicate that blemish. With that thought, Lei Yu vanished from Hancock's sight, leaving no trace behind. Hancock stood frozen in place, gazing blankly in the direction where Lei Yu had disappeared, a solitary tear slipping from her eye. Later that evening, upon returning to her palace, Hancock entered her chamber, shedding her garments to reveal her smooth, pale shoulders. She brushed her long, dark hair forward, exposing an unsightly mark resembling a claw, an emblem of her status as a celestial dragon slave, a lifelong humiliation laden with her most painful memories. Was she truly on the verge of erasing this grotesque symbol? Lost in thought, she stared at the vial in her hand. Lei Yu's visage perpetually etched in her mind, as if carved into her very being. The thought of Lei Yu departing filled her with a sense of suffocation and heart-wrenching anguish. What is happening to me? She wondered. Shaking her head to dispel her tumultuous thoughts, she gazed hopefully at the vial Lei Yu had gifted her. Envisioning it as a radiant beacon amidst the shadows of her childhood, it promised to liberate her from the haunting memories of her dark past. Staring intently at the vial, she murmured, "It must be of use, right, Lei Yu-san? He wouldn't deceive me, would he?" As she spoke, Boa Hancock gently twisted open the bottle. In an instant, a subtle yet enchanting fragrance wafted from within. She carefully poured a viscous liquid into the palm of her hand and delicately applied it to the location of the brand on her back, spreading it evenly. The moment it touched her skin, a chilling sensation coursed through her body, causing Boa Hancock to involuntarily shudder. Soon after, waves of sharp pain radiated from her back. As if the delicate skin were being corroded, a sensation so intense it rivaled the searing agony she had endured when the brand was first seared into her flesh. Gripping the bedding tightly with both hands, her eyes brimmed with tears as she gritted her teeth and bore the excruciating sting. Drops of fragrant sweat continuously fell from her forehead onto the bed, rapidly soaking a large portion of the bedding. It was evident how immense the suffering she endured to rid herself of this mark of slavery was. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the sharp pain in her back gradually subsided, replaced by a soothing warmth that enveloped her. Rising, Boa Hancock approached a large mirror. She closed her eyes, gently biting her rosy lips, and after a moment of inner turmoil, slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils constricted. And then she blossomed into a radiant smile, captivating all who beheld her. Gazing at her reflection, she was astonished to find the hideous mark had completely vanished. Not a trace of a scar remained. It was as though the brand had never existed. Overjoyed by the miraculous effects of the potion, Boa Hancock hurried to find Sandersonia and Marigold, revealing her back to them. Both sisters gasped in disbelief, astonished that she had managed to rid herself of the brand. She then led them to her chambers and applied the potion to them as well. In no time, the three sisters emerged together, radiating unusual joy. Granny knew. Noticing their elation, pondered for a moment before realizing what had transpired, and a smile of satisfaction graced her face. She quietly bowed deeply towards the forest where Rayleigh had been. Meanwhile, on the opposing side of the island where Rayleigh's crew was stationed, A Navy warship appeared in the calm waters, swiftly making its way toward Amazon Lily. At the forefront of the vessel stood a naval officer clad in a light purple striped suit, a deep blue shirt, and a tie. With a punk hairstyle and a beard, his expression was grave as he gazed ahead at Amazon Lily. A naval soldier approached him and reported, "Report, Vice Admiral Mongoose. We are nearing Amazon Lily." The squirrel nodded and said, "Understood. Everyone, please be cautious. She is quite formidable." This time, the squirrel had come to Nine Snake Island to prepare for the day after tomorrow, which is the day of Ace's execution. In light of the impending execution of Ace, measures had to be taken to thwart the potential attacks from the Whitebeard pirates and the sudden arrival of other pirate crews. Consequently, every effort was made to enhance their combat capabilities. Thus, invitations were dispatched to various naval forces, calling upon the formidable warlords of the sea for assistance. The squirrel's mission was to invite one of these warlords, the Empress Boa Hancock, to support the Navy. With a worried gaze, the squirrel looked towards the island ahead, uncertain of the outcome of this expedition, for none of the warlords were to be taken lightly. On the opposite side of Nine Snake Island, Orochimaru sat languidly at the prow of the ship, a place often occupied by Raijin. He gazed listlessly at the forest ahead. In the absence of Raijin over the past few days, he felt as though he had lost some vital enjoyment. Even his passion for scientific research had waned. Meanwhile, Itachi Uchiha remained as silent as a wooden doll, failing to utter a single word throughout the day, engrossed in manipulating his own eye. He pondered whether this peculiar activity was more entertaining than playing with his little snake. Was that fellow lingering in some land of women, reluctant to return? Orochimaru muttered to himself in resigned frustration. However, just then, as he was about to return to the cabin, he suddenly looked up, startled. He spotted a figure emerging from the nearby forest. Moments later, Raijin appeared with a smile on his face, and behind him followed a young man clad in Western cowboy attire, appearing to be around 20 years of age. He was tall and slender, with sleek black hair tied back, striking brows above a pair of cold yet profound eyes. At his waist hung a remarkably handsome longsword. Raijin, noticing Orochimaru and Itachi aboard the ship, smiled and announced, "This will be our new companion, the Windblade swordsman, Yasuo." In the beginning, when Raijin summoned Yasuo, he felt a tinge of disappointment. After all, characters from games were not typically as powerful as one might hope. Yet, the moment Yasuo appeared, Raijin realized his mistake. Yasuo was not only formidable, he was exceptionally strong. The faint yet palpable wind sword intent within him rivaled the purple sword energy that had once slashed towards him after departing from Sabaody. Raijin turned to Yasuo and said, "From this moment on, we shall be comrades. Since you have arrived in this world, it may very well be destiny. One day, I will accompany you in your quest for the answers and truths you seek." The world knows Yasuo as a joyful wind man, bringing laughter and delight to people of all ages. Yet, how many are aware of his story and the sorrow that lies beneath? As he spoke, he was whisked away onto a pirate ship. Upon boarding, Yasuo greeted Orochimaru and Itachi with a smile. Orochimaru, observing him, found this seemingly uncle-like figure rather agreeable, at least more so than the taciturn Itachi. However, Itachi could perceive the sadness and confusion concealed behind Yasuo's smile, as well as the extraordinary power that resided within him. He squinted and murmured, "Interesting, he appears to be a man of stories." Once Leiyu boarded the ship, he hastily urged Orochimaru to set sail, eager to leave the confines of the island, almost wishing for Orochimaru to serve as a mere tool to hasten their departure. Orochimaru, perplexed, looked at Leiyu, wondering why he was so anxious to leave. Could it be that the women on this island were man-eaters? Would they feast on snakes? The very thought sent a shiver down Orochimaru's spine, prompting him to start the engine and navigate the vessel away from Nine Snake Island. Before long, they escaped the windless zone crowded with sea kings. At that moment, fortuitously, a familiar newspaper bird soared overhead, and before Leiyu could react, it dropped the newspaper and flapped its wings frantically as it flew away. Leiyu scratched his head, watching the hurried bird and lamenting. Even the birds are compelled to work so hard these days? Little did he know that the bird was merely afraid of being caught in its own gossip. Leiyu then reached out to catch the descending newspaper, expecting to see his name on the front page for having slain a celestial dragon. To his surprise, he found that the headline did not feature him. As he gazed at the most prominent section of the paper, his pupils dilated in shock. Ace executed. It seemed Ace had disregarded his warnings and ultimately fell into the hands of his captors. Leiyu sighed deeply, noting that the execution was scheduled days earlier than in the original narrative. Was it possible that his prior warning to Ace had precipitated this outcome? He then noticed the next significant headline: a celestial dragon murdered. The killer is none other than Captain Lei Yu of the Gods Pirates. Upon reading this, Lei Yu smiled faintly. The second headline was acceptable. The final piece of news reported Luffy's incursion into Impel Down. As he read about Luffy's exploits, Lei Yu's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that his mere words seemed to have accelerated these monumental events. In the original narrative, Luffy managed to infiltrate Impel Down under the protection of Boa Hancock. Now, the fact that he has entered the fortress without her assistance indicates that others must have aided him. Perhaps this is the destiny of the Chosen One. Ryu gazed skyward, expressing his thoughts, then glanced at the bottom right corner of the newspaper, discovering that it had been published 5 days prior. This meant that tomorrow would be Ace's execution day. A glimmer of determination ignited in Ryu's eyes, and a subtle smirk graced his lips. He could not afford to miss this world-shaking battle. He then turned to Orochimaru and shouted, "Uncle Snake, let us set sail for Marine headquarters at Marineford." Orochimaru, taken aback by Ryu's words, found himself bewildered. Was this an invitation to surrender along with his crew? However, it seemed that a realization struck Orochimaru, and he looked at Ryu with a hint of skepticism, saying, "Do I resemble Marineford to you?" Ryu stared at Uncle Snake in confusion, prompting Orochimaru to tap his forehead in exasperation. "Do you see anyone on our ship who knows the way?" It was then that Ryu finally understood. His crew had been adrift at sea, either lost or wandering aimlessly. It was no wonder they had taken 5 days to locate Amazon Lily. Fortunately, they had encountered a kind-hearted stranger who had pointed them in the right direction, allowing them to arrive here. As for that good Samaritan, they were likely long gone by now. At that moment, Yasuo suddenly drew his sword, pointing its tip toward a distant direction, and declared with unwavering resolve, "Death is like the wind. It shall always accompany me." Ryu, Orochimaru, and Itachi paused in surprise. What had caused this newcomer to suddenly become so dramatic? Then, Ryu experienced a flash of insight. Clearing his throat, he feigned profundity and explained, "Ahem, I understand what Brother Yasuo means." Itachi and Orochimaru looked at Ryu with curiosity, awaiting his elucidation, while even Yasuo appeared somewhat bewildered. What Brother Yasuo is implying is that he can sense the presence of death. And what does the Marine headquarters signify for us pirates? Itachi and Orochimaru shook their heads, while Yasuo grew increasingly confused. "No, what I mean is stop. I understand." Ryu interrupted Yasuo, offering him a reassuring glance that conveyed his understanding. He continued, "For pirates, the Marine headquarters is nothing less than a realm of death. Therefore, Yasuo can perceive this aura of death emanating from the Marine headquarters, guiding us to follow it and find Marineford." With that, Ryu crossed his arms and struck a pose, attempting to embody the demeanor of a seasoned expert. The Weasel and Orochimaru exchanged glances, then turned their attention to Lei Yu. How curious it was that Lei Yu's nonsensical ramblings bore an uncanny resemblance to the author's attempts at word count. Yet, there seemed to be a semblance of logic in his words. Unable to endure any longer, Yasuo shook his head in resignation and retrieved a recording pointer from his pocket, stating that it might be the means to reach Marineford. Lei Yu, astonished by the recording pointer in Yasuo's hand, stammered, "How did you come by this?" Yasuo, scratching his head with a smile, replied, "I'm not quite sure. It was simply in my possession when I arrived in this world, and a voice in my mind instructed me that this would guide us to Marineford." With a perplexed expression, Lei Yu took the recording pointer, pondering the possibility that it was the handiwork of the system. But how could the system have foreseen his journey to Marineford? Lost in thought, a mysterious glimmer shone in the depths of his gaze, leaving no one aware of his musings. He then tossed the recording pointer to Uncle Snake, instructing Orochimaru to set sail, while he sat atop the dragon's head, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. "System, I merely fear you may lose your way and delay the plot." Chapter 89. The Empress's lovesickness. As Lei Yu and his companions departed from Nine Snake Island, Hancock, lying on the grand bed, felt increasingly unwell. Her face flushed crimson, drenched in fragrant sweat, her breath quickening as if she were feverish. The doctors on Nine Snake Island examined the Empress but could only shake their heads in helplessness, unable to diagnose her ailment. Sandasonia and Marigold stood by the Empress's side, anxiously observing Hancock's agonizing state. Yet as sisters of the Snake Princess, they felt utterly powerless to assist. Just then, Old Nyan entered the room and approached Hancock, observing the pained expression of the Snake Princess. Hancock, noticing Old Nyan's arrival, clutched her chest and lamented, Old Nyan. My heart aches terribly. I feel so miserable. Am I going to die? Old Nyan's expression grew grave as she slowly articulated. Lei. Before she could finish uttering Lei Yu's name, the Empress, upon hearing the syllable Lei, exclaimed. Old Nyan, taken aback, gasped in horror, Snake Princess. She has succumbed to lovesickness. Sanda Sonia and Marie Galud gazed at Granny Nyo in bewilderment. This illness is truly troublesome, Granny Nyo sighed before continuing. Both my predecessors succumbed to this affliction. Though they encountered their one true love, they were ultimately constrained by the shackles of their nation. Left to yearn in silence as their health deteriorated until their lives faded away. The Empress is currently afflicted with lovesickness. What? Sanda Sonia exclaimed, astonished that lovesickness could be so severe as to threaten her sister's very life. Sister, how did she come to suffer from such a malady? Marie Galud inquired, perplexed. Granny Nyo pondered for a moment before replying. It must be that fellow named Lei Yu. Lady Snake might have fallen for him. What? Then what shall we do? Marie Galud cried, her eyes welling with tears as she looked at the frail Boa Hancock lying on the bed. Unless Lei Yu can remain by Lady Snake's side, this illness cannot be cured. Upon hearing this, Sanda Sonia and Marie Galud turned to find Lei Yu. However, Granny Nyo swiftly intervened, stating it is too late. It seems they have already departed. The two sisters stood frozen, uncertain of what to do next. Do not disturb him. I am fine, Boa Hancock insisted, mustering her strength to sit up feebly. Concerned, Granny Nyo rushed to support her, asking with utmost care. But, dear Snake Lady, your health. I am all right. Boa Hancock replied softly, coughing delicately. Seeing her resolve, the others reluctantly ceased their search for Lei Yu. Just then, a warrior charged in. Kneeling on one knee in a state of panic. Lady Snake, a naval commander has arrived, requesting to see you. What brings the Navy here? Granny Nyo furrowed her brow in inquiry. I do not know. He merely stated he has urgent matters to discuss with you. He is waiting by the shore. The warrior replied. At that moment, Boa Hancock struggled to rise from her bed and said quietly, let us go see what the Navy desires. Sister, your health. Sanda Sonia fretted, fearing something might go awry, but Boa Hancock disregarded her concerns and proceeded toward the door. Granny Nyo, shaking her head in exasperation, thought to herself how willful this Empress was. With no other option, she instructed a few warriors to bring a palanquin for Boa Hancock to sit upon. Realizing Granny Nyo's good intentions, Boa Hancock accepted the assistance without further protest. Subsequently, Boa Hancock and the elderly woman sat within the palanquin, while the two sisters stood guard outside. Thus, they arrived at the seaside, where they were met by the long-waiting General Mongoose. Upon seeing several warriors from the Nine Snake Island carrying a palanquin, the general let out a cold snort, secretly disdainful, thinking, just a Shichibukai. Were it not for the government and the Navy, she would be no different from other pirates, taking so long to emerge. Unbeknownst to General Mongoose, who was unaware of the Empress's grave illness, he felt a hint of displeasure at such an ostentatious entrance. What business do you have with me? Came the imperious and frosty voice of Boa Hancock from within the palanquin. Observing this, despite his reservations about the Shichibukai, Mongoose dared not delay his official matter and promptly spoke. We hope you will participate in the impending battle between the Navy and the Whitebeard pirates in your capacity as a Shichibukai. After speaking, General Mongoose gazed intently at the palanquin, awaiting the Empress's response. Moments later, a cold yet melodious voice resonated from inside. Oh? Hell, what if I refuse? Refuse? General Mongoose frowned slightly, but fortunate for him, he had leverage in the negotiation. He replied directly, if you refuse, we shall have no choice but to revoke your title as a Shichibukai. Ha. Boa Hancock's arrogant laughter echoed from the palanquin. I have no desire to partake in your so-called battle, but the position of Shichibukai is still mine. Even the supplies on your ship belong to me. As she spoke, Boa Hancock drew back the curtain and stepped out of the palanquin. In an instant, all the naval soldiers were rendered speechless upon witnessing the Empress's stunning figure and devilishly alluring visage, some even drooling in astonishment. Seeing the Empress emerge, General Mongoose bellowed, Do you think I will acquiesce to your demands? Yet, as soon as his words fell, his subordinates began to present the supplies from the ship to the Empress. Watching his men make fools of themselves, General Mongoose's expression darkened further, and he angrily declared, You will go, whether you like it or not. This is not up to you. Little did he know, his words would provoke the Empress. Boa Hancock smirked coldly, flicked her hair, and with an air of regal nobility, proclaimed, Do you know why the world forgives me, no matter what I do? The assembled naval soldiers, bewildered, shook their heads in confusion. Indeed, it is simply because I am far too beautiful. As she spoke, she struck an enticing pose that ignited a fervent flame within the hearts of the naval soldiers present, transforming them all into figures reminiscent of Sanji, their mouths exuding a fiery passion. At that moment, a glint of coldness flashed in Boa Hancock's eyes as she softly uttered a phrase that rendered the soldiers motionless. No more, no more. With a single, languid gesture, she unleashed the sweet wind of despair, petrifying all the naval soldiers into stone. Only the weasel-like rear admiral, who had driven a dagger into his own palm, resisted the overwhelming desire within his heart, thus evading the fate of being turned to stone. With a grim countenance, he declared, "I shall await your response here." However, Boa Hancock paid him no heed, turning away to return to her ship, commanding her crew to set sail for home. The rear admiral watched her retreating figure, clenching his fists, a flicker of helplessness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Granny Nu, who was aboard the ship with Boa Hancock, wore an expression of deep concern. She had persistently urged Hancock to acquiesce to the Navy's demands, suggesting that she could devise a plan afterward. After all, without the title of Warlord of the Sea, Amazon Lily would face a dire threat. Yet, the headstrong Empress refused to relent, just as Granny Nu found herself at a loss. A sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to speak, addressing the absent-minded Empress, Lady Snake Princess, perhaps. But before she could finish her thought, she was met with a fierce gaze from Boa Hancock, her eyes ablaze with intensity. "Rayleigh? What about Rayleigh?" Taking a deep breath, Granny Nu continued, "Perhaps Rayleigh might also appear in this conflict." About 10 minutes later, while tending to his hand wound, the rear admiral abruptly looked up to find Boa Hancock standing before him, regal and imposing, as if a queen surveying her realm. With commanding authority, she proclaimed, "I, your sovereign, have consented." With that declaration, she lifted the petrification from the soldiers she had turned to stone. The rear admiral, taken aback, raised his gaze in astonishment, bewildered by the drastic shift that had transpired in such a short span of time. Nonetheless, her agreement was a relief. He sighed deeply, realizing how difficult it would have been to report back otherwise. "When do we depart?" Boa Hancock inquired with a frigid tone. "Are we in such a hurry?" The rear admiral questioned, puzzled by the Empress's urgency. However, this worked in his favor, as he too was pressed for time, so he replied, "It would be best to leave immediately. The battle begins tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Boa Hancock gently nodded. After instructing Old Lady Nu on a few matters, she ascended alone onto the warship of Admiral Mongoose. Observing her, Admiral Mongoose promptly followed her aboard and commanded his soldiers to set sail back to the Marine headquarters at Marineford. Boa Hancock then entered a lavishly decorated cabin. Placing her hands on her chest, her face slightly flushed and her eyes dreamy as she gazed ahead, murmuring, "I have arrived, Lord Rayleigh." Chapter 90. The calm before the storm. At this moment, in Mariejois, the seat of supreme authority, within a grand and imposing hall, a tall and slender dark figure sat upon the lofty void throne, resembling an enlarged version of a rogue master. At the base of the steps leading up to this formidable shadow, 5 elderly men lay prostrate on the ground, reverently kneeling before the figure. Should any outsider have been present, they would have been rendered speechless with astonishment, for those kneeling were the 5 elders, representatives of the highest power of the world government. In that instant, the 5 men remained motionless on the ground, their backs drenched in sweat, for the person before them was none other than Amsama, who was furious. Since the days of Rox and Don Quixote Doflamingo, no one dared to harm a celestial dragon. Of course, Doflamingo's actions were merely an internal conflict within his own clan, hardly significant. However, decades after Rox had slain a celestial dragon, the embodiment of the world's highest lineage, another celestial dragon had been murdered. He must have discovered the taboo. I cannot allow another person to become aware of the forbidden knowledge. From the void throne, a voice, indiscernible as either male or female, emerged. It had already learned of the celestial dragon's demise and the removal of their heart. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders dared not utter a single breath. Hastily nodding in agreement, "Very well, let it be so. You may withdraw now." After the authoritative shadow concluded its words, the 5 elders did not immediately rise. They waited until the figure vanished into the void, and only then did they rise, leaving the dark palace with utmost reverence. The wrath emanating from the void throne made the 5 elders tremble. While publicly they wielded the highest power and were deemed the masters of this world, in truth, they were but servants of him. The true ruler of this world is the divine. Upon exiting the shadowy palace, The 5 men collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The overwhelming pressure had nearly become unbearable. The execution of Gold Ace has prompted Steelbone Kong to participate, lest any unforeseen circumstances arise. The old man with the cane spoke with utmost seriousness, and after a moment of contemplation, those around him nodded in agreement. After all, this execution serves to mitigate the repercussions of the celestial dragon's death through Ace's lineage and demise, while simultaneously functioning as a warning to others. And eliminating a member of the D clan. It is a plan that achieves 3 objectives with a single action, leaving no room for error. However, Steelbone Kong, being of advanced age, suggested, perhaps I should also take part. The gods are not to be underestimated, and we must guard against their potential interference. At that moment, a bald figure clad in a white robe, wielding the original blade, stepped forward with an impassive expression. He was the one who had unleashed purple sword energy on Sabaody Archipelago just days prior. The old man with the cane pondered for a moment before shaking his head, stating, "Your assistance is unnecessary. If these Navy personnel fail to execute this task, well." As he spoke, a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. The others understood his implication, and the sword-bearing elder remained silent, stepping back to resume his position. On that very day, Steelbone Kong arrived at the Navy headquarters, causing a stir throughout the ranks. When the soldiers learned that the former fleet admiral and current president of the world government had come to the Navy headquarters, their morale surged, unafraid of the impending battle set for the following day. In the fleet admiral's office, Sengoku gazed at the robust elder before him, sporting a long beard and an upgraded mohawk hairstyle. His face lit up with joy, and he promptly stood, offering his seat out of respect. "I didn't expect the government to summon you, esteemed senior. It is known that Steelbone Kong is a formidable figure from an era preceding both myself and Garp." Steelbone Kong refrained from occupying Sengoku's position, recognizing that Sengoku was still the current fleet admiral. Despite this gesture of respect, "We must approach this situation with the utmost seriousness. We not only need to guard against the Whitebeard pirates but also against those unknown entities," Steelbone Kong asserted gravely. Sengoku's expression grew serious as he nodded in agreement, and together they deliberated on the necessary precautions and procedures for the following day. As Garp passed by Sengoku's office and noticed Steelbone Kong, he paused momentarily, realizing the world government's significant concern regarding this execution. It seemed that Ace's fate was already sealed. With a resigned sigh, Garp chose not to enter and sat down, instead opting to depart from the scene. In the office, both Sengoku and Admiral Akiji noticed Garp, yet neither called out to him. It was indeed a difficult moment for Garp. Taking a deep breath, Akiji spoke, while Sengoku merely sighed deeply, remaining silent. Subsequently, the two resumed their preparations for the execution scheduled for the following day. That night felt particularly dark and serene. The entire world lay in utter stillness, devoid of any sound or breeze. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the impending storm. Chapter 91. The Day of Execution. Ace's Heritage. A day swiftly passed, and the first rays of dawn illuminated the vast ocean. In a dimly lit staircase, Ace found himself shackled with sea prism stone handcuffs, flanked by 2 elite Navy personnel, escorting him towards the execution platform. Covered in wounds, Ace remained silent throughout the journey, his head bowed and his eyes devoid of light. As he walked the path toward death, his mind was flooded with memories of his brother, Luffy. He recalled their childhood promise to become the freest individuals upon these seas. Yet now, only 3 hours remained until his execution. Before long, the trio reached the end of the shadowy staircase. The 2 elite Navy soldiers stepped forward to open a wooden door, and upon exiting, Ace gazed down at the countless formidable figures gathered to witness his execution. A flicker of worry crossed his dim eyes. On the island housing Navy headquarters, regardless of noble or commoner status, all had evacuated without exception. The once bustling streets were now eerily silent. The only access to Navy headquarters was through the Crescent Bay port, a crescent-shaped harbor surrounded by towering walls, making it easily defensible. Atop the most prominent and elevated platform stood Sengoku, his expression grave as he surveyed the multitude of Navy soldiers below, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, with hundreds of heavy artillery positioned around. His seriousness regarding the impending battle was evident. Meanwhile, Admiral Akiji lurked in the shadows, poised to deliver a surprise strike against the approaching enemy. At the harbor's edge, 8 towering giant vice-admirals stood in a line, suppressing the port. Before these giants, the Navy soldiers appeared as insignificant as ants. On the elevated platform behind them stood the 5 warlords of the sea. The 5 warlords of the sea stood in a line from left to right, Bartholomew Kuma, Gecko Moria, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the world's greatest swordsman Dracula Mihawk, and the Empress Boa Hancock. Among them, da Flamingo occupied the central position, wearing a smug and arrogant expression as he gazed ahead. On the far right, the Empress had a faint blush on her cheeks, her mind seemingly elsewhere as she stared out at the ocean, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the figure that resided in her heart. Behind the 5 warlords, on the highest platform, were 3 opulent and grandiose seats occupied by the 3 admirals of the Navy. Akainu, with a cold glint in his eyes, sat in the center, his authority palpable. To his left sat Kizaru, appearing casual and indifferent, while to his right sat Akiji, his expression grave. The mere presence of these 3 high-ranking admirals exuded a formidable aura that instilled a profound sense of pressure among all the Navy soldiers present. At the pinnacle of the scene stood Fleet Admiral Sengoku in the hero garb. Ace was brought to the central execution platform, surrounded by layers of Navy personnel. As Ace surveyed the overwhelming presence of the Navy, his worries intensified, not for his own impending death, but for his brother Luffy and their father, Whitebeard. In that moment, Ace yearned for a quiet demise to sever the cursed bloodline he bore, wishing not to implicate others, especially Luffy and Whitebeard, in his fate. At that juncture, a bespectacled staff officer beside Sengoku spoke. "We have received no information regarding the whereabouts of Whitebeard's crew. The ships we dispatched to monitor them have all been destroyed. Furthermore, the gods' pirates do not seem to be in the vicinity." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "I understand." The officer then quietly withdrew, and Sengoku turned his gaze forward, softly inquiring, "What do you think?" He was addressing Garp, who, engulfed in complex emotions, remained silent, his eyes flickering as he observed Ace kneeling on the execution platform. He could only take deep breaths to calm himself, as his duty as a Navy officer, bound by justice, prevented him from rushing forward to save his grandson. Garp closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth. Sengoku, noticing Garp's turmoil, sighed and shook his head resolutely, stating, "Ace must die today." With that, he grasped a transponder snail, his expression serious, and stepped forward toward the execution platform. Garp, understanding Sengoku's intent, clenched his fists tightly. Before long, Sengoku had reached the execution platform, prepared to announce Ace's true identity before the entire world. As Sengoku approached Ace with an air of detachment, he coldly inquired, "Portgas D. Ace, reveal your father's name." Ace cast a resolute glance at Sengoku and replied defiantly, "My father is Whitebeard." Sengoku countered, "That is incorrect. There is no mistake. It is only Whitebeard, no one else." Ace retorted vehemently, closing his eyes as he vehemently opposed Sengoku's assertion. Sengoku's question left everyone present, as well as those watching the live broadcast, in a state of perplexity. Was it not common knowledge that Ace's father was Whitebeard? Why pose such a seemingly futile question? Sengoku continued, unperturbed, 20 years ago, we received intelligence suggesting that a descendant of Roger might exist on a certain small island. However, after investigating all those who could possibly be connected, we found nothing. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at the trembling Ace before proceeding. Your birth was a sacrifice made by your mother. Your mother, Portgas D. Rouge, was an extraordinary woman. She deceived everyone around her. Her fierce maternal instinct led her to endure 20 months of pregnancy. When she gave birth to you, she perished from exhaustion. 1 year and 3 months after your father's demise, a child inheriting the world's most nefarious bloodline was born. That child is you. After delivering these words, Sengoku inhaled deeply, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he proclaimed, Your father is the Pirate King, Gold. Roger. Upon hearing this, Ace's pupils dilated, his complexion turned pale, and he trembled uncontrollably. The greatest secret of his life, the very secret he regarded as a source of shame, was laid bare before the world by Sengoku, the son of the Pirate King, the embodiment of a cursed lineage, all of which he had sought to evade and conceal. In that instant, it felt as though the surrounding air had solidified, rendering it difficult to breathe. Everything around him fell into an eerie silence, the legacy of the Pirate King casting a profound shadow over all present. Those gathered, be they Navy soldiers, generals, the 7 warlords, or viewers watching from television and mobile screens, were all visibly shaken, their expressions transforming into ones of sheer horror. Chapter 92. The Arrival of Whitebeard. How is this possible? Numerous individuals silently pondered within their minds. After a brief interlude of silence and shock, a tremendous uproar ensued. Gasps and shouts erupted like crashing waves, gradually building in intensity. This revelation spread across the world via the Den Den Mushi, leaving even the most prominent figures profoundly shaken. in the eyes of the world. The offspring of the Pirate King are regarded as symbols of brutality and malevolence. Yet, apart from a handful of individuals, few are aware of the gentle soul that resides within Ace. The words of Sengoku pierce through the atmosphere like a released arrow, propelling events forward with fervor. At this very moment, the usually unflappable Garp displayed an expression of profound sorrow, the kind that bespeaks a man's helplessness. This man, deeply intertwined with the Roger family and still at the zenith of his power, found himself paralyzed by the justice he upheld. Closing his eyes, Garp's heart was likely submerged in the vast sea of guilt, overwhelming him. 20 years prior, the terminally ill Roger, having surrendered himself, entrusted his child to the man before him, Garp. However, the sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted Garp flatly refused. Roger insisted, but the child in her womb is innocent, Garp. After over a decade of fighting alongside you, I have come to trust you as a brother. I implore you to protect him. Yet Garp once again declined Roger's plea. After Roger's demise, Garp found himself alone on a small island, where he took in the infant Ace, who had just lost his mother, and returned to Fusha village, leaving Ace and Luffy in the care of Miss Dayton. As he gazed upon Ace, trembling on the execution platform, Garp seemed to age a few years in that moment, as if he had entered the twilight of his life. Sengoku continued, "Once we uncovered your true identity, we realized that Whitebeard had long been your protector. He intended to raise you as the next Pirate King." Upon hearing this, Ace's fury ignited. He struggled and roared in anger. "That's not true. I joined the crew to help Dad become the Pirate King." Sengoku turned to Ace, the light glinting off his glasses, his expression inscrutable. He spoke softly yet firmly. "The fact remains that without Whitebeard's protection, you would have perished in these waters long ago. Now, the government can no longer remain passive, for your bloodline is royal. If left unchecked, you will inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of this pirate era. Today, you must be slain here, even if it means igniting a full-scale war with Whitebeard." Sengoku's words grew increasingly passionate and intense, unraveling the situation entirely. At that moment, the gates of justice swung open abruptly, and Luffy and his allies, including Jinbe, successfully entered the battlefield. Simultaneously, a formidable fleet of 43 pirate ships surged towards the Navy headquarters, a formidable force poised for confrontation. The captains of these 43 pirate ships are all exceptional leaders, notorious throughout the New World. Yet, they are all under the banner of Whitebeard, a testament to his formidable reputation upon these seas. As he gazed at the grand fleet ahead, Sengoku felt a flicker of concern, for among these ships, the figures of Whitebeard and his 14 commanders were conspicuously absent. "Is it about to begin?" laughed Doflamingo, his voice echoing with a hint of madness as he beheld this magnificent spectacle. Audiences from around the globe, witnessing the projection of the formidable fleet on the large screen, began to murmur, "Is Whitebeard here? Ace will be saved. Could the Navy withstand such a formidable array?" In that moment, emotions ran high. Those who had benefited from Whitebeard's generosity saw a glimmer of hope for Ace's rescue, their spirits soaring with joy. Conversely, supporters of the Navy wore faces etched with anxiety, fervently wishing for the execution of the Pirate King's nefarious lineage upon the gallows. Sengoku's worry deepened as he still did not see Whitebeard or the other commanders, and the uncanny situation made the Navy hesitant to act, fearing they might fall into an unforeseen trap. Suddenly, a ripple of disturbance stirred within Crescent Bay. Countless circular waves began to spread, revealing a colossal shadow beneath the bay's surface. With a thunderous roar, accompanied by towering waves, the Moby Dick surged forth from the depths, astonishing all present. Sengoku, observing the ship's surface adorned with a transparent, iridescent membrane, realized that they had coated their vessels to launch a surprise attack from the sea below. Following the emergence of the Moby Dick, 3 more ships of the Whitebeard pirates surfaced in succession. The 14 formidable commanders, alongside Whitebeard himself, stood resolutely among them. This legendary man strode forth with the poise of a sovereign, ascending to the highest point under the gaze of the multitude. With the sword, Shiryu, firmly in hand and an unwavering demeanor, he calmly declared, "Wait for me a moment, Ace." To him, the Navy before him appeared as mere ants, igniting no interest whatsoever. The onlookers beheld his silhouette, towering like a mountain, and in his imperious gaze, one could sense the aura of a world conqueror. Countless souls were stirred by his presence. On the execution platform, Ace widened his eyes in disbelief, trembling as he beheld this steadfast figure, and then, with reddened eyes, he shouted, "Old man." Witnessing the mightiest of warriors charging into the fray, Whitebeard smirked coldly, adopting a regal stance, and clenched his fists, striking out fiercely to both sides. In that instant, The air surrounding them began to shatter in the presence of the world's mightiest man. Whitebeard wielded his devil fruit power to rend the very atmosphere, causing the surrounding seawater to erupt violently. This unparalleled man made even the ocean boil with fervor. To him, the world appeared merely as a fragile plaything. Such is the essence of the strongest in this realm, the bearer of the Tremor fruit, Edward Newgate. Chapter 93. The Child of the Sea. Ace and Whitebeard locked eyes across the expanse. On the execution platform, Ace lamented loudly, filled with regret and anguish. It's all my fault. It was my reckless decision to run out against all warnings that led to this. Why, oh why? Couldn't I have been left to face my fate alone? I deserve this. In that moment, the words of Rayleigh echoed in Ace's mind, cautioning him to beware of Blackbeard teach. Yet at the time, he had dismissed them, and now it was too late. No. Whitebeard suddenly interjected. It was I who sent you, my son. Upon hearing Whitebeard's unwavering tone, Ace felt the weight of responsibility shift onto his shoulders. Not for any other reason than that he was Whitebeard's son. What father does not love his child? Marco fixed his gaze on Ace, asserting, I heard it clearly. It was our old man who instructed you. At the same time, the captains surrounding Whitebeard spoke in unison. Indeed, we can all attest. It was our father's command that led you to this suffering, Ace. The looks directed at Ace were devoid of blame, filled instead with warmth. Stepping forward, Marco declared with unwavering resolve, across these waters, none are unaware of the fate that awaits those who offend our comrades. The ones who have harmed you will ultimately face our wrath. The Navy headquarters should prepare themselves. Marco's steadfast and composed words resonated across the sea, igniting cheers and roars from countless pirates who rallied behind him. No one shall dare provoke the Whitebeard pirates. Ace stood in stunned silence, memories flooding back. In the past, upon establishing his own pirate crew and gaining a modicum of fame, he had resolved to challenge the strongest man in the world to carve out his own legacy. Yet, the outcome was all too predictable. He was soundly defeated, utterly crushed. Despite his relentless pursuit to surpass his father, he had failed miserably, and now, facing the man who contended with his father, he was confronted with a terrifying reality that laid bare before him. At the moment when Ace was overwhelmed with emotions, Whitebeard spoke, Little brat, it would be a pity for you to perish like this. If you wish to roam freely across these vast seas, then ride boldly under my name. Saying this, he extended his right hand towards the fallen Ace and continued, Become my son. This proclamation marked the beginning of Ace's transformation. Regardless of Ace's protests, Whitebeard forcibly brought him aboard a ship. However, once aboard the Whitebeard pirates, Ace was resolute in his defiance. For he aspired to become the pirate king and could never accept the role of someone else's son. Thus, from that day forth, he attempted to ambush Whitebeard time and again. Whether the man was sleeping, daydreaming, or at any moment of vulnerability, Ace would seize the opportunity to strike. Yet, without exception, he was effortlessly sent flying by Whitebeard's singular might. After enduring 100 failures, Ace, in his stubbornness, finally began to sense the warmth and affection that Whitebeard's crew extended toward him. He then turned to Marco and inquired, Why do you all call that guy old man? Marco paused briefly, then turned to Ace with a smile, replying, Because he calls us his sons. In this world, we are not particularly liked. So hearing that truly brings us joy, even if it is merely a title. Gazing at Marco's smile, which radiated warmth like a gentle spring breeze, Ace realized that this place had provided a semblance of home for these homeless children. His heart began to open, and as he lowered his head, tears welled in his eyes. Thus, the proud Ace, who had never submitted to anyone, at that moment, embraced Whitebeard's emblem and regarded him as his true father. Subsequently, one night, Ace stealthily entered Whitebeard's quarters and revealed his greatest secret, his identity as the son of the Pirate King. To Ace's surprise, Whitebeard did not react with shock or any extreme emotion. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh and said, I thought it was some monumental news. Turns out it's just a trivial matter. After a brief pause, he smiled at Ace and added, Regardless of who birthed them, all are children of the sea. Thus, Whitebeard became the man who would irrevocably change Ace's life. Truly deserving of the title Old Man, this profound bond is why. Upon learning of the death of the 4th Division commander at the hands of Blackbeard Teach, Ace was consumed by rage, disregarding the protests of others and his father, embarking on the irreversible path of pursuing Blackbeard. For he was determined to protect his father's illustrious name from any blemish. Thus, a great war was ignited. Chapter 94. The outbreak of war. As various thoughts gradually receded, Ace, kneeling upon the execution platform, cast a complex gaze toward his family members who had come to rescue him. He then lowered his head, gritting his teeth in silence, still blaming himself for his previous negligence, which had led to the commencement of this war. Within Crescent Bay, Whitebeard's hands trembled. A colossal tsunami, towering hundreds of meters high, surged forth, engulfing everything in its path. Countless naval soldiers, witnessing this apocalyptic scene, could not help but ponder, is this the power of the world's strongest man? How can we possibly defeat such a terrifying figure? In an instant, the morale of the Navy shattered, succumbing to fear of Whitebeard's might. Simultaneously, observing this cataclysmic sight, Sengoku's eyes widened as he shouted, "Whitebeard! He is a man capable of annihilating the world." This proclamation elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch. The war had commenced. Regardless of the outcome, the epic would inevitably shift following this monumental conflict. Just as the overwhelming tsunami threatened to consume all, Aokiji, seated upon his throne, exuded an aura of frigid cold. He leaped into the air, conjuring straight ice swords with both hands, piercing into the oncoming tsunami. In the next moment, the towering waves were entirely encased in ice, allowing the naval soldiers to breathe a sigh of relief. Their admiral was not to be underestimated. Yet that was not the end. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Aokiji coldly regarded Whitebeard, who stood upon the Moby Dick. With a flourish of his hands, several ice spears, emanating an aura of chill, swiftly lunged toward Whitebeard. Ice spear barrage? However, such an attack was of little concern to Whitebeard. With a mere flick of his arm, he countered, shattering the air and instantly obliterating Aokiji's ice spears, the force of which surged toward Aokiji. In that moment of imminent danger, Aokiji successfully transformed into his elemental form, evading harm and plunging into the ocean. As he descended, he seized the opportunity, slapping the surface of the water with his palm. Ice Age. In an instant, a thick layer of ice enveloped the entire sea, the temperature plummeting and transforming the bay into his dominion of the Ice Age. Accompanied by Aokiji's visually striking assault, the morale of the Navy surged dramatically. Yet, Aokiji's intention in freezing the sea was to block the pirates' retreat. However, the pirates, having long disregarded life and death, found that the ice-covered sea created a pathway for them to advance toward the naval headquarters. At this moment, war had irrevocably begun. Fire! 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 A general named Mozidi Yunlong bellowed vehemently as hundreds of heavy artillery pieces encircled the area, all aimed at the marauding pirates darting across the icy surface. Cannonballs were unleashed with reckless abandon, creating a cacophony that echoed deafeningly. Yet, how could mere artillery hope to halt the formidable array of pirates hailing from the New World? Under the leadership of 14 captains, these audacious marauders pressed forward relentlessly. In response, the Navy deployed a team of vice admirals, whose prowess eclipsed even that of the dreaded Spirit Executioner, to confront this band of pirates. Just as the two forces clashed, a true titan made his entrance. There stood Dracul Mihawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his demeanor as frigid as ever. With a sharp and discerning gaze, he fixated on the imposing figure aboard the Moby Dick, advancing step by step. He sought to gauge the true distance between himself and the world's strongest man. Slowly, he drew forth the supreme blade, the Black Blade Yoro, that symbolized the mightiest swordsman in existence. With a deft flick of his wrist, he unleashed a devastating slash that tore through everything, locking onto Whitebeard and hurtling forward with cataclysmic intent. Yet, Whitebeard, aboard the Moby Dick, remained unfazed, steadfast in his position as he beheld the formidable Emerald Slash rushing towards him. For in front of him stood his son, the 3rd Division Commander, Daimon Jozu, renowned for his title as the mightiest shield. As the strike approached, Jozu instantaneously transformed his entire form into a dazzling array of diamonds, positioning a shield of the same substance before him. With a resounding crash, the emerald blade was successfully deflected, soaring skyward. At that moment, both Sengoku on the platform and Steelbone Kong behind the scenes wore increasingly grave expressions. Their concerns stemmed not only from the formidable strength of Whitebeard's crew, which they had anticipated, but also from the conspicuous absence of the Lightning Feather and his entourage, a source of profound anxiety. The unknown adversary often proved to be the most terrifying. Intelligence indicated that Lightning Feather had formed ties with Luffy and even had some connection to Ace. Thus, even the slightest association warranted vigilant caution. They could not afford to indulge in the hope that Lightning Feather would remain uninvolved in this conflict. 40 nautical miles from the naval headquarters, a colossal dragon-shaped vessel surged forward with astonishing speed, akin to a rowing boat. At the bow stood Lightning Feather, exhilarated as he gazed ahead, while Itachi remained quietly by his side. The helmsman was no longer Orochimaru but Yasuo, while Orochimaru occupied the rear of the ship, engaged in his usual pursuits. Originally, according to Lei Yu's estimations, they should have arrived at Marineford early in the morning. However, to his astonishment, Uncle Snake, in an unexpected blunder, misread the navigational indicators. This mishap resulted in them still not reaching the battlefield by noon. In order to avoid missing the crucial moment and to rescue some individuals to atone for certain regrets from his past life, Lei Yu had no choice but to implore Uncle Snake to accelerate the vessel. Gazing ahead, his eyes shimmering with fervor, he murmured, "The gods must allow this world to awaken." Chapter 95, The Flying Dutchman. At this juncture, the battlefield at the Navy headquarters seemed to unfold just as depicted in the original narrative, with various characters from the Navy springing into action against Whitebeard. Yet, every assault was deftly countered by the captains under Whitebeard's command. Even Akainu, seated upon his throne, could no longer contain himself and plunged into the fray. However, his fierce onslaught only managed to dismantle one of Whitebeard's 3 subordinate ships. The colossal magma boulder aimed at Whitebeard's flagship was thwarted by Whitebeard using his weapon, the Tornado Cutter. With a mocking glance at Akainu, he quipped, "You are only worthy of lighting candles on a birthday cake, Magma Boy." Unfazed, Akainu retorted, "Do you not fancy a grand funeral, Whitebeard?" It appeared as though a duel was imminent. Yet, in reality, the conflict had reached a stalemate. Enter Little Ors, the gigantic descendant of the Demon Ors. The sight of this colossal giant instilled hope among the pirates, who cheered for Little Ors to charge forth and breach the Navy's formidable defenses. True to their expectations, Little Ors successfully created an opening and, disregarding the barrage of cannon fire and attacks directed at him, charged towards Ace on the execution platform. He extended his massive arm toward Ace, but alas, he fell just short of rescuing him. The mere span of less than a meter seemed insurmountable, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Ultimately, after suffering a severed leg from Doflamingo's string fruit, Little Ors slowly collapsed before Ace. Ace, witnessing Little Ors fall at his feet, widened his eyes in shock. His mouth agape and speechless. A torrent of emotions, guilt, self-reproach, and more, overwhelmed him, and he was oblivious to the arrival of Garp by his side, sitting cross-legged beside Ace. Garp let out a deep sigh before slowly uttering, "If the other party were pirates, there would be no reason for sympathy. However, family is entirely different." In truth, Garp had always wished for Ace and Luffy to join the Navy, not merely out of a sense of justice that he bore, but so that he could protect them openly and without reservation. The justice that Garp carried was not as pure as one might imagine, yet it represented the hope of countless people across the world. At that moment, Ace turned slightly, gazing at Garp, who was now overcome with tears. This was the first time Ace had witnessed the old man cry. A certain chord within Ace seemed to resonate. Garp, trembling and unable to contain his emotions, cried out in anguish, "What am I to do, Ace? You rascal, why don't you listen to me and act accordingly?" As Ace looked at the tear-streaked face of the elder before him, he struggled to find words, but silence enveloped him. He could only stand in speechless solidarity with his old mentor. Just then, Sengoku's gaze hardened with a chilling resolve as he picked up the loudspeaker, declaring without hesitation, "Execution will commence in 3 minutes." Instantly, the entire battlefield was engulfed in shock. Every individual present heard Sengoku's words with clarity. "What? It's happening sooner than expected. Damn Sengoku. Has he made this decision out of fear of us?" The imminent execution suggested that the pirates may launch a full-scale assault. Hold the line, brothers. In that moment, the conflict on the battlefield escalated to a fever pitch due to Sengoku's proclamation. Countless pirates began to adopt a life-for-a-life strategy, grappling for time as if contesting with the very embodiment of death, whose target was Ace. Among the warlords of the sea, the tyrant Bartholomew Kuma operated like a relentless killing machine, mercilessly dispatching surrounding pirates. Meanwhile, Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Now this is war. How utterly exhilarating." The Empress Hancock, however, found herself afflicted with longing, clutching her chest in anguish as she lamented, "Why hasn't he come? Was Granny Nine deceiving me?" The battle grew increasingly intense as both sides fought fiercely for their own time. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard tightened his grip on the Naginata, Murakamokiri, and furiously declared, "Damn you, Sengoku." With that, he leaped forward, striding with an air of invincibility towards Sengoku, who stood near Ace. He was furious. Sengoku, on the execution platform, observed Whitebeard's approach with an impassive expression. He glanced at the timer in his hand, coldly counting down the numbers, 59, 58, 57. The executioners on either side had already sharpened their blades to a deadly sheen, poised above Ace's head. Once the time was up, they would not hesitate to strike. Yet, at this pivotal moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A voice, discordant with the current atmosphere, resonated through the air. Orochimaru, you fool. I instructed you to decelerate. Not accelerate. There's south, no road ahead. Instinctively, everyone gazed skyward, their eyes widening in astonishment. Hancock, upon hearing this voice, felt her longing dissipate in an instant. Her gaze fixated with eager anticipation on the heavens. Suddenly, a magnificent dragon-shaped ship soared forth from the apex of the frozen tsunami, slicing through the air with breathtaking swiftness. The crowd instinctively closed their eyes, bracing for the inevitable demise that such a fall would entail. However, after a prolonged moment of suspense, they dared to reopen their eyes, only to witness a scene that would forever alter their perception of reality. At that moment, Sengoku stood frozen, Carp was entranced, and the three admirals were left speechless. Even Whitebeard was taken aback. Every individual present was utterly astounded. The ship was soaring through the air. Yes, soaring. Much like an aircraft. At the ship's stern, a humanoid engine appeared to provide the vessel with its aerial propulsion, trailing wisps of white exhaust that wafted in the sky. This audacious, flamboyant dragon-shaped pirate ship was hurtling directly towards the execution platform. Ryu, arms crossed, stood prominently at the ship's prow, calculating the distance to the platform. At this juncture, they were approximately 700 to 800 meters away from the execution site, traveling at an estimated speed of 80, with an altitude of about 798 meters above ground. Employing the Pythagorean theorem, along with a series of complex calculations involving gravity, friction, and thrust, he deduced that they would reach Ace's execution site after a brief flight. Simultaneously, Carp, Sengoku, and the three admirals recognized the figure standing at the ship's bow, exclaiming in unison, Ryu? Wasn't he this the individual who had recently slain a celestial dragon? Rumor had it that he even withstood a punch from the legendary hero Carp, defeating Bogart in the process. But wait, I also heard that their crew managed to escape the encirclement of Carp, Akiji, and Akainu. There's even a whisper of one among them being something other than human. Who would have thought they would dare to come here? Are they seeking their own demise? In an instant, the eyes of the world's audience were riveted on Ryu, engaged in fervent discussions. Whitebeard gazed up at Ryu, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Is this the audacious newcomer who dared to slay a celestial dragon? In just a few months since his debut, he has amassed such a remarkable bounty, truly remarkable, Hancock exclaimed. Ah, Ryu-san has finally arrived. I have awaited your return with great anticipation. Meanwhile, Doflamingo allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips. The one who killed a celestial dragon. Is it? He chuckled maniacally, a sound so peculiar that none could fathom its true meaning. Though Sengoku had never laid eyes on Rei, he was acutely aware that the enigmatic figure had become the focal point of recent monumental events. Thus, Sengoku committed Rei and each member of the divine pirate crew to memory, fully cognizant of the palpable threat they posed. Everyone, attack that pirate ship, Sengoku bellowed, his expression darkening as he clutched a megaphone. In an instant, all heavy artillery was aimed at Rei and his companions aloft in the sky. Mosti Cloud Dragon shouted with fervor, Deputy Captain, bring forth the heavy artillery from Wano. Moments later, the deputy captain of the cannon squad wheeled forth a colossal cannon. Its caliber an astonishing 80, capable of accommodating 4 or 5 men within its barrel. As preparations concluded, with a commanding shout from Mosti Cloud Dragon, the order was given to fire. Blast into smithereens. Countless dark cannonballs hurtled towards Rei and his crew, yet these projectiles merely served as an appetizer. Upon realizing that Rei was the one above them, the three admirals on the battlefield chose to spare the pirates before them, their gazes sharpening with a glint of coldness. Simultaneously, they channeled their energy, unleashing attacks of red, white, blue, and yellow, each a distinct elemental force alongside the cannonballs, all aimed at Rei's airborne vessel. This spectacle captivated the attention of both Navy and pirates alike, drawing their eyes skyward. Even Whitebeard gazed curiously at the flying pirate ship, pondering whether they could withstand such an overwhelming barrage. A question echoed in the minds of all present, as the pirates found themselves rooting for this seemingly unknown crew, mistakenly believing Rei to be an additional son of Whitebeard, a hidden trump card in this fierce duel. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, the terrifying deluge of attacks was poised to strike the dragon ship. Yet, Rei remained motionless at the bow, seemingly oblivious to the impending doom. Had they failed? As they witnessed Ray's inaction, any flicker of hope within the crowd extinguished once more. Even Whitebeard shook his head in bemusement and continued onward, wielding his sword, Songyun Cut. It appeared that Ray was merely an inexperienced child, unaware of the vastness of the world. The Navy erupted into laughter, mocking the absurdity of this pirate crew that seemed to find amusement in their struggles. However, in the next moment, their laughter froze, morphing into sheer horror. They beheld a transparent, flowing barrier materializing around the dragon ship, seemingly conjured from the very wind itself. Subsequently, as these assorted attacks made contact with the ethereal barrier of wind, they vanished instantaneously, devoid of the thunderous roars of collision or the fiery explosions one would expect. They seemed to dissipate into thin air, as if devoured by this very wind barrier. Even the magma-infused fist of Akainu, the frost-laden spear of Akiji, and the radiant yellow orb of Kizaru, without exception, mysteriously disappeared upon contact with this wind shield. The onlookers on the battlefield gazed in astonishment, seemingly forgetting to breathe. Whitebeard paused, his gaze fixed upon the wind barrier in the sky, a contemplative smile gracing his lips as he mused about the intriguing company present. Hawkeye, one of the 7 warlords, stood momentarily stunned, murmuring to himself, "Is that the essence of swordsmanship? Which unknown master wields such power?" Yasuo approached the edge of the ship, observing that the attacks had met their end. With a scornful chuckle, he sheathed his long blade with a deft flick of his wrist and with a resonant clang. The wind barrier surrounding the pirate ship dissipated into the void. Then, Yasuo's profound and somber voice echoed through the crowd. "The long road stretches ahead. Only the sword is my companion." He was a quintessential swordsman. At that moment, the close-up on the grand screen captured Yasuo's visage, a heroic countenance, brimming with elegance and tales untold. On the battlefield, Hawkeye's gaze was locked onto Yasuo, his right hand gripping his black blade tightly, a fierce battle spirit emanating from him. Even the blade trembled slightly, as if yearning for a duel. Since he had ascended to the title of the world's greatest swordsman, the only one capable of sparring with him had been Shanks. However, after Shanks lost his sword-wielding left hand in the East Blue, it seemed there was no one left in the world to ignite his interest in swordsmanship. But today, this individual appeared as if he were a born swordsman, emanating a wind-like essence of sword intent that resonated even with his black blade. At this juncture, Sengoku and Garp on the execution platform were equally dumbfounded. "Who is this person?" Sengoku inquired through gritted teeth, glancing at Garp. Garp shook his head, muttering, could he possibly be a new crewmate that just emerged from nowhere? His gaze turned complex as he watched Raikyu and his companions soar toward them, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Might he be the variable they need? As Raikyu and his allies drew closer to the execution platform, Sengoku cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly restrained Garp, snorted softly, and stepped forward. Kneeling on the ground, Ace gazed at Ray, filled with a sense of bewilderment. Why would this individual, whom he had only met once, come to his rescue? Little did he know that Ray's purpose for being there was not solely to save him. Rescuing Ace was merely a secondary concern. However, as they approached within a mere 100 meters of the execution platform, Ray's expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. Had his meticulously crafted calculations gone awry? As they closed in on the final 100 meters, his dragon ship began to descend in a parabolic arc. Yet, at that moment, Orochimaru, oblivious to the impending crisis, continued to employ wind techniques, hastening the vessel's descent. Sengoku observed the plummeting Ray and his crew, secretly relieved. Were they merely a band of clowns? Before he could fully relax, Ray's strikingly handsome yet deeply irritating visage appeared just 50 meters away. Garp stood in stunned silence, perplexed by Ray's unexpected maneuver. Not only Garp and Sengoku, but also Whitebeard and a host of other formidable warriors found themselves astonished by the unexpected turn of events. As if they were on a tumultuous roller coaster, Ray, utilizing the moonwalk technique, soared into the air, racing towards the execution platform, smiling as he declared, "You cannot perish here." Ace, Sengoku, observing the approaching Ray and glancing at the timer in his hand, noted it was at 0:50. At the moment it reached 0, he no longer hesitated, shouting, "Time's up. Execute Ace immediately." As his words echoed, the executioners, without a moment's pause, raised their blades high and brought them down. Garp, panting heavily, seemed to be restraining himself from intervening. Whitebeard wished to take action, but it was already too late. Ace slowly closed his eyes. At this moment, Ray was still 50 meters away. Although that distance was relatively close, it was ultimately insufficient. The executioner could sever his head in less than a second. In an instant, Ace felt the chilling presence of the blade looming around him. "Sabo, I am coming. Wait for me," he thought, a faint smile gracing his lips as he faced death. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. Onlookers on the battlefield and across the globe held their breath, their eyes fixed on the executioners poised to sever the last remaining bloodline of a king. With a swift slash, crimson blood stained the execution platform, and under the horrified gazes of all present, the two executioners collapsed from the platform, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. Who was it that had intervened to halt this execution? This question lingered in the hearts of all. 100 meters away, Yasuo gazed expressionlessly into the distance, unaware that he had already drawn his long blade. The residual power of the gale force on the executioner spoke volumes. The pirates on the battlefield, after a moment of stunned silence, erupted into fervent cheers. Ace. Ace is not dead. Have we succeeded? No. The war is not over. We must save Ace. Whitebeard, gripping his Tsongyun Xia, let out a sigh of relief, a subtle smile gracing his face. Even the commanders felt as if a colossal weight had been lifted from their hearts. Yet this was not the time for celebration. Ace was still not rescued. Thus, the heroes of the New World launched their final assault. The Navy, witnessing the execution being thwarted, experienced an immediate drop in morale, and the pirates, led by 14 commanders, began to push them back relentlessly. The situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. At this moment, Sengoku's face darkened to an extreme. His eyes bloodshot as he fixed his gaze on the descending Raikyu, gritting his teeth and uttering, "You damned pirate." Raikyu merely smiled lightly, unabashedly replying, "Oh, am I not a pirate who deserves to live?" With that, he forcefully kicked off into the air, producing a thunderous sound as he accelerated, his figure vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he arrived atop the execution platform. Glancing at the motionless carp beside him, he reached out to take Ace. Just then, Raikyu suddenly sensed a dangerous aura swirling around him. He looked up to see Sengoku, radiating fierce golden light, his expression grim. Sengoku's body expanded, enveloped in a dazzling golden glow, resembling a statue of gold. The fleet admiral is about to unleash his powers. This is the first time I've witnessed it. Is this the golden legend? At that moment, everyone on the battlefield seemed to forget the fight, their attention drawn to the execution platform. Whitebeard, observing Sengoku's transformation into a colossal golden Buddha, murmured, "Though Sengoku has aged, he is not to be underestimated. Can you withstand this, young one?" Before long, Sengoku on the execution platform had transformed into a towering golden Buddha, radiating brilliant golden light. He glared down at the diminutive Raikyu and bellowed, "Do not even think about escaping from me." Upon witnessing the scene, Ace exclaimed in shock, "Admiral Sengoku, the great Buddha?" Soon after, Sengoku, having transformed into a colossal Buddha figure, raised his immense golden fist and brought it crashing down towards both Raikyu and Ace. In response, Ace urgently shouted to Raikyu, "Run, Raikyu. Don't worry about me." However, Raikyu merely smiled softly, declaring, "I told you, you cannot perish here." With that, he turned his gaze towards the golden Buddha form of Sengoku, his eyes brimming with the spirit of battle. Suddenly, Raikyu's body trembled slightly as the ferocious aura of the Zhu Long began to emanate from him. Countless crimson scales began to manifest upon his right arm. And once his arm had fully transformed into that of a dragon, Sengoku's golden fist loomed above him. Perfect timing. Raikyu's eyes sparkled with determination as he drew strength from the earth beneath him. He slightly twisted his waist, harnessing that power to propel his arm forward, crashing into Sengoku's golden fist. A tremendous, invisible force erupted from the point of their collision. Many lesser pirates and Navy soldiers on the battlefield were sent flying several meters away by this overwhelming pressure. On the execution platform, Sengoku, taken aback by Raikyu's effortless reception of his strike, scoffed, "Did you think this was the end, boy?" With that, the golden light emanating from Sengoku flickered once more, and a stronger wave of pressure surged towards Raikyu. Sensing the weight of Sengoku's colossal golden fist multiply, Raikyu exclaimed excitedly, "Bring it on." As he spoke, tendrils of purple, otherworldly flames began to swirl around his arm, radiating an extraordinary heat akin to ribbons. With a furious roar, Raikyu unleashed the Zhu Hualong fist. The terrifying power within his arm exploded forth, and to Sengoku's astonished gaze, Raikyu firmly caught the punch. A faint sound of cracking echoed in the ears of the onlookers, followed by a resounding crash as the incredibly resilient execution platform could not withstand the combined force of their blows, collapsing into a heap of rubble and kicking up a cloud of dust. In the instant of the collapse, Sengoku leaped back and landed safely on the ground, while Carp, having been lost in thought, failed to evade in time. As the dust settled, Sengoku appeared to recall something. He moved into the thick cloud of dust surrounding the collapsed platform, only to discover that Ace and Raikyu had vanished from sight, leaving Carp to emerge from the debris, brushing off the dust from his attire. Witnessing this scene, Sengoku clenched his fists, his expression dark and foreboding. Ace had been rescued. Had he, in this war, already met his defeat? There was an additional update, but it would have to wait. I had some matters to attend to today. My sincerest apologies to all esteemed readers. Thank you for your continued support. Chapter 98. Leiyu's Frantic Thoughts. This chapter will have an additional update over the weekend at this moment. Leiyu brought Ace to Whitebeard's side and unceremoniously tossed Ace to him, inquiring, "You should be able to unlock these sea prism stone handcuffs, right?" Whitebeard responded with a scornful laugh. "Kid, do not be too arrogant. Are you looking down upon me?" With that, he reached out, and with a swift motion, the sturdy sea prism stone cuffs were shattered. Now liberated, Ace rubbed his wrists and looked at Leiyu, saying, "Thank you for this." He then turned to Whitebeard, his gaze complex as he addressed the man. "I'm sorry, father. It's all my fault." Before Ace could finish his self-reproach, Whitebeard extended his arms and embraced Ace, softly proclaiming, "Family, there is nothing to apologize for." At that moment, Ace, nestled in his father's embrace, was taken aback. "But with my bloodline, I shouldn't exist in this world. My existence will only invite scorn." At this juncture, Leiyu approached, standing beside Ace and Whitebeard, and said to Ace, "Scorn? Look around you." Upon hearing this, Ace stepped away from his father's embrace and surveyed his surroundings. He beheld 14 captains, 43 valiant souls, and a multitude of pirates, all gazing at him with joy and warmth radiating from their eyes. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, akin to the feeling of home, Ace collapsed onto the ground, burying his face in his hands as he wept. He had once believed he would be met with disdain throughout his life. Yet now tears of happiness streamed down his face. He realized he had so many who cherished and cared for him. In that moment, he grasped the value of life. Observing Ace on the ground, Leiyu allowed a mysterious smile to grace his lips, leaning close to Ace's ear and whispering, "Also, Sabo is not dead." At these words, Ace trembled, staring at Leiyu in disbelief. "I do not know exactly where he is, but for the sake of reuniting with him, you must live on." With that, Leiyu disregarded Ace and approached Whitebeard, leaving Ace in a stunned silence. Faced with the towering figure of Whitebeard, Leiyu could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, he was the strongest man upon these seas. "Hey, kid, do you still have business with me? Would you care to become my son?" Whitebeard gazed down at Ryu, observing this intriguing individual with a hint of amusement. Although he harbored a desire to take this capable and intelligent young man under his wing, the moment he laid eyes on Ryu, he recognized the impossibility of such a notion, for he could discern the ambition lurking deep within Ryu's gaze. "Please, spare me your jest." Ryu waved his hand dismissively, continuing, "Now that Ace is safe, it seems it's time for you to retreat. Isn't it?" What do you mean by that?" Whitebeard inquired, perplexed. While he indeed felt the urge to withdraw, having accomplished his objective, he questioned whether Ryu intended to remain behind. Scanning the surroundings, Ryu calmly stated, "Do you not find this stage utterly alluring?" Upon hearing Ryu's words, Whitebeard's pupils constricted sharply. It appeared he had an inkling of this young man's intentions. Yet, disbelief compelled him to ask once more, "What exactly are you implying?" Ryu closed his eyes, stretching slightly, while Uchiha Itachi and others gathered behind him, awaiting his cue. After completing his warm-up, Ryu exhaled a breath of misty air. When he opened his eyes, a wild light erupted from within them. "Do you not find it fascinating to topple the Navy headquarters?" Despite being somewhat prepared for such a notion, Whitebeard was still taken aback by this audacious idea. "Youngster, do not presume that a modicum of strength grants you the right to court death. The Navy will not show you mercy." His words, though harsh, served as a cautionary tale. After all, he did not wish to witness such a promising pirate perish due to arrogance. Ryu, however, merely smiled in response, choosing not to speak. What others deemed a reckless pursuit, Ryu perceived as a swift avenue to success. If he could forge a formidable reputation on this battlefield, the endeavors that lay ahead would become significantly less daunting. "Enough about my thoughts. You should depart while you still can." With that, he turned to pursue his seemingly mad objective, when suddenly, a startling event unfolded. A thunderous sound echoed through the sky as both Ryu and Whitebeard looked up, witnessing a ship, overturned, emerging above, accompanied by countless figures plummeting to the ground like dumplings. Indeed, Luffy had arrived. Recognizing the familiar entrance, Raid instantly understood that Luffy and his crew had come to this place. Subsequently, Lei turned around and gazed at the old man with white beard, who was still lost in the words he had just spoken. Please take this fellow, Luffy, with you as you depart. He too is here to rescue Ace. Luffy? Ace's brother? Lei nodded, and after arranging a series of matters, he turned once more to leave. Who do you think you are? Just a child. Daring to command an old man like me? The white-bearded man, observing Lei's departing figure, suddenly realized and spoke with a hint of anger. Yet, Lei did not look back. He merely waved his hand and, accompanied by his companions, steadily advanced forward. As he watched Lei's resolute stride and contemplated the madness of his plan, the white-bearded man fell into a reverie. He seemed to perceive the shadow of another, someone not Roger, but rather another powerful madman. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that they might indeed accomplish this monumental task. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing such fanciful thoughts with a self-deprecating smile. How could this possibly be? Yet, gazing at Lei and his crew, the white-bearded man's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, as if a small flame had ignited within him. Life had seemingly calmed down considerably since he had claimed his title, and he realized his time might be limited. Suddenly, a child's voice broke through the tumult of his thoughts. He turned to see Luffy racing towards him from a distance, and then glanced at Ace, who was not far away. With a deep sigh, the white-bearded man retracted the dangerous thoughts that had momentarily occupied his mind. He knew he must first ensure the safety of his sons.